Hey everyone, when you hear the word protagonist, what comes to mind? Maybe someone with godlike power, mountains of treasure, a harem following them around, or a cool status window displaying their every power-up and stat increase, right? Well, today's story has all those things you'd expect in a protagonist. Just, not quite the way you'd think. Our story opens with our protagonist tied up, surrounded by roaring lightning and angry beastmen who look like they've been binge-watching Angry Villagers 101. They're all chanting, "Kill him! Kill him!" In his head, the protagonist wonders, how did it come to this? Wasn't I just trying to take a nap? And where the heck am I? Anyway, suddenly, one of the beastmen, clearly the spokesperson here, steps forward with a sword raised dramatically, looking like he's auditioning for Medieval Idol. With a voice as booming as his sword is oversized, he declares, "Today, the next to receive divine punishment shall be this lonely human who dared to intrude upon our sacred land." Okay, our protagonist thinks. A little dramatic, but all right. The Beastman continues. For thousands of years, our land, the secret territory of the beast folk, has been hidden from the outside world. And now, for the first time, a human has dared to set foot here. At this, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Like free t-shirt level wild. Some shout, "This is an act of war," while others go with the classic, "Bring down divine punishment upon this human who broke our sacred covenant." Our protagonist feels the panic rising, like he's just been called to the principal's office times 1,000. I was literally just in a cave 5 minutes ago. Is this how I'm gonna go? Really? Then memories start flashing back to him, all the way to 5 hours ago. He recalls a man approaching him outside a restaurant, yelling, "Hey Tsuyoshi, hurry up and finish eating." This guy, someone our protagonist vaguely knows but mostly ignores, lifts the curtain dramatically with one hand, calling out like he's giving some great speech. "Don't dawdle today." Once we're inside, there are 2 other cleaning teams besides us. If you slack off, you won't even get a scrap of metal. The protagonist, eyes glued to his noodles, looks up mid-slurp and asks, "Why are so many people showing up for just a C-rank cave?" The man shrugs, replying, "It's the times we live in. More and more cleaners everywhere. It's not like we're heroes or anything, But Tsuyoshi's barely listening, focusing intently on his meal, as though it's his last meal on Earth. Which in hindsight might have been foreshadowing. Just then, a loud voice cuts through the restaurant noise. "Get ready, everyone. The heroes are coming." Our protagonist's friend gives him a nudge. "All right, noodles are done, let's go." Tsuyoshi slurps up the last of his noodles, sighing dramatically. "Goodbye, delicious noodles." I get it. Their cleaning team gathers at the cave entrance, looking like a mismatched group of tourists about to brave a haunted house. The leader, trying to sound tough, mutters, "Even if it's just a C-rank cave, I get chills every time we get close to one." He shivers a little, but quickly tries to play it off. A team member next to him whispers, "If a C-rank feels this creepy, I can't even imagine what it'd be like going into an S-rank cave." Their leader stands at the entrance, squinting at the dark shadows inside. "Yeah, at least this one just has a few. Slightly suspicious dark lines." He's barely finished when 2 heroes, actual heroes, stride out of the cave as if they own the place. The first hero is a young guy in golden armor, so shiny it's probably causing temporary blindness for anyone who looks directly at it. Next to him stands a girl with a spear, looking cool, calm, and possibly thinking about how amazing her hair looks in cave lighting. The warrior grins at her. "Looks like we scored an easy reward. Guess we made out pretty well, huh?" She gives him a polite smile, totally chill. "Yeah, I guess we did." As if clearing out a cave full of monsters was just another Tuesday. From the cleaning crew, someone sighs in awe. "Heroes are so cool. If I could be one, I'd be rolling in cash right now." The guy next to him just scoffs. "Quit dreaming, man. You're a cleaner because you flunked the awakening test. Face it, we're here to mop up the crumbs." Awkwardly, one of the cleaners musters the courage to nod at the heroes and says, Thanks for, all the hero ing. Can we, go in now?" The girl with the spear gives a friendly wave. "Sure, go ahead. All yours." The story follows Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, our not-so-heroic protagonist, whose glamorous title is Stress Collector. That's right, he's part of the cleaners, the guys who venture into monster caves after the heroes have mopped up most of the mess. It's like being part of a rock band, except without the fame, the fans, or the rock music. For Tsuyoshi, who couldn't pass the awakening test because of his weak physical constitution, becoming a hero was always a far-off fantasy. But hey, a guy's gotta eat. Inside the C-Rank cave, scattered remnants of defeated monsters lie around like leftovers from a particularly wild Friday night, and cleaners sift through the rubble, hoping to find anything even remotely valuable. Someone calls out, "This is a small ruined cave, so it's not too big. It'll close in 4 hours. Let's wrap up and meet back here." Got it. The cleaners, including Tsuyoshi, all nod like seasoned pros and set off into the dark, dusty depths. As Tsuyoshi digs through the debris, he spots a fragment of a shield, and his eyes light up. "A shield fragment," he exclaims, lifting it up like he's found treasure. Finally, something that might actually sell for more than a pack of instant noodles. A fellow cleaner, watching him from above, chuckles. "Hey, looks like luck's on your side, Tsuyoshi. Maybe your folks up in heaven are throwing you a bone." Tsuyoshi grins. "Maybe so. Alright, I'm heading a little deeper to see if I can find a matching shield. Or at least a matching dent." His friend nods, calling after him. "Alright, just don't forget to meet us back here in 3.5 hours. Tsuyoshi waves in agreement and heads further into the cave, optimism just barely outweighing the smell of monster guts. 3 hours later, he's combed through more debris than he ever wanted to see in his life, and his treasure count stands at 1 shield fragment. He sighs. Great, just 1 lousy piece. Even the dust mites are disappointed. Just then, a shout rings out from behind him. "Tsuyoshi, it's almost time to meet up." Yeah, I'm wrapping up," he calls back, but he's still scouring the ground. 1 lousy fragment isn't enough to pay for 1 day of Karina's medical bills, he thinks, feeling the weight of it. Suddenly, something catches his eye, a faint glow coming from. "Oh well, what's a random wall doing in here?" He wonders, approaching it like it might magically contain an 18. Leaning over, he peers inside and sees a skeletal hand gripping something that shines like it's auditioning to be in a jewelry commercial. "Whoa, that's a ring," he whispers. With a thrill of discovery, he climbs down the well, ignoring all the creepy corpse vibes. He reaches out and gingerly takes the ring from the skeletal hand. Probably just some poor soul left behind. "Thanks, pal. You're donating to a good cause." The ring glows with a soft golden light, and Tsuyoshi's eyes widen in surprise. An area item. A ring. This kind of gear usually gives a little stat boost, but it'll still sell for a decent price. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. "Well, I'll just wear it for now and let Mr. Nakazato check it out later. Better hurry back before I get locked in here." "Thanks, ancestors, and, random skeleton dude." As Tsuyoshi slipped the ring onto his finger, it suddenly started glowing even brighter, lighting up like he'd just equipped a legendary item in a video game. Then, in a split second, the ring latched onto his hand like glue, sending a jolt of pain through his finger. "Ouch! What is this? A ring or a mousetrap?" he yelped. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him with all the tact of a spam email. "The ring has recognized you as its owner. From now on, it cannot be removed or transferred. The boundless passes will open shortly." Tsuyoshi looked around, baffled. "Ah, who said that?" He squinted into the cave shadows, but there was no one around. Then, the ring emitted a yellow glow that expanded into a circular portal. Bewildered, he started shouting, "Hey, somebody, help!" hoping his team might hear him over whatever magic rabbit hole this ring had just opened up. Meanwhile, back in the cave, his teammates heard a faint cry. "Wasn't that Tsuyoshi's voice?" one asked, looking around. "Yeah, he was just here, wasn't he?" another replied. A third teammate shrugged, clearly unconcerned. "Kid's probably off looking for scraps again. It's a shame he didn't pass the hero test, but hey, let's wait it out. We've still got time." But before anyone could blink, Tsuyoshi was engulfed in golden light, his final, "Hey wait," disappearing into silence. Back in the present, Tsuyoshi regained consciousness with a pounding headache. Blinking, he realized he was now surrounded by beast folk, and in front of him stood a massive, electrified hammer that looked far too interested in his well-being. It finally dawned on him. He was standing in some kind of secret beast folk territory, courtesy of the free teleportation ring he'd picked up. On a grand throne nearby, the Beast King sat watching the spectacle with a look that said, "This will be entertaining." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his kin to commence with divine punishment. At the command, a tall, long-haired orc, clearly a VIP in beastfolk land, stepped forward, raising his fist and announcing in a dramatic voice, "My fellow kin, today, we gather to execute 3 great criminals. The first is one of our own, a traitor who sold secrets of our sacred territory to those filthy elves and humans." The crowd exploded, growling in furious unison. "Shame on you," they roared, practically foaming at the mouth. "Divine punishment upon the traitor." Without hesitation, the long-haired orc kicked the condemned beastfolk forward toward the massive, lightning-crackling hammer. The poor criminal barely had time to blink before the bolt struck, reducing him to a pile of ashes in a flash of blinding light. The crowd cheered wildly, like they were at some twisted halftime show, chanting, "Divine punishment upon the traitor." Tsuyoshi, sweating bullets, couldn't help but gulp. Yeah, this ring definitely should have come with a manual. With the traitor's execution wrapped up, the orc turned his gaze towards Tsuyoshi, raising his sword high and casting a dramatic shadow over him. Next to receive divine punishment, the orc declared grandly, "Is this human, the first outsider to ever set foot in our sacred land, hidden from the world for thousands of years. Today, we bring divine punishment upon the human who dared to break our covenant." A beastfolk guard seized Tsuyoshi and hoisted him up, dragging him toward the altar like he was a misbehaving cat. Panicked, Tsuyoshi stammered, "Wait, I didn't mean to come here. I got lost. I have a sister who needs me. Please, I'm not your enemy." The guard sneered down at him, unimpressed. "Enough," he snapped, delivering a swift punch to Tsuyoshi's chest, knocking the wind out of him. As pain radiated through his body, Tsuyoshi's mind whirled. "I can't die here. I still have Karina." The orc shoved him to the ground in front of the crowd. Kneeling, bruised, and sweating, Tsuyoshi thought, "I dreamed of being a hero. How did it come to this?" "Filthy human," the orc bellowed, clearly enjoying himself. "You dare to enter our sacred lands? Prepare to be reduced to ash under divine punishment." The crowd erupted, chanting, "Bring down divine punishment upon the sinner." With the hammer crackling and aiming right at him, Tsuyoshi's instincts kicked in just in time. Before the bolt could hit, he managed to throw himself sideways, narrowly avoiding becoming beastfolk barbecue. The crowd went silent, stunned. Even the chained beastfolk criminals stared, jaws dropping. The long-haired orc muttered in shock. He dodged the lightning of divine punishment. That's unprecedented." From his throne, the Beast King narrowed his eyes, now watching Tsuyoshi with undeniable curiosity. Panting, Tsuyoshi, still bound, still in a mess, glared defiantly at the long-haired orc. "I refuse to die here, you big, hairy jerk," he shouted. But as he finished, another bolt struck him, sending agony coursing through him as the lightning threatened to turn him to ash. No way," he groaned, barely staying conscious through sheer stubbornness. Seeing him writhing, the orc's excitement grew. "Who said the lightning of divine punishment only strikes once? Let's see if he dodges again." The crowd's chanting grew louder and wilder, like they were at a rock concert. "Divine punishment! Divine punishment!" Nearby, a captured beastfolk girl, trembling, whispered, "What a horrible fate. Poor guy doesn't stand a chance." Tsuyoshi's mind raced. "No, I can't die here. I have to survive this." Just then, a system notification appeared in front of his eyes like some dramatic game pop-up, activating Boundless Endurance System. Divine selection in process. Suddenly, his burning, battered body began to glow with a golden light, like some kind of mythic action hero. Another alert popped up, as if this was all some kind of cosmic joke. Activation complete. System authentication verified. Beginning body repair and constructing ultimate physique. The Beast King squinted, clearly surprised by the glowing, floating human who seemed less doomed, and more like he just unlocked a cheat code. Another lightning bolt struck Tsuyoshi, but instead of finishing him off, the energy lifted him into the air, his body shifting between being torn apart and mending itself like a bizarre human yo-yo. The long-haired orc gasped, "Is that human still alive?" The system alerts kept rolling in as if Tsuyoshi was in the middle of a software update, constructing ultimate physique. 15% complete. The sight of Tsuyoshi still enduring the divine punishment left the beastfolk crowd in shock, and they murmured to each other, "What is happening?" They watched eyes wide as bolt after bolt of lightning hammered into him, each one somehow making him look less like a punished sinner and more like demigod in the making. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi, still floating and still in unimaginable pain, felt his body crackle with energy. He stumbled toward the massive hammer, every step like lifting a ton of bricks, but the system seemed determined to help him out with new updates. Constructing ultimate physique. 40% complete. Inputting skill, divine eye. As the lightning continued to strike, Tsuyoshi felt something deep within him stir. What? What's calling me? He didn't fully understand, but his legs, almost on autopilot, kept moving him up the altar steps. Each lightning strike burned, yet somehow fueled him, pushing him forward. The beast folk were now dead silent, jaws dropping as they watched this so-called divine punishment basically turn into a power-up montage. That guy, one whispered, eyes wide. Is he leveling up? The system chimed in again, dead set on updating him like a phone that just wouldn't stop. Constructing ultimate physique. 60% complete. Inputting skill, divine consciousness. Inventory. Inputting skill, absolute duplication. Tsuyoshi, half in shock, half on the verge of blacking out, had just one thought. At this rate, I'll be stronger than the heroes who left me in the dust. Tsuyoshi was just a few shaky steps from the hammer. The beast folk watched in paralyzed awe, jaws dropping as this hopeless human edged closer to the legendary weapon. Then the system decided it was time for yet another update. Constructing ultimate physique. 80% complete. The long-haired orc, practically tripping over his own feet, stammered. Impossible. Only the Divine King himself has ever gotten this close to the Divine Hammer. Up on his throne, the Beast King's eyes gleamed, suddenly looking more like a spectator at the world's weirdest sporting event. Is that human? Is he really trying to lift the Divine King's hammer? He muttered, sounding both impressed and a little offended. The lightning around the hammer crackled louder, roaring as if it, too, couldn't believe what it was seeing. Tsuyoshi, every nerve buzzing, forced himself closer. Are you calling for me? He wondered, his mind reaching out in a mix of determination and confusion. What do you even want from me? Finally, his hand brushed the hammer's cold surface, and the system jumped in like a game master with a flair for the dramatic. Ultimate physique construction complete. Special status. Chosen 1 activated. The second his fingers touched the handle, the sky erupted in a flash of lightning, like someone had just cranked the volume all the way up. Bolt after bolt struck him, and somehow Tsuyoshi stayed standing, though he was now giving off a glow that was frankly a little blinding. His eyes shone like they'd just been plugged into the world's brightest power outlet. In the silence that followed, the beast folk gawked as Tsuyoshi, now wrapped in lightning, gripped the hammer and, with a determined grin, lifted it off the ground. He could feel its weight, its power, and he couldn't help thinking, all right, Divine Hammer. You called me, so I'll put your power to good use. With a mighty swing, he sent a shockwave through the room, rattling the walls and sending dust flying. The beast folk stumbled backward, slack-jawed, like they'd just witnessed the world's most epic plot twist. Just as Tsuyoshi was catching his breath, a system notification cheerfully popped up. Congratulations! You have acquired the Divine Hammer. Level up. 3. Current unlocked power of Divine Hammer. 0%. Due to insufficient capability, the full power of the Divine Hammer cannot be demonstrated. Special effect. Unknown. Tsuyoshi blinked at the notification, almost laughing out loud. All that, and I don't even have the full power yet? One of the beast folk, a wide-eyed beast woman, gasped, a human, actually lifted the Divine Hammer. It was as if she'd seen a chicken doing calculus. Meanwhile, Ryuga, the long-haired orc who had been yelling the loudest, clenched his fists so hard they nearly cracked. A mere human lifted the Divine Hammer? This was beyond impossible. This was insulting. Even the Beast King hadn't managed it. Legend said that whoever wielded the hammer would become the leader of the beast folk, but surely this had to be some sort of cosmic glitch. As Tsuyoshi tried to process what had just happened, a new status window blinked open in front of him. Level 3? He mused. And this? Is this the divine selection system? Suddenly, with a ground-shaking thud, Ryuga landed right behind him in a puff of dust, snarling. You filthy human! How dare you touch the Divine Hammer with your unworthy hands? His outrage could have fueled a small fire. The beast folk roared, "General Ryoga, show him the pride of the beast folk. Take back our honor." Ryoga's glare was practically boiling. "I don't know what cheap trick you pulled to survive divine punishment and lift that hammer, but you'd better return it now and prepare for your end." Just as Tsuyoshi was deciding whether to try bluffing or just keep holding on for dear life, a notification popped up. Notification, passive skill, Divine Eye activated. Use Divine Eye to see detailed information on any item or opponent by focusing. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Divine Eye? Tsuyoshi thought, feeling curious. He focused it on Ryoga, and a window appeared. Name, Ryoga. Title, General Level, 84. Occupation, Beastman Warrior Weapon, Great Sword, Grade A. Zimbato. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. "Wait, Divine Eye lets me see my opponent's stats?" He tried to keep a straight face, but couldn't resist thinking, "Alright, system, maybe you're not so bad after all." Ryoga unsheathed his massive sword, its gleaming blade sending a chill down Tsuyoshi's spine. "You pathetic human. Do you really dare to challenge me?" Ryoga sneered. "I'll make sure your death is swift." In a panic, Tsuyoshi stammered, "Wait, it's a misunderstanding." His mind raced, "No way. I'm fighting a level 84 warrior." Ignoring him, Ryoga raised his sword high. "Silence," he roared. "Take this." Tsuyoshi closed his eyes, holding the divine hammer in front of him. "Listen to me, please," he pleaded, trying to sound less like a terrified mouse. The beast girl couldn't take her eyes off Tsuyoshi. She thought to herself, "The human is done for." General Ryoga is a force of nature, one of the Beast King's 5 great generals. Even a fellow beast man would struggle against him. A single blow would be enough to obliterate a human. She couldn't help but snicker under her breath. Hope this guy has some kind of secret plot armor. As Ryoga's massive sword crashed down on Tsuyoshi, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a shockwave through the air. Dust flew everywhere, blocking the view. When it cleared, Tsuyoshi was still standing, gripping the divine hammer like a man trying to hold on to his last piece of pizza. He had blocked the blow, barely. Inside his mind, Tsuyoshi marveled, I actually blocked it. His arms were numb. His body felt like it was about to fall apart, but the hammer was like that one friend who refuses to let you down. This thing is solid. Ryoga's eyes widened for a split second, his brain trying to process what had just happened. He blocked my strike? This human is still standing? You're lucky that hammer saved your life, Ryoga growled, his voice dripping with disdain. But next time it won't. Tsuyoshi, breathing raggedly, tried to explain in a tone that was almost begging. I'm telling you, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not even supposed to be here. I'm just trying to make it back home. To my sister. He paused, looking up at Ryoga with wide eyes. I swear, I don't even know how I picked up this hammer. Ryoga's sneer deepened, but then he narrowed his eyes. Without another word, the general lunged forward, his massive hand reaching for Tsuyoshi like a hungry bear pawing at the last cookie on the table. Enough talk, human! Ryoga snarled, his fingers closing around Tsuyoshi's torso. Ryoga lifted Tsuyoshi effortlessly, his grip like a steel vise. Gotcha, he thought, a cruel grin spreading across his face. I'll toss him into the sky and finish this with earthquake smash. That'll teach this puny human not to mess with me. Ryoga swung Tsuyoshi up and hurled him high into the air. Tsuyoshi's world spun as he hurtled upward like a ragdoll, gravity playing its usual cruel game. But as he ascended, a system notification suddenly popped up right in his face. Notification. Active skill. Absolute replication activated. Usage. Sense opponent's heart with your hand and choose one skill to replicate. Cooldown. 0 seconds. Note. Only one skill can be stored at a time. Replicating a new skill will replace the previous. Tsuyoshi blinked. Wait, what? I can steal his skill? He quickly read through the message. I need to touch his chest. If I can just get close enough. As he began his descent, Tsuyoshi flailed a bit, awkwardly twisting his body to face Ryoga. With an impressive display of mid-air clumsiness, he extended his hand toward the general's chest. In the most uncoordinated, unheroic moment of his life, he managed to brush his fingers across Ryoga's chest just as he flew by. The system chimed triumphantly. Skill replication complete. Heaven Seeker fully replicated. Meanwhile, Ryoga was still in the middle of processing the fact that a human was flying through the air like a confused pigeon, But now, his anger was more than just a simmer. He was officially done. "You miserable insect!" Ryoga bellowed, shaking his fist like a disappointed father scolding a child. "What did you do to me, human?" Tsuyoshi, now back on the ground, staggered to his feet, clutching the divine hammer. His arms were shaking, and his head was spinning, but there was a fire in his eyes, or maybe there was just the adrenaline. Either way, he was ready. His grip tightened around the divine hammer, his last hope. He swung it forward with all his might, summoning his borrowed power. Heaven's Seeker. As the hammer collided with Ryoga's sword, a violent explosion rocked the entire arena. The force of the impact sent dust and debris flying in all directions, turning the battlefield into a cloud of chaos. The beast folk stumbled back, eyes wide with disbelief, as the dust slowly settled. When the smoke cleared, Ryoga's jaw hung open in shock. Impossible! How can he use my technique? His mind raced, unable to process what had just happened. Ryoga stood there, unfazed, not a scratch on him. He looked himself over, utterly perplexed. What? It didn't hurt at all. It actually felt pleasant. He muttered to himself, as if trying to figure out whether he was dealing with a joke or a nightmare. Just as Tsuyoshi was about to lose all hope, a notification popped up before him. Notification. Due to being level 3 without a profession and unable to properly wield a weapon, no damage was inflicted on the opponent. Improve your abilities to increase effectiveness. Tsuyoshi's shoulders drooped in defeat. Are you kidding me? All that effort, and it didn't even scratch him? Ryoga, finally snapping out of his confusion, scowled furiously. You filthy human! You dare humiliate me like this, he bellowed, raising his sword once more, fury radiating from every pore. Tsuyoshi froze, unable to react in time, the full weight of his failure crashing down on him. But just before Ryoga's sword could descend upon him, a booming voice echoed across the arena, stopping the strike in its tracks. That's enough! The crowd was abuzz with whispers and gasps, sending ripples of energy through the air. Tsuyoshi, still dazed and blinking away the dust, could barely comprehend what was happening. He instinctively raised his arm to shield himself from the shockwave created by the Beast King's arrival. When the dust cleared, Tsuyoshi's eyes widened as he saw the Beast King kneeling before him, a move so unheard of that the entire arena seemed to collectively hold its breath. The beast folk were in disbelief. The Beast King kneeling? Whispers spread like wildfire, each beast folk exchanging bewildered glances, causing Tsuyoshi to flinch slightly under the intensity. It seems you have truly been chosen by the divine hammer, the Beast King said solemnly, his deep voice resonating through the arena. Tsuyoshi blinked, his mind still spinning. Chosen? What does that even mean? The Beast King turned to address the crowd, his voice rising with pride. For centuries, none have been able to lift the hammer, not even the greatest among us. Yet, today, this human has done what no beastman could. Tsuyoshi could only stare, his mouth dry. What? What's happening? His grip tightened around the hammer. The Beast King raised his arm toward the heavens, his other hand sweeping towards Tsuyoshi with pride, his gaze never leaving him. If he is truly chosen to be the future leader of the beastmen, then he must be allowed time to grow. The crowd shifted, and whispers filled the air. One voice cut through the murmurs. But isn't there a prophecy about this? Another beastman scoffed. He's not even one of us. He's a human. Just as the tension was about to rise again, General Ryoga stepped forward, raising his hand. His eyes were filled with defiance, his voice low but firm. But Beast King, this man is human. The Beast King shot Ryoga a piercing, irritated look. And what of it? Did the prophecy specify that our leader must be a beastman? Are you suggesting we ignore the one who may bring hope to our people? Ryoga's defiance faltered as he nervously clasped his hands, bowing his head. His voice trembled with a mix of respect and disbelief. It would be unthinkable. But still, the prophecy didn't specify. If he's not a beastman, then enough. The Beast King interrupted, his voice brooking no further argument. He turned to Tsuyoshi, his gaze sharp as ever. Boy, what is your name? Tsuyoshi straightened his posture, suddenly very aware of the Beast King's overwhelming presence. Tsuyoshi Tsukijo. The Beast King nodded slowly, eyes studying him with an unreadable expression. If you are willing to shoulder the future of our people, then I will grant you freedom. However, he said, his tone growing more serious, you are far too weak as you are now. Suddenly, a blue flame ignited in the Beast King's palm, casting an eerie glow over the entire arena. It flickered with strange energy, sending a chill through the air. When the time comes, the Beast King continued, we'll see if you are worthy of being our leader. Without further warning, the Beast King pressed his glowing hand to Tsuyoshi's forehead, and Tsuyoshi felt a strange, tingling sensation run through him. The blue light seemed to seep into his very mind, burning a mark into his consciousness. This is a mental mark, the Beast King said solemnly, stepping back. If you do not return within 1 year, I will use it to find you, wherever you may be, and end you. Tsuyoshi touched his forehead, feeling the heat of the mental mark. His mind raced, overwhelmed by the gravity of the decision he had just made. This wasn't just about surviving. It was about carrying the hopes of an entire people on his shoulders. As he looked at the Beast King, Tsuyoshi knew one thing for sure. He had just made a promise he wasn't sure he could keep, but he would have to try. The crowd held their breath, waiting for Tsuyoshi's response. He could feel the weight of their gazes on him, and his mind raced with the gravity of the decision. Just as he opened his mouth, a voice broke through the tension. Accept it, shouted the beast woman Tsuyoshi had noticed earlier. Her fierce, encouraging expression caught him off guard, and her words echoed in the vast arena. Take this chance, gain your freedom, and grow stronger. Tsuyoshi looked at her, noticing the fire in her eyes. He was intrigued by her intense gaze, but even more so by the gratitude and determination that seemed to emanate from her. Curious, he thought, let's see who this girl really is. Focusing, Tsuyoshi activated his Divine Eye skill, and the information about the beast woman appeared in his mind. Name, unknown title, warrior level, 72 occupation, beastman warrior weapon. Dagger user. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened slightly. Level 72? He was surprised at how powerful she was. But why is she marked as a criminal? The beast woman noticed his gaze and gave him a grin that was a mix of mischief and encouragement. It's better to be alive than to throw away the chance given by the gods. Don't waste it. Just then, the scene took a strange turn. As Tsuyoshi glanced down, the camera or whatever was observing seemed to focus on the beast woman's legs, her beautiful, well-defined figure, and well, let's just say the melon she was carrying in front. Tsuyoshi's face flushed slightly, his eyes inadvertently darting away before he could stop himself. But with a smirk, he raised his hand in a casual wave. Thanks, he said a little too casually, his mind trying to refocus on the bigger picture. Indeed, this is a miracle, Tsuyoshi thought. First, I need to survive. After that, I'll figure out a way back to my world. The path ahead was uncertain, but he knew one thing for sure, he wasn't backing down. With a deep breath, he looked up at the Beast King and spoke with new resolve. All right, I'll take your offer. But I have one condition. The Beast King raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Tsuyoshi's boldness. A condition? He asked, his tone skeptical, but curious. The entire arena seemed to hold its breath, eager to hear what the human would demand. Tsuyoshi pointed confidently at the beast girl in the crowd. She comes with me. She might be useful. The beast girl's face twisted in confusion, her eyes flickering between disbelief and what could almost be considered flattery. She blinked, caught off guard. Me? She looked like she'd just been handed a puzzling riddle, her expression a mix of confusion and something else, something Tsuyoshi couldn't quite place. She even looked a little pleased. Tsuyoshi cracked a small, confident grin. Guess we're even now, no debt owed. Later that night, Tsuyoshi stood outside the gates of the beastfolk village, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. He gazed down at the strange ring on his finger, lost in thought. From that voice I heard, it seems everything began with this boundless ring. He tried twisting it off, but it wouldn't budge. Thanks to this ring, I've gained these strange abilities. But how am I supposed to get back to my original world? Master, preparations are complete. A voice called from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turned around to see the beast girl approaching, her expression serious and focused. Master? She gave him a soft, almost reverent look. Yes, I've decided to serve my savior. Tsuyoshi's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He froze for a moment, eyes widening. Then he proceeded to make the world's most ridiculous face, half shock, half joy, with a dash of I can't believe this is happening to me. His brain screamed in the background. To be called master by a cute beast-eared girl. This is just irresistible. Trying to play it cool, Tsuyoshi forced a chuckle, but it came out sounding more like a squeak. "You no big deal," he stammered, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Act cool, don't mess this up now." His mind was racing, but his heart was doing flips. "Let's just get going then," he muttered, hoping she wouldn't notice the ridiculous grin he was desperately trying to hide. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "It's nothing much. Your words help me too. From now on, we'll support each other. As for calling me master, or, serving me, that's..." Before he could finish, the girl stepped closer, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red. She looked up at him with an expression that was a mix of awe and gratitude. "You don't understand how much that means to me. Master, you've given me a second chance. No one has ever seen me like this, or thought of me so straightforwardly. Except you." With a shy smile, she reached up and took his hand, pulling it gently toward her chest. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Your appearance. It's a miracle for me. I want to dedicate everything to you, Master." Tsuyoshi's mind temporarily short-circuited. He blinked rapidly, unable to process how quickly this was all happening. "Wait, hold on. This is getting a little intense." Trying to regain his composure, he glanced up at the sky, nervously clearing his throat. Suddenly, the beast girl turned and looked back at Tsuyoshi with a playful glint in her eyes. "Shall we be on our way? It's getting late," she said, taking a few steps ahead. Then, with a teasing smile, she glanced over her shoulder and reminded him, "Watch your steps." Tsuyoshi let out a sigh, relieved by the sudden change in pace. He slid one hand into his pocket, taking in the vast, almost surreal landscape bathed in the soft glow of the moon. What an amazing otherworld, he thought, his gaze drifting over the unfamiliar terrain. The beauty of it all left him momentarily entranced. But then, a sharp pang of reality snapped him back. "No, what am I doing? Karina is waiting for me back home." He couldn't afford to get lost in the wonders of this world. His mission was clear. Just as those thoughts settled in, a familiar chime rang in his mind, and a system notification appeared. Notification: the Boundless Pass is now available for use. Please note that the cooldown is 24 hours. Looking down at his finger, Tsuyoshi noticed the dull glow of the ring, a faint golden shimmer. "That's right. This ring brought me here," he reminded himself. "If I can use it again, maybe I can return to my world." With renewed determination, he raised his hand, focusing on the ring. "Open Boundless Pass," he commanded, unsure but hopeful. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, spiraling around him like a whirlwind. It tugged at him with the same familiar force he had experienced when he first arrived. His heart raced with anticipation. This is it, he thought, his mind reeling with excitement. I can finally go home. From a distance, the beast girl, noticing the swirling light, looked back at him in confusion. She called out, "Master," her voice carrying through the quiet night as she reached out toward him, but it was too late. The golden light surged around Tsuyoshi, and in a flash, he was swept away. The world around him blurred, and all that remained was the soft moonlight and the distant silhouette of the beast girl, frozen in the moment. And then, there was nothing but silence. In a rush of light, Tsuyoshi felt himself hurtling back through the boundaries of space and time, his body aching from the familiar sensation. The world around him twisted and bent before he finally stumbled forward, gasping for breath. The air was cool, but familiar, and as he looked around, the ground beneath his feet felt solid once more. "Am I back?" he thought, his heart racing. He took a deep breath, almost afraid to believe it. He quickly checked his status window, holding his hands together as if in prayer. Whispering under his breath, he muttered, "I did it. And my abilities, they're still here." The status window displayed: level 3 occupation, none weapon, none skill, none replicated skills, none divine consciousness inventory. Divine hammer, he raised an eyebrow. The divine hammer. It's still in there? Just then, another notification blinked across his vision. Notification: personal stats are shared across both worlds, but items are not. To use items from the other world, they must be placed in the divine consciousness inventory beforehand. Tsuyoshi sighed, placing a hand on the helmet still perched on his head. "So, since levels are shared, I can level up in either world, huh?" He scratched his chin, staring at the divine hammer in his inventory. Guess I managed to bring this thing over because it was in the divine consciousness inventory. He paused, a thought suddenly dawning on him. Wait a second. Does this mean I'm still at level 3 here too? Before he could process this further, a voice echoed from above the well, cutting through his thoughts. What's all the commotion down there? Hurry up before the cave collapses. One of his teammates shouted, clearly annoyed. Tsuyoshi looked up, momentarily confused. Why are you all still hanging around? Old man, I've been gone for hours, he called back. But as the words left his mouth, something felt off. Tsuyoshi's brow furrowed as he climbed up the rope, his thoughts racing. What's going on? He thought, trying to make sense of the strange situation. I spent at least 5 hours in the other world. Something isn't right. From above, the team leader's voice broke through his thoughts. You've been here all along alone. Good thing I came back to get you. Now hurry up and get out of there. Another teammate added, don't dawdle. Once the cave closes, you'll be trapped in there forever. Tsuyoshi grabbed the rope, climbing with urgency. So that's it. He realized time must have been frozen here while I was in the other world. His mind spun as the implication sank in. Was time here completely still? His eyes widened. This is just like something straight out of a manga. When he finally emerged from the well, Tsuyoshi took a deep breath, looking around at his teammates, his heart still racing. Could it be that time is also frozen in that other world now? He couldn't help but wonder who the original owner of this boundless ring was, and how this strange phenomenon worked. The team leader stood at the top of the well, his arms crossed. Tsuyoshi offered a grin, feeling a sense of relief at being back. Right, old man? The team leader raised an eyebrow. What is it? Tsuyoshi chuckled, his mind momentarily distracted by his memories of the other world. With a playful smile, he replied, the next test is tomorrow, right? But as he spoke, something shifted within him. The playful tone faded, and his thoughts drifted back to the horrifying day when everything had changed. The first gate had opened, and their world had been thrown into chaos. Blood trickled down his forehead, a rough bandage clinging to his cheek as he sprinted through the streets, his sister unconscious on his back. Her breathing was shallow, and her body was cold to the touch. Nearby, an overturned police car blared a piercing siren, a symbol of the destruction that had followed the opening of the gate. Towering above them, a massive monster was smashing buildings like a toddler on a sugar rush with a stack of blocks. Its shadow loomed over everything like it was out to prove it was the king of hide-and-seek, and, spoiler alert, it was winning. From behind him, Tsuyoshi heard a tiny, frail voice. Big brother, I can't feel my legs. His little sister, Karina, whispered like she was trying not to scare away a butterfly, which was an unfortunate choice given that a giant monster was terrorizing the city. Her words filled him with dread, but he kept sprinting, eyes burning with a fierce red glow, like he'd just downed a double shot of hot sauce instead of adrenaline. Then, she whispered again, almost as if she was asking him to pick up milk on the way home. Are mom and dad okay? Before he could answer, boom, a huge explosion tore through the street. He stumbled, clutching Karina like she was his phone, and he'd just dropped it without a case. This cannot be happening, he thought, like some guy in a disaster movie who really thought he'd be the one to survive. He called out for his parents, his voice cracking in a way that would have been embarrassing if everyone else wasn't also screaming. As he staggered through the wreckage, the cries of people echoed around him, blending into what sounded suspiciously like a very apocalyptic remix. Then, suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Tsuyoshi! Uncle Nakazato's grip was firm, his face grim. If you stop, you'll die. Keep moving, the man said, dragging Tsuyoshi back into action. Tears stung Tsuyoshi's eyes as he cried out, Uncle Nakazato. Mom and Dad, they're still at the house. Uncle Nakazato didn't hesitate, shaking his head firmly. Don't look back. You and Karina need to survive. The darkness will consume you too if you stop. He glanced toward the massive creature wreaking havoc behind them. We need to get Karina to a hospital quickly. The memory blurred, yanking Tsuyoshi back into the present. He stood beside Karina, who sat in her wheelchair, gazing up at him with eyes full of worry. Big brother, she asked softly, are you really going to retake the awakening test tomorrow? Are you sure you're okay? You just got back from work. Across the room, a nurse tidied up, her cheerful smile as unwavering as a motivational poster. You're always so thoughtful, Karina. Make sure you rest too. Tsuyoshi scratched the back of his head, giving his best, I totally have it together grin. I'm fine, really. How about you, Karina? Do your legs still hurt? Karina's gaze dropped to her lap, her cheeks flushing pink. I can't walk anymore, but I'm used to the pain by now, she murmured, her voice wobbling like a poorly balanced chair. Tsuyoshi's fists clenched, his heart doing an impression of a trash compactor. Karina's really suffering, isn't she? He thought, the weight of their past settling over him like a bad weather report. And because life loved its timing, a system notification dinged in his vision. Divine, I activated. Target bodily information. Both legs trapped under a collapsed building. 98% of nerve cells necrotized. Condition includes intermittent nerve pain. Recovery probability, 1%. Tsuyoshi stared at the message like it owed him money, his gaze shifting back to Karina in her wheelchair. A 1% chance of walking again? Great. What am I supposed to do? Gamble with reality. His mind wandered, conjuring a highlight reel of all the things she should have been doing, going to school, laughing with friends, living her best life. Instead, here they were. Him, trying to ace a test designed to kill half its participants, and her, stuck enduring a cruel hand life had dealt. Karina's my only family. I can't bear to see her suffer, he thought, determined to keep his hopeless poker face in check. Determined, Tsuyoshi made a silent promise. Even if the odds are close to zero, I'll do whatever it takes to help her stand on her own again. The scene shifted to Tsuyoshi walking alone through the city, the night air crisp enough to remind him he forgot a scarf. He clenched his fist as thoughts fired like motivational posters in his brain. As long as there's even a 1% chance, there's hope. There must be a way. If I rise as a hero, I might gain knowledge or powers that could heal her. With newfound determination gleaming brighter than the streetlights, Tsuyoshi stopped abruptly in the middle of the sidewalk. He raised his hand toward the night sky, his ring catching the moonlight like he was about to propose to fate itself. It's not just about healing Karina, he declared to absolutely no one. I want to live my life with pride. That's why I'm going to become a hero, the strongest hero there is. A few late-night passers-by slowed their pace, stealing wary glances at the young man dramatically monologuing under the moonlight. One muttered, "Is he okay?" Another replied, "Too much anime." But Tsuyoshi didn't care. His goal was clear, and nothing, especially not awkward stares, was going to stop him. The next day, at the BTG Awakening test site, a boy emerged from the testing chamber, looking as smug as a cat that just knocked over a vase. Measurement result. Level 3, Combat Power 540, the tester announced monotone. The glasses-wearing employee handed the boy an emblem, his expression suggesting he'd done this 300 times today. Please accept the hero's emblem, customized based on your test result. The boy's chest puffed out as he exclaimed, "I'm finally a hero." His proud mother clapped him on the shoulder, already making dinner plans. "That's my boy. We'll throw a big feast tonight. Aim for that C rank." Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing employee glanced at the next name on the list and adjusted his frames with the enthusiasm of someone forced to work overtime. Next up, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, taking the test after failing the first time. His tone carried just the right amount of shade to let the room know what he thought. Fixing Tsuyoshi with a skeptical look, he added, "When you're ready, step inside and place your hand on the measurement device. Though, I doubt it'll be any different from last time." Tsuyoshi, clad in a military uniform and sporting a cheek bandage that screamed serious business, strode confidently into the room. "We'll see soon enough if this is a waste of time," he said, brushing off the employee's doubtful glance like it was a pesky fly. The glasses-wearing employee, clearly committed to his job as chief doubter, chimed in, "Most who fail once usually have the same result every time. This device measures from all angles, after all." Tsuyoshi didn't bother with a response, already focused on his goal. He walked through the doors to the blue-lit chamber, the red-lit camera scanning him ominously, as if preparing to judge his soul. The last guy was level 3 with a combat power of 540, pretty standard he thought, sizing up the challenge. "Let's see how I stack up." He placed his hand on the device, the screen promptly displaying level 3. Alright, he thought, I should qualify as a hero too, but how high will my combat power be? With a deep breath, he activated his skill, Ultimate Physique, and veins bulged across his hand like his muscles were auditioning for an action movie. Suddenly, an intense wave of energy surged through the room, shaking the building so hard it felt like the entire foundation was reconsidering its life choices. The glasses-wearing employee stumbled. "An earthquake?" he muttered, his voice teetering between shock and mild panic. The device didn't just react, it exploded into sparks and lightning, clearly having an existential crisis over what it just measured. When the dust settled, the screen flashed the final reading. Combat power, 5400. The system's mechanical voice boomed. Measurement result. Level 3, combat power 5400. New record for level 3 heroes. Previous highest, 930. Tsuyoshi eyes widened as the numbers sank in. 5400. 10 times the last guy's combat power? He thought, staring at the screen in disbelief. I knew I'd improved, but this? He glanced at his hand, flexing it with a satisfied smirk. All according to plan. Turning toward the exit with confidence practically radiating off him, he thought, I'll aim for the top. Just then, a thought struck Tsuyoshi. I wonder about the power of the Divine King Hammer. Summoning it into his hand, a system notification promptly ruined the moment. Due to insufficient level and unmet conditions, the Divine King Hammer's full potential cannot be unlocked. Forced activation will consume immense energy. Duration of release, 1 second. Tsuyoshi examined the hammer, its ominous lightning crackling like it was auditioning for a heavy metal album cover. He smirked. So, in my current state, I can only manage 1 second. Fine by me. 1 second should be enough to gauge its power. Gripping the hammer in one hand and placing his other hand on the measuring device, Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with anticipation. All right, let's give it a shot, he murmured, practically daring the universe to stop him. The system notification wasted no time. The power of Divine King Hammer has been unleashed. Duration of release, 1 second. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi felt an explosion of pain, as though the hammer was draining his very soul. His inner monologue screamed, my entire strength. Gone in a flash. The hammer responded by lighting up like a thunderstorm on steroids, and the device began to spark and sizzle in protest. Through gritted teeth, Tsuyoshi strained, veins popping like his body was staging a revolt. Hurry up and measure it. Tell me how much my combat power has increased, he shouted, practically wrestling the hammer for dominance. Outside, the situation escalated to full-blown disaster movie. The sky roared. Lightning spiraled like dragons on a joyride, and crackling bolts hurled themselves toward the city. Panicked citizens pointed upwards, screaming, what's going on? An earthquake? While others ducked for cover as the ground shook with a vengeance. One particularly baffled man shouted, who angered the gods this time? Unaware of the chaos outside, Tsuyoshi pushed through the agony, his mind laser-focused on one thing. How strong am I now? Back in the test chamber, the device went into full meltdown mode. Warning, energy overload, unable to measure. Sparks flew like the machine was trying to invent fireworks, and then poof, the lights cut out. The room plunged into darkness, followed by an eerie silence, as if the building had just given up. In a panicked rush, the glasses-wearing employee burst into the room, flinging the door open like it was the end of the world. Due to the blackout, the test has been suspended. Evacuate immediately, he shouted, but his eyes then landed on Tsuyoshi, who looked like he'd just fought a battle and lost. Miserably, the man stared at Tsuyoshi, who was barely standing, panting like he'd run a marathon. He stammered wide-eyed, Who are you? A while later, Tsuyoshi was seen trudging through the building's corridors, rubbing his head like he was trying to massage away the trauma. I really underestimated it, he thought to himself, still processing the fact that he'd just drained every ounce of his energy in 1 second. Should have avoided using the Divine King Hammer until I'm stronger. Then, a grin crept across his face. His eyes lit up like he'd just won the lottery. Laughing with uncontainable joy, he bounced around in excitement. At least I'm officially a hero now. Sometime later, in the training grounds, a group of trainees stood nervously as they awaited their instructor. Enter Gaia, a tall, long-haired man in golden armor, looking like he just stepped out of an ancient epic. I am Gaia, the hero responsible for your training, he said, voice booming. The instruction will be tough, but you'll need to keep up. Tsuyoshi, ever the overachiever, activated his skill to assess Gaia's information. Name, Gaia. Level, 9. Occupation, warrior. Combat power, 1200. Tsuyoshi's face scrunched up like he just tasted something sour. Only 1200 combat power at level 9? He thought. I wonder how much my combat power will be when I reach that level. Gaia, however, seemed far less impressed by the whole situation. In fact, he looked downright annoyed, probably regretting his career choice. Being put in charge of rookie training? I'd rather be out exploring a D-rank dungeon than doing this, he thought, eyes narrowing as he glanced at the trainees. He raised his voice, attempting to muster some enthusiasm. You will all be entering a D-rank dungeon tomorrow. After some field experience, you'll determine which occupation suits you best. Expect even lower-level item drops, he said, with the enthusiasm of someone explaining why they need to clean the bathroom. The trainees gasped, their collective enthusiasm cratering. One of them blurted out, "We're going into a dungeon already?" Another trainee, already sweating buckets, added with a tremor in his voice, "Isn't there supposed to be a week of basic physical training first?" A third trainee, probably wondering why he signed up for this madness, chimed in, "Shouldn't we decide on our occupation before entering the dungeon?" Gaia, who was already over the entire situation, scowled and shot them down like they were asking if they could take a nap instead. Basic physical training? We don't have time for that. Now that you're heroes, you'll hone your skills through real combat. That's how I do things. If you can't keep up, then leave. Understood? The trainees, clearly rethinking their life choices, replied in unison, "Yes, sir," like a chorus of people who just realized they might have made a mistake. Tsuyoshi watched this with a smirk, thinking, this guy's just taking out his frustration on us. In the end, a hero is still human. Then his thoughts wandered to the past. He remembered the beast girl who had once taken his hand and held it close to her chest, and a faint blush crept onto his face. After all, I've got a level 72 beast girl waiting for me. Once the cooldown for Boundless Pass is over, I'll head back to the other world. Later that night, Tsuyoshi was sitting in his apartment, the daily news droning on in the background like a lullaby for people who still cared about the news. The reporter's voice filled the quiet room. Due to the earthquake that occurred around 7 p.m. tonight, a power outage has affected some areas of the city. Fortunately, no injuries have been reported. The Hero Union is already taking steps to resolve the situation. Tsuyoshi's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. Alright, now that the cooldown for the portal has ended, it's time to head back to the other world. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. I'll grow stronger there, choose my occupation, and gather all the equipment I need. He muttered aloud, I need to open the Boundless Passage. The ring on his finger began to glow with a golden light, as though it was ready to give him a grand magical entrance. Tsuyoshi felt the familiar energy engulf him, his eyes narrowing in anticipation as the world around him warped. In the blink of an eye, he was transported back to the other world, ready for whatever bizarre adventure awaited him next. The bright moon hung in the sky, and Tsuyoshi couldn't help but smile as he gazed up, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him. So, I'm back here again, he murmured, clearly pleased with himself. Sitting on the ground, he sighed, taking in the familiar scenery. Everything's the same as before. Even my clothes are back to how they were the first time. A frustrated look crossed his face. Great. So when you leave this world, both time and equipment revert to their original state. What a hassle. Lost in thought, Tsuyoshi didn't notice the approaching figure until it was way too late. Master, is something the matter? The beast girl suddenly appeared in front of him, her melon-sized chest dangerously close to his face. Tsuyoshi froze, eyes wide. Oh, right. I almost forgot about this. His heart skipped a beat. This is the part where I look like an idiot again, isn't it? Tsuyoshi quickly recovered, trying to hide his panic with a nervous laugh. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, No, it's nothing. Anyway, let's get to leveling up. Lead the way. The beast girl beamed, raising one hand dramatically toward the sky while making a fist with the other. I'm so glad to see you're eager, master. But then, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. There's a level 3 goblin nest nearby. They may only be level 3, but those goblins are cunning, lecherous, and numerous. You must stay vigilant. Tsuyoshi blinked, completely confused. Lecherous? Why does that sound like a problem for her? Noticing his puzzled look, the beast girl seemed just as perplexed. Tsuyoshi quickly shook himself out of it, thinking, alright goblins, this is starting to feel like a real fantasy world. His lips curled into a grin, thinking of a character from Naruto. Alright, it's settled. The target is the goblins. The beast girl's face lit up as she jumped with excitement, making an adorable puppy-like gesture with her fist held high in the air. Let's go, master, she cheered. Tsuyoshi grinned widely, feeling a surge of excitement. This is what I've been waiting for. In front of the goblin cave, Tsuyoshi and the beast girl crouched in the bushes, peeking at the goblin sentries lurking at the entrance. The beast girl leaned in, whispering, "Be careful not to wake the goblin sentries." Tsuyoshi smirked. "You're level 72. You should be able to take them out no problem, right?" He couldn't help but marvel at her stats. Her combat power is 630,000. That's insane. Just what I'd expect from a level 72. The beast girl blushed slightly, clutching her melons shyly as she gave him a curious look. "How do you know my level?" With a confident grin, Tsuyoshi shrugged. "I'm not your master for nothing, you know. Anyway, could you show me how a high-level hero fights?" She hesitated. "If I fight alongside you, you won't earn any experience points. The level difference is too great." Tsuyoshi scratched his head. "Oh, so there are rules like that? I just wanted to see you in action." Blushing, the beast girl replied, "You're flattering me. But if you insist, I'll give it a shot." She drew her knife, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Watch closely." In a flash, she vanished from his side, reappearing in front of the goblins. Her blade sliced through the air in an effortless blur as she took them down with her instant step slash. Tsuyoshi stood there, wide-eyed, and couldn't help but clap. "Whoa! That's the movement of a level 72 warrior. So cool." The beast girl turned with a smile, her eyes sparkling. "You're too kind. I always give my all, even against low-level opponents." I hope that was helpful. Tsuyoshi's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. It was incredible. "By the way, could you teach me that move?" She hesitated, raising an eyebrow. Instant step slash is a skill for high-level warriors. It's not really something you can learn yet. Besides, you haven't even decided on an occupation, have you? Tsuyoshi chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. "In that case, I'll become a warrior too. I mean, with you as my personal trainer, I'll be unstoppable." He thought to himself, "With a level 72 warrior by my side, I'll have no problem picking up all the cool moves. But first, I need a weapon, something that doesn't require a heroic divine king hammer." A system notification popped up. Notification: you have switched to warrior. Occupation status updated. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, level 3, warrior, combat power, 5400. Weapon: divine king hammer. The beast girl's expression softened, and she gently took his hand, holding it close to her chest. She gazed at him with a hint of affection. "You chose to become a warrior because of me. I'll make sure to be of use." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I'll do my best to support you in leveling up. First, let's gather some equipment for warriors." Tsuyoshi's face turned bright red as he felt her hand in his, a goofy grin spreading across his face. What kind of world is this? He thought, his cheeks burning even more. But just as things were getting a little too comfortable, a goblin's voice rang out. "Hey, it's time for a shift change." One of the goblins noticed the downed sentries and froze, staring at Tsuyoshi and the beast girl. "An intruder!" Tsuyoshi turned with a smirk, feeling the rush of excitement. "Looks like I'll handle this guy on my own." With a confident step forward, he glanced at the beast girl. "Lend me a dagger. There's something I want to try." A system notification immediately popped up. Notification: Silver Dragon Dagger borrowed. The beast girl's eyes widened in concern. "Master, engaging an enemy of the same level head-on might be." But before she could finish, Tsuyoshi had already lunged toward the goblin, his thoughts racing. "I haven't fully tested the power of Heaven Sucker yet. These goblins will be my guinea pigs." As Tsuyoshi charged at the goblin with the borrowed dagger, he couldn't help but feel the thrill of his new power. This would be the perfect opportunity to see what his warrior abilities and his untested skills could do in action. Tsuyoshi's heart raced as he soared through the air, his dagger aimed at the goblin below. The creature's red bar displayed level 3, combat power, 420, but Tsuyoshi's confidence never wavered. With a swift, clean slash, he released a wave of energy from the silver dragon dagger. The force of the strike cleaved through the goblin and its companion in an instant, both monsters collapsing to the ground in defeat. The beast girl, watching in awe, thought to herself, to defeat goblins of the same level so effortlessly. Even a party of 6 would struggle with that. Tsuyoshi landed smoothly, his grin wide as he turned to face the remaining goblins. "This seems surprisingly easy. I'll wipe out the rest of these goblins." His voice rang with pride as the surge of experience points filled his system. His thoughts raced. The divine selection system is fascinating. I'll reach level 4 by the end of the night. His status updated before his eyes. Level 3 occupation, warrior weapon, silver dragon skills. None replicate skill. Heaven Seeker experience. 53,000. Tsuyoshi felt a rush of excitement. Level 3 was just the beginning. If he could defeat enemies this easily now, just imagine the strength he'd have by the time he reached higher levels. Beside him, the beast girl stepped forward hesitantly, her ears drooping as she offered a makeshift weapon with both hands. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience," she said softly, her voice tinged with guilt. "Please use this as a weapon for now." Tsuyoshi barely glanced at her, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Then, something caught his attention, a worn-out wooden stick lying in the dirt. Ignoring her offering, he knelt and picked it up. He turned the battered stick in his hands as if it were a relic from another era. A faint grin tugged at his lips, and his eyes glimmered with mischief. "Don't worry," he said with a quiet confidence, the edge of exhaustion softening his tone. "Even a goblin stick isn't too bad." As if in response, a crisp system notification appeared before him, its chime echoing in his mind. Level 3 occupation, warrior weapon, worn-out wooden stick replicate skill. Heaven Seeker experience. 53,000. The beast girl furrowed her brows, her concern evident. "Master, we must hurry and gather some basic equipment. Your current gear offers almost no defense." Tsuyoshi nodded faintly, her words resonating with his own thoughts. "She's right. I'm practically walking armorless into death's embrace. Without proper gear, even this stick won't be enough." He paused, his mind wandering back to the mysterious divine consciousness inventory. The memory of its first activation was as vivid as ever. Divine consciousness inventory. A unique dimensional space accessible through one's consciousness, capable of storing items from both worlds. His panel shimmered into view. Current slot count. 3. Tsuyoshi's frown deepened as his gaze lingered on the one occupied slot. The Divine King hammer rested there like an immovable monument, too valuable to discard. Just one free slot. If only I could unlock more space. But how? His eyes flicked to the beast girl. Her gentle demeanor seemed so out of place in this world of bloodshed and chaos. And yet, 5 parts make a full set of equipment. In this world, who knows what wonders lie hidden among the different races? Unconsciously, his gaze lingered a moment too long. Her furred ears twitched nervously as she caught his stare. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and her voice quivered. "Master, is there something on my face?" Startled from his thoughts, Tsuyoshi chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. "No, nothing like that. I was just making sure you're still with me." The warmth of the moment shattered like glass as the beast girl stiffened. Her ears perked up, and her tail bristled. "Master!" she shouted, drawing her short sword in one fluid motion. Her eyes burned with urgency. "Behind you!" Tsuyoshi spun on his heel, his heart dropping into a cold pit. 3 goblins surged toward him, their red glowing health bars glaring ominously above their heads. Goblin level 4. Their guttural snarls filled the air, and each wielded a crude wooden stick similar to his own. But it wasn't the weapon that concerned him. It was the gleam of hunger in their eyes. The goblins cackled, their malicious grins wide and leering. One of them jeered. "Intruder! A woman! Hee hee hee!" The beast girl stepped in front of Tsuyoshi without hesitation, her sword gleaming in the dim cave light. Her voice was steady, but edged with urgency. "The goblins grow stronger as we go deeper. Stay alert!" Tsuyoshi blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her protective stance. But confusion quickly turned into a spark of excitement. His lips curled into a confident grin. "That means the experience points will also increase." Without waiting, Tsuyoshi charged forward, gripping his worn-out wooden stick like a seasoned warrior wielding a legendary weapon. His sudden movement startled the goblins, their mocking expressions shifting to alarm. One goblin sneered, raising its crude weapon. "You reckless fool!" Tsuyoshi met its glare head-on, his voice booming through the cavern. "Take this!" He swung the wooden stick with all his strength. The impact wasn't what anyone expected. A massive explosion of energy erupted from the stick, a blinding light engulfing the goblins. The sheer force obliterated all 3 enemies in an instant, leaving nothing but scorch marks on the ground where they once stood. A chime echoed in Tsuyoshi's mind as a system notification appeared before him. Level 3 occupation, warrior weapon, worn-out wooden stick replicate skill. Heaven Seeker experience. 150-3000. Tsuyoshi examined the stick in his hands, its surface now riddled with cracks. He winced slightly, clutching his wrist, but the grin never left his face. The higher the level of the enemy, the more experience I gain. But this weapon, it's too fragile. The beast girl watched in stunned silence, her eyes wide with awe. Slowly, her fingers tightened around her sword as her heart swelled with admiration. Master's potential is incredible. That blow, with just a wooden stick, he displayed strength that shouldn't be possible at his level. To defeat 3 enemies at once, instantly, despite the level difference. Her face flushed, and she clasped her hands to her chest. That's master for you. Tsuyoshi didn't linger on his victory. With an unshakable determination, he pressed forward into the depths of the goblin cave. The air grew heavier, the flickering shadows growing denser as the enemies became more numerous. Yet, no matter how many goblins appeared, or how much their levels rose, Tsuyoshi's explosive power made their efforts futile. Each swing of his stick sent goblins flying, their health bars evaporating in seconds. From behind, the beast girl couldn't contain her excitement. She clapped her hands, her voice rising like a cheerleader's cry at a championship game. "Amazing master!" she exclaimed, her tail wagging with delight. Defeating yet another goblin with a single decisive strike, Tsuyoshi muttered under his breath. "This skill is great, but the weapon is trash." That's the 6th one already. He exhaled sharply, gripping his battered stick tightly as his gaze swept over the lifeless bodies of the goblins. His breathing began to steady, though his mind was racing. Wow! I never expected the experience bonuses in this world to be so great. I'm getting stronger much faster than I thought. With one final swing, he dispatched the last goblin. The dull thud echoed in the cavern, and for a moment, all was quiet. As Tsuyoshi stood there, a flood of memories filled his mind. Back when I worked as a cleaner, I'd overhear the heroes grumbling. They were always frustrated about leveling up. Fragments of conversations replayed in his head, vivid and bitter. Everything gets taken by the guild, leaving us with nothing. Maybe we should join the guild too. All the dungeons are being fought over. When will we ever level up? Tsuyoshi smirked, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the fallen goblins around him. But here I can keep all the experience for myself. No guild restrictions. No one to share with. And the monsters grant way more experience than I've ever heard of. This world really is amazing. As if confirming his thoughts, the system chimed again. Experience. 2,100, 3,000. He clenched his fist, his pulse quickening. At this rate, I'll be unstoppable. I'm going straight for the boss. Fueled by confidence, Tsuyoshi pressed deeper into the cave. But that confidence shattered like fragile glass when he reached the cavern's core. The air turned heavy, almost suffocating. The dim light from the cave's moss barely illuminated the monstrous figure that loomed ahead. Tsuyoshi froze, his blood running cold. Slowly, he ducked behind a nearby rock, his hands trembling slightly as he peeked out. The creature's red eyes glowed like smoldering coals, piercing through the darkness with an almost tangible malice. Its towering frame radiated raw, unrelenting power. Tsuyoshi swallowed hard, his throat dry. Is that the goblin boss? Behind him, the beast girl crept closer, her usually composed face marked with fear. Beads of sweat trickled down her temples as she whispered, "Unlucky for us, master. This time, the boss has been possessed by darkness." Her words hit Tsuyoshi like a hammer. He blinked, his mind stuttering. Darkness. There's darkness in this world too? For a moment, his thoughts were paralyzed. His mind raced as he tried to come up with a plan. I can't back down now. But if this thing really is possessed by darkness? A chilling memory surged to the surface. The first time Tsuyoshi encountered a monster in his original world. The shadows of the past loomed large in his mind. In my world, darkness also lurks in the caves. Could it be the same entity? His grip on the worn-out wooden stick tightened as he tried to steady his spiraling thoughts. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing like a drum roll of impending doom. Sensing his distress, the beast girl's voice cut through the tension like a lifeline. "Master," she whispered, her tone laced with caution. "Enemies possessed by darkness are formidable. This boss may only be level 6, but once it's possessed by darkness, its strength becomes exponentially greater." She hesitated before continuing, her expression grim. Darkness doesn't just amplify power. It shrouds its host in mystery, making its next move impossible to predict. That's why. She stepped forward, gripping her sword tightly. That's why I will handle this boss myself. Her words pulled Tsuyoshi out of his thoughts, but instead of calming him, they stoked the fire of his rage. His voice trembled with fury as he growled, "No, I will absolutely take it down with my own hands, whether it's now or sometime in the future." His resolve solidified as he glared at the dark goblin boss. I don't know what connection darkness has across different worlds, but I will kill them all. Every last one of them. I will avenge my family. Fueled by his blazing determination, Tsuyoshi launched himself forward, the worn-out wooden stick clutched tightly in his hand. His voice roared through the cave, shaking the air itself. "I will kill you with my own hands." "Master, wait!" the beast girl cried, her voice thick with panic. But it was too late. The dark goblin boss surged forward to meet him, its grotesque mouth wide open, teeth glinting like daggers in the dim light. The creature's movements were unnervingly fast, each step shaking the ground. Tsuyoshi's vision blurred with rage as a name echoed in his mind. "Karina. You ruined Karina's life too." With all his strength, he swung his battered stick, the strike landing solidly on the boss's side. For a brief, fleeting moment, he thought he might have a chance. But the boss retaliated with equal ferocity. Its clawed arm smashed into Tsuyoshi, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. He crashed hard against the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Pain radiated through his body as he lay there, the cave spinning around him. He coughed, struggling to regain his breath, and stared at the ceiling of the cavern. The goblin boss barely flinched, its health bar mocking him with its stubborn resilience. Tsuyoshi's thoughts swirled bitterly. Damn it! The dark goblin boss loomed over Tsuyoshi, its grotesque face twisted into a cruel sneer. Its long, slimy tongue unfurled, dripping with malice as it lunged to deliver the finishing blow. But before it could strike, a gleaming slash of silver cut through the air. The tongue fell to the ground with a sickening splat. The beast girl stood firm, her blade glowing faintly. "Master, your weapon!" she shouted, desperation in her voice. Tsuyoshi lay motionless for a moment, his battered body trembling as he forced himself to rise. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes burned with unyielding fury. "The one who took my father and mother. The enemy of Karina. No, I refuse to be killed by the likes of you." Suddenly, his eyes flashed with an intense yellow glow, illuminating the cavern. System notification. Ultimate physique activated. Complete. In an instant, Tsuyoshi's body began to transform. His muscles expanded, surging with energy, his form now resembling that of a world-class bodybuilder sculpted from stone. Power coursed through every fiber of his being, the sheer intensity radiating off him like a blazing inferno. He clenched his fists, his voice thunderous as it echoed through the cave. "If I don't have a weapon..." He stepped forward, his gaze locked on the monster. "Then my body will be the weapon." System notification. Enhancement focused on right hand. Immense strain detected. Caution advised. The warning flashed in his mind, but Tsuyoshi brushed it aside, his focus absolute. He charged forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet from the sheer force of his movement. With a mighty roar, he swung his empowered fist, all his rage and determination channeled into the blow. His punch collided with the dark goblin boss, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. The impact unleashed a devastating shockwave, obliterating the boss in an instant. Ash scattered through the air like smoke, the monstrous figure erased from existence. Breathing heavily, Tsuyoshi stood amidst the destruction, cradling his throbbing right hand. His body ached, and his heart raced, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. He glared at the ground where the monster once stood, his voice low but resolute. "I will kill all the darkness," he vowed, each word dripping with conviction. System notification. Level up. Level. For occupation. Warrior weapon. None skills. None replicate skill. Heaven shaker as the adrenaline drained from his body. Tsuyoshi glanced down at his trembling right hand, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips despite the searing pain. "Even my own body can't keep up with this power," he thought, a mix of pride and self-awareness flickering in his expression. The beast girl rushed to his side, her voice thick with concern. "Master, your arm, it looks terrible." He tried to wave her off, but winced as sharp pain shot up his arm. Glowing text flickered in his vision, an ominous reminder of his overzealous actions. System notification. Warning. Severe injury detected in the right hand. Immediate treatment required to prevent necrosis. Energy output exceeded the hand's physical limits. Future strengthening adjustments are recommended. Clutching his throbbing arm, Tsuyoshi muttered hoarsely, "It hurts," before his knees buckled. His vision blurred, and he collapsed forward, fainting straight into the beast girl's chest. She gasped, catching him with surprising strength. Her voice trembled as she cradled him. "Mustard? Hung on? Don't give up!" Frantically, she rummaged through her satchel, pulling out a small vial filled with a shimmering green liquid. An hour passed. The dim cave now seemed oddly serene, with two bats, one white and one black, fluttering playfully above. Tsuyoshi's eyes snapped open, a spark of vitality returning to them. He groaned as he sat up, flexing his fingers cautiously. "Oh, I feel so much better already," he exclaimed, examining his hand. The beast girl beamed, relief washing over her. "The medicine worked? Thank goodness." Tsuyoshi inspected his arm closely. Though still tender, it was no longer swollen or burning. His thoughts turned curious. The recovery speed isn't as fast as the advanced medicine from my world, but its depth. This elixir clearly taps into ancient, intricate healing methods. Feeling a sudden surge of energy, Tsuyoshi jumped to his feet. Striking a dramatic bodybuilder pose, he exclaimed, "I'm stronger than ever." The beast girl clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. "Amazing, master. You're incredible." Still grinning, Tsuyoshi's mood shifted as something dawned on him. "Wait, the reward. We almost forgot about the treasure." The beast girl giggled, patting her satchel. "It's what we came here for, right? Let's go claim it." As they made their way deeper into the cavern, a soft glow caught Tsuyoshi's eye. A treasure chest, ornate and shining, rested in the center of the chamber. Just as they approached, another notification appeared before him. System notification. Notice. Achievement unlocked. Fastest time to defeat the goblin boss of this cave. Reward classification upgraded from partial reward to set reward. The beast girl pointed to the chest, glowing ominously in the corner, her voice filled with awe. "There it is, master. The treasure chest. It's a darkness treasure chest." Tsuyoshi's heart pounded as he approached it, his steps quickening. Darkness treasures. Items like these are almost mythical. Even in my original world, they were the stuff of legends. His hands quivered with anticipation, his excitement lighting up his face. "All my battles, all that pain, it's all worth it for this moment." With a deep breath, he opened the chest. Inside lay a gleaming, intricately designed set of armor, radiating a faint, otherworldly glow. System notification. Notice. You have received the Dark Goblin set. The beast girl leaned closer, her eyes widening. "Incredible. Master, this is such a rare find. This armor will definitely come in handy." But Tsuyoshi's enthusiasm was suddenly replaced by a look of concern. He quickly closed the chest, his mind racing. "Wait, my inventory only has one free slot left. If I store the entire set, will it count as a single item or separate pieces?" As if reading his thoughts, a notification appeared before him. "Do you want to save the item in your inventory?" Hesitating for a moment, he finally selected yes. To his amazement, the entire armor set compactly fit into the single slot, leaving the remaining space untouched. System notification. The Dark Goblin set has been added to your inventory. You can retrieve it at your own will. A mischievous chuckle escaped Tsuyoshi's lips, his grin spreading wide. "What a steal! I can't believe I got away with that." The beast girl tilted her head curiously. "Master, why are you smiling like that?" Snapping back to reality, Tsuyoshi waved off her concern. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just appreciating how efficient the system is." Then a thought struck him. "By the way, can you sew?" The beast girl's ears perked up, and her smile brightened. "Of course. I've been sewing my own clothes since I was a child. I even carry a sewing kit with me." Later, under the soft, silvery glow of the moonlight, the two sat side by side on a grassy hill. The serene blue hues of the night sky painted a tranquil backdrop, as if the world itself had paused to savor the moment. The beast girl carefully mended a small tear in her cloak while Tsuyoshi leaned back, gazing at the stars. The atmosphere felt almost surreal, like a scene from a romantic painting. The beast girl held up the vest she had sewn, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Master, it's done. Is this good enough?" Her voice trembled slightly, a mix of pride and uncertainty. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in genuine awe as he took the vest. Thank you. He slipped it on and marveled at the craftsmanship, his voice filled with admiration. Wow, you're so skilled. Her smile stretched across her face, the corners of her lips quivering with pride. I'm glad to be of service, she said softly, her heart swelling with warmth from his praise. A quiet sense of satisfaction washed over Tsuyoshi as he thought to himself. Now that I've leveled up and got my gear, it's time to head back. He stood up, stretching, the weight of their journey pressing down on him. We should settle down for tonight to rest and recover. The beast girl nodded with a silent understanding, her eyes softening. Yes, let's go. Back in his apartment in the real world, Tsuyoshi collapsed onto his bed with a relieved sigh, his body sinking into the mattress. Phew, finally back. He stared at the ceiling, his mind drifting to the beast girl. Her face lingered in his thoughts, and he could still feel the weight of their shared experiences. After wandering with her, we finally found a place to rest. I had to wait until she fell asleep before slipping away this time. I really scored a ton of great stuff. He sighed, the weight of his journey settling on his chest. Rolling onto his side, his thoughts deepened. I can't stop the flow of time in that world forever. I'd better get some sleep. Tomorrow, we're heading into a new cave. The thought of what lay ahead was both thrilling and daunting. The next morning, a notification blinked before him, its sudden appearance pulling him from his thoughts. System notification. The Dark Goblin set is in your inventory. Would you like to equip it? Without a second thought, Tsuyoshi clicked yes, his excitement bubbling up inside him. System notification. You have equipped the Dark Goblin set. Special skill unlocked. Roaring Tentacles. Activating this skill emits a scream that stuns low-grade enemies within earshot while transforming your hand into a phantom tentacle that deals lethal damage. Tsuyoshi stared at his reflection in the mirror, his breath catching in his throat. The armor transformed him, making him look like a character from a game, a boss monster ready to strike. He couldn't help but grin, his voice full of exhilaration. Awesome. It even has a special skill. This is going to be fun. But then a shadow of doubt crept in. Wait, if I walk around in this gear, I'm definitely going to attract unwanted attention. Heroes here are known to kill others for rare equipment. He furrowed his brow and scrolled through the system, contemplating his next move. Another notification popped up, drawing his focus. System notification. Equipment effect. Conceal. This feature disguises your gear as regular clothes. Do you want to activate it? Perfect, Tsuyoshi muttered, his fingers trembling slightly as he clicked yes. The Dark Goblin set vanished in an instant, replaced by simple, everyday clothing. He glanced down at himself, the new outfit fitting comfortably, but his mind was still racing. Grinning, he straightened his shirt, trying to shake off the lingering unease. There are still a few minutes before the meeting. I should grab some bread. His voice was casual, but there was an edge of anticipation in his tone. Just as he turned to leave, his phone rang, breaking the calm. A jolt of confusion shot through him as he picked it up. Hello? On the other end, a panicked voice shattered the silence. Are you Karina's brother? I'm the chief nurse. Some scary people are at the hospital trying to take her. They claim she owes them money. Please hurry. Tsuyoshi's blood ran cold. Before he could even form a response, a gruff voice cut through, sending a chill down his spine. Don't let her go. The nurse's voice quivered, almost breaking. They've taken my phone. Please hurry. The call ended abruptly, leaving only silence and the rising tide of dread in Tsuyoshi's chest. Fury ignited within him, burning hotter than anything he had ever felt. His fingers tightened around his phone, crushing it with a single, powerful grip. With a shout of anger, he stormed out of his apartment, barely noticing the notification flashing before his eyes. System notification. Level 4. Occupation. Warrior. Equipment. Dark Goblin set. Special skill. Roaring Tentacles. Weapon. None. Skills. None. Replicate skill. Heaven Shaker. He barely registered it as his thoughts were consumed with Karina's safety. The image of her frightened, helpless, tore at him. He had to get to her. Now. At the hospital, Karina was on her knees, her voice breaking with desperation. Please wait for my brother. Stop this. What do you want from me? Her words were pleading, but the terror in her eyes was unmistakable. The lead loan shark, a burly man whose appearance screamed trouble, sneered down at her. Your brother borrowed money and didn't pay it back. The contract's clear. We're taking you as collateral. His words were sharp, calculated, and laced with menace. Karina's voice cracked as she protested. My brother would never sign such a contract. You tricked him. The loan shark's grin widened, and his eyes gleamed with dark amusement as he processed the situation. The young boss has a thing for this girl. A beauty like her would fetch a fortune on the black market. His thoughts were cruel, calculating. That fool didn't even read the fine print. He grabbed her chin roughly, forcing her to meet his gaze. Your brother's payments barely cover the interest. He'll never pay off the capital. But if you come with us quietly, we might go easy on you. His hand tightened painfully on her face, and he leaned in closer, his breath foul. His grin twisted into something sadistic, a predator sizing up its prey. If you refuse, though, no hard feelings. Suddenly, the room's door exploded inward with a deafening crash, as if the very air itself had shattered. There, standing in the doorway, his eyes blazing with an intensity that could set the world aflame, was Tsuyoshi. His voice, cold as ice, rang out, sending a ripple of fear through the loan sharks. Who dares? The room fell into an eerie silence as Tsuyoshi's gaze locked onto the man who had dared threaten his sister. The air thickened with menace, the tension palpable. His voice, low and dripping with a promise of violence, reverberated through the room like the growl of a caged beast. Brace yourself. Tsuyoshi kicked the hospital door open with the force of a superhero who's way overqualified for this situation. The system chimed in with a new notification because apparently drama triggers updates. Level 4. Occupation, Warrior. Equipment, Dark Goblin Set. Special Skill, Roaring Tentacles. Weapon None. Replicate Skill. Heaven Shaker. The room, previously noisy with bad villain dialogue, suddenly went dead silent. Tsuyoshi's sister, sitting in a wheelchair, yelled, "Brother!" like they were shooting a soap opera. The gang leader, reclining like he was on vacation, turned and sneered. Well, look who decided to show up. He gave off the vibe of a guy who spent way too much time practicing comebacks in the mirror. With the confidence of a third-rate villain straight out of a bargain bin action movie, he smirked. Why so angry? Isn't this what we agreed on? I mean, you don't even need a crippled sister like her, right? He didn't get to finish that sentence. Why, you ask? Because Tsuyoshi, fueled by rage and zero chill, moved faster than Wi-Fi at Grandma's house, and bam. His foot connected with the leader's face, so hard it probably sent a memo to his ancestors. The poor guy's teeth went airborne like confetti at a cheap party, and his body did an Olympic-level spin before crashing to the ground. Cue another system notification. Strongest body part unlocked. Legs, speed, and power increased. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed an ominous red, like he'd just unlocked his inner anime protagonist. One of the gang members, clearly the team clown, decided to try his luck and threw a punch. Big mistake. Tsuyoshi met the punch with his own, and the guy's hand didn't just lose, it straight up disintegrated. Now he was sitting on the ground, cradling his broken hand like baby, trembling like someone who just found out they owe the IRS. The gang leader, groaning, managed to spit out some nonsense. Nobody defies the Blue Snake Gang. You're dead meat. He whipped out a gun, aiming straight at Tsuyoshi. Let's see you survive this. He fired, and the bullet zoomed through the air. But Tsuyoshi casually caught the bullet with his bare hand, like it was no big deal. The room went silent again, except for the collective sound of jaws hitting the floor. He caught a bullet with his hand? One of the gangsters screamed, probably reconsidering every decision that led him to this moment. Impossible, another stammered, looking like he'd just seen Bigfoot riding a unicorn. Tsuyoshi, unfazed, let the bullet drop from his hand and walked toward them, his face an intimidating blend of fury and "I don't have time for this." His system chimed again, because of course it did. Strongest body part unlocked. Hands, immune to ordinary weapons. The remaining gangsters huddled together, trembling like kids caught stealing cookies. Hero. One of them stuttered because apparently they just realized they were in a superhero movie, not a gang thriller. Moments later, the nurse who'd called Tsuyoshi earlier arrived with security. There are loan sharks harassing a patient and her brother. Hurry, she yelled as she pushed the door open. Inside, she froze. The once feared gangsters were now huddled in a pathetic pile, covered in bruises, their leader looking like he'd just lost a wrestling match with a blender. Forcing a smile, the leader stammered, "Mr. Tsuyoshi, please pay me back in one lump sum as soon as possible. If you delay repayment, our young boss, who is also a hero, might not keep quiet." "Well then, if you LOL, excuse me. I'm sorry for interrupting you today." He bowed so low it looked like he was auditioning for a yoga class. The gangsters all joined in, waving their hands in a weird, synchronized Buddha peace gesture. "We'll be leaving now," they said in unison before scrambling out the door like cockroaches when the lights come on. The nurse, still standing there, looked at Tsuyoshi and then at the gangsters fleeing for their lives. As the lone shark leader shuffled away from the hospital room, bruised and beaten, he muttered to himself, "The boy's become a hero. Damn it. I've got to report this to the boss, or his plan to take the sister will go down the drain." Then, as if the universe wanted to spice things up, a notification popped up in the leader's mind. Blue Shark Gang Boss. Level 10. Occupation: Warrior Tank. Combat Power: 2,300. But between you and me, notification wasn't even linked to Tsuyoshi. He smirked darkly. "The boss is level 10. That kid's just a trainee. He doesn't stand a chance. We'll crush him like a mosquito." Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Tsuyoshi's sister, Karina, stared at him in confusion. "They left?" she asked, her voice full of disbelief. Tsuyoshi, holding a white cloth like he'd just come from a failed magic show, sighed. "Yeah, Karina. Sorry I haven't been able to visit you as much as I wanted." He stepped closer and knelt slightly. "They're right, though. If we don't pay them soon, the blue sharks will be back. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to repay them, but I've got nothing. Zero. So don't worry about it, okay?" Karina, with a faint smile, looked at him and said, "You really became a hero." Tsuyoshi awkwardly scratched the back of his head, pulling out his hero ID like it was a golden ticket to the chocolate factory. "Well, sort of. I'm still an intern. I'll be officially recognized after I pass the cave trial today." With determination, Tsuyoshi walked out of the room, ready to face the challenge. His thoughts raced. "I borrowed 60,000 yen from the Blue Shark Gang for Karina's treatment. If I try to pay it back slowly, it'll take forever. Even if I become an official hero, it won't be enough. The only way is to sell all my equipment. But that's risky." Then the scene shift the cave entrance. At the entrance of the cave, Tsuyoshi joined a group of adult trainees, all under the watchful eye of their instructor, a grizzled man standing with his arms crossed like he was auditioning for a martial arts movie. The instructor barked, "All right, everyone here? Good. Today, we'll test your skills to see if you're ready to become official heroes. Rules are simple. All equipment you find in the cave belongs to me. No exceptions." The trainees, eager to please, nodded without hesitation. Tsuyoshi, however, thought to himself, "I've heard rumors about this. Seems like the Hero Union is turning a blind eye. But whatever, it's not like we'll find anything valuable in a low-level cave anyway." The instructor raised a fist dramatically, his voice booming. "For the record, I'm a level 9 warrior. As long as you follow my instructions, you'll pass the exam. And in return for my expert guidance, you'll each pay me 20,000 yen. Got it?" Grumbles filled the group. One trainee muttered, "That's way too much." But Tsuyoshi, raising his hand, said loudly, "Why do we have to pay you? You're already taking all the equipment we find. How are we supposed to have any money left for ourselves?" Another trainee whispered nervously, "Don't go against him. He's part of the Crazy Wolf Guild." Tsuyoshi's eyes narrowed. "Ah, so he's got backing. No wonder he's so shameless. But I'm not letting someone like him push people around. Even if it costs me everything, I won't support someone who helps the strong crush the weak." The instructor, now visibly irritated, retorted, "If you're too broke to pay, sign up for the solo test instead." He smirked, thinking, this kid's an idiot. Provoking me? Let's see him survive a solo trial. No one ever does. The trainees panicked. "A solo test? Isn't that suicide?" one whispered. "Even the strongest heroes avoid that," another added. Yet Tsuyoshi, undeterred, crossed his arms confidently. "So, I can sign up for a solo test? Perfect. That works for me." In the middle of forest in front of solo test entrance and cave, a spectacled official, looking like an overworked accountant, adjusted his glasses nervously as he processed Tsuyoshi's solo test application. "Are you serious?" the man asked. "Do you know what you're signing up for?" Tsuyoshi nodded firmly. "I'm sure. Please proceed." The official hesitated. No one has ever passed the solo test, not even the top heroes. It's practically a death sentence for a trainee. With a respectful bow, Tsuyoshi replied, "Thank you for your concern. There's no doubt in my mind. Please let me go." The official, now trembling, thought to himself, "This kid's insane." Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi walked toward the cave entrance, his determination unwavering. He paused, looking back briefly. Well, I'll be going in now, he said calmly as Tsuyoshi stepped into the cave. The world seemed to shift around him. In front of him was not the dark, damp cave he expected, but a magical forest glowing with an otherworldly light. A new notification popped up. Test confirmation. Trainee Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. Solo test application confirmed. Cave type, forest type. Recommended participants, 5 or more. Recommended combat power, 600 plus. Tsuyoshi raised an eyebrow. 5 people and 600 combat power? He muttered to himself. I've only seen caves after the heroes cleaned out the darkness. Is this what an original cave looked like? Before he could ponder further, a goblin leapt out of the shadows from behind him, swinging a wooden stick. Huh? The stick connected with Tsuyoshi's back and snapped in half. A faint blue glow emitted from him. Tsuyoshi turned around slowly, looking more annoyed than hurt. A surprise attack? That level of power won't hurt me. The goblin froze. Before it could react, Tsuyoshi yanked the broken stick out of its hand and swung it back at the creature. Thwack! The goblin crumpled to the ground in a heap. Wow, Tsuyoshi said, inspecting the stick. This dark goblin is pretty strong. A notification popped up. Combat power check. 6400. Tsuyoshi smirked, his golden eyes glinting. Looking down at the goblin like it was an ant, he brushed his hands together dramatically. Compared to my power, you're dust. And I know it. The experience gained from real-world enemies is not even half of that of counterparts on the other side. No wonder the hero suffers from slow growth. Another notification appeared. Experience gained, 20 of 6,000. Sensing more movement, Tsuyoshi stretched his arms casually and he said, don't sneak up on me. Come at me all at once. The forest erupted as dozens of goblins emerged from the bushes, screeching and charging at him. Oh great, Tsuyoshi said with a sigh. Perfect timing. Without hesitation, he activated his dark goblin armor. The suit pulsed, and black tentacles erupted, striking down the goblins like they owed him money. Roaring tentacles, Tsuyoshi yelled, a wide grin on his face. Come on, form a line. Everyone gets a turn. Outside the cave, the bespectacled official stared at his iPad nervously, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Muttering to himself, he said, almost an hour. No one's ever lasted this long. Is he fearless? Or just crazy? I mean, who signs up for the solo test willingly? The union was going to cancel this thing next week, and now I'm stuck writing another obituary. Suddenly, the device beeped loudly, and a new notification appeared. Solo test results uploaded. Candidate Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro passed. The man's jaw dropped. He passed. At the cave exit, Tsuyoshi walked out of the cave casually, brushing off dirt from his darkest body, as if he'd just finished a stroll in the park. A new notification popped up. Level 4. Occupation, Warrior. Equipment, Dark Goblin set. Special skill, Roaring Tentacles. Weapon none. Skill none. Replicated skill, Heaven Shaker. Combat value, 6,400. Looking around, Tsuyoshi asked, excuse me, is there a place nearby where I can wash up? The bespectacled official stood frozen, too stunned to respond, questioning all his life choices as Tsuyoshi casually walked past him. The scene shifts to the earlier portal, where Tsuyoshi, the trainees, and the instructor are gathered. From the portal, the instructor and all the trainees emerge, looking worse for wear. The instructor glares at the group, gripping a knife. If I hadn't been there, you'd all be long dead. Becoming a hero without being able to assist in attacks? 20,000 is too cheap. One trainee pipes up. Didn't you say it was the teachers who told us not to interfere? Another adds, and you rejected my healing music support. Are you really complaining about 20,000 after that? The first trainee chimes in again. Plus, this was my first cave dive, and you barely explained anything. Getting mad at us is just outrageous. A third trainee nervously whispers, hey, keep it down. It's fine. You've already passed the test with this. The instructor scoffs, fixing them with a glare. At your level, I should have charged you 40,000. I'm letting you off with 20,000. So quit whining. Suddenly, the instructor's communication device buzzes, interrupting his tirade. He answers with an annoyed tone. It's me, Hero Exam Center. I'm busy here, so just get to the point. But as the voice on the other end speaks, his face contorts into a mixture of shock and disbelief. Sweat starts forming on his forehead, and his jaw drops. Oh, I think I know where this is going. You might be thinking, yep, it's about our protagonist. The instructor stammers. What? That guy. Passed the solo test? Are you sure? He pauses, listening again, then exclaims loudly, nonsense. Little away from the cave entrance, Tsuyoshi calmly, washing his hands and brushing some dirt off his clothes. The instructor stomps toward him, disbelief etched across his face. I looked into it, the instructor says, crossing his arms. At best, you're level 4. Did you use some high-grade gear? There's never been a rookie who passed the solo test before. With his usual nonchalant demeanor, Tsuyoshi tilts his head back slightly, as though posing for a dramatic movie shot. Just because no one's done it before doesn't mean it's impossible, he replies. Maybe I was motivated by the thought of saving 20,000. The instructor snaps, grabbing Tsuyoshi's shirt. Are you mocking me? Answer before you regret it. I'm a member of the Lazy Wolf Guild. Unmoved, Tsuyoshi deadpants, level 9. Combat power of 1,200. Doesn't seem like a significant guild to me. The instructor's face flushes with anger as he activates his power. His fist glows with golden light. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult me? He launches a punch, but Tsuyoshi easily catches it midair. Unbothered, he remarks, planning to beat me to death with your level 9 fist? The instructor freezes, shocked. His thoughts race. This power. At level 4? Flustered, he pulls his hand back and shouts, You! Drawing a dagger from his back, he lunges again. Tsuyoshi steps aside and mutters, Wait a minute. The instructor slashes at him, but the blade shatters on impact with Tsuyoshi's dark goblin armor. The instructor stares at the broken blade, sweat trickling down his face. It's broken, he gasps. It didn't even feel like a body. His eyes narrow, suspiciously. You're hiding some kind of high-grade equipment, aren't you? Tsuyoshi thinks to himself, accidentally showing my abilities like this. It'll be trouble if people find out my secrets. The instructor lets out an evil laugh, sounding like a third-rate villain. What are you hiding? It must be something good. Did you find it in the cave? Or did you steal it? Sweat beads on Tsuyoshi's face as he tries to change the subject. I was scared. If it weren't for that Sabi dagger, things could have been dangerous. At that moment, an office worker arrives and interrupts. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tsushiro-san. Here's your identity verification. With this, you're officially a hero now. Taking the ID card, Tsuyoshi nods. Understood. I'll be there right away. Internally, he sighs in relief. That was a lifesaver. Hopefully, the instructor won't pull something in front of the staff. Behind him, the instructor's face contorts into an almost monstrous grin. His malicious intent is clear, but Tsuyoshi senses it. He reflects, my combat power may be high for level 4, but fighting higher-level enemies is always troublesome. Later that night in Tsuyoshi's apartment, lying on his bed, Tsuyoshi recalls the earlier events. He thinks I seem to have drawn attention from Gaia. There are no beast-eared girls in this world, but my level is too low to risk attracting more attention. However, unbeknownst to him, 2 suspicious figures are lurking outside his door. One of them, holding a glowing magic staff, whispers, This is the place, right? The other nods, his voice raspy. Yeah, break the door, use magic to paralyze him, and we'll knock him out. Then, we take everything. The ugliest instructor in history steps into view, his sinister grin exposing a long, snake-like tongue. Clutching a new blade to replace his earlier broken one, he chuckles darkly. We'll split the treasure later. No noise. Don't alert the neighbors. The magician begins chanting softly, his staff emitting a faint glow. Get ready. I'll break the seal first. Then we'll go in quietly. But before the lock can be undone, the door bursts open with a thunderous crash, catching all 3 intruders off guard. Standing in the doorway is Tsuyoshi, his eyes glowing an intense red, veins pulsing on his face. In his hand, he grips a wooden stick tightly. Tsuyoshi snarls, Daipo. You're quick, aren't you? The magician, recovering from being knocked down by the door, waves his staff. I'll take you down, he yells, casting a spell. Tsuyoshi lunges forward, activating Heaven Shaker. The impact knocks the magician off balance, but Tsuyoshi frowns, thinking, even a level 10 mage with 3,500 combat power. The level difference is 6 stages. Fighting head-on is risky. He glances at Daipo, assessing the situation. Combat power is only one part of the equation. My 6,400 should give me an edge, but at level 4, the gap is dangerous. If the difference is within 2 levels, I can handle it. But against opponents this far ahead, The system punishes low-level fighters by reducing their damage output. Let me break it down for you in simpler terms. Imagine a level 3 warrior going up against a level 72 boss. Even if the boss is weak, your attacks would barely leave a scratch, while one hit from the boss could completely wipe you out. That's the power of level difference. It's not just about strength. It's a systematic imbalance that favors the higher level. Turning back to the instructor, Tsuyoshi considers his options. Should I run and rely on my equipment? But if I fail, it'll be instant defeat. Suddenly, the magician stands again, his cloak slightly torn, his face fully revealed. He's a bald man, and you and I are thinking the same thing. This baldy doesn't look intimidating at all. But the magician doesn't share our amusement. Clutching his scratched cloak, he yells, "I'm glad I reinforced the defense of this cloak. I'll kill you and take your stuff." He thrusts his staff forward, activating Flame Jet, a stream of fire barreling towards Tsuyoshi. Dodging the attack, Tsuyoshi narrows his eyes, his thoughts racing. This Dark Goblin set is great against physical attacks, but it's useless against magic. Fighting goblins in a cave was one thing. This is on another level. He grits his teeth, running toward the other side of the room. I need to escape. If I fight them head-on, I'll lose. Seeing Tsuyoshi make a break for it, the magician shouts, "Chase after him!" And they charge forward, determined to claim their prize. As our protagonist dashes away from the two villains, he leaps off the side of a building, calculating mid-air. Focus the body enhancement on both legs. With the Dark Goblin set's defense, I should be able to handle the landing. He activates his ultimate physique, and a notification flashes before him. Ultimate physique. Enhancement concentrated on both legs. Warning. Other parts of the body remain unprotected. Feeling confident, Tsuyoshi braces for impact, but just as he's about to land, something unexpected happens. A man below appears out of nowhere, delivering a vicious knee strike straight to Tsuyoshi's stomach mid-air. Reeling from the attack, Tsuyoshi's thoughts race. An ambush. The system helpfully identifies the attacker. Crazy Wolf member. Level 12, profession. Warrior combat power. 3900. The Crazy Wolf member, holding his both hand in high sneers. Gotcha. Bet you didn't expect a third party, huh? With both hands, the man slams Tsuyoshi to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. It's a waste for someone like you to even try, the man says, looking down smugly. Struggling to his feet, Tsuyoshi plants one hand on the ground and thinks, good thing I enhanced my whole body before landing. That knee strike hurt like hell, especially since I removed my abdominal protection. But thanks to the Dark Goblin set, I reduced the damage. The Crazy Wolf member lands in front of him, visibly impressed. You're still alive? Not bad. At the same moment, the magician, our infamous Baldy, catches up, glaring at Tsuyoshi. What kind of skill was that? How can a rookie pull something like that off? Hearing that, Tsuyoshi's temper flares. His eyes glow red, and faint markings of hidden armor begin appearing on his face. If you're trying to kill me, I'm ready to return the favor, he thinks, activating the Dark Goblin set's roaring tentacle skill. But before the attack can connect, Baldy smugly activates action restriction, nullifying the tentacles entirely. The system chimes in. Action restriction stops the target's movement for 1.5 seconds. Effectiveness depends on level difference. Realizing the situation, Tsuyoshi grits his teeth. Damn it, my skill's been stopped. Seizing the opportunity, Baldy and the Crazy Wolf member team up for another attack. Baldy chuckles. For you to have such rare equipment at this level, it must be worth a fortune. The Crazy Wolf member, now dubbed Musclehead, grins. I bet your goal is the loot, huh? Let's split it after we finish him off. But just as things seem grim, Tsuyoshi's luck takes a sudden turn. A new notification pops up. Notice. Cooldown for the Ring of Boundless has ended. Boundless skill can now be activated. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen in relief. Heaven save me, he thinks as he activates the ring's skill, opening a portal beneath him. In a flash, he's sucked into the portal, leaving the two villains dumbfounded. As the portal closes, Tsuyoshi glares at them. I'll remember this. You all. I'll come back stronger. The real fight begins then. Reaching the other world, Tsuyoshi collapses onto the ground, sweat pouring down his face. His chest heaves as he thinks, I escaped. But barely. Looking at his trembling hands, his thoughts harden. This time, I need to level up and learn real skills. I relied too much on my equipment. If I don't have the strength to back it up, everything can be taken away. Determined, he clenches his fists. My future. It's in my own hands. But then, As he turns his head to survey his surroundings, he freezes mid-thought. To his side, the beast girl lies peacefully, curled up like a sleeping kitten. Her tranquil expression contrasts with the faint aura of wild power she exudes. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on the perspective, her relaxed posture reveals just a little too much. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen as his face turns crimson. Beast girl. Stunning figure. Wait, focus. Yet, despite his internal struggle, a single thought escapes his mind as his nose starts bleeding profusely. Right. It's still time to rest here. And guys, after seeing the sleeping girl, what do you think? I mean, have you ever seen a body like that? Seriously, she's officially my virtual crush. And seeing the beast girl, well, our protagonist wasn't immune to the same reaction we all might have. As he took in her stunning figure, he thought the scent of cherry blossoms. She always smells like cherry blossoms. But then his little guy had a mind of its own, and things started to escalate. His thoughts? If I don't take action now, am I even a man? Just as he was about to lose himself in the moment, a new system notification snapped him out of his daydream. System alert. Ultimate physique and adrenaline surge activated, enhancing muscles, speed, and key areas throughout the body. Hearing this, he was jolted back to reality, recalling the moment specifically to that tense escape from the third-grade villains. The sudden reminder cooled him down instantly. The memory doused his fiery thoughts, and soon enough his little guy calmed down. Kneeling like a defeated man, he muttered to himself, No, this isn't the time for that. I need to overcome the crisis back in my world first. I need to focus on leveling up and acquiring skills. The next morning, the beast girl slowly woke up, stretching and letting out a soft yawn. She looked completely at ease, the morning light gently casting a glow over her features. I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, there's something oddly captivating about the way she yawns. It just adds to her charm. There was something undeniably captivating about the way she stretched, the way her body moved so naturally. Even the way she yawned made my heart race a bit. For now, let's get back to the story. Stretching lazily, she said, I slept really well for the first time in a while. As for our protagonist, he sat on a chair, dark circles under his eyes, clearly restless from lack of sleep. He let out a sigh and turned to the beast girl. Yeah, I slept really well too, he said, trying to sound casual. But, could you show me another piece of clothing? Then we can get going. The beast girl paused, a look of confusion crossing her face for a moment. She blinked, trying to process what he just said. Later in the middle of a forest, she said, to learn skills, she began, you need a skill scroll. A shortcut is to study at the Combat Academy. Our protagonist, walking with the beast girl, approached the towering gates of the Beastman Tribe Combat Academy. A burly guard standing at the entrance waved them down and sneered. Are you the human the Beast King has taken an interest in? Let me make this clear. There are conditions for enrollment. First, you must reach level 6. Second, you must pass the entrance exam. Right now, you're only level 4, so it's too early for you to even think about stepping inside. Hearing this, our protagonist sighed and muttered, what a hassle. The beast girl, noticing his disappointment, quickly chimed in, I'm sorry, master. I've been training in the cave for so long that I didn't think there would be such conditions. Looking at her, the protagonist softened his expression and replied, it's okay. I need to level up anyway. I'll come back later. Encouraged by his words, the beast girl smiled and said, yes. In that case, you can try leveling up in the nearby low-level cave. It's not far from here. But before they could move, the guard interjected with a sneer. Filthy human. The beast tribes do not acknowledge your kind. If it weren't for the Beast King's command, you'd already be torn to shreds. Even if you somehow reach level 6, you'll never pass the exam. And dragging around this lowly mutt? What a perfect pair of losers. The beast girl's smile faded as her expression darkened. Thoughts raced through her mind. This is my fault. Master is so kind that I forgot my place. I'm just a burden to him. If I stay by his side, I'll only cause more trouble. I have to explain everything to him properly and say goodbye soon. Meanwhile, the protagonist's patience snapped. Eyes blazing, he clenched his fists and marched toward the guard with an intensity that made the air feel heavier. Seeing this, the beast girl called out behind him. Master. Our protagonist suddenly grabbed the guard by his collar, lifting him slightly off the ground. His eyes glowed with anger as he growled. You bastard. What did you just say? Should I tear your mouth open? The intensity in his voice left no room for argument. His gaze bore into the guard as he added, apologize to her. Right. Now. The guard, brushing off the threat, smirked and said, I was just stating the facts. That girl is a hybrid, half-human, half-beast. In other words, she's a half-breed. A disgrace to us beastmen. She doesn't even have a proper name. A system notification suddenly appeared in front of our protagonist. Half-beast. One who is not a pure beastman, generally regarded as a shameful existence by beastmen. Born of a human and a beastman, half-beasts are shunned for tainting bloodlines, rejected by both races, and rarely given names. Most live lonely, abandoned lives. As he read the notification, his mind flashed back to when he first met the beast girl. His eyes narrowed. So that's why her name didn't appear when I used the divine eye earlier. She didn't have one in the first place. When his focus returned to the guard, he noticed other beastmen armed with bows, arrows trained on him. The guard sneered. Don't get cocky just because the Beast King has taken an interest in you. If you disrespect a beastman warrior, I'll punish you. Equally, pass the exam, and maybe I'll consider apologizing to that girl. But we both know a human could never accomplish that. The words stung, and for a moment, our protagonist froze. From behind, the beast girl tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Master, you're absolutely right. There's no need to get involved because of someone like me. Her words made his chest tighten. He released the guard, his voice calm but firm. Sakura, he declared, looking at her. Her name is Sakura. Remember it. The beast girl's eyes widened in shock. Her mind raced. Sakura. Is that the name Master gave me? The guard snorted, but before he could respond, our protagonist turned and walked away. Remember what I said? He called over his shoulder. If I pass, you'll apologize properly. He gently placed a hand on the beast girl's shoulder and said, Let's go, Sakura. Time to level up. As they headed towards a nearby mountain, our protagonist spotted fox beastmen patrolling the area. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Fox beastmen? Rare. Let's level up with these guys. The beast girl hesitated before speaking. Master, she asked softly, why did you name me Sakura? He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. You don't like it? I just named you on a whim. Her cheeks flushed as she waved her hands frantically. No, I like it. I love it, she exclaimed, then lowered her head shyly. I just want to know how you came up with it. Her curiosity made him even more flustered. Rubbing his cheek, he muttered, Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but you always have a faint scent of cherry blossoms, graceful and calm. I thought Sakura suited you, so I named you that. Sorry if I overstepped. Her eyes glistened with emotion as she suddenly hugged him from behind. Thank you, Master. I really love this name. He scratched his head awkwardly, a faint smile on his lips. You're welcome. Both of them stood at the entrance of a dark cave. The protagonist turned to the beast girl, a confident smile on his face. So, shall we get started, Sakura? She handed him a dagger, her tail swishing slightly as she asked, How does the dagger I bought earlier suit you? Holding the weapon in his hand, he examined it carefully. It's not a top-notch item, he said with a smirk, but it's much stronger than a goblin club. He lifted the dagger in front of him, excitement flashing in his eyes. Yeah, I'm satisfied. After lifting that hammer, any weapon feels light. Inside the cave, they encountered a group of beastmen with fox-like features. The air felt tense as they silently observed their intruders. The system notification popped up. Fox beastman, members of the fox tribe. They are quick and more intelligent than regular beastmen. Adventurers who underestimate them will regret it. Seeing this, the protagonist turned to Sakura. Sakura, stay in the back and teach me as usual. I want the experience, so don't interfere. Sakura gave him a slight pout, her ears drooping. Yes, you called my name, she said, her voice soft yet pleased. With the dagger firmly in his grip, the protagonist grinned. Let's go. Time to try out my new dagger. He launched himself at the nearest beastman. From behind, Sakura called out, Fox beastmen are nimble, so hold back on wide swings. As he struck at one of them, he thought to himself, they really are fast. In a split second, another beastman attacked from his blind spot. Instinctively, he activated his ultimate physique, raising his hand just in time. The beastman's weapon shattered on impact with his arm. The other beastmen froze, their confidence crumbling. The protagonist stared them down, his voice steady but menacing. With this level of combat power, you can't even scratch me. From a distance, Sakura watched in awe. Master's defense is incredible, she thought, her eyes sparkling. As expected of someone chosen by the Iron Hammer. Low-level enemies are no match for him. With this, I can level up quickly. Without pausing, the protagonist charged at the remaining fox beastmen, taking them down one by one. His movements became sharper, his strikes more precise. Against agile enemies, speed matters more than power, he muttered, finally understanding their weakness. After clearing the area, he paused to examine his dagger, his breathing steady. Leveling up is fast in this world, he said to himself. There's no need to compete for resources, which means I can monopolize all the experience. But then, his expression darkened. He clenched the dagger, his mind replaying memories of past battles. Those three, he thought grimly, recalling the faces of the third-grade villains he faced in the real world. The level 9 instructor, the muscle-headed level 12 brute, and finally, the level 10 baldy. He frowned, calculating his chances. Even with my high combat power, the level difference makes it impossible. Their skills and coordination are too much. I'm at a numerical disadvantage. His resolve hardened. I need to close the level gap and acquire more skills. There's no other way. And with that, the protagonist's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with determination as he strode deeper into the cave. Let's level up to 6 all at once, Sakura, he declared firmly. I'll make that arrogant beastman bow his head. Behind him, Sakura's ears perked up, and her tail swayed with excitement. Clasping both hands close to her chest, she said with a bright voice, Yes, master. Her enthusiasm echoed in the cave as the two ventured further. All right, As the protagonist ventured deeper into the cave, he encountered a towering wolf beastman wielding a massive sword. The beastman looked terrifying, with eyes scanning its surroundings as if searching for its next prey. The protagonist, eyeing the beastman's enormous weapon, smirked and murmured to Sakura, I wonder if it'll drop that sword. Excitement sparked in his voice as he surveyed the weapon's potential, but when Sakura asked if he really wanted it, he casually deflected. No, I was just curious. Does it really drop? Sakura, ever the enthusiastic guide, clasped her hands together and exclaimed, Yes. Most items drop after defeating enemies, but it depends on the party and the cave. The higher the item's quality, the lower the drop rate. Using special items can improve your chances. Intrigued, the protagonist turned his focus back to the Beastman boss, thinking, so there's even a drop rate. This world really does feel like a game. As he examined the details hovering above the Beastman's head, a notification appeared. Dark Fox Beastman boss level. 7. Combat power. 1500 black cold light sword. Drop rate. 6%. The low percentage made him pause. Only 6%? That's going to be tough. But that sword. It's perfect for me. Suddenly, a golden notification popped up. Exchange system activated, conditions detected. Exchange items to unlock special effects and upgrades. Items on exchange for long periods will reset. Curious, the protagonist scanned through the exchange options and found a valuable item. High probability drop scroll effect. Plus 30% drop rate for 1 minute condition. Defeat 30 monsters. Current total. 114 monsters defeated. Excitement welled up within him as he thought, I've already defeated 114. If I exchange 3 scrolls at once, I'll have a 96% chance. That sword will be mine. Without hesitation, he met the conditions, exchanging 3 scrolls in a flurry of notifications. However, another warning popped up. Storage unavailable. Use items immediately. Wiping sweat from his brow, he put the scrolls somewhere safe and turned to Sakura, determination radiating from him. Sakura, let's get that sword. This will make me stronger. Sakura, his ever-loyal supporter, beamed with excitement. Master, do your best. Gripping his weapon tightly, the protagonist fixed his intense gaze on the Beastman boss. Stay focused. Sakura, guide me. The stage was set for an epic battle. Would the sword drop? Or would the Beastman prove too strong? Stay tuned for the next part. Just joking. As the protagonist approached the Dark Fox Beastman boss, their eyes locked, and the tension was palpable. The Beastman, sensing the challenger's intent, lunged forward, swinging its massive sword effortlessly. The protagonist narrowly dodged, sweat rolling down his face as he thought, that sword has a cold effect. Getting hit would be trouble. From behind, Sakura chimed in, her wide puppy dog eyes brimming with excitement. The Dark Fox Beastman isn't just fast, it's incredibly strong. Its weapon is imbued with ice, which slows movement and drains stamina on contact. Master, exploit its weaknesses and finish this quickly. She clenched her fists for emphasis and added, use flame oil on your sword. Fire is its greatest fear. Acknowledging her advice, the protagonist applied the oil, igniting his blade in a fiery blaze. With a determined glint in his eyes, he said, got it. Let's see if your eyes can handle my fire. Charging forward, the protagonist met the beastman head-on. The creature's instinct screamed kill as it swung wildly, but the protagonist matched its ferocity. Give me that sword, he growled. Sakura, observing with the excitement of an instructor, called out, its weak points are the arms and neck. Target those areas. Following her advice, he prepared to attack the beastman's weak points. The protagonist slashed at the beastman's arm, slightly reducing its health. A notification appeared. Status change. Cowardice effect. Double damage. Enemy aggression and morale significantly reduced. Duration. 15 seconds. The protagonist grinned, thinking, so it has effects like this? Interesting. Seizing the moment, he launched another attack, saying I will take advantage of this opening. Sakura, ever vigilant, cheered from behind. Master, enemies in this state have more obvious weak points. Dodge carefully and strike with precision. Glancing back briefly, he smirked. Got it? Thanks. The beastman retaliated, swinging its massive blade with reckless abandon. The protagonist dodged effortlessly, yet he thought grimly, without Sakura's guidance, I would have been finished. Noticing the beastman panting heavily, the protagonist surged forward. Holding his sword high, he declared, if it's over for you, it's my turn now. Sakura shouted, now go for the neck. Activating his ultimate physique, the protagonist boosted his strength by 60%, increasing his power output by 200%. There, he roared, landing a devastating slash to the beastman's neck. Another notification appeared. Critical hit. Triple damage effect. Debilitation. Duration. 15 seconds. Sakura jumped in excitement, her cheers echoing through the cave. Master, that was amazing, but stay alert until the end. As she cheering for our protagonist sees, it may be a low-level fight, but with Master, it's so exciting. Hearing her encouragement, the protagonist leaped into the air, executing a flawless flip. This ends now, he declared, unleashing his Heaven Shikar technique to finish off the beastman. With a final blow, the Dark Fox beastman fell. Sakura, brimming with pride, jumped with excitement, her cheers as loud as her admiration. Master, that was incredible. When she cheering for our protagonist, I didn't notice anything bouncy, or maybe I was wrong, but if you guys notice anything, let me know in the comment. The protagonist wiped blood from his face, thinking, that was a satisfying fight. Holding the scroll, he activated it just in time as golden light enveloped his hand. He thinks I almost forgot to use the scrolls before it drops. Notification. High probability drop scroll activated. Drop rate increased to 96%. Duration, 1 minute. A brilliant golden light appeared in his hand, and as he hoped, the black cold light sword dropped alongside several notifications, plus 3,000 experience points. Current, 5,436,000. Dark Fox Beastman boss defeated. Item obtained. Black cold light sword. Overwhelmed with excitement, the protagonist exclaimed, 3,000 experience points, and it dropped too. Sakura, practically glowing with pride, said, you're so lucky, Master. Almost no one gets this weapon on the first try. Ignoring her, the protagonist inspected the massive sword, thinking, even with my ultimate physique, I'd be at risk without proper equipment. But this weapon will make me unstoppable. With this, even those 3 crazy wolves will fall, just a little more to reach level 5. I'm gonna hit level 6 by tonight for both Sakura's shake and my own. Our protagonist rested his massive sword on his shoulder, looking at Sakura with a determined gaze. Sakura, is there anywhere else I can level up? I need to hit level 6 fast. Sakura, the ever-enthusiastic fan, pointed a finger dramatically toward the sky. That's easy. Just use a reset scroll. As if on cue, the system chimed in explaining. Reset scroll shortens the respawn time for monsters in caves or dungeons. Effectiveness decreases in higher level or special areas? Sakura nodded, adding, since this is a low-level area, the monsters here will respawn quickly. Perfect for grinding. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a scroll. I've got a few of them, which should be enough to reach level 6, but how about taking a break first? I also have healing potions. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, glancing at her overflowing inventory. Wow, Sakura, you've got everything, don't you? A short while later, outside the cave, Sakura held up the scroll. This should do it, she declared confidently as it disappeared from her hand. Notification. The reset scroll has been used. The cave has been reset. Grinning, the protagonist hoisted his sword over his shoulder and strode toward the cave. All right, I can't wait any longer. Sakura followed closely, gripping her hands tightly close to her chest. Inside the cave, the grind began. The protagonist tore through fox beastmen with ease. His new black cold light sword slowing enemies with its icy effects. This sword is impressive, he said after another swift victory. Its cold effect makes them sluggish. It's perfect for me. Sakura chimed in, some weapons have special effects and their strength varies. I'm sure you'll find even better ones in the future. As the protagonist dispatched yet another foe, his thoughts wandered. Speaking of powerful weapons, the Divine King Hammer, a beastman's secret weapon stored in the Divine Consciousness inventory. But right now, even if I forcefully use the ultimate physique, I can only manage 1 second at most. If I could use it properly, I'd be invincible. The beastman boss, watching from the shadows, began to tremble as the protagonist's onslaught continued. Seeing this, the protagonist smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. Hey, have you been well? I've defeated your minions and reached level 5. Let's do this. Using another reset scroll, he faced the boss again. I'm back, boss, he taunted. By the 4th round, he grinned cheekily. I missed you. On the 6th encounter, the Fox Beastman boss, overwhelmed and terrified, did something unexpected. It knelt on the ground and handed over its sword. Both the protagonist and Sakura froze in shock, unable to respond for a moment. Finally snapping out of it, the protagonist grinned slyly. Now that's the way. He finished the boss with one final blow, leveling up in the process. Notification. You have reached level 6. Black Cold Light, Sword Copied Skills. Heaven Shaker. Power. 8800. Wiping the blood from his face, the protagonist surveyed the defeated beastmen scattered around. I've replenished my stamina 6 times today. I must have collected the full Fox Beastman gear set by now. Finally, level 6. His eyes glowed with newfound confidence. Now I can take the trial. Just wait for me. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Beastman Combat Academy. 2 Beastman guards sat by a fire, chatting lazily. A human wants to take the trial after reaching level 6? What a fool, one said, scoffing. The other laughed. Even if he levels up, who knows when that'll be? Besides, only robust warriors can enter the Combat Academy. Their banter was interrupted by a calm, confident voice. Hey, who knows when? Too bad for you. I'm already level 6. From the shadows, the figures of the protagonist and Sakura appeared. The guards turned pale, their confidence crumbling. In no way. You leveled up twice in a single day? Emerging fully into the light, the protagonist was clad in the full wolf beastman armor set he'd earned. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he shot the guards a sharp glare. Go wake the examiner. I'm not waiting until tomorrow. And get ready to apologize to Sakura while you're at it. Alright, that's a wrap for in charge of the Beastman Warrior Academy admission test stormed out, looking half asleep and fully annoyed. What is this nonsense? I was just about to nap. A human trial? If you waste my time, prepare for the consequences. Tsuyoshi, standing unfazed, replied coolly, I meet the requirements. Is that the trial? Also, I want to choose a skill from the skill vault. Beside him, the beast girl, Sakura, silently observed him, her tail flicking ever so slightly. The orc sneered. You talk big. Just reaching level 6 doesn't mean you'll pass the trial. But before he could continue his rant, another tribesman whispered something in his ear. The orc's eyes widened in disbelief. What? From level 4 to level 6 in less than a day? How is that even possible? Tsuyoshi tilted his head in confusion. Hey, don't run away now. If I pass, you'll apologize to Sakura. As a beastman warrior, you won't go back on your word, right? The orc, clearly irritated, barked, fine. But where does all your confidence come from? Human? Another examiner, trying to keep his composure, muttered, I don't know what happened, but let's do as he says. The idea that a mere human could pass a trial meant for beastmen. Laughable. Just then, a black-robed elder orc entered the scene. He was the Academy's combat priest commander, exuding authority. If you've reached level 6, let's begin. Beastmen are a race of strength, and strength is the primary criteria for passing. If you succeed, you'll earn the right to use our skill vault. The commander gestured to a massive eye-stone tablet on the platform. The trial is simple. Crack the stone slab with a single punch. Pass, and the skill vault is yours. Tsuyoshi blinked. Crack it? That's all. The earlier orc snickered, thinking, the commander's using the outer stone? Even a level 10 warrior would struggle with that. Normally, we use regular stones. Let's see that confidence vanish. The system in Tsuyoshi's mind helpfully explained outer stone, a celestial rock used by beastmen to measure strength. Once feared as a bad omen, its hard metal content is now prized for crafting weapons. The commander smirked. It's easy for a beastman. All you have to do is crack it in one shot. I will show you how it's done. Easy, is it? Anyone below level 10 wouldn't even be able to scratch the outer stone? It's not hard if you were using a regular stone, but if it's a hated human, that's a different story. He think inwardly. He wound up and punched the stone with all his might, his muscles rippling. Even I, at level 20, need to give it my all, he think. A small crack appeared, and he turned to Tsuyoshi, puffing out his chest. That's how it's done. Let's see what you've got. Tsuyoshi strode toward the stone slab with unwavering confidence. All right, let's give it a shot, he said casually. Behind him, Sakura cheered, her voice brimming with excitement. Master, do your best. Facing the slab, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, leaving a mark should be easy. Thanks to my ultimate physique, I can push my power far beyond what's expected at my level. But just to be sure, let's fine-tune it for maximum impact. As he activated his power, lightning crackled around his right arm, and the system chimed in as usual. Ultimate physique. 50% of strength concentrated in the right arm. Tremendous power activated. The beastmen in the crowd exchanged skeptical glances. One of them scoffed. It might be easy for us beastmen, but a weak human can't even. His words were cut short as Tsuyoshi's fist connected with the slab. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the area. The stone tablet didn't just crack, it shattered into pieces, scattering dust everywhere. The wind from the punch blew back the onlookers, leaving them stunned and speechless. Tsuyoshi blinked at the destruction, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Oops, did I put too much force into it? He muttered, rubbing his hand. I was expecting something tougher. From behind, Sakura clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As expected, master. Now you can access the skill vault. The beastman who had insulted Tsuyoshi earlier and the academy examiner were frozen, their jaws practically on the ground. Did you see that? The beastman whispered. He shattered the outer stone in one blow. Impossible. The commander, equally shocked, muttered in disbelief. No one below level 10 could do that. And yet, Tsuyoshi, unfazed by the commotion, casually dusted off his hands and smirked. So, that counts as a pass, right? The examiner, now sweating nervously, pointed a shaky finger at Tsuyoshi. And no, you failed. I wasn't looking when you did it. I swear the crack must have been from my demonstration earlier. Why, yeah, that's it. The stone doesn't count. It's my power you borrowed. Tsuyoshi glanced at the sweating examiner, tilting his head in confusion. So, what's the plan for the trial now? The examiner, clearly panicking, shouted, We'll do it over. Next is the iron bar bending test. His mind flashed to the image of even high-level beastmen struggling with the iron bar, but he quickly puffed up his chest, looking confident. Iron bar bending is a strength measuring test. The participant must bend an extremely hard iron bar using brute force, like this. He grabbed an iron bar and thought to himself, this is no joke. Even for a beastman warrior, it takes explosive power to bend this. Moments later, Tsuyoshi casually bent the steel bar as if it were made of rubber. He tossed it aside, looking at the examiner with unimpressed eyes. How about now? The examiner, refusing to admit defeat, blurted, No, you failed. That iron bar isn't for testing. Then, regaining his fake confidence, he declared, We'll use the most primitive method, arm wrestling. If you can last 10 seconds against our strongest warrior, you pass. He smirked inwardly. This time it's different. Even I can't beat him. To his dismay, Tsuyoshi defeated the beastman warrior in an instant. The table didn't just break, it exploded from the impact of Tsuyoshi's strength. The examiner coughed up blood in shock. He didn't even last a second. Tsuyoshi glared at the examiner angrily, his tone commanding. I've already completed 3 trials. I passed this time, right? Both the examiner and the beastman warrior trembled in fear, sweat pouring down their faces. Oh, of course you pass, stammered the examiner. The other beastman muttered. What a terrifying human. Tsuyoshi gently took Sakura's hand and walked confidently toward the beastman. With a firm voice, he said, Now, as promised, you will apologize to Sakura. The beastman scowled but, bound by his honor, muttered under his breath, Damn it. Fine. A beastman warrior keeps his word. He bowed slightly, his pride clearly wounded, and said, I'm sorry. I apologize for what I said last time. Sakura's cheeks turned a soft pink as she brought her hand to her mouth, clearly flustered. I never expected this, she said in an awkward tone. I thought this kind of treatment was just normal. Please don't worry about it. Tsuyoshi turned to her with a calm but firm expression. Sakura, you don't need to be reserved. It's only right that he apologized. You should accept the apology with pride. Hearing those words, Sakura's face brightened with happiness. Her expression was almost glowing as she looked up at Tsuyoshi. Yes, master, she said softly, her voice filled with admiration. Turning back to the beastman, her confidence now shining through, Sakura said clearly, I accept your apology. Sometime later, the group stood before the skill vault entrance. The examiner pointed at the massive doors and said to Tsuyoshi, You may only take 1 skill scroll at a time when you enter. Tsuyoshi's expression twisted in disbelief. Only 1 at a time? That's ridiculous. The beastman, annoyed by Tsuyoshi's complaints, snapped. Did you think you could take whatever you wanted? The Combat Academy has strict rules. The examiner, ignoring the argument, gestured toward the vault. Once you're inside, you have 3 minutes to find a skill scroll you like. If you break the seal on a scroll within that time, it becomes yours. If time runs out, you'll be expelled by the barrier and won't be able to enter again for a while. Tsuyoshi sighed, clearly annoyed. A time limit? A seal? An expulsion? What's with all the rules? The examiner explained, his tone matter of fact. The Combat Academy is a significant place representing the region. High-level sorcerers and mages are invited to place seals and barriers to protect the vault. The system chimed in, explaining further, Scroll Seal. A magical seal that prevents the scroll from being used unless broken. Rules Barrier. A barrier that enforces conditions, allowing or denying entry to living beings. Tsuyoshi scratched his neck, his expression a mix of confusion and irritation. This is more complicated than I expected. Sakura, ever the optimist, chimed in excitedly. That's right. I've heard of even stricter conditions at higher-level combat academies. The vault doors creaked open, and the examiner barked. If you understand, go in. Don't even think about stealing a skill. You'll be expelled immediately. Got it? You have 3 minutes to choose a scroll and get out. Inside the vault, Tsuyoshi's eyes sparkled as he took in the endless shelves of skill scrolls. Whoa! I see why they need magic to protect this place. With so many scrolls, I'd be tempted to steal some too, he joked, running around in excitement. Meanwhile, Sakura examined a scroll, murmuring to herself, This is my first time entering the skill vault. Each scroll is sealed, so I can't see what they are. But it feels like I could just break the seal with brute force. Tsuyoshi, on the other hand, grew serious as he scanned the scrolls. I was planning to use absolute duplication, but finding a really good skill is harder than I thought. He cringed, imagining something awkward. Using absolute duplication could get weird, especially with Sakura around. Suddenly, he remembered his real-world problems and clenched his fists. Focus. I need a skill to deal with those 3. Time to put my strength to use. He activated his power, lightning crackling around his hand. The system chimed. Success. Skill information unlocked. Shield slam. Strike the target with a shield, dealing physical damage and causing dizziness. Suitable for defense-oriented warriors. Tsuyoshi frowned. Shield slam? I don't even use a shield. From behind, Sakura held up a scroll. Master, I found something. It's called Gale Step. Move swiftly to avoid enemy attacks and increase your attack speed. Suitable for speed-oriented archers. Tsuyoshi shook his head. An archer? Not my style. Sakura didn't give up. How about this one? War Cry. Let out a roar to inspire allies, increasing attack and defense. It's a common warrior skill. Tsuyoshi sighed. Pass. Time ticked down, and he started panicking. Only 2 minutes left? This is bad. None of these skills resonate with me. Sakura, holding another scroll, shouted, What about a counterattack skill? Tsuyoshi thought for a moment. That might work. I'll keep it as a candidate. The clock ticked closer. 1 minute left. This is bad. Tsuyoshi muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Desperate, he turned to Sakura. You've got stamina potions and energy potions in your bag, right? I might need them. Hide behind something sturdy, quick. Sakura, startled, ducked behind a wall. Yes, master. Lightning surged around Tsuyoshi's hand as he grinned. All right, time for plan B. Outside the vault, lightning flashed in the sky. The beastman examiner and warrior looked up in shock. What's going on in there? Inside, Tsuyoshi raised his electrified fist. I'm breaking all the seals at once. Sakura, peeking from behind the wall, thought, even I'm overwhelmed by master's intensity. As Tsuyoshi raised his hand high, lightning crackled violently around him, and a notification appeared before him. Notification. Due to insufficient level and conditions, you cannot fully unleash the power of the Divine King's Hammer. Forcing the release will consume a vast amount of energy. Duration of release, 1 second. Clenching his teeth, Tsuyoshi shouted with unshakable determination. 1 second is all I need. Outside the skill vault, massive lightning dragons spiraled into the sky, illuminating the entire area with an electrifying brilliance. The examiner, drenched in sweat, stared at the sky in disbelief, thinking, is this really human power? Inside the vault, Tsuyoshi gripped the hammer tightly, his body trembling as he struggled to contain its overwhelming power. Lightning surged wildly, threatening to consume him. From behind a wall, Sakura watched with awe, her thoughts racing. What a terrifying presence. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Another notification appeared. Notification. Divine King's Hammer activated. Duration, 1 second. With a deafening roar, Tsuyoshi struck the ground with the hammer, shouting, I'm going to break all the seals on these scrolls at once. The impact was catastrophic. A shockwave of lightning burst from the hammer, spreading throughout the vault. At the same time, the lightning dragons outside vanished into thin air. Inside, every sealed scroll crackled and glowed as the seals shattered simultaneously. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. The seals on all the skill scrolls. Broken in an instant, she murmured, utterly stunned. Tsuyoshi fell to one knee, clutching his injured hand. He grimaced but managed a strained smile. I did it, he muttered. Suddenly, without warning, a torrent of glowing information surged toward him from the broken scrolls. His eyes glowed as streams of unknown words flooded his mind. The information from the scrolls. It's all coming in, he thought, struggling to process it all. Sakura watched with growing concern. The information from all these scrolls is too massive. If Master receives it all at once, his brain won't be able to handle it. Master, hang in there, she called out, her voice trembling with worry. Tsuyoshi clutched his head, sweat pouring down his face. My head. It's splitting, he groaned, his thoughts spiraling. I see it all. Give me the strongest one. The skill that suits me best. This isn't enough. Give me the strongest skill. Amid the chaos, a single scroll began to crackle with lightning, catching his attention. That's the one. Sakura, unaware of his discovery, shouted, Master, we're running out of time. Tsuyoshi focused on the scroll he had been searching for, his mind resolute. Since it caught my eye. This is it. He called out to Sakura with urgency. Sakura, bring me the one on the bottom shelf of the furthest back aisle. Third from the back. Without hesitation, Sakura leaped into action. Yes, master, she shouted, dashing toward the designated scroll. Her determination matched his, as she sprinted to fulfill his command. Sakura darted through the vault, her sharp eyes scanning the shelves until she spotted the scroll. She thought to herself, bottom shelf, third from the back. This is it. Grabbing the scroll, she paused, her heart skipping a beat. The information on the scroll appeared before her. Fragmented scrolls that are incomplete due to missing pieces. Requires all fragments to unlock full potential. Fragmented scrolls have diminished power, making them unsuitable for learning. Her hands trembled slightly as she thought, a fragmented scroll? There must be some mistake. No one ever bothers with these. Despite her doubts, Sakura rushed back to Tsuyoshi. Master, are you sure about this? It's a fragmented scroll. We're out of time. Let's get out of here. But Tsuyoshi, his resolve unshaken, scooped Sakura into his arms with ease. I can manage a little more. I'll get us out myself. Meanwhile, outside the skill vault, the examiner stood anxiously. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered, it's quiet now. Only 5 seconds left. Even if he hasn't chosen a scroll, the barrier will expel him once time is up. Suddenly, the doors of the vault creaked open with a loud crack, and smoke billowed out. From the haze, Tsuyoshi emerged, scroll in hand, his expression calm. Just in time, he said, his voice cutting through the tension. I'm done. The examiner's eyes widened in disbelief. You brought out a fragmented scroll? Before Tsuyoshi could respond, the scroll in his hand began to glow, and its information appeared before him. Thunder Chainfall, a powerful combat magic. Summons a potent electrical current that inflicts lightning damage. The attack arcs between 3 targets. Suitable for warriors and mages. The examiner's face darkened with concern. I've heard of this scroll. My predecessor mentioned it. He hesitated, then continued gravely. In the last 1,000 years, almost no one has attempted to learn this skill. He clutched his forehead as old stories resurfaced. There are 2 reasons. First, this skill is divided into 6 volumes, but only 3 fragments have ever been found. Collecting the rest without any clues in this vast world is unrealistic. His tone grew heavier. Second, every beastman who tried to learn this skill in the past met a gruesome end. As they leveled up, they couldn't control the power, and their bodies exploded, resulting in gruesome deaths, probably because they couldn't control the skill's power. Tsuyoshi raised an eyebrow, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. So, working hard to learn it, collecting all the fragments. Only to blow up in the end? No wonder no one's mastered it. Just then, the old beast man in the robe from earlier appeared, his presence commanding attention. No, he interrupted firmly. There was one. Everyone turned to him as he recalled an ancient tale. 1,000 years ago, the strongest beastman king, known as the Divine King, mastered this skill. He was the wielder of our sacred artifact, the Divine King's Hammer. This skill was his ultimate legacy. Tsuyoshi, poking his nose in mock boredom, remarked, a skill left behind by the wielder of the Divine King's Hammer? Why was such a powerful skill placed with that garbage? The old beastman's face turned red with anger. Are you mocking me? Is this some kind of joke? Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, his tone turning serious. No matter how strong a skill is, it's meaningless if no one can learn it. Just like a superior weapon useless in the hands of someone who can't wield it. You dare belittle a skill left by the great Divine King? It has remained dormant for millennia, just like the former glory of the beastmen. Perhaps it too will never return. Tsuyoshi smirked, raising the scroll high into the air. Whatever it is, it must be perfect for me. He turned to Sakura with fiery determination. Sakura, let's go. Sakura looked up at him with a gentle smile. Yes, master, she replied softly. As Tsuyoshi and Sakura walked away from the old beastman, his gaze lingered on them. That fragment is only the beginning, he muttered. Whether you can find the remaining pieces or master the skill depends on your strength and luck. His eyes narrowed as they shifted to Sakura. And you, he said sharply. You're the half-beast who is supposed to be executed, aren't you? Sakura stiffened, her expression darkening. The old beastman's tone turned accusatory. How could you betray the beastmen like this? That human probably doesn't know your true identity yet. Do you plan to sacrifice him too? Sakura's eyes blazed with anger. This is none of your concern, she snapped, her voice cutting through the tension. The old beastman watched them leave, his expression unreadable. As their figures disappeared into the distance, he muttered to himself, I'll see how far you can go. Later, inside an inn, Tsuyoshi sat on a chair, carefully unwrapping the bandages from his hand. Sakura, Your healing potion is incredibly effective, he said with a grimace. But seriously, how the heck did you make something that tastes that bad? Sakura sat across from him, quietly lost in thought. Noticing her silence, Tsuyoshi raised an eyebrow. Sakura, you've been acting strange since we got back. Are you okay? Startled, she quickly looked up. Yeah, I'm just a little tired, she replied, though her voice lacked its usual energy. She fiddled with a piece of cloth in her hands, avoiding his gaze. Tsuyoshi's expression softened. Sakura, I'm just curious. You were supposed to be executed, right? Was it just because of your background? Her face fell, shadows flickering across her eyes as memories of that moment resurfaced. She remembered the cold, unforgiving eyes of her captors and the words that sealed her fate. You're next. Before the weight of the conversation could settle, Sakura forced a bright smile and clapped her hands. Let's not talk about unpleasant things anymore, she said with forced excitement. Master, have you studied the scroll yet? Tsuyoshi leaned back with a grin. Memorized it earlier. That old beastman said some weird things, but this skill feels perfect for me. He recalled his earlier practice session, where the Thunder Chainfall's potential began to unfold. This skill requires a strong body, he thought, his confidence swelling. It's more than suitable for someone like me, who has the strongest body. I can't wait to see its full power once I collect the remaining fragments. Sakura suddenly stood up, her energy returning. Excellent. Shall we go now? She asked cheerfully, stretching as she walked to the door. Stepping outside, she yawned and looked up at the clear sky. It's a beautiful day. Looks like a perfect day for you to level up, Master. Tsuyoshi chuckled, glancing at the ornate ring on his finger. You're right, he said. But first, there's something I need to take care of. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him. Notification. The countdown for the Boundless Ring has ended. The Boundless Passage is now available. A mischievous grin spread across Tsuyoshi's face. Finally, he thought, when I master this skill, I'll know exactly how to deal with those three. With a wave of his hand, the Boundless Passage portal shimmered into existence. Stepping through, he returning to his real world. As he passing through the portal, Tsuyoshi's eyes gleamed with determination. Preparing his attack, he muttered to, I told them to remember me, didn't I? I'll definitely kill them. As Tsuyoshi emerged into his real world, his gaze hardened. I'm back, he thought. Before I start attacking, I need to close the distance. Ahead of him, the three enemies, Baldy, the instructor, and Musclehead, launched a relentless assault. Their attacks came fast and furious, forcing Tsuyoshi to dodge and maneuver. To activate my new skill, I need a weapon, he mused. Good thing I have the Divine Consciousness inventory. He activated the inventory with a thought, and a gleaming sword appeared in his hand, the one he had taken from the Fox Beastman cave. Tsuyoshi gripped the hilt tightly, the blade radiating energy. I'm counting on you, my skill. Seeing the weapon materialize, Baldy's eyes widened. He pulled that sword out of thin air. Does he have a dimensional ring? The instructor's eyes narrowed. He's hiding some serious secrets. That's no ordinary weapon. It's a high-quality item. I'll take it for myself. Musclehead snorted. Kill him first. We can divide the loot later. Tsuyoshi smirked, his confidence unshaken. You're the ones who started this fight. Raising the sword high, its blade crackling with lightning, Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst his enemies. The aura surrounding him grew heavier, making the air feel charged and oppressive. Baldy took a step back, his voice trembling. Hey, he's actually a warrior. What is this intense aura? Without a word, Tsuyoshi swung the sword vertically. A flash of light streaked through the air, and a moment later, a massive lightning strike descended from the heavens, engulfing all three enemies. The thunderous impact left the three barely standing. Smoke rose from their charred clothes, and one of them gasped. How could that brat use such high-level magic? The instructor, now on his knees, stammered, I can't move my body. Tsuyoshi strode toward them, his glowing eyes fixed on his trembling foes. His grip on the sword tightened, the blade gleaming ominously. Baldy gritted his teeth, his mind racing. We underestimated him. He's completely different from before. What the hell is happening? This is bad. It's frustrating, but we have to retreat. Before they could act, Musclehead raised his hands, his voice shaking. Wait, we surrender. But Tsuyoshi wasn't interested in mercy. With a swift strike, he slashed across Musclehead's chest, sending him collapsing to the ground. His glowing eyes pierced through the fallen enemy. Do you think I forgive you for trying to kill me? Don't make me laugh. The instructor's fear reached a breaking point. Don't you realize who we are? We're from Crazy Wolf. Before he could finish, Tsuyoshi silenced him with a single, decisive swing, his voice cold. Shut up and die already. Baldy, now the last one standing, panicked. His hands searched his pockets frantically. He's not showing any mercy. He knows letting us escape would mean his death. Desperation took over. Do you think I'll let you kill me so easily? Baldy shouted, pulling out a small, round fruit and hurling it at Tsuyoshi. The system instantly displayed information before Tsuyoshi. Notification. Adhesive blast fruit, a rare and expensive item. This fruit sticks to its target and explodes. Despite its small size, it can cause massive damage. Tsuyoshi's instincts kicked in. Raising his blade, he shielded himself as the fruit stuck to his weapon. Baldy grinned wickedly. Explode! The explosion rocked the battlefield. A deafening roar followed by a blinding flash of light. Smoke and debris filled the air as the ground trembled. Barely able to stand, Baldy leaned on his staff, smirking confidently. I spent my life savings on those fruits. Even a level 12 hero would take serious damage from that blast. If you're just a low-level brat, your body should have been blown to pieces. Looking at the smoke, Baldy chuckled darkly. You're 10 years too early to fight us. As the dust and smoke from the explosion cleared, a dark figure emerged, coughing but standing firm. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, his eyes glowing with determination. Baldy's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible! What the hell is with his strength? Tsuyoshi brushed off the soot on his armor. If it weren't for my physique, I'd be dead by now. But for you. His voice trailed off, and without wasting time, he charged toward Baldy. In a blur of movement, Tsuyoshi's punch pierced Baldy's defenses. As the man crumpled to the ground, Tsuyoshi stood over him, coldly declaring, Do you think I'd feel safe letting you guys live? Picking up his sword again, Tsuyoshi muttered, So, you're members of Crazy Wolf. All of this happened because I'm still at a low level. His gaze shifted to the lifeless bodies around him. What a disgusting world, where the weak are devoured. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a small pouch on one of the corpses. Kneeling down, he opened it and examined its contents. What's this? From the pouch, a ring slipped into his hand. The system instantly displayed information. Notification, dimensional ring, a rare item capable of storing objects in a separate space. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up. A dimensional ring? What a lucky find. Sliding it onto his finger, he chuckled. A normal hero wouldn't even dream of getting their hands on something like this. It's rare, expensive, and practically impossible to find on the market. Let's see how it works. Pouring mana into the ring, it glowed faintly. No way, it's activating right now. This ring is still new. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Rubbing his hands together, he muttered, It can't be helped. Thanks for the loot. Sometime later from a distance, Tsuyoshi noticed a squad of Hero Security Force members arriving at the scene. He watched from the shadows, his expression calm. The Hero Security Force is here. Good thing I left early. Merging into a crowd of onlookers, he glanced back at the scene and thought, I erased all traces of myself. I already took everything valuable. They won't find anything linking this to me. Walking away casually, Tsuyoshi flipped a smartphone in his hand. At the very least, I'm safe now. This new smartphone I got from Gaia is incredible. Once I bound my information code to it, it became mine. Suddenly, the phone rang. The unexpected sound startled Tsuyoshi, and he nearly dropped it. Catching it in time, he frowned. Who's calling at such a time? Answering the call, he said, Hello. A familiar voice replied, Hello, Tsuyoshi. It's Sensei. Hearing the voice, Tsuyoshi froze. Lily-sensei? My homeroom teacher? Memories flooded back. He hadn't submitted his withdrawal notice. What's the matter? Tsuyoshi asked cautiously. On the other end, Lily-sensei's voice carried a mix of concern and sternness. You still haven't returned to school, even though winter break ended over a week ago. I understand you want to leave for your sister's sake, and I know your financial situation might be difficult, but I don't want to see a student abandon their studies. Tsuyoshi's expression hardened, but his tone remained respectful. Thank you, but the problem isn't just money. Unspoken memories of bullying flickered in his mind. He clenched his fist but didn't voice his pain. Lily-sensei sighed. I understand. but you might be able to change your life if you don't stop your studies. About the tuition fee, I will try to do something about it, so you don't need to worry. Please be brave and come back to school tomorrow. You can't just be a cleaner for your sister and your own future. Can you? Tsuyoshi mind wavered. She doesn't know I've become a hero now. She's the only one who ever worried about me. Her voice softened, almost trembling. You're strong boy, Tsuyoshi. Don't run from your troubles. And continue your studies. I will become your strength as mass as I can. You can do it for your sister and for yourself. Scratching the back of his head, Tsuyoshi sighed. I thought I didn't want to go back to school anymore. It's because I don't have any pleasant memories there, but I realize it after talking to Lily-sensei. Clenching his fist with newfound determination, he thought, I am a hero now. I am not the same person who was powerless and bullied. I will make those bullies pay me back. Thank you very much, sensei, Tsuyoshi said aloud. I'll come to school tomorrow. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office, a man sits at a grand desk, his sharp gaze fixed on the report in front of him. 3 of our members were killed by an unknown hero, he mutters, his voice low, but filled with menace. And their items were looted. Tapping his finger on the polished surface of the desk, he adds, that dimensional ring I entrusted to them. Stolen. His expression darkens, and anger flares in his eyes. You thief. You didn't even realize that I had already cast tracking magic on that ring. He leans forward, his attention drawn to a glowing device on the table displaying a moving to Tsuyoshi's location. I already know where you are, he growls. You won't live after stealing from Crazy Wolf. With a sudden burst of fury, he slams his palm onto the desk. The impact cracks the wood, the sound echoing through the room. Standing before him, a line of men in black suits remains motionless, their faces devoid of emotion. The man straightens up and commands, bring that thief to me. Without hesitation, the group responds in unison, their voices firm and synchronized. Yes, leader, that's it for part. The next morning, our protagonist, Tsuyoshi, walks alongside his sister, Karina, who's using a mechanical brace to help her move. As they walk, Tsuyoshi glances at her and asks, how are the braces? Karina smiles faintly and replies, it's fine as long as I walk slowly. Don't worry. She tries her best to match her brother's pace, the mechanical brace supporting her steps. Tsuyoshi smiles gently, looking at her determination. You're so stubborn. Let's not rush. Take it slow. In his mind, he thinks back to how Karina insisted on coming to school with him. Once she heard I was going to school again, she wouldn't take no for an answer. She said she didn't want to be a burden to me. He remembers the moment he put the mechanical braces on her legs. Going to school with me will be so much harder for her. I'm glad I bought these newly developed braces. With her body unable to walk, she's still managing, barely, with the help of a cane. The price was ridiculous, but it's better than a wheelchair. If I gave her that, she'd cry, thinking I keep wasting money on her. Another memory flashes in his mind. The day he defeated enemies who tried to kill him. He found a space ring and thought, I managed to buy this with the money I looted from those 3. But now there's nothing left. I could sell the dimensional ring. But as a hero, I'll have more opportunities. Back in the present, Tsuyoshi watches Karina's determined expression and thinks, looking at her now, everything was worth it. Yes, this is enough. He steadies her, saying, take it slow and don't wander too much after school. I'll come and escort you downstairs. Karina nods. Okay. Tsuyoshi, full of confidence, thinks I'll definitely find a way to treat you. A short distance away, 2 girls watch the siblings. One of them asks, who's that girl using a cane and those weird tools to walk? The other girl replies, you mean Karina? She was attacked by darkness. She lost her parents, and both of her legs were injured. The first girl, licking a lollipop with a cruel smirk, says, wow, is that true? She became disabled after that? Such a poor soul. The other girl continues, yeah, that incident was even shown on the news. Even the teachers talked about it. The first girl narrows her eyes, her smile turning wicked. Isn't it better for people like her to just disappear? What a waste of resources, even for the news to cover her. Her friend looks uneasy. Mina, are you planning to bully her again? She's disabled. If the school finds out, Mina scoffs, still glaring at Karina. What's wrong with bullying the disabled? No one said anything the last time I did it. It'll be the same now. I've got myself an interesting toy. She turns and starts walking away. Let's go. I still have to meet my boyfriend. Her friend reluctantly follows. Okay. The scene shifts to the vice headmaster's office. The vice headmaster, a heavy-set man with a stern expression, glares at Tsuyoshi and says, "You should thank Lily-sensei. If she hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have let you return to school at all. Half the people here wouldn't care about a student like you." Tsuyoshi bows respectfully, standing straight afterward. Lily-sensei, standing beside him, calmly addresses the vice headmaster. "I understand your concerns, but he has his own circumstances. I've already given him guidance, and his tuition fees are paid. I'll make sure he earns the credits he needs to graduate." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi awkwardly scratches the back of his head and says, "Vice Headmaster Lily-sensei, thank you very much." As Tsuyoshi and Lily-sensei leave the office, the vice headmaster watches her walk away with a lustful gaze, his eyes lingering on her figure. "I don't care about that student," he thinks to himself. "I'm only interested in you, Lily. You really need a lover like me." In the school hallway, Lily-sensei walks alongside Tsuyoshi and says, "I'll also cover your sister's tuition fees, so don't worry about that. You two are strong kids." Tsuyoshi lowers his head slightly, guilt flickering in his expression. "I'm sorry for troubling you like this. I'll definitely pay you back." Lily-sensei stops for a moment, looking at him intensely. "We could talk about that later. For now, focus on your studies. You're in your third year, prepare for your exams." She waves her hand, smiling warmly. "You look brighter than before, Tsuyoshi. I'm really happy to see that." Tsuyoshi responds gently, "Am I? I've been giving it my best recently. I'll live up to your expectations." As they part ways, Tsuyoshi's expression hardens. "I'm sorry for not telling you about me being a hero," he thinks. "The matter with the crazy wolf still isn't settled. I need to be cautious, but at least I want to show you I'm not like my old self." Lily-sensei calls back, "Hurry to class. Your next subject is art." Tsuyoshi nods and heads to his classroom. Inside the classroom, a thug-like boy named Rayleigh sits at the back with his feet up on the desk. Seeing Tsuyoshi enter, he smirks. "I thought Tsuyoshi was expelled, but here he is crawling back." The boy in front of Rayleigh tosses him a paper ball. "Should we take him to the toilet again after class, Rayleigh-san?" Rayleigh catches the ball with a grin. "Of course. Ever since he left, my pocket money from the protection fee disappeared." As Tsuyoshi takes his seat, Rayleigh prepares to throw the paper ball and sneers. "Do you think I care about your family situation? You should feel sorry for me. I can't even afford a karaoke bar." His friend laughs. "That's right, Rayleigh-san." Rayleigh throws the paper ball, aiming for Tsuyoshi's head. But just as it's about to hit, Tsuyoshi calmly dodges and catches it midair. The room falls silent. Rayleigh and his lackey stare in shock. "He caught it," one of them mutters. Tsuyoshi turns to them with an angry expression and says, "Rayleigh, toilet. Later." Rayleigh's face twists in fury as he slams his fist on the desk. "Did I hear that right? He's inviting me to the toilet? That bastard's gotten cheeky after disappearing for a while. I'll teach him a lesson." The school bell rings. Outside the bathroom, Rayleigh's lackeys block other students from entering. Rayleigh-san is using the toilet. "Go somewhere else." Inside, Tsuyoshi stands calmly in front of Rayleigh. Rayleigh sneers. "So, you're picking up garbage after leaving school? I heard you became a cleaner." He steps closer, grinning. "Now, about that protection fee, give me your money. If not..." Tsuyoshi's cold gaze locks onto Rayleigh. "If not..." Rayleigh and his lackeys freeze momentarily, unnerved by Tsuyoshi's eyes. Rayleigh recovers quickly, yelling, "Stop messing around! I'll beat you up!" His lackeys step forward, cracking their knuckles. "We've been waiting for this, Rayleigh-san. You're dead now," one of them sneers. They lunge at Tsuyoshi, fists flying. But Tsuyoshi doesn't flinch. Without changing expression, he blocks their attacks with ease, his hands moving faster than they can react. Both lackeys stumble back, shocked. "What the?" Tsuyoshi stands tall, looking at them with an intense gaze. Such amazing strength, he thinks. I'll become this strong so quickly. I'm not even afraid anymore. His glowing eyes narrow. The old me didn't have the courage to protect myself. But now, I'm different. He activates his divine eye, analyzing their skills in an instant. One of the lackeys panics, shouting, "Oi, let me go! Let me go!" Tsuyoshi releases them, then kicks both lackeys hard, sending them flying into the bathroom stalls. Rayleigh stares in disbelief. What the hell? Memories of bullying Tsuyoshi flash in his mind. Why does it feel like he's become a completely different person? He imagines Tsuyoshi's glowing red eyes, his face contorted like a madman. Before Rayleigh can react further, another student bursts into the bathroom. Rayleigh-san, the boss is here. Let's go. Rayleigh glares at Tsuyoshi, picking up his groaning lackeys. This isn't over, he growls before fleeing. Tsuyoshi watches them go, his gaze cold. That look. Getting kicked wasn't enough, he thinks. I'm glad I held back. If I'd used my full strength, they'd be dead by now. Meanwhile, in Karina's classroom, she faces her own troubles. A kind girl in her class gently approaches Karina and says, I'll cause you more trouble, won't I? I'm sorry, Harchin. Karina shakes her head with a soft smile. It's okay. Just call me if you need anything. The girl nods, taking Karina's notebook and saying, Here, let me carry this for you. Their conversation is abruptly cut off when a sharp slap lands on the back of the girl's head. She winces, holding her head in pain as Mina, the same girl from earlier, sneers at her. Move! I have business with that woman. The kind girl glares at Mina and protests weakly. Karina's body is disabled right now. You can't. Mina's icy gaze silences her instantly. Say something again, and I'll hit your face next. Mina strides toward Karina, who is sitting nervously on a bench. Her devilish smirk spreads wider as she leans closer. You haven't come to school for quite some time, Karina. Do you know how annoying it was for me without any slaves around? Karina trembles slightly, her voice shaky as she tries to explain. I am sorry. I don't have any money. Mina tilts her head with a cruel laugh, her eyes glinting with amusement. Money? Don't make me laugh. Those things attached to your legs. She gestures to the braces Karina is wearing. They're sellable, aren't they? Karina freezes, her face pale with fear, while Mina looms over her with an expression of pure malice.
We pick up with Karina, our protagonist's sister, sitting at her desk, minding her own business. But suddenly, some girls approach her with no good intentions. Karina's shaking, and in a trembling voice she says, The braces. No, my big brother did his best to buy them for me. So, they're really important to me. You can feel the tension rising as she clutches those braces like they're the last thing keeping her grounded. Then, one of the bullies looks at her with a smug grin, clearly enjoying her discomfort. Oh, so they're important to you? Without them you can't even walk, huh? And Karina, panicking, responds, Yes, they're important. Then, out of nowhere, the black-haired bully stands up and slap. Karina gets slapped right across the face. The whole classroom goes dead silent. Not a single person says a word. Everyone just watches, frozen. The bully walks away, her smirk plastered across her face. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Just then, the teacher walks in, totally oblivious to what just went down. Class is starting. Go back to your seats, she says, like she didn't just miss a scene out of a drama. The bully girl just walks off, turning back to say, Well, it's the 6th period now. Don't even think about going home right away after school, Karina. Our talk isn't over. Karina's sitting there, trying to keep it together. In her mind, she's thinking, I have to get out of here as soon as class ends. I can't wait for my big brother. I'll sneak out through the back gate to make sure he doesn't run into Mina and the others. You can practically feel the urgency in her thoughts. When the bell rings and the class is finally over, the teacher says, That's it for today. Be careful on your way home. And the students all stand up to leave. They say, Thank you very much to the teacher, and our protagonist Tsuyoshi's class isn't any different. But Tsuyoshi? He's called over by the teacher. She looks at him with a warm, gentle smile and asks, Tsuyoshi, are you getting used to school after being absent for a while? Tsuyoshi, as calm and cool as ever, responds, Yes, what's the matter? The teacher smiles even brighter and says, I was wondering if I could do anything to help you today. Tsuyoshi, giving her a reassuring smile, says, I'm fine, thank you. The teacher sighs in relief. I'm glad to hear that. Just make sure if anything happens, don't be afraid to tell me. Tsuyoshi, standing there with his usual confident air, responds, I'm really fine, teacher, thank you. The teacher walks away from Tsuyoshi, still not looking at him, and says, It seems I was just bothering you, wasn't I? I'm really happy to see you're getting used to the school again. If anything happens, don't hesitate to tell me. You should head home now. Tsuyoshi, with a gentle smile, looks at her and waves. Bye. Just as he turns around, a student approaches him nervously. "Hey, Tsuyoshi, I want to apologize for what happened in the toilet." The boy's sweating bullets, panicking as he stumbles over his words. "Could you come with me? Let's talk somewhere else." Tsuyoshi raises an eyebrow. "Where?" The boy glances at him, clearly trying to hide his unease. "It's right over there. I want to apologize in private." But as they walk, the boy's expression changes. Sweat drips down his face as he smirks, and suddenly, a ghost-like figure with a wooden stick appears from the corner, ready to strike Tsuyoshi from behind. Then, out of nowhere, a loud yell echoes down the corridor, and the boy, grinning, says, "Rayleigh, make sure not to overdo it." But as Rayleigh swings the wooden stick, crack, it breaks in half, splintering against Tsuyoshi's body. The boy is in shock. "No way." He stopped it. Tsuyoshi, with a look of pure arrogance, turns to the boy and says, "I knew you were planning something shady, but this? Beating me this low?" With a swift motion, Tsuyoshi delivers a powerful kick to the boy's stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. The other two boys, seeing their friend get destroyed, launch an attack on Tsuyoshi. But it's no use. Tsuyoshi dodges and knocks them both out with a well-placed kick. He looks down at the defeated boys and sneers, "You guys didn't learn your lesson. You're failures." One of the boys, still holding the bat, growls, "Go to hell." Tsuyoshi looks at him coldly. "If this wasn't school, you'd be dead already." The boy freezes, terrified. In his mind, he thinks, "I can't even move my hand. Am I afraid of Tsuyoshi?" Tsuyoshi raises his hand, ready to strike. "Go to sleep." With that, he slaps the boy across the face, knocking him unconscious. As Tsuyoshi watches the defeated bullies on the ground, he mutters to himself, "I'm late picking up my sister. You're lucky. Heroes don't kill civilians." Meanwhile, we shift to Karina, our protagonist's sister, who's slowly making her way down the hallway toward the back gate. She's thinking to herself, "I have to get away from Mina through the back gate. Once I'm out, I can head to the front gate." But then she hesitates, looking at the stairs. "It's still scary to walk down. I need to stay calm." Slowly, suddenly someone shoves her from behind, and Karina tumbles down the stairs, landing hard on the ground. She looks up to see the same black-haired girl who had bullied her earlier. The girl smirks. "She fell. Do you think you can escape through the back gate? We knew you'd come here." With a wicked grin, the girl moves closer to Karina and starts removing something from her legs. Karina, bleeding from her forehead, looks up, trembling. "No, stop. Please. Don't take my B-braces." The girl sneers down at her. "Do you realize you won't get away if we take them, right?" Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi stands at the front gate, still waiting for Karina. He thinks, "Karina's still not here. I went to her class earlier, but they said she already left." Just then, a girl approaches him from behind. "Excuse me, you're Karina's big brother, right?" Tsuyoshi turns around, surprised. "Yes. Do you know where she is? We promised to go home together." The girl looks at him with a mix of respect and fear in her eyes. "I think she went through the back gate. You should go check for yourself." Tsuyoshi, hearing the girl's words, immediately heads towards the back gate, walking down the hallway of the school. In his mind, he thinks, Karina's at the back gate. He imagines her and then, why is she acting so strange? It seems like she's afraid of something. Tsuyoshi keeps walking, determination in his eyes. Regardless, I need to find Karina. As he approaches the back gate, he sees the scattered books and Karina, blood on her forehead, sitting on the ground. Tsuyoshi's heart sinks. He quickly walks toward her. When she notices him, Karina, still on the ground, weakly looks up at him and says, "Big brother, why are you here?" Tsuyoshi doesn't answer. He activates his divine eye, and the system panel pops up, analyzing her injuries. Target, Karina. Forehead injuries caused by falling, multiple slaps, bruises on arms and waist, internal bleeding from kicks. Tsuyoshi, still silent, walks closer to her. Karina, with an awkward smile, says, "Big brother, it's my fault. I fell down the stairs." Tsuyoshi remains silent, continuing to analyze her injuries. Karina, looking more guilty, says, "I'm so stupid. I couldn't even go down the stairs properly. The walking stick is broken. I'm sorry." Tsuyoshi kneels down, gently picking up the scattered books and placing them in her bag. He then hands the bag to her and says, "We're family. There's no such thing as a burden." It must hurt to fall like that. Karina brushes it off, shaking her head. No, I'm okay, don't worry about me. Then she looks at him with concern. What about the braces? Are they okay? Tsuyoshi looks down at her, gently taking her hand in his. They're fine. Karina sighs in relief. I'm glad. All right, let's go home. Tsuyoshi, carrying her on his back, walks towards home. As they walk, Tsuyoshi glances at the setting sun. Do you remember, Karina? I carried you like this that day. He smiles softly. I can feel how much you've grown since then. It feels like a lifetime ago. From his back, Karina replies, yes, but it feels like just yesterday. We've always been together. Tsuyoshi's voice softens. Yes, you're the only one I've had. That's why I wanted to become stronger to protect you. I was powerless that day. But now, I've become a hero. I won't let you go through that again. Karina's voice quivers slightly. I know you always give your best. That's why I don't want to be a burden to you. Tsuyoshi gently sets her down on a bench and says, You're saying that again. We're family. Wait here for a bit. He'll be back soon. Karina, with panic in her voice, calls out, Where are you going? Tsuyoshi, walking away, responds calmly, I forgot something. Karina, confused, asks, Something you forgot? Tsuyoshi's expression changes as he walks further away. His face hardens and his resolve solidifies. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a conversation unfolds between a boy with yellow hair and the black-haired girl. The yellow-haired boy says with a smug grin, It felt good watching her try to protect those braces desperately. She was wide open for a kick, but it's really annoying we couldn't get them off her. I'm sure we could sell them for some good money. The black-haired girl, looking pleased, nods. I'll make sure we get them, don't worry. The yellow-haired boy, crossing his arms, looks at her skeptically. You think they're really sellable? The girl licks her lollipop, then glances back at him. I heard her big brother, Tsuyoshi, just came back to school. Is that a problem? The yellow-haired boy scoffs. Tsuyoshi? That loser who got kicked out and became a cleaner? The black-haired girl, with a confident smirk, replies, A cleaner? So, he's just a garbage man. Both the disabled and the garbage man are family. How embarrassing it is to be in the same class with them. They should just get expelled. The yellow-haired boy laughs. Karina was popular before her legs were broken. A lot of boys liked her. She's cute, smart, stylish. The black-haired girl gets angry. What are you saying in front of me? The yellow-haired boy leans in closer to her, smirking. Don't be mad. I didn't mean anything by it. The girl glares at him. After you steal her braces tomorrow, let's play together. We can sell them for some money. Just as they talk, Tsuyoshi stands outside the classroom, hearing everything. He clenches his fists, furious. The yellow-haired boy says with a smirk, It's fine. It's an easy job against a crippled girl. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi bursts into the classroom, and everyone is shocked. The yellow-haired boy glares at him and shouts, Who dares to enter this room? Tsuyoshi, his expression cold and unwavering, responds, So, you're the one who hurt Karina? She said she fell down the stairs, though. So, Tsuyoshi walks into the scene, and the tension is palpable. The yellow-haired girl looked toward our protagonist and said, He's Karina's brother, but somehow. The black-haired girl smirked, locking her gaze on him. Planning to take revenge for your sister? Then you've come at the wrong time, right, Billy? The yellow-haired boy, Billy, crossed his arms and grinned. Tsuyoshi, the garbage man, right? He cracked his knuckles and assumed a fighting stance. You're a third-year student, yet you haven't heard of me? Billy the Great. Mina was only playing a little game with your sister. Without showing any emotion, our protagonist calmly replied, So, you decided to push down a crippled girl and make her fall down the stairs, right? Billy smirked arrogantly, poking his ear with his pinky. Garbage man, do you have any complaints? He pointed a finger at our protagonist and added, Were you apologizing or what? The black-haired girl laughed mockingly. It's easier for us to make him understand his place. How dare a garbage man like him waste our time? Suddenly, Billy yelped in pain. He glanced down at his finger, only to see our protagonist gripping it and bending it backward until it snapped. Billy screamed, clutching his hand. My finger! How dare you, you bastard! The commotion drew the attention of the two girls. Wait, what happened? They asked in unison. Our protagonist calmly closed the door behind him and said coldly, "It's not just you." He locked the door and added, "I won't let any of you escape." With the help of the system, our protagonist analyzed their characteristics and discovered none of them were heroes. The system confirmed, no occupation, no threat. The black-haired girl stammered, What are you doing?" Our protagonist placed his bag on a nearby table and walked toward them. "I thought you were heroes, considering how bossy you act. But it seems you're just picking on people for no reason." Billy, still clutching his hand in pain, stammered, "You little, my finger." The black-haired girl interrupted. "Billy, are you okay?" Billy tried to muster some bravado. "Don't you know who my father is?" The yellow-haired girl, attempting to act confident, said, "Tsuyoshi Kanu, Karina's big brother, right?" Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she added, "I'll give you points for having the guts to come here alone." Feigning authority, she continued, "We may not be heroes, but we're not the kind of people you want to mess with." Before she could finish, our protagonist punched her square in the face, sending her flying. She hit the ground hard. Our protagonist stared down at her and said coldly, "Did you think I wouldn't dare hit a woman?" The black-haired girl gasped, "Vivian!" Billy, trembling, thought to himself, "That speed. Even sports students don't move that fast. What the hell is going on?" The black-haired girl rushed to Vivian's side, while Billy, in a panic, glared at our protagonist. I'll say it again. Our protagonist ignored him and turned his attention to the black-haired girl. "I don't see you, or her, as women." Billy tried again. "Don't you know who my father is?" Before he could finish, our protagonist punched him in the face, shattering several teeth. "I'll deal with you later, shut up." The black-haired girl, now terrified, cried out, "Billy! Billy!" Our protagonist grabbed her by the neck and pinned her against the wall. Struggling to breathe, she pleaded, "Wait, let go of me." Ignoring her pleas, he tightened his grip and said, "From what I heard, you took the initiative to bully Karina, didn't you?" His glowing eyes radiated menace as he continued, "As her brother, I will never forgive you for what you did to her. You've made me very, very angry." The girl struggled, gasping for air. Our protagonist's voice grew colder. "From now on, stay away from Karina. I don't expect you to apologize, but you'd better keep your distance from her." Panicking, she nodded frantically. Yes!" Satisfied, our protagonist released her, letting her collapse to the ground. He turned to Billy and said, "You're these girls' boyfriend, aren't you?" Picking up a steel ruler from the table, he continued, "Do you still want to bully Karina?" Billy trembled, stammering, "Wait." Our protagonist raised the ruler like a sword. "Even with a ruler like this, it's enough to end garbage like you." Billy, terrified, blurted out, "Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the leader of the Blue Shark Gang. My father is a level 10 hero." Hearing this, our protagonist froze for a moment. The Blue Shark Gang, the Blue Snake Gang. Memories of the hospital incident flashed through his mind, when the Blue Snake Gang came to demand payment for Karina's medical bills. Anger surged through him. His skill activated as he growled, "It's funny how often you run into people you don't like. So, the Blue Snake Gang." Billy's eyes widened in horror. "Skill. You're a hero." Our protagonist swung the ruler through the air, and lightning crackled, electrifying Billy. A system notification appeared. "Notice, without a proper weapon, damage is reduced by 90%. Full damage will not be inflicted." Our protagonist walked away from Billy, tossing the scale toward him. "This amount of pain should be enough for you," he said coldly. Picking up his bag from the bench, he headed toward the door. Without looking back, he added, "Don't forget, this is your last warning. Make sure to keep your promise." As he reached the door, he paused briefly and said again, "Oh, and I'm sorry, but you'll have to clean up the classroom." Billy, still in shock from the attack, lay on the ground, panicked. He muttered, Did he leave?" The black-haired girl helped Billy to his feet, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" "We should go to the hospital," she suggested. But Billy, his voice filled with anger, snapped, "No, I just need to rest a little. I didn't know he was a hero." The black-haired girl, revealing a scar on her neck, glared at Billy. "What are you going to do about this? This isn't over, right? Look at this scar." Her voice rose as she continued, "Make him pay for this. Tell your father." Billy cut her off with a yell. Don't tell me what to do. His face twisted with rage. He will pay for this, he growled. He glanced toward the door and added, I'll make him pay for this. My father will handle it. The girl's lips curled into a villainous smile. That's right. You'll tell him who dared to piss you off. Billy, clutching his injured hand, stared at the door. I'll ask my father, he said, his voice filled with venom, and then I'll wipe him and his sister off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, we see Karina, our protagonist's sister, waiting for him. She gazed up at the sky and muttered softly, I hope Big Brother is all right. Her eyes lowered to the ground, and she whispered, her voice trembling, If I could take care of myself, I wouldn't have to bother him. I don't want to make him worry more than he already does, especially about his newfound hero status. Suddenly, she heard a voice call out, Karina! Startled, Karina turned to see her brother kneeling in front of her. I'm sorry for making you wait, he said with a gentle smile. Let's go home. He smiled again and added, Here, let me give you a piggyback ride. Karina, her expression brightening, replied, And I'll carry your bag. As they walked home, our protagonist thought to himself, So, the young leader of the Blue Snake Gang is a level 10 hero. And Billy's father. Billy's probably going to cry to his father and make him retaliate against us. There are too many of them for me to handle alone. And Karina. She's in danger too. I can't afford to let my guard down. Walking through the streets, his thoughts grew more determined. It's time to go back to the other world. Karina, I won't let them hurt you anymore. In the other world, the beast girl Sakura greeted our protagonist with excitement. Master, we've arrived in the Northern Inn. Here's what you need to know. She turned to him and explained, Once we're in town, you'll be able to participate in official quests. You must register at the Adventurer Guild. In town, you'll find a tavern, a blacksmith shop, and a tool shop. Hearing this, our protagonist clenched his fists with excitement. Just the thing I've been wanting. I'll finally get some experience in warfare. Sounds like a fun game. Let's go, I can't wait. With that, our protagonist and the beast girl looked ahead toward the bustling city of the beastmen in the northern region. Our protagonist stood in the middle of the bustling city of beastmen northern, taking in the view with his hands on his hips. Amazing. So there are a lot of different beastman tribes here, he remarked with a sense of wonder. Sakura, standing beside him, glanced at the cityscape and replied, There are quite a lot of tribes. Each tribe has its own specialties. Our protagonist, scanning the crowd, noticed something unusual. Those are humans, human adventurers, he said with a hint of curiosity. Hearing that, Sakura looked toward the humans and explained, Are they like the ones from your homeworld, master? In big cities like this, there are often a mix of different tribes, but there's also a rule here. You should avoid any fights that could cost your life outside the arena. She added, Still, Northern is a beastman city after all. Of course, there are more beastmen here than anything else. Intrigued, our protagonist began walking toward the humans. I see, that's interesting. This is the first time I've seen human comrades since coming here. I can already feel our bond. Approaching the humans with excitement, he greeted them enthusiastically. Hello. Sakura, alarmed, hurried after him. Master, you can't just suddenly. The two humans immediately grew defensive, gripping their weapons tightly. Who are you? One of them demanded while the other added, Don't get too close to us. Confused, our protagonist blinked. So, there's a rule about giving greetings? Before the situation escalated further, Sakura stepped in front of him in a defensive stance. This is a misunderstanding, she said firmly, addressing the humans. The humans now looking at Sakura seemed startled. This feeling, one muttered. Without another word, they backed away cautiously, muttering, What the hell? As they continued walking toward the heart of the city, Sakura spoke up. It seems you shouldn't talk to adventurers so casually inside the city. You'll only make them uneasy. Especially humans. They're always wary of their surroundings. Our protagonist nodded thoughtfully. I see. So there are quite a lot of rules in this world. Looking around, he noticed something peculiar. It seems like everyone is whispering about us, he said, his gaze shifting to the crowd. Sakura's expression changed, and from behind him she spoke softly. I'm sorry. It's because I'm a half-beastman. Beastmen hate hybrids. She tried to steer the conversation. Let's just get our registry from the Adventurers Guild. Our protagonist, rubbing his head, replied casually, "It's better for them to just leave us alone." Extending his hand towards Sakura, he added, "Discrimination exists everywhere, so don't think too much about it. Let's go." Hearing our protagonist's words, Sakura gently placed her hand on his and smiled. "Yes." They approached the Adventurers Guild. Standing in front of it as our protagonist's eyes locked onto the quest board. With excitement, he exclaimed, "It's just like in games and anime." Sakura glanced at him and explained, "That's the quest board, master, but we can't take any quests until we've registered." Inside the Adventurers Guild, Sakura approached the front desk with enthusiasm. "We're here to register as adventurers," she declared to the beastman receptionist. The receptionist glanced at the duo, raising an eyebrow. "A party with a half-beastman and a human? Interesting. Which one of you wants to register?" Our protagonist scratched his head awkwardly. "That's me. You're different from the others outside who were glaring at us." The receptionist smirked. "I've seen countless adventurers come and go. This is nothing new to me." She placed a form on the table. "Fill this out, your name and class. Once your information is entered, it'll be shared with all the Adventurers Guild branches. You can take quests from any branch after this." Holding the paper, our protagonist stared at it. "So, we're writing an official document?" Sakura patted his shoulder. "The document doesn't matter, master. What's important is your registration. Without it, you can't get an adventurer's badge." "An adventurer's badge?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. The receptionist pulled out a badge and held it up. "Yes, this is the identification for adventurers. This one is the lowest rank iron. The higher your rank, the better the quests and rewards. Work hard to gain experience." She continued. "The ranks go from iron to bronze, silver, and finally gold. Only a handful of gold-ranked adventurers exist, and they usually take requests directly from nobles or the wealthy." Looking at the iron badge in his hand, our protagonist muttered, "The lowest rank badge doesn't look that impressive." The receptionist replied, "Your badge also determines your level. You can hide your level if you want. It's part of the badge's functionality." "Amazing. How does it work?" he asked, eyes gleaming. Sakura explained, "Your badge links to you as an adventurer. You can hide your level just by thinking about it, but you'll need to remember how to do it." "By thinking, huh?" Holding the badge tightly, he focused. "Like this?" he thought, and thanks to his divine selection system, he mastered it immediately. The receptionist's jaw dropped. "Wow, you managed it on your first try? That's rare. Most new adventurers struggle with it." Before she could continue, a group of beastmen warriors barged in, shoving our protagonist aside. One of them slammed materials onto the desk. "We're here to report a completed quest. Got any other quests for us?" The warrior leaned in closer to the receptionist, smirking. "If not, how about a drink on me?" The receptionist, unfazed, replied, "Unfortunately, I'm busy." She picked up a scroll and teased, "There is one emergency request. The reward is high, but so is the difficulty. It's recommended for adventurers at least level 15. Think you can handle it?" The warriors hesitated. Is there something around level 10 instead? What kind of request is IIT?" She explained, "A flock of carnivorous darklings is terrorizing a farm. A party of 3 tried this quest and was severely injured. One of them is still missing. Their levels were higher than yours." Sweating, the warrior stammered, "Level 10 darklings, and a flock of TM?" Another warrior shook his head. "No way. That kind of request needs level 20 or above." Suddenly, our protagonist stepped forward, snatched the scroll from the receptionist's hand, and declared, "We'll take it." The warriors glared at him. "What did you just say, trash?" Our protagonist met their anger with calm defiance. "You're in the way, trash," one warrior growled. "Do you even know what happens if you draw your weapon in the guild?" The other added, "Don't underestimate us, human. If you value your life, don't take this quest." Our protagonist smirked. "Since you can't handle it, just shut up." Activating his ultimate physique, he challenged, "If you doubt my capabilities, let's settle it in the arena." He thought to himself, "Thanks to the divine selection system, I can easily handle a level 9 beastman in a one-on-one match." The warriors sneered. "Even if you're new, your iron badge is still laughable. You'll just embarrass yourself if the requester rejects you." The receptionist intervened. "I admire your courage, But they have a point. The requester might reject you at your current level. The warriors smirked triumphantly. Hear that? Start small, trash. Go catch a runaway dog or something. But then Sakura stepped forward confidently. No, we will do it. The room fell silent. One of the warriors stammered, You're just a half. Do you even have the skills to back that up? Sakura pulled out her golden badge. Is this proof enough? The warriors recoiled. A gold badge? No way. The receptionist smiled. You should have said that from the start. I'll entrust this request to you. The requester will be thrilled. Embarrassed, the warriors slinked away. Our protagonist called after them mockingly. Running away already? Sakura turned to him respectfully. This request will help with your level progression, master. Rubbing his head, he smiled gently. Yes, let's do it. The receptionist watched them leave, thinking, a gold badge adventurer calling him master? Just who is this boy? What an interesting party. In the forest, Sakura walked beside our protagonist, holding the request paper. The farm where the carnivorous Darklings reside should be around here. Our protagonist glanced at her. I didn't know you had a gold badge, Sakura. Flustered, Sakura replied. Yes, I joined the Adventurers Guild when I was young. I've completed many quests with different parties. Eventually, I met the requirements for the gold badge. Is that weird? He thought to himself. She's been active in the guild since she was young. That must have been tough. No, you're amazing, Sakura, he said warmly. Blushing, Sakura whispered, Thank you. They stopped in front of a house, standing amidst a farming field. Sakura looked around. It seems like we're here. Our opponent seemed strong. Sometime later, in front of the gate, our protagonist Tsuyoshi and the beast girl, Sakura, stood looking through the gate at the dark monsters lurking inside. Sakura observed the creatures and said, A flock of level 10 carnivorous darkness. I wonder how many people are inside that bee building. Tsuyoshi simply replied, They are disgusting. Hearing that, Sakura glanced at him and explained, They are darkness after all. They corrupt all living beings, turning them into more of their kind and intensifying their strength. Low-level beings would even lose their intelligence. She gave a gentle smile before continuing. They're just like those dark goblins, creatures that were corrupted. These carnivorous monsters used to be slimes before they were swallowed by darkness. Tsuyoshi stared at the slimy darkness monsters and muttered, So they were slimes before. No wonder they're so mushy like tat. With newfound confidence, he declared, Okay, so these carnivorous darkness creatures are just dark slimes. They're dangerous, but only thunder element attacks will work against them. Looking at Sakura excitedly, he added, Then my thunder chain fall would be the best option. Summoning lightning in his hand, Tsuyoshi smirked. Let's do this, Sakura. You can just watch from the side as usual. But just as he was about to charge in, Sakura suddenly grabbed him from behind, her eyes filled with concern. It's better for you not to do this kind of thing alone from now on. Tsuyoshi was taken aback. Why? Sakura looked at him seriously. This is a fight that could cost you your life. This area is completely different from the beginner zones. Maybe you'd be fine against them one-on-one, but what if you have to face a whole flock? It's too dangerous if it's just you, Elon Master. She sighed and continued. Did you see the expressions on Death Party's faces when they accepted this request? They knew how dangerous this was. It's not strange for an adventurer to die at any time. That's part of their job. But I don't want you to risk your life just to level up, Master. At the very least, allow me to accompany you during the fight. Tsuyoshi looked at her in confusion and scratched the back of his head. I see. By the way, I have 2 questions for you, Sakura. Awkwardly, he thought to himself, Above my level? I'm just trying to get stronger so I can be prepared for anything that might happen in my world. Sakura tilted her head, looking at him curiously. What's the matter? As long as I know the answer, I'll tell you. Tsuyoshi's expression turned serious as he recalled his conversation with the beastmen tribe chief. He thought about the promise made by the king of the beastmen and the trial awaiting him in a year. Looking down, his expression grew solemn. I don't know how strong the king is, so my first question is this. How strong do I need to be to prove my strength and abilities after a year? Sakura's eyes widened in shock. She avoided making eye contact before hesitantly answering, "If I have to be honest with you, Master." She stole a quick glance at him, her face carrying the defeated expression of someone who had lost all hope. "It's impossible for you to pass his trial after just 1 year. Starting at this level, right now, it's impossible." Tsuyoshi's heart sank, his expression softened, and he asked in confusion, "Why is it impossible?" Looking down, Sakura recalled the first time she met him. Slowly she spoke. "First of all, just staying alive for the next year would already be an achievement for you. At the very least, you have to avoid being killed by the divine judgment of the beastmen." She met his gaze and asked, "Master, do you know about the rule regarding the level system?" Hearing that, our protagonist held his face in his hand and said, "Can you explain it to me?" He thought to himself, "I know that both worlds have the same level system. Moreover, the stronger I become as an adventurer in this world, the higher my beal will be as a hero in my own world. But, other than that, I don't know much." Sakura looked at him and explained, "The level limit for adventurers is 100%. Additionally, the current Beastman King is at level 92. The reason why the Amusement King reached that position is because of his unparalleled abilities and high level." She continued, "The Beastman King, Human King, and Elven King symbolize the peak of strength in their respective races." Tsuyoshi held his face in his hand with a funny expression as he recalled the Beastman King. He didn't look that strong to be the symbol of power for the Beastmen. Sakura sighed and clarified, "The reason I said it's impossible for you to pass the Beast King's trial is because there's a limit to how much you can grow. Simply put, there's a point where an adventurer can't get any stronger. The higher your level, the harder it is to level up." With a sad expression, she continued, "You can use me as an example. I've been an adventurer for more than 20 years, yet I'm still at level 72. I know level 72 isn't low, but I've tried to increase my level many times and failed. This is my limit. Everyone has their own cap." She placed a hand over her chest and said with concern, "For you to pass the Beast King's trial, you need to reach at least level 50. Sakura's expression grew even more worried. In a low voice, she added, "No matter how I look at it, it's impossible for you to raise your level that high within a year. A normal adventurer would need their whole life just to reach level 50. Tsuyoshi remained silent for a moment, thinking. Then suddenly, he smiled at Sakura and said, "I understand your worries." Sakura looked at him, confused. "Are you really okay, Master? At the very least, I'll stay by your side and support you for the next year, even if you can't fulfill your promise to the Beast King." But before she could finish her sentence, Tsuyoshi cut her off with confidence. "You know that I'm not a normal adventurer." Clenching his fist, he continued, "I stood up right after receiving divine judgment. I lifted the Divine King's hammer. You know I'm different. As long as I can reach level 50 within a year, it'll be fine. Even if it's impossible for others, it's possible for me." With a confident smile, he thought to himself, "It's a strange thing to say, but thanks to this ring, I'm here in this world. I had a way to survive after receiving divine judgment, and I have this divine selection system. I'm the chosen one. There's no normal path for me. This system makes everything possible." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Sakura admired him and said, "Master, as you said, you'll definitely become a legend. I believe in you, Master." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi activated his lightning power and gripped his sword in his left hand. He looked at the darkness monsters and said, "Good, let's go." Then, with a grin, he added, "Right, this is my second question." Sakura, still looking at him from behind, replied, "Yes? Sorry for talking too much." Without turning to her, Tsuyoshi asked, "In case I fight a level 10 warrior along with dozens of minions at the same time, what level should I aim for at the very least?" Sakura pondered for a moment, placing a finger on her lips. "I don't know why you're asking that, but given that situation with that many enemies, you'd need to be at least level 12 to have the advantage." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi stood in front of the darkness monsters and, without looking back, muttered, "Level 12, huh? It's decided then. I'll reach level 12 in about a week." At that moment, the system notification popped up, revealing Tsuyoshi's current status. Level 6. Class Warrior. Equipment Fox beastman set. Weapon, black freezing flash sword. Skill, thunder chain fall. Legendary skill, heaven shaker. Combat power, 8,800. As Tsuyoshi stepped through the gate and entered the house, all the darkness monsters turned to him. Behind him, Sakura watched over him, supporting him silently. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi gripped his sword and said, "Leave this one to me, Sakura." Holding his sword in front of him, he thought, "I'll use the system to its maximum capacity from now on." Activating his divine eye, he analyzed the monsters. The skill revealed their main weakness, their slime cores. If the main body was damaged, the core would be exposed, glowing brightly. During this time, its location could be pinpointed. Seeing the information before his eyes, Tsuyoshi tightened his grip on his sword and thought, "I see. Despite their elemental weakness being thunder, their core is also marked as a weak point. At my current level, hitting the core directly with Thunder Chain Fall is the best way to win." Then, suddenly, he leaped into the air. "First, I need to find where their cores are located." Sakura watched Tsuyoshi with excitement and shouted from behind, "If it hits you, it might corrupt the body part it touches. Please be careful." Tsuyoshi charged at the darkness monster, his eyes scanning it carefully. Suddenly, he smirked. "Found it. With my ultimate physique, I can tank its attack," he thought to himself. Activating his ultimate physique, he swung his sword in a single, devastating strike, slicing through the monster in one blow. "Once I get close," he started to say. But then his expression changed. He stared at the monster in shock. Wait, its core isn't in its chest? Before he could process it, the monster regenerated almost instantly. "You already recovered this much? What terrifying recovery speed," Tsuyoshi muttered. However, he noticed something. The monster's health didn't fully replenish, leaving a small part of its MP empty. At that moment, the monster lunged at him. Tsuyoshi quickly raised his knife like a shield and taunted, "Oh, you plan to eat me? You've sadly picked the wrong opponent." Activating his ultimate physique again, he focused all his strength into his arm and grinned. "You're just like a bug flying into a fire." With sheer brute force, Tsuyoshi split the monster clean in half. "Let me rip your mouth open." Sakura watched from behind, her eyes wide in disbelief. His power is enormous. Perhaps he really is a man who makes the impossible possible. But just as before, the monster tried to regenerate. However, this time its core was finally exposed. Tsuyoshi locked eyes on it and smirked. "There it is, so it's under your tongue." Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and aimed it at the core. Taste the power of thunder. Instead of throwing his sword, he thrust it directly into the core with his bare hand, activating his thunder ability. Thunder Chain Fall. With a massive burst of electricity, the core shattered, completely obliterating the monster. Tsuyoshi turned to Sakura and smirked. "Looks like this request will be easy." Tsuyoshi looked at the defeated corpse of the darkness monster and muttered, "Almost all of the carnivorous darkness outside is cleared up." But then, his expression turned serious as he looked at his hand. Just like Sakura said, "The higher my level, the more experience I need. Weak mobs barely give anything anymore." A system notification popped up in front of him. Next level, 3615 EXP. The experience from these monsters is way lower compared to normal ones. I can't level up fast enough at this rate. Even though this is still faster than in my world, it's not enough. I need to rethink my strategy. Clenching his fist with renewed determination, he thought, "I have to reach level 12 in less than a week and then level 20 in a year. No matter what, I'll get there." Snapping out of his thoughts, Tsuyoshi awkwardly rubbed his head and asked, "By the way, do you have any thunder ointment left?" "That stuff is good." Sakura, holding a pouch in her hand, smiled. "Good work, master." She then checked her treasure bag and nodded. "I have 4 left. I prepared them for both of us, so master can use them as he wishes." Tsuyoshi wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and grinned. "As expected of you, Sakura. You bought the thunder oil before we came here, huh? Is it expensive? Let's stock up on oil-based items next time." The fire oil we used last time was really convenient. Hearing that, Sakura chuckled and pulled out something from her bag. Master doesn't have any money, right? Let me explain our financial situation. Tsuyoshi blinked. Wait, what? Sakura sighed. These kinds of items aren't cheap. I spent all my money to buy them. I'm sorry. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, looking confused. It's not something you should apologize for, Sakura. How much did it cost? And what about our reward for this request? I'll figure something out. Just explain it to me simply. I haven't thought about our finances at all. In his mind, he admitted, I've been too focused on leveling up and completely forgot about money. Even if I spent all of Sakura's savings, she probably wouldn't say anything. Seeing Tsuyoshi's reaction, Sakura suddenly entered full-on anime teacher mode, adjusting her posture and speaking like a pro instructor. Ahem. The price of items varies. Since thunder oil is rare, each bottle costs around 30 silver coins. As for low-level requests, the rewards depend on the value of the task or item being sought. Based on my experience, the reward for a low-level request is usually less than 1 gold coin. That's why people often hire adventurers personally to retrieve valuable lost items. Tsuyoshi, now acting like a proper student, quickly took mental notes. Damn, you know so much. Sakura continued. For example, monster cleanup requests usually reward around 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins depending on difficulty. This current request, since it involves wiping out the carnivorous darkness, should earn us about 3 gold coins. But to put it simply, we're broke. Holding some papers in her hand, she sighed. Once we finish the request, the Adventurers Guild will calculate the reward and pay us. Tsuyoshi made a weird expression and blurted out, You sound like a dependable wife. Realizing what he just said, he quickly shook off the thought and rested his big sword on his shoulder, looking at the warehouse ahead. Alright, the boss should be inside the food warehouse since it's the last place left. Let's finish this fast. Sakura, pumped up, cheered. Good luck. But just as they were about to enter, a loud voice shouted at them. Who the hell are you, barging into my farm without permission? Tsuyoshi and Sakura turned to see a group of beastmen approaching, led by a man who looked like an ordinary farmer. The farmer narrowed his eyes. I'm the owner of this place. Are you adventurers? What's a human and a half-dead-looking girl doing on my farm? A deer beastman sniffed the air and muttered, I smell thunder element residue. Did you guys exterminate the carnivorous darkness outside? A leopard beastman crossed his arms and scoffed, Impossible. A human and a half-dead girl taking out the carnivorous darkness? That's way too difficult for just one party. Are they here for that too? Then, from the back, a young green beastman warrior angrily shouted, I see. You're after the cardiolist, aren't you? We already took this request. The cardiolist drop belongs to us. Another member of their group shouted. Looks like the rumors about the cardiolist have already spread. Tsuyoshi, completely lost, scratched his head. What the hell is a cardiolist? Also, we took this request from the guild, so maybe there's some misunderstanding? Before he could say more, Sakura suddenly cut in. Wait, please. Her expression turned shocked as she clutched her chest. Cardiolist, drops from this bee-boss? The farmer rubbed his head in confusion. Yeah, that's right. I made the request to the guild, but I didn't expect adventurers to come this fast. So, you don't know about the boss's drop? Tsuyoshi and Sakura exchanged glances. The beastmen party in front of them suddenly tensed up, preparing for battle. The leopard beastman pulled out his bow and glared. Since you don't know, then leave. This is our job. If you interfere with the cardiolist, we won't show any mercy. Tsuyoshi, still not understanding what was happening, got into a combat stance. Hey Sakura, what the hell is a cardiolist? Sakura, also preparing to fight, clenched her fists. Master, do not give up on this request. That item is extremely valuable. She took a deep breath and explained. Cardiolist is a rare drop from a dark boss. Once purified, it can be used to connect with dark zones. The experience rate and drop quality inside a dark zone are 10 times higher than normal areas. Any adventurer looking to power level would kill for one. If sold at an auction, it would go for 100 gold coins before purification. After purification, it's worth at least 150 gold coins. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened, sweat rolling down his face. It's that expensive? Clenching his fists, he muttered, "We have to get it at all costs. This is the key to reaching my goal." Just as both sides were about to clash, the farmer stepped between them, waving his hands frantically. "Stop. Don't fight. Please, stop causing more racket so we can solve this misunderstanding peacefully." He then pointed toward the house. "One party came here through the guild, and the other came through me. Prove yourselves with your skills. The last thing left is the boss. Whoever defeats it will get the reward." Sakura's eyes sharpened. She stepped closer to the farmer, and with a low, threatening voice said, "Let us go first." In her mind she thought, "I have to get that item, no matter what, for Master's sake." But the tall warrior from the other group scoffed, crossing his arms. "Why would we let you go in first? Both parties have only one chance at this. Since we were brought here by the requester himself, it's only fair we go first." The farmer nodded. "That's right. I did bring them here first. You guys wait." The beastmen group grinned as they readied themselves. The warrior cracked his knuckles. "Time to show these weaklings what a real party looks like. Let's do this, boys." The leopard beastman adjusted his grip on his bow. "I heard the dark boss is tough, and the reward is huge. We've only got one shot at this. Let's go in at 120% power." But before they could enter, Sakura spoke again, her voice eerily calm. "A well-formed party, a magician, an archer, a warrior, and a tank. If they work together properly, they will defeat the boss. We might lose our chance." Tsuyoshi, arms crossed, muttered, "I see." Then suddenly he smirked and stepped forward. "Wait, I have a suggestion." Everyone turned to look at him. "How about this? Let me go in first, alone." The beastman party blinked in confusion. Tsuyoshi then revealed his level. "I'm a level 6 adventurer. If I lose, our party will withdraw from the request and forfeit the reward. But if I win, the reward is mine. How about it?" A heavy silence filled the air. Then, one by one, the beastmen snickered. "Level?" The snickers turned into full-blown laughter. "Ah ha ha ha. You should know your place. You need to be at least level 18 to solo this boss. Ha 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 ha. Level 6 and alone. Your judgment has been clouded by a mere item. You don't have any sense at all." Tsuyoshi ignored their taunts. Resting his massive sword on his shoulder, he casually walked toward the house. Then it's decided. Sakura, her face filled with concern, called out, "Master, are you sure? This boss is at least level 12. Moreover, it's possessed by darkness. It's not an enemy you can take down easily, even with thunder oil." "As expected, let me." But before she could finish, Tsuyoshi turned back, winked at her, and grinned. "Sakura, believe in me." Sakura's worried expression softened. She let out a small sigh before smiling gently. "Yes, I believe in you, Master." The beastmen party, watching this exchange, only laughed harder. "Hurry up and go, level 6. I can't wait to see you get mercilessly slaughtered by the boss." But Tsuyoshi didn't react. He just smiled and muttered, "Mercilessly killed, huh?" Then his expression turned serious. Without another word, he walked straight toward the house. "Let's see if I'll be the one getting killed mercilessly." His eyes flashed with determination, or the boss will. As Tsuyoshi stepped toward the house, the deer beastman narrowed his eyes, feeling a strange shift in the air. Was it just me, or did his aura completely change? He muttered under his breath. Tsuyoshi ignored the murmurs behind him and entered the house. His gaze locked onto the massive figure before him. His voice was low and threatening. "So, you're the strong opponent Sakura mentioned, but now I'm more interested in that item you hold, Cardiolist." In front of him stood a monstrous abomination. Just like the previous slime creatures, it had a slimy exterior, but this one was massive, with deep red eyes that glowed ominously. The beastmen outside gasped. Oh, oi, that thing is level. The B-boss. Don't you think it's way too B-big? It's possessing the Sacardiolist. He'd need to be at least level 23 to have a shot at this. Sakura clenched her fists, fear creeping into her voice. Master, one of the beastmen scoffed. Oi, sister, you should prepare yourself to collect his corpse. He won't last 10 seconds. He's been blinded by a mere cardiolist. Sakura slowly turned her head toward them. Her eyes glowed with fury. Shut up. A cold chill ran down their spines. Their laughter died instantly, and they all stood frozen, goosebumps crawling across their bodies. Meanwhile, inside the house, Tsuyoshi stood firm, gripping his sword as a blue light pulsed from the blade. In theory, your weakness should be the same as normal carnivorous darkness, but you're several times stronger than those outside. I won't be able to win using the same method. The monstrous boss locked eyes with him, its massive form shifting ominously. Tsuyoshi continued, his gaze unwavering. If possible, I didn't want to use this. The longer the fight, the more the advantage shifts to you. Now I know why they said that. Then suddenly, the blue lightning from his sword vanished. In its place, golden lightning sparked in his hands. This time, he wasn't summoning his usual weapon. A system notification flashed in front of him. Notice: Divine King Hammer has been retrieved from the Divine Consciousness inventory. Warning: due to your low level, you cannot utilize the Divine King Hammer's full power. If you forcefully activate it, a large amount of your energy will be drained. Activation duration, second. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth. If I fail to end this in one strike, I'll be completely helpless. But then his grip on the hammer tightened. No. I will make it happen. I will get that item, no matter what. With a deep breath, he bent his knees, then leapt high into the air, the massive golden hammer crackling with divine energy. Outside the house, the sky darkened. A colossal dragon-shaped thunderbolt appeared in the storm clouds, coiling menacingly above the battlefield. The beastman's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is happening? Boom! A deafening thunderclap shook the ground as the divine lightning descended, striking the house with a roar. The impact was catastrophic. Lightning danced in all directions, and the entire structure collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. A massive explosion erupted from within, shaking the land itself. Sakura's heart pounded as she stared at the destruction. Did he use that power? But now, he'll be weakened after Tis. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the ruins. Master. Behind her, the beastmen still stood in shock. What the hell was that? So it wasn't a bomb? The farmer, rubbing his head in confusion, muttered. Where are we? What do I do now? What happened to my food warehouse? Meanwhile, inside the smoldering wreckage, Sakura frantically searched the rubble. Master, where are you? Her mind raced. That attack. It was powerful enough to completely obliterate the boss from the inside, right? Then suddenly, a hand emerged from the debris. Sakura. She turned sharply, and there he was. Tsuyoshi was barely standing, his body completely drained. His muscles had shriveled from the energy depletion, making him look like a dried-up tree branch. His breathing was ragged, but in his hand, a blue crystal gleamed, black smoke slowly seeping from it. He lifted it weakly. So, is this the cardiolist you guys were talking about earlier? And just then, the system notification appeared once more, displaying Tsuyoshi's current status. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild, where the lively atmosphere hums with chatter. Behind the counter, the receptionist lights up with excitement as Sakura approaches. You finished so quickly? That's impressive. She reaches under the counter, pulling out a small pouch and sliding it toward Sakura. Here's your reward for this time. As expected of a gold badge adventurer. I heard that the client's party couldn't even do anything against the boss. Sakura picks up the pouch, her lips curling into a soft laugh. Thank you, but it wasn't me. It was my master who defeated them. There's no way I could have taken down that final boss. The receptionist freezes. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek as she stares at Sakura. Stop joking. She forces an awkward laugh. The boss was a level 14 massive carnivorous darkness. That's not something a rookie adventurer at level 6 could handle. And didn't he look like he was totally exhausted? She gestures toward the side of the guild hall, where Tsuyoshi is half sprawled on a bench, looking like he got steamrolled by a stampede of war elephants. Sakura, however, doesn't waver. She turns toward him with a knowing smile. "No, I'm sure it's because my master cleared it alone." Her voice is firm. He pushed himself to the limit, both physically and mentally. That's why he's so drained. The receptionist sighs, shaking her head as she leans on the counter, cigarette pipe in hand. No, stop with the jokes," she mutters. "No matter how you look at it, there's no way he did that alone." But just then, ding! A faint spark flickers around Tsuyoshi's body. His weakness status ends. His eyes snap open, and in an instant, he springs to his feet like a superhero, sparkling dramatically in the dim guild lighting. He thinks to himself, "Phew, I didn't expect the recoil from releasing the hammer's power for just 1 second to be this much. It would have been dangerous without Sakura." Rubbing the back of his head, he strides over to Sakura and the receptionist. "Did you learn anything about Cardiolist?" he asks. The receptionist immediately straightens up at the mention of the name. "Wait, did you get your hands on Cardiolist?" she asks, her voice rising in shock. "If you put it up for auction, it'd fetch a huge price." "You're lucky. If you're planning to sell it, there's a large venue in the center of the city." Before she can finish, Sakura calmly cuts in with a smile. "I'm not planning to sell it," she says. "Does the shaman guild in this town require a referral? I wanted to ask for purification." The receptionist's excited expression immediately turns into a look of disappointment. "Are you planning to use it yourself?" She sighs. "You'd need to ask the shamans for that. Cardiolist must be purified and infused with magic before it can be used." Then, shifting gears, she turns away and waves a hand dismissively. "The guild is to the east of the city," she says. "I'll write you a referral letter. There's supposed to be a shaman exam in the next few days, so they might refuse you. But I'll bring the letter, so just wait." Hearing that, Sakura bows her head slightly to the receptionist. "Thank you very much." Tsuyoshi, arms crossed, looks over at her with curiosity. "The shaman exam? So even shamans have ranks?" Sakura nods and explains, "Shaman is an honorary title. Just like pharmacists and elven awakeners, they earn it through an exam and they're divided into 6 ranks: white, blue, red, black, silver, and gold. Like awakeners, only shamans can make certain medicines and items. The higher their rank, the stronger their creations, and of course, the more expensive they are." Tsuyoshi's eyes widen. "So, shamans are a whole different breed from regular adventurers?" Sakura nods again. "Yes, shamans, pharmacists, and awakeners don't usually participate in combat. They're considered nobler than regular adventurers. Not only can they make valuable medicines, but some of them can even influence the level cap of adventurers." Tsuyoshi freezes. "The level cap of adventurers?" Seeing his shock, Sakura continues, "There's a saying in the adventurer world, fear 1 high-level shaman more than 10 high-level adventurers. The medicines and items made by a capable shaman can change the tide of battle. Some high-quality medicines can even help with leveling up, so adventurers desperately seek them out. Of course, pharmacists and awakeners are also in high demand." She then lowers her voice slightly. "There's even a story about a level 80 warrior who angered a silver-rank shaman. That shaman summoned dozens of over-level 80 adventurers to hunt him down. You can imagine how that ended." Tsuyoshi rubs his chin, letting all the information sink in. Then he chuckles to himself. "I see. That's fascinating." Before he can think further, the receptionist suddenly returns, holding a letter. "Here's the referral letter," she says, handing it over. "With this, you should be able to enter the Shaman Guild and have the Cardiolist purified." Sakura takes the letter with a polite nod. At the same time, both she and Tsuyoshi say, "Thank you very much." Shaman Guild. Exam day. The scene shifts to the Shaman Guild. In front of the building, dozens of people are lined up, all of them visibly shaking. The reason for their trembling? Even I don't know. Then from the crowd, Tsuyoshi and Sakura appear in front of the Shaman Guild. Tsuyoshi crosses his arms and scans the crowd. There are so many magicians here for the exam. Sakura nods. Yes. On exam day, a lot of people from prestigious families, schools, and specialized organizations show up. It's hard to get in. Then suddenly she takes Tsuyoshi's hand and pulls him toward the entrance. Let's line up. With the adventurer's referral letter, we should be able to enter. They approach a beastman shaman at the entrance. Sakura steps forward and asks, Excuse me, could we ask for purification of a cardiolist? The beastman shaman glances at them, then sneers. You two? A human and a half-breed? Not possible today. It's exam day. Only shamans can enter. Sakura, unfazed, calmly holds up the referral letter. I'm sorry, but we have a referral letter from the Adventurers Guild. The beastman's expression twists with arrogance. With a disrespectful scoff, he slaps the letter out of her hand. I told you, he says coldly. Today is exam day, so you can't get in no matter who gave you that letter. The exam is more important, so get lost. A tense silence follows. Then, bang! Tsuyoshi steps forward, eyes burning with fury. Standing between Sakura and the beastman, he raises his voice. We won't be doing that. His voice booms through the entrance. We have a referral letter, so you have to let us in. The beastman shaman raises an eyebrow, amused. He steps closer and looks down at Tsuyoshi with a smug grin. Nice courage, kid. His voice drips with mockery. But let me make something very clear. Here at the Shaman Guild, we hold the power. No matter how many days pass, you can't get in until the exam is over. The arrogant beastman barely finishes his sentence when Tsuyoshi takes a step forward, his eyes burning with fury. But before he can do anything, Sakura quickly grabs his arm. In a hushed voice, she warns, Master, if you make him angry here. Before she can finish, a deep, commanding voice echoes from the guild entrance. What's all this commotion about? Everyone turns to see an old beastman stepping out of the guild building. He has a long, flowing beard and leans on a sturdy staff, exuding an aura of authority. His sharp golden eyes scan the scene. Immediately, the arrogant beastman straightens up and bows slightly in respect. President Doug, I apologize for the disturbance. He glares at Tsuyoshi and Sakura before turning back to the old man. These rude outsiders showed up on exam day to request the purification of a cardiolist. He gestures sharply toward Tsuyoshi. We already refused them, yet they continue to demand entry. Then he puffs up his chest and says confidently, President Doug, allow me to handle this. But before he can finish, Tsuyoshi cuts in sharply. Are you the one in charge here? His voice is firm, unwavering. I have a guild referral letter, so I want you to let me in. The arrogant beastman's face twists with rage. How dare you speak to the president like that? But before he can even finish, the old beastman, Doug, raises a hand, cutting him off. A shaman shouldn't make so much fuss. The old beastman, President Doug, strokes his beard as he eyes Tsuyoshi. Human warrior, I'll purify your cardiolist, but today's the examination day. I can't spare time for you. Come back after the exam. Tsuyoshi's brow furrows. He thinks, damn, I'm pressed for time too. Leveling up is my priority. A sweat drop rolls down his face as he looks back at the old beastmen. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Is there no other way? Doug raises an eyebrow. Another way? If you take the shaman exam and score the highest, I'll make an exception. However, as a warrior, you don't even qualify to take the exam. Tsuyoshi scratches his head, awkwardly laughing. What are the requirements? Before Doug can answer, some random loudmouth in the crowd bursts out laughing. Pfft, you don't even know. Another chimes in, what a disgrace. Doug ignores them and explains, young human, to become a shaman, one must have at least the aptitude of a magician. The essence of a shaman is magic. The bare minimum requirement is passing tests for potion creation and item crafting. Only then can one become a white shaman. Do you understand now? Tsuyoshi suddenly extends his hand toward Doug. So if I'm a magician, it's fine, right? Lend me your staff. Doug's eyes widen. My staff? The arrogant beastman from earlier steps in, sneering. Are you an idiot? You think you can just borrow the president's staff? Even if you get your hands on it, what could you possibly do? You're not even a magician. If you keep this up, I'll call the guards. Tsuyoshi doesn't even acknowledge him. He keeps his hand outstretched toward Doug, eyes locked. Let me borrow it. I'll prove I qualify. A moment of silence falls over the guild entrance. Then Doug smirks. Interesting. I want to see how a warrior plans to prove himself. Here, this staff has no level restriction. He hands the staff over, and as Tsuyoshi grips it, Sakura leans in slightly from behind, whispering, Master, what are you planning? Tsuyoshi smirks. Trust me, Sakura smiles softly. Whenever Master says tat, he always pulls it off. Tsuyoshi marches up to the arrogant beastman. The beastman crosses his arms, glaring. President Doug lent you his staff, huh? Then prove yourself. Tsuyoshi doesn't hesitate. He raises his hand and slaps his chest. The arrogant beastman recoils, face twisting in confusion and disgust. What the hell are you doing, you pervert? Tsuyoshi's mind races. If my guess is correct, if I duplicate a magician's skills and use the staff as a medium, I should be able to use magic. A notification pops up in front of him. Absolute duplication activated. Scanning. Available skills. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen. I'm not limited to just one class. The whole warrior thing was just a preference. A new notification appears. Direction sense. Place your hand on the opponent's heart. Select one skill and duplicate it. Cooldown 0 seconds. Only one skill can be stored at a time. Tsuyoshi scans the arrogant beastman's skill set. Oh ho, this one looks good. Shining support costs 30 MP. Initiates a bright flash of light, dazing enemies for 3 seconds. Tsuyoshi locks in his choice. The staff in his hand begins to glow. A soft yellow aura surrounds his body. The arrogant beastman's face turns redder. What are you doing? I knew you were into some weird stuff. Bruh. What? The scene shifts from the noisy crowd straight into the tense atmosphere of the exam hall. Suddenly, someone in the crowd stares at our protagonist and mutters, Humans can take the shaman exam too? Hearing that, another person chimes in with disbelief. This must be a joke, right? A human should be taking the pharmacist exam, not this. Then, yet another voice cuts through, dripping with arrogance and disappointment. This is the first time. All this commotion catches our protagonist's attention. He looks toward the crowd, rubbing his head, clearly feeling the weight of their stares. He sighs. I feel like everyone's looking at me like I'm their enemy. Standing beside him, Sakura glances over and says, Master, you're the first human ever to take the shaman exam, so they probably assume you're up to something. Hearing that, our protagonist's expression shifts from anxious to excited, like flipping a switch. His eyes light up as he turns to Sakura, exclaiming, Am I the first? Seriously? Sakura looks at his hopeful eyes, gives a small nod, and says, Yes. She continues explaining, Humans have a class called pharmacist. It's similar to the beastmen shamans and the elven awakeners. There are no rules banning human participation, but customs have been followed for so long. These 3 classes each have their own factions, and stepping into these factions will naturally be seen as a provocation. Our protagonist's excitement dims slightly as he lowers his voice and responds, No way. I just wanted to get our cardiolus purified, not provoke someone. Sakura leans in slightly, her voice matching his low tone. Well, I understand. There's no violation of the rules, so Master can do as he believes is right. But before the conversation can go any further, a beastman suddenly appears beside an older beastman, the president of the Shaman Guild. The younger beastman says, I'm not disagreeing with President Doug's decision, but... Sweat trickles down his face as he forces a slight uneasy smile. He continues, If we set this precedent, won't it affect the authority of the beastman shaman faction? And Vice President, I also doubt whether that human can even make potions. He doesn't have the basic staff. Hearing this, the old beastman, President Doug, replies calmly, But I lent him a staff, didn't I? The point of today's test is to see if he can make potions. Doug's gaze shifts toward our protagonist, and a memory flashes in his mind, recalling the first time he witnessed our protagonist using magic. With a curious glint in his eyes, he adds, I'm just curious about his potential. In his thoughts, Doug reflects, It was just for a brief moment, so perhaps no one noticed, but I could feel magic waves coming from him. I've only seen potential like that in the genius shaman, Kevin. The Vice Guild Master, looking skeptical, scoffs. You're joking. That human kid could never compare to that young genius. He wouldn't even be fit to carry Kevin's newest disciple's sandals. Doug's expression sharpens as he responds. Kevin's new disciple is here too? Was it Fullen? The Vice Guild Master nods. Yes, she's aiming for first place, as she should. Even Kevin probably praises her, saying she's a genius beyond his younger self. The camera shifts and we see her, a beast girl with a book in her hand. Her name is Fullen. From the crowd, someone whispers, "So that's Kevin's new female disciple? She's really young. Seems like she's a genius too." Another beastman adds, "Apparently she could make potions on her own a year ago, but she was too young and got disqualified because of age restrictions. This time, she's aiming for first place." A third voice chimes in, "She must be a genius. As for us, if we pass the exam, we can consider ourselves lucky." Hearing all this chatter about herself, Fullen snaps her book shut with a sharp thud and mutters in a disappointed tone, "These weaklings are so noisy." Seeing her confidence, the Vice Guild Master steps forward, addressing the participants. The shaman exam is about to begin. Those not participating, please leave. Everyone, take your positions based on the numbers you were given earlier. Hearing the announcement, Tsuyoshi looks down at the small slip in his hand and mutters, "I'm number 15. I'll head over." His voice is calm, but there's a hint of excitement bubbling underneath. Sakura flashes him a bright, encouraging smile and says warmly, "Good luck. I'll wait outside." As Tsuyoshi steps forward, the Vice Guild Master speaks up, his voice carrying through the hall. The numbers are written on the floor. Tsuyoshi glances down, spots the large 15 feet etched clearly into the ground, and nods to himself. Here it is. Just as he's settling into position, Fullen, Kevin's star disciple, turns her sharp gaze toward him. She eyes him with a mix of curiosity and disdain, her voice cutting through the tense air like a blade. A human. Tsuyoshi feels her eyes on him, and for a brief, weird moment, his imagination runs wild. He pictures Sakura and Fullen standing side by side, both gently laughing at him. The contrast between Sakura's warm smile and Fullen's cold demeanor makes him rub the back of his head awkwardly. With a sheepish grin, he replies, "I'm Tsuyoshi." In his mind, though, he's thinking, what a cute beast girl. She's totally different from Sakura. But Fullen isn't here to make friends. She scoffs, looking away dismissively. A human taking the shaman exam. Looks like someone really wants attention. Tsuyoshi's grin fades, his hand still on the back of his head. Frustration bubbles up and he thinks to himself, "Itch." Her sharp mouth is one flaw. Just then, a booming voice erupts from above. The old beastman, President Doug, shouts from his elevated position, "Everyone, have you taken your positions? The shaman exam is about to begin. We will test your basic shaman skills. You are required to make potions on your own. Since you've chosen the path of becoming shamans, I'm sure you've prepared yourselves for this." As his words echo through the hall, the ground beneath the participants rumbles. Suddenly, whoosh, tables rise from the floor, one in front of each examinee. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen in shock. "What is this?" he blurts out, staring at the table like it just insulted his ancestors. Fullen doesn't miss a beat. She casually examines the materials laid out in front of her, her expression cool and unimpressed. Glancing sideways at Tsuyoshi, she remarks with a smirk, "You don't even know what a shaman refining station is? Maybe you should just go home." That does it. Tsuyoshi's frustration boils over. His face tenses, his hand clenches into a fist, and he mentally growls, "Leave me alone." But instead of lashing out, his mind shifts gears. His frustration turns into focused curiosity as he stares at the refining station. The refining station? The way potions are made in this world is still quite old-fashioned. His thoughts drift to his past life, comparing this primitive setup to the advanced tech back home. In my world, we had that. No, it's capsules. The videos I watched showed everything fully automated, Way more advanced than this. From the stage, the old beastman bellowed, "Vice President Pig will announce the test details." Vice President Pig, yes, literally named Pig, dramatically raised his staff to the sky. Then, with a loud thunk, he slammed it to the ground. A glowing yellow magic circle spread out from the staff, expanding toward all the participants. Tsuyoshi glanced at the slip in his hand, now glowing faintly. It read, "Basic energy potion, quantity, 3, time limit, 1 hour. So this is the test," Tsuyoshi thought. He rubbed his temple. 3 basic energy potions in 1 hour. Let's see how the others handle it. The old beastman continued. The first hurdle is selecting materials. On your refining table, there are various ingredients. A certain level of knowledge is essential. Most amateurs don't even know there are 3 key materials for a basic energy potion. A wave of panic rippled through the crowd. Participants groaned, their faces twisted in confusion as they stared at the random pile of herbs and powders in front of them. Tsuyoshi raised an eyebrow. Are there really this many people who don't know what to choose? Fulin, cool as ever, commented without even looking at him. It's pathetic that they can't even remember the basic materials for such a simple potion. She effortlessly picked out the correct ingredients, her hands moving with speed and precision. Tsuyoshi's jaw dropped. Amazing. That was fast. With a swift motion, Fulin summoned her staff out of thin air, a confident smirk on her face. Passing first place is the bare minimum Master Kevin expects. I'll accomplish it with ease, she thought. Vice President Pig's eyes lit up. As expected from Kevin's disciple, she's already started. The old beastman nodded, stroking his beard. Her precision and speed are impeccable. This test must be child's play for her. Fulin crushed the selected materials, her movements sharp and efficient. She expertly extracted the essence needed for the potion, her focus unwavering. Tsuyoshi watched in awe. She's got a sharp tongue. But she's amazing, he admitted. Activating his divine eye, he thought, I should try to imitate her techniques. The old beastman couldn't hide his excitement. Kevin's judgment was spot on. Fulin's use of magic is meticulous. Vice President Pig chimed in proudly. She's definitely destined to be an outstanding shaman. Before they could finish hyping her up, Fulin completed the potion-making process, pouring the glowing liquid into 3 glass tubes. The old beastman announced, "The next step is the most critical, refining." Fulin's eyes glowed with a fierce green light as she concentrated. The potions floated mid-air, surrounded by an aura of green energy. Refining is the key to potion making, the old beastman explained softly. Merging materials with magic tests one's true power. This is the ultimate trial. But for Fulin, it's no challenge. If things go as expected, he thought, she'll definitely secure first place. But then his gaze shifted to Tsuyoshi, who was still standing there, doing absolutely nothing. Hasn't he started yet? What is he doing? Before the old beastman could say anything, Fulin shouted, "Solidification done!" She grinned smugly. That was easy. I'm the best. Fulin's on top. She waved at the judges, clearly expecting applause. The old beastman and Vice President Pig walked over, nodding in approval. Very well. After you're done, please wait until the end of the test for your work to be evaluated, the old beastman said. Fulin clicked her tongue, annoyed. Shh! I have to wait for them? She glanced sideways and caught Tsuyoshi still staring at her. Her face turned red. What are you looking at, pervert? At that exact moment, Tsuyoshi's system notification popped up. Analysis complete. Divine Eye deactivated. Target's actions fully analyzed. Without missing a beat, Tsuyoshi shifted his focus to his own table, calmly beginning his potion-making process. It's nothing. Thank you, he replied, not even looking at her. Fulin's tail flicked, wagging slightly as she huffed. All right, you've got to start now. No time to waste. Even if we had more time, you wouldn't. But she stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes went wide. And she wasn't the only one. The old beastman and Vice President Pig gasped, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Our protagonist grips his staff tightly, eyes locked on it with intense focus. Suddenly, ding! A system notification pops up in front of him. Notice, would you like to optimize the analyzed action? Without hesitation, he mutters one word. Optimize. Boom. Like magic on steroids, all the materials on his table shoot into the air, whirling around him like he's the eye of a magical hurricane. Another notification blares. The correct materials have been automatically selected. They've been automatically crushed. Powerful refinement is in process. The crowd, floored. The beast girl, Foolin, stares with her jaw practically on the ground, thinking. He's selecting materials and crushing them. At the same time, no, he's refining them too. I didn't know he had this kind of power. But it doesn't stop there. Our protagonist stands calm in the chaos, his staff glowing like a beacon of dominance. The vice president, Pig, nearly chokes on his own words. He was hiding his power all along, selecting, crushing, and refining simultaneously. That's the technique Kevin used during his shaman exam. Simplifying the process. This isn't just impressive, it's genius. Could he be on par with Kevin's level? Meanwhile, our protagonist, stone-cold focused, holding his staff steady as the materials swirl, merge, and refine with flawless precision. No sweat, no struggle, just pure mastery. Cut to, outside the Shaman Guild entrance. Sakura stands alone, hands clutched to her chest, her heart pounding with worry. I wonder how Master is doing in the exam. I'm still worried, but I trust you, Master. Her expression softens, but there's a hint of sadness creeping in as she thinks again. I wonder if Master will face any disadvantages in potion making. Our protagonist is deep in concentration, refining the potion materials with the help of his trusty system. Suddenly, ding, a new notification pops up. Announcement process optimization is complete. The following steps have been optimized. Seeing the message, a confident smile creeps across his face. Gripping his staff tightly, he thinks to himself, just by one glance. It feels like I've done this 1,000 times. This feels good. Now I know there's more to potion making than just mixing stuff. Refinement, being a shaman, is actually pretty interesting. But wait, another notification. Refining, the final critical step in potion making. This is where a shaman infuses magic and performs the final fusion of materials. The potion is filled with magic, activating its effectiveness. The potency and quality of the potion are directly influenced by the shaman's magical strength and attributes. Our boy breaks into a light sweat. Staring at the 3 potions in front of him, he thinks, only the refining remains. I have to carefully infuse my magic and turn these into actual potions. Time to solidify. Meanwhile, Foolin, the beast girl, is watching with her eyes bugging out of her head, completely shook. In her mind, she's screaming, no way, how? How is he faster than me? I can't let myself be beaten by this worthless human. Then it hits her, like a slap from her own pride. Wait, could he be imitating Master Kevin's technique from his shaman exam? The swift completion? Impossible. And guess who's also having flashbacks? The old beastman, the president of the Shaman Guild himself. Stroking his beard, he mutters. Back then, Kevin shocked everyone by using swift completion to create a C-grade potion. That potion didn't seem like it was made by a white shaman at all. He squints, lost in thought. I was the judge at that time too. Even I struggled to make a C-grade potion back then. Suddenly, bam! The vice president Pig bursts out in fake enthusiasm. A mere human creating a C-grade potion is a great feat. It must have gone smoothly because he carefully extracted the materials. But inside, he's panicking. Ridiculous. I can't even make a C-grade potion unless I'm in a distraction-free environment. Talents like Kevin are rare. I'd be lucky to whip up a D-grade potion. For context, a C-grade potion? That's elite tier stuff. Normally, only blue shamans can pull that off by focusing their spirit. D-grade potions dominate the market, making up 80% of all sales. So yeah, hitting C-grade is like unlocking Ultra Instinct in the potion world. Ding! Another system notification pops up. Announcement. Predicting potion grade. Potions are graded from D to S, depending on the creator's skill. Our protagonist squints at the screen, thinking, There's a grading system? This isn't like the mass-produced capsules from my original world. Boom. Another notification. Announcement. Prediction result. Basic energy potion. D grade. Our protagonist raises an eyebrow. D grade, huh? Is that entry level? Well, it should be enough to pass the exam. But then, his eyes shift to the side, landing on Fulin. His competitive spirit ignites. No, I have to beat that girl. If she makes a better potion, I'll lose the top spot. As insurance, I need to make at least a C-grade potion. And here's the kicker. He doesn't even know what a C-grade really means. He's just winging it. Hey, I know you've been watching my videos without subscribing. If you hit that subscribe button, I'll whip up an S-grade potion to boost your charm IRL, maybe even help you get a girlfriend. Anyway, back to the story. Our protagonist stares at his potion tubes thinking, how should I go about this refining process to boost the grade? Then it hits him like a truck. Flashbacks from the first time he used his staff. Wait. The potion's grade is affected by magical strength and attributes. That means if I change my magic strength and attributes, the grade should change too. Closing his eyes, he focuses hard, thinking, first, I'll boost my strength using ultimate physique. That should help adjust my magical capacity. But, how do I change the attributes? Meanwhile, the Shaman Guild president narrows his eyes, whispering, why isn't he done refining yet? It seems like he's hesitating while maintaining his magic. This isn't good. A shaman's focus directly affects the potion's success. If he can't hold it, he might fail. Pig, faking confidence but sweating bullets, snickers. I told you, there can't be that many geniuses around, just as I expected. He must have used up all his energy on material extraction. Fulin glares at our protagonist, thinking, what's wrong with you? Just finish the refining. If you do, the potion will solidify. Why are you hesitating? The pressure mounts. All the participants turn their heads toward him. Someone behind him even reaches out, sneering, hey human, you're still not done refining? If you take any longer, your magic will fizzle out. But before the hand can touch him, smack, Fulin slaps it away, snarling, don't touch him. You're distracting him, you idiot. Do you even know basic shaman common sense? Our protagonist's eyes snap open, sharper than ever. Right now, my magic has no attributes. How do I change that? Then, ding, his memory pulls up a crucial detail. Wait. The Divine King Hammer, it has a lightning attribute. When I used it before, it was infused with lightning. If I borrow its power, I should be able to change my magic's attributes. He pauses for a beat, takes a deep breath and thinks, there's no other choice. Let's try it. The old beastman, cool as ever, growled. The magic waves are unstable. It won't last long. Oh, but wait. Here comes Vice President Pig, oozing that smug energy, smirking like he just won a petty argument. Oh my, I can sense the intensity too. If the magic doesn't hold, the refining will fail. How unfortunate. But Tsuyoshi? Nah, he wasn't about to fold under pressure. His eyes flared with a brilliant blue light, and in his mind echoed the words, comfort, comfort, divine king, hammer. Bro was channeling his inner god of DIY home improvement. Then, zap, a small yellow glow flickered before him. Without missing a beat, he thrust his hand forward, thinking, grant me your power. And boy, did the power grant him. His magical energy shot through the roof like someone plugged his soul into an overcharged battery. The other participants? Jaw on the floor. The beast girl's eyes widened. His magical power suddenly surged. Like girl, yes, he's basically a walking thunderstorm now. Ding, ding, ding. Notifications exploded in front of Tsuyoshi like he just leveled up in a video game. Strengthen magical capacity through the ultimate physique. Current magic capacity, 3,500. Shining has been enhanced. Current magic attribute, lightning. Duration, 6 seconds. Tsuyoshi smirked, thinking, just as I thought. The lightning attribute has been endowed. It'll only last a few seconds, but that's enough. Let's finish this. With a mighty roar, he hoisted his staff into the sky, lightning crackling around him. Refining final solidification, he bellowed, as if he was summoning the gods themselves. Sweat poured down his face, like he just ran a marathon through a sauna. But he stood tall, grinning, basic energy potion complete. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he muttered, "Didn't expect changing attributes and using magic to be this exhausting. Was it really enough to surpass her?" Meanwhile, Vice President Pig's cocky grin vanished faster than free snacks at a party. He wiped sweat from his own brow, mumbling, despite it being unstable, he succeeded in both refining and solidifying. The old beastman squinted, suspicious. It's certainly strange, was it not unstable after all? Just now, I felt the presence of a different elemental wave. What in the world did he do? Tsuyoshi, blissfully unaware, glanced around, scratching his head. What's going on? The other participants kept hustling at their tables, but the old beastman wasn't having it. He slammed his staff down with authority. Right. Everyone cease your work. Those who violate this will be disqualified. Vice President Pig stepped forward with his usual flair. Let's proceed and view them from over here. They started the evaluations. First up, a hopeful participant. The old beastman sniffed the potion like it was questionable milk. Sense weak, dissipates quickly, plain. But it just steps into the grade. Congratulations, you passed. The participant bowed so hard you'd think he was trying to headbutt the floor. I am honored, thank you, President. Next victim, participant. Vice President Pig picked up a cloudy, burnt-smelling concoction with the enthusiasm of someone holding expired yogurt. Cloudy, smells burnt, clear result of overly forceful refining. Failed. The participant collapsed to his knees, dramatically wailing, new, like he'd just lost a soap opera love triangle. Pig, ice cold, replied, "If you drink this, it'll cause a debuff. Study more." Bro didn't even blink, and so it went. Some passed, some failed. The passed folks were hype, the failed ones, not so much. Tears, screams, existential crises, typical exam stuff. Then came the beast girl's turn. Pig approached her, all formal. "Foolin', it's your turn. Is Kevin doing well?" She bowed respectfully. "Thank you for asking. Master's doing pretty well." Pig chuckled softly. "I am glad." He examined her potion, eyebrows arching. That overflowing fragrance. This one looks promising. Fullen's palms were sweating harder than Tsuyoshi during his final solidification, but after a tense pause, Pig grinned. The scent is rich and lasting. It's a pure potion. This is a C-grade basic energy potion. Boom. The crowd lost it. Whispers flew like gossip in a high school hallway. Whoa, a C-grade? That's the same as the genius Kevin? She's skilled just like him. As expected of Kevin's disciple, she's definitely taking first place. Fullen basked in the glory, thinking, thanks to Master's intensive training, my refining speed is fast too. Of course, you guys are no match for me. Tsuyoshi just blinked, smiling casually. Whoa, a C-grade potion, impressive. But then, dramatic entrance time, the old beastman appeared right in front of Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi, it's your turn. Tsuyoshi turned, scratching his head again. Double L, I did what I could. Vice President Pig snorted. You're not confident. At best, it'll probably be a D grade. But the old beastman cut him off. If you did what you could, that's fine. Let's check the grade. The moment the tube was opened, crack, boom, a natural phenomenon erupted in the sky. Lightning streaked across the clouds like the heavens themselves were clapping. Everyone gasped. Tsuyoshi blinked, unimpressed. Huh. A lightning strike. Interesting. But the old beastman's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. This is a supernatural phenomenon. Pig's jaw hit the metaphorical floor. A person causing a supernatural phenomenon. That's at least a B grade. Fullen stared at the sky, sweating buckets. That's impossible. Only someone with power like Master Kevin could create something of B grade. The crowd? Silent. Nobody dared to breathe. The old beastman was practically vibrating with excitement. The richness of the scent, the purity of the potion, and a supernatural phenomenon? Then, turning to Pig without even looking at him, the beastman declared, "This human boy might be an existence more terrifying than the genius Kevin himself." Tsuyoshi, oblivious as ever, wiped his forehead. Phew, refining potions is exhausting. And finally, the old beastman roared, his voice shaking the walls. Without a doubt, he gets first place in this shaman exam. Outside the Shaman Association entrance, Sakura is sitting on the ground like a lost child waiting for her parents. She's restless, fidgeting like she's been waiting for years, even though it's probably been 10 minutes. Her eyes dart around nervously, and she keeps mumbling something under her breath, making the people passing by give her that, "What's wrong with this one?" look. They instantly avert their gaze like looking at her might summon a curse. She mutters softly, "Is Master still not here?" Her voice is so low you'd need ultra instincts just to catch it. But then, out of nowhere, a familiar shout echoes, slicing through the awkward air like a katana. "Sakura!" It's our protagonist, Tsuyoshi, standing tall, waving his hand with the energy of someone who just aced a test he didn't even study for. Sakura's face lights up like a kid who just found out it's Christmas morning. She jumps to her feet, practically vibrating with excitement. "Welcome back. Was everything okay?" "Master, I've been so worried. It felt like such a long time." Tsuyoshi rubs the back of his head with that classic, "Oops, my bad" smile. "I'm sorry for making you worry. The exam's over now." The sparkle in Sakura's eyes dims a bit, replaced by a hint of fear, as if she's about to hear some tragic news. "Oh no. So how did it GGO?" Tsuyoshi, with the confidence of a man who knows he's that guy, straightens up. "Yeah, I did well. I came in first place, so I came to get you." Boom, just like that, Sakura's worry gets drop-kicked out of her mind. She beams, jumping in place. "Yeah, it feels great." The crowd around them? Oh, they heard everything. And now they're standing there like NPCs processing new dialogue options, faces gloomy, eyes darting between Tsuyoshi and Sakura like, "Did he just say first place?" But the spotlight shifts when the old beastman, President Doug, steps forward, holding the unpurified cardiolus like it's some sacred artifact. His gruff voice cuts through the murmurs. "Despite having so much power, you just want to verify the cardiolus?" Tsuyoshi scratches his head again, a sheepish grin plastered on his face. "Yeah, I need it for leveling up." Doug stares for a moment, then chuckles, his stern face softening. "Since you got first place in the exam, I'll fulfill your wish." But before the moment gets too sentimental, the vice president jumps in like he's been holding his breath the whole time. "Who's your potion-making master? There's no way you don't have one." Tsuyoshi's face shifts into serious protagonist mode, his eyes narrowing slightly as if recalling ancient knowledge. He says confidently, "I don't have anyone to teach me. I just tried it on my own." Silence. Doug and the vice president look like they've been hit with a double critical hit. "I see. You taught yourself all of this? I feel kind of miserable now." Doug shakes it off, regaining his composure. He gets serious, his voice dropping an octave. "Come this way. After purifying the cardiolus, I'll grant you the white shaman's robes." As the crowd disperses, moving along like background characters fading into irrelevance, one figure stays behind. The beast girl, her expression dark and twisted with frustration, whispers to herself in a trembling voice, "Master Kevin, I'm sorry, I lost to that weak human." But Sakura's sharp ears catch the name Kevin. Her eyes snap toward the beast girl, her gaze burning with intensity. In her mind, she's piecing it together, "Kevin? So, you're Kevin's disciple." Her usual bright demeanor shifts into something darker, her stare filled with an unspoken bloodlust. Tsuyoshi notices Sakura frozen in place, staring daggers at the beast girl. He blinks, confused. "Sakura, what's wrong?" Sakura snaps out of it like she just woke from a daydream. She wipes the sweat from her brow, laughing awkwardly. "Oh no, I just spaced out for a moment." Tsuyoshi doesn't dwell on it. With his signature bright smile, he starts walking toward his next destination. "Come on, follow me." Once the purification is done, there's another goal ahead. Sakura doesn't look back at the beast girl. She simply follows Tsuyoshi, her voice soft but firm. "Yes, The scene shifts to the ritual room. 3 dead crow lying on the ground. Various ritual materials scattered around. Harps lined up neatly. And in the middle of it all, Tsuyoshi's cardiolus floating in the air, surrounded by an eerie glow. The old beastman Doug stood at the center, activating the ritual. His voice echoed through the room as he chanted, "Mother of Earth, Father of Flame, Spirit of Water, Breath of Wind, Guardian of the great elements, hear my call. By my name, with the words of the shaman, purify this." The moment he finished, the ground beneath them glowed with a massive yellow magic circle. Tsuyoshi watched the ritual intensely, his eyes fixed on the cardiolus as it pulsed with energy. Beside him, Vice President Pig glanced at him and said, "Cardiolus is filled with dark energy. A specialized purification ritual is required. It's lucky that the chairman himself is handling it for you." Tsuyoshi, without taking his eyes off the ritual, murmured, "Wow, this is serious. So this is the kind of spell shamans use?" Standing next to him, Sakura chimed in, "Well, yeah, shamans are basically magicians, but for a specific type of magic. The more powerful the spell, the longer the incantation. This purification ritual is a form of specialized magic." While they were talking, Doug was nearing the completion of the ritual. But suddenly, he tapped the ground, reinforcing the spell, and shouted the incantation once more. Before their eyes, the cardiolus finished its purification, floating in the air with a radiant glow. Doug reached out, took the purified cardiolus, and handed it to Tsuyoshi. "Infuse your magic into this, only then will you be able to use it." Tsuyoshi took the cardiolus eagerly, his excitement barely contained. "Thank you. What an incredible ritual." Doug, standing beside him, stroked his beard and said, "Cardiolus is classified into low, medium, and high grades. Even if it's low grade, adventurers often die in the dark area. After all, it's still a part of the darkness. Yours is medium grade." Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. He stared at the cardiolus even more intensely before exclaiming, "This is medium grade? Lucky. That means the experience gain in the dark area will be even higher." Doug, his voice laced with concern, warned, "Of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. However, the dark area is completely different from beginner zones. From my experience, your party should include at least 1 tank, 1 warrior, a defensive magician, and a pharmacist." Still stroking his beard, Doug asked, "Have you decided on your party members? What's the composition and number of members?" Tsuyoshi, with a calm smile, pointed at himself. "Party? There's none. I'm going in alone." At the same time, Sakura waved her hand dismissively and added, "I'm not joining either. If I do, the experience points will be divided equally." Silence. Doug and Vice President Pig looked at each other in pure shock before exclaiming in unison, "You're going to challenge the dark area alone?" Sometime later, a portal appeared before them, swirling with ominous energy. Doug pointed toward it and explained, "This is the entrance to the dark area. Once inside, you'll have 3 resets. Each time, new darkness will emerge." Continuing his explanation, he added, "In other words, you can fight darkness 3 times. After that, you'll be expelled, and the cardiolus will turn to ash and disappear." He stroked his beard once more and warned, "Once you enter, you cannot leave until you've wiped out all the monsters or time runs out." Standing beside him, Vice President Pig added, "If you happen to die, your body will be removed from the area. That's one way to get out." Tsuyoshi approached the portal, glanced at Pig, and with an awkward smile said, "You're kidding, right? I'm not coming out that way." Sakura, visibly annoyed, crossed her arms and shot Pig a glare. "Yeah, don't jinx it. That's inauspicious." Before he entered, Sakura handed Tsuyoshi a bag with a worried expression. "Master, here are some potions. I earned a lot from the carnivorous darkness request, so I restocked in large quantities. You'll need them inside, so make sure to take them with you." Tsuyoshi took the bag, examined it with a warm smile, and without looking at her said, "As expected of you. You're always so thoughtful. Wait for me to come back." He took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Well then, I'm off." Doug, still watching with concern, suddenly called out, "Wait a second. You returned the staff to me, so how will you use magic?" "If you need, I can." Before he could finish, Tsuyoshi cut him off. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Then, without hesitation, he reached into his system inventory, pulled out his sword, rested it on his shoulder, and declared loudly, "I am a warrior." The moment Tsuyoshi stepped through the portal, a notification popped up above him. Cardiolus use count, 1 out of 3. Watching him disappear into the swirling vortex, Sakura lowered her head and whispered, "Please be safe." But just as the portal closed, Vice President Pig and President Doug finally processed what Tsuyoshi had just declared. Pig's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "Wait, you're a warrior?" Doug, equally stunned, stroked his beard and muttered, "With such magical talent. Yet he chooses to be a warrior? I wonder how much further he'll grow. I'm looking forward to it." His gaze remained fixed on the portal, watching as Tsuyoshi's figure vanished into the unknown. Tsuyoshi found himself in the middle of a dense, eerie forest. The trees loomed over him like silent sentinels, their leaves rustling despite the absence of wind. A new notification appeared before him. Remaining time, 12 hours. If you reset manually, the entrance will remain closed for hours. Looking around, Tsuyoshi processed the information. So, every time I reset, I get 12 hours before I can leave again. That's fine. I'll wipe out these monsters as fast as possible. I can't afford to waste time. With that, he dashed deeper into the forest. After some time, he stopped abruptly, crouching behind a bush. Just ahead, a pack of dark wolves was feasting on something. Their fur was pitch black, their eyes gleaming with malice, and their razor-sharp fangs dripped with fresh blood. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes. Dark wolves move in packs. I'll need to be careful not to get surrounded. Their attack speed isn't something to underestimate. But hesitation wasn't in his vocabulary. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself into the air, soaring towards the wolves. His mind sharpened as he prepared to strike. I can't afford to take them lightly. The fastest way to end this is to amplify my attack power with my ultimate physique. At that moment, his body exploded with power, his muscles tensing as his strength surged to its peak. With a smirk, he muttered, "Don't bare your teeth and start yapping." Then, boom! His sword tore through the entire wolf pack in a single swing, slicing through them like they were nothing. Blood sprayed, the force of his attack sending shockwaves through the ground. One wolf dropped instantly, its body twitching before going still. A notification popped up. Defeated Dark Wolf, 500 XP gained. Tsuyoshi smirked. 500 XP per monster? That's about the same as a minor boss in my old world. Not bad. The experience gain here is much higher than in the outside world. Rolling his shoulders, he tightened his grip on his sword. Alright, after 3 rounds I'll head out. Might even level up twice. But the remaining 2 dark wolves weren't going down without a fight. Fur bristling, they bared their fangs and lunged at him, their open jaws aiming straight for his throat. Tsuyoshi raised his sword just in time, blocking the attack with a deafening clang. But as he pushed them back, he realized the paralysis effect wore off quickly. As expected of darkness-type monsters, their resistance is way higher than normal creatures. Then, whoosh! A sudden burst of speed from the wolves. One of them lunged again, its claws tearing through the air like a guillotine. Tsuyoshi barely dodged in time, feeling the wind pressure graze his cheek. His grip on his sword tightened. What insane speed! If I had been even a second slower, my throat would have been ripped out. Then, danger! One of the wolves suddenly darted sideways, using its packmate's body to block Tsuyoshi's line of sight before launching an attack from his blind spot. His eyes widened. It just used its teammate as a distraction? Clever. But in that case, in an instant, Tsuyoshi channeled 60% of his ultimate physique's power into his arm, gripping his sword with crushing force. With a single mighty swing, his blade ripped through the incoming attack, countering the wolf's strike mid-air. Pointing his sword at the last standing wolf, he grinned and said, "At this rate, I'll level up fast. I might even hit level 7 on my first run." Outside the portal, Sakura and President Doug stood side by side, silently waiting for Tsuyoshi to return. Doug glanced at Sakura and said, "You're worried, aren't you?" Sakura didn't respond. Her gaze remained locked onto the swirling portal, her expression unwavering. Doug stroked his beard, watching her closely before speaking again. "Going into the dark area alone. I've never heard of anyone attempting that. Unless they have exceptional power, it's suicide, am I right?" This time, Sakura finally answered, but without looking away from the portal. "I trust my master." From a short distance away, Vice President Pig scoffed, shaking his head. "I've seen plenty of talented young fools before. Many drowned in their own arrogance and died. But this is the first time I've seen someone willingly challenge the boss of the dark area alone." He turned away, walking off. "I'm heading back. Let's see if that human boy comes to his senses before it's too late." Sakura frowned at Pig, her expression scrunching up like an annoyed little girl. She muttered under her breath, but didn't say anything aloud. Inside the portal, Tsuyoshi stood amidst a pile of defeated monsters, his sword resting on his shoulder, his body drenched in sweat. He exhaled heavily. It's been nothing but non-stop fighting. He looked down at the slain creatures around him before adding, "My stamina and willpower are running low." A new notification popped up. Announcement, willpower reduced to Tsuyoshi groaned. "Using my ultimate physique at full power drains my body fast." Without hesitation, he pulled out 2 bottles, one filled with energy potion, and the other with stamina potion. "Sakura really helped me by restocking my medicine." He popped the first bottle open and took a gulp, only to immediately spit it out. Blurg. I forgot how disgusting this stuff tastes, but there was no other choice. Grimacing, he forced the potions down. Moments later, a notification appeared. Announcement, stamina and willpower are recovering. Outside the portal, Doug and Sakura remained quiet, standing in the same spot, both waiting patiently. Then, Sakura finally turned to Doug and asked, "Isn't Chairman Doug heading back?" Doug shook his head. "I'm worried about whether that human boy will make it back safely." He recalled the moment Tsuyoshi revealed his profession and muttered, "A warrior who took the shaman exam just to purify Cardiolus. And despite not carrying a staff, he was able to craft a B-quality potion." Suddenly his ears perked up. He frowned and said, "I've been hearing something from inside." Sakura smiled slightly. "That's the sound of Master's thunder." Doug's eyes widened as she continued, "As long as we can hear it, we know Master is still fighting." Back inside the dark area, Tsuyoshi gripped his sword tightly, his body surging with crackling thunder energy. He leaped into the air and slashed through an entire pack of dark wolves in one swift motion. Their bodies dropped instantly, the smell of burnt fur filling the air. He wiped some dust from his face and muttered, "I guess that just leaves the boss." His gaze shifted to the large door ahead, the entrance to the boss room. A grin spread across his face. "I made it all the way to the deepest part. Next up is the final boss. If I beat this, I'll definitely hit level 7. He stretched his arms, rolling his shoulders. "Maybe I should rest a bit before the fight." Tsuyoshi sat on the ground in front of the boss room, exhausted. He took a deep breath and muttered, "It's seriously awful. Once I get used to this taste, it's over for me." He frowned, remembering the capsules from his original world. Those had taste and convenience, but this world's medicine, way stronger. But as soon as the potion kicked in, his stamina and willpower were fully restored. Feeling the energy surge through his body, Tsuyoshi smirked. He grabbed his sword from the ground, stood up, and walked towards the boss room door, resting the blade on his shoulder. "All right, now that I'm fully recovered, let's GGO." With that, he pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. Darkness loomed around him. He scanned his surroundings, left, right, forward. Then, from the shadows, something moved. A figure emerged, a shadowy presence with bright red eyes locked onto Tsuyoshi. He tensed, his grip tightening on his sword. But instead of fear, excitement flickered in his gaze. "Oh? The level is the same as the carnivorous darkness I fought before, but the intimidation. That's different. This must be the boss of the dark area." Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique. His attack power surged, his muscles strengthening as lightning crackled around his arms. The boss stepped forward. It was a towering monster, gripping a massive sword, its blade wrapped in thick iron chains. The sheer presence of it sent a wave of pressure through the room. Then, the boss disappeared. Before Tsuyoshi could react, the monster reappeared above him, its massive sword already swinging down. So fast. Instinct kicked in. Tsuyoshi raised his sword just in time, blocking the devastating attack. Clang! The impact sent shockwaves through his arms, forcing him to his knees. The power is incredible too. Then the boss inhaled deeply. A strange wave of energy passed through Tsuyoshi, making his body shake uncontrollably. A notification appeared. Tremble slow, shock skill. A high-level ability that terrifies the opponent, slowing down their movements. Once affected, it's difficult to escape. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened as his body refused to move. Move. Please move. His veins bulged as he struggled against the paralysis. The boss raised its sword again. Then, a bright yellow light flashed from Tsuyoshi's ring. At that exact moment, he regained control. He dodged instantly, just as the boss's attack came crashing down. A new notification popped up. Notice, Tremble Slow effect has ended. Tsuyoshi blocked the next strike, his eyes glowing with lightning. He exhaled sharply, then grinned. I won't go down so easily. Pure energy surged through him. His ring of the infinite. Was this why the status effect ended? For the first time, the boss hesitated. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi smirked. I won't die so easily, you bare bastard. The boss growled and swung upward, but Tsuyoshi met the attack head-on, blocking once again. Seeing Tsuyoshi match its strength, the boss spoke in a deep, confident voice. You're strong. My tremble slow, broken. That surprised him. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened slightly. You can talk? Lowering his sword slightly, he stared at the monster. I thought darkness was just a bunch of beasts that couldn't even talk. The boss's red eyes flared with anger. Human. We are darkness, a higher existence than anything else. Then, it disappeared again. Tsuyoshi's breath caught. Again with that technique. Memories of their first clash flashed through his mind. If only I had the dark goblin's eye, I could use Roaring Tentacle to strike its weakness. But I left it in my original world. Just like before, the boss reappeared instantly in front of him. This time, its sword emanating a red aura. It swung down with terrifying force. Tsuyoshi blocked again, but his sword started to crack. Damn it. My weapon won't last at this rate. His vision blurred slightly. This attack, it messes with my sight too. Then, a sharp blade appeared right in front of his forehead. Too fast. Tsuyoshi's body twisted on instinct, dodging just in time but not completely. A deep cut tore through his side. Blood splattered. His health bar dropped. Damn. Just one hit and I'm already bleeding. Another notification appeared. Bleeding, a dangerous debuff. If the wound isn't treated, blood loss will result in death. Can be cured with potions, skills, or healing magic. Tsuyoshi clenched his jaw. I don't have any medicine for bleeding. At this rate, I'll diddy I. He glared at the boss standing before him. His mind raced. Without medicine, I might actually bleed out before this fight is over. He steadied his breathing, then thought, should I retreat? If I leave now, I can heal. But damn it, if I stay here, I'll keep bleeding. If I run out of potions, I'm dead. Then, his grip tightened around his sword. No. That leaves me with only one option. Summoning every ounce of his willpower, Tsuyoshi leaped into the air. Lightning crackled around his body. He raised his sword high, and with a thunderous roar he unleashed. Thundering chain fall. Seeing Tsuyoshi charge at him, the boss monster's eyes widened for a brief moment. Then, boom! Iat my thunder attack! Tsuyoshi's lightning-infused strike landed perfectly on the monster. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Tsuyoshi landed safely on the ground, breathing heavily. His mind raced. Did I do it? Why didn't it dodge? But his expectations were shattered. The boss monster stood there, completely unharmed. It had redirected the thunder strike into the ground with a simple step, absorbing the attack effortlessly. Then, with a mocking expression, the boss sneered. Laughable. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. That didn't work. This is troublesome. But before he could process it, the boss monster attacked. I will kill you. I don't need the sacrifice either. Sweat dripped from Tsuyoshi's forehead. Sacrifice? What the hell is that? Then, the boss leaped into the air, sword raised high and brought it down with brutal force. Boom! The impact slammed Tsuyoshi into the ground. His health bar dropped. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The boss glared down at him, then scoffed. Weapon lost. Adventurer useless. He rested his sword on his shoulder, assuming the battle was over. Turning his back, the boss muttered, "Next time, I will kill you." But then, something made him stop. A presence. The boss turned around, his red eyes narrowing as he saw Tsuyoshi, standing. His aura had changed. The boss's expression twisted in confusion. "What is this? Who are you?" Tsuyoshi smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. "Is this your so-called sacrifice?" A sudden shockwave pulsed through the battlefield. The boss took a step back, visibly shaken. "Why, sacrifice? That is a darkness-exclusive skill." For the first time, fear flickered in the monster's eyes. "Who are you?" Tsuyoshi grinned as his body was engulfed in red smoke. His presence turned monstrous, his aura more terrifying than the boss itself. Then, he spoke. "Thanks to you coming closer to attack, I was able to replicate your sacrifice using absolute duplication." The boss froze. Then, boom! From within the swirling crimson mist, Tsuyoshi emerged, his appearance now more dangerous, more fearsome than the boss monster itself. His muscles pulsed with overwhelming power, his eyes glowed with savage intensity. A notification appeared. "Sacrifice, you sacrifice half of your blood, removing all debuffs and temporarily gaining immense power. It amplifies your strongest current skill and makes it evil." Tsuyoshi smirked, his newfound power surging through his veins. "Now," he cracked his knuckles, "I might be able to do it." Then, with a feral grin, he raised his fists. "I'll grind you into meat using only my bare hands."
So when Tsuyoshi stepped out from the red smoke, a brand new notification popped up right in front of him. Absolute physical strength has been activated. Boom! The evil power of the sacrifice skill was now his. His physical strength just tripled, but at a cost, this new power put insane strain on his body. The boss immediately locked eyes on him and shouted, "Why can you use darkness skills?" Tsuyoshi just smirked, bent down, and raised his hand like it was nothing. "For me, this is way too easy." Ding! The system window lit up. This is a special attribute of the Chosen One. The ability to copy and use any skill, regardless of race or level. The power of the copied skill depends on the combat power of the owner. The ground trembled as red light flashed everywhere, shaking the space with smoke rising like a volcanic eruption. The boss, wide-eyed, gasped his speed. "It's too fast." But it was already too late, BM. Tsuyoshi's fist slammed into the boss. The force sent shockwaves through the air. The boss barely managed to raise his sword in defense, but the moment the impact hit, crack, his sword began to break. The system window instantly notified. Weapon durability is severely damaged. The boss gritted his teeth, staring at his sword. You're strong, but just copying a skill won't let you brute force your way through me." Ding! Another system notification. Any weapon and item can be damaged or taken away under certain conditions. Tsuyoshi clenched his wrist, his veins pulsing with raw power. "I don't care how. I'm killing you right here and now." His eyes burned with determination. Using sacrifice means no health recovery. So, I only have one shot. The system window popped up again. During the use of the sacrifice skill, lost blood cannot be replenished. The evil power raged through his body, but he didn't hesitate. The boss, seeing this, threw his sword into the air and laughed. "You think you can beat me that easily? Have you forgotten? I can use sacrifice too." Boom! A violent storm of blood and dark lightning erupted around the boss. His body morphed into a more terrifying form. His voice echoed through the battlefield. Your sacrifice is just a copy. You're nothing compared to me. The boss expected fear. But instead, Tsuyoshi smirked. He slowly raised his hand to the sky, and blue lightning surged through the air. Forgot something? Tsuyoshi's voice was calm, deadly. I knew you'd try to counter me, so I made sure you drop your weapon first. The boss's face froze. He whipped his head back to his discarded weapon, eyes widening in shock. You planned this? Tsuyoshi didn't even let him finish. Half your blood. That's the price you just paid. A massive surge of power erupted around him. The system registered another sacrifice activation. The boss stood there, dumbfounded, trapped in the swirling chaos. How? He's just a human. How is his power this devastating? Swoosh! Before the boss could react, Tsuyoshi's hand shot through the thick smoke, faster than the eye could see. His voice boomed through the battlefield. You're disarmed. Let's see if you can survive this. Thunder chain. Crack. A monstrous bolt of lightning crashed straight into the boss's body. The force pierced through him like a divine judgment. BZZT. The enemy's health bar plummeted straight to 0. As the boss's lifeless eyes locked onto Tsuyoshi, the protagonist leaned in slightly, his voice cold and unshaken. Now do you see? Your own senselessness. Ding! The system window flashed one last time. Boss of the Dark Zone defeated. You have successfully passed the Dark Zone. Remaining attempts 2. And just like that, Tsuyoshi had conquered the darkness. The effect of the sacrifice had ended. Tsuyoshi, looking exhausted, lowered his hands, his appearance reverting back to normal. His body trembled as he raised his shaking hands and groaned. Damn. My whole body feels like it's been ripped apart. The sacrifice skill was insanely powerful, but combined with absolute physical strength, it had completely overloaded his body. Ding! The system window popped up, notifying him that he had obtained the boss's weapon from the Dark Zone. Tsuyoshi squinted at the bright orb floating in the air and muttered, Is this really the boss's weapon? With narrowed eyes, he reached out for it and mumbled, I literally just lost my sword. Talk about perfect timing. Ding! The system window updated. A boss-tier weapon with a serrated saw blade. Any wounds inflicted by this weapon will not heal. Passive effect, bleeding. Secondary effect, blood wound. Tsuyoshi held the weapon in his grip and grinned. Oh, now this is nice. If I level up my blood attack, this thing is going to be a beast. Ding! The system popped up again. Restarting the trial will consume 1 attempt. You may return or continue exploring the Dark Zone. Attempts remaining. 2. Continuing the trial will grant plus 50% bonus experience points. Tsuyoshi's mind raced. Wait, 50% bonus XP? That's a huge boost. His body still felt wrecked, but his hunger for power was stronger. System, restart the trial, he commanded without hesitation. Ding! Level up! Tsuyoshi felt the energy surge through his body as he leveled up to level 7. He stared at his palms, flexing his fingers in shock. Damn. Even though I leveled up, the damage from the sacrifice still won't heal. That skill really does take a toll. His thoughts raced. The pain had lessened a little after leveling up, but the after effects of absolute physical strength were still present. This skill is insane. The power is unmatched, but the price is brutal. He exhaled sharply. Maybe I should exit and rest for a bit? If I go for another round, I know I'll have to use the sacrifice again. Will my body even survive it? But then, a memory of Sakura flashed in his mind. His expression turned serious. I promised to level up 6 times this week. I have to reach level 12. If I back out now, I'll miss out on the bonus XP, and I can't afford that. His hesitation faded. Tsuyoshi clenched his fists and smirked at the system window. This is the price of strength. There's no room for doubt. If I waver now, I might as well just give up and accept being weak. Ding! The system instructed him to re-enter the space and return to the entrance of the trial. Tsuyoshi stepped toward the glowing portal, inhaling deeply. Sorry, Sakura, he muttered under his breath. Looks like I'm going to make you wait just a little longer. At the same time, Doug thought that Tsuyoshi should have returned by now. He looked at Sakura and told her not to worry, because the protagonist probably decided to continue the test, since it would help him earn bonus experience points. The president wondered in surprise. Did he really lose? His body was not thrown out. Did Did Tsuyoshi really decide to continue the test? Without supplies, it is almost impossible to pass it. For an adventurer in the dark zone, this can threaten death. Sakura sadly said that he promised to leave after the first round. She can still hear the rumble of thunder. Ills, walking towards them with a cup in his hand, asked if he had already managed to sleep, and the protagonist is not finished yet. The first round is over, but there is no corpse. Maybe Tsuyoshi hid somewhere and is sitting there, trembling with fear? Doug turned his head to the side and asked the vice president to talk less. Ills turned to the president and said that this cannot be. Does he really think that Tsuyoshi will be able to overcome the dark zone on his own? It was not worth giving him false hopes. The vice president opened his eyes and said that he was saying the same thing, that the protagonist was not telling the truth. He had seen many such people, and if Tsuyoshi had won, he would have returned long ago. If he had not appeared after the first stage, it meant he had not passed it and decided to start over. Unfortunately, this could cost him his life. He simply would not have enough healing potions. Sakura said with a tense look that the master would definitely return. She asked them to refrain from such conversations. Tsuyoshi's thunderclaps proved that he was alive. Doug confidently thought that she was a strong girl. The vice president, looking at the portal, laughed and said loudly that they were joking. What other thunder? They would be to blame for the protagonist's death, because they had strengthened his confidence. Sakura turned back with an ominous look and said that if he did it again, the shamans looked forward in surprise, not letting her finish. Doug wondered if this was really bloodlust. The president slammed his staff on the ground and loudly ordered them to shut up and not to start a fight. He turned around and loudly told them to wait for his return in silence. Doug loudly addressed Ills and said that he could go. The vice president stepped back and loudly said that he was just telling the truth. He would look at their faces when they saw Tsuyoshi's tortured body. The president turned around angrily and loudly ordered the vice president to leave. He wondered how it was possible to not notice the bloodlust. This beast girl's abilities are very great. Doug looked at the portal and asked what was going on. Sakura said sadly that the Thundermaster had died down. ILS turned around and loudly said that the thunder had died down. Well, do they have anything to say? It is reckless for a simple person to enter the dark zone alone. The vice president quickly looked at the portal. Doug loudly asked what that sound was. Lightning quickly struck from the portal. The president, watching this, asked what this feeling of deja vu was. He pointed his staff forward and asked loudly, "Did the darkness really destroy the seal? This simply couldn't be." Doug, watching the silhouette that appeared in the portal in surprise, loudly ordered everyone to get ready, because the darkness was breaking through. Ills threw his cup aside in fear and loudly said that this couldn't be. The darkness couldn't destroy the seal of the darkness zone. Sakura, surprised, loudly asked them to wait. Tsuyoshi, looking exhausted, exited the portal and turned to Sakura and apologized to her for the wait. He said that he had completed 3 rounds and received bonus experience points at each. The protagonist had leveled up several times. He said with a stern look that he was now level 9. Sakura quickly ran towards the falling Tsuyoshi, loudly calling out his status. The vice president asked loudly in amazement, could it really be 3 stages in one go? Doug was surprised on his face, loudly asked how much power this guy was hiding within himself. The president extended his hand forward and loudly ordered to help the protagonist. After some time, Sakura put her hand on Tsuyoshi's back. The shaman standing next to him directed the light from their staffs to the sides and used the reflection skill. Doug said that Tsuyoshi's muscles and nerves were seriously injured. The vice president said tensely that the protagonist simply miraculously survived. Tsuyoshi, smiling, clenched his hand into a fist and looking at him said that thanks to the treatment, he feels much better. Sakura, offended, puffed out her cheeks and sighed loudly said that he was doing as always. The protagonist acted recklessly and did not keep his promise. Tsuyoshi, putting his hand on his head, looked at her and asking for forgiveness, said that from now on he would be more careful. He simply could not refuse bonus experience points. Having reached the 9th level, the protagonist received a good reward. She understands how much he needs experience points, right? Sakura said loudly that his safety is more important to her. He must promise to keep his promises. The president turned to the man with a serious expression and asked if Tsuyoshi had really said that he had passed 3 times. The protagonist, sitting on the bed, confirmed this. It looked sternly at Doug. The The president said that he would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. To fight the darkness alone 3 times, Doug does not understand how it is. He thought that when this guy came out of the darkness zone, the power of evil was stronger than the power of darkness. That is why the president thought that the darkness itself had destroyed the barrier. This guy's abilities are excellent not only in magic, but also in combat. If Kevin is a genius, then this man has surpassed the genius himself? The vice president, covering his mouth with his fist, coughed and said that he would like to apologize for his words. He put his hand on his heart, lowered his head, and asked for forgiveness for underestimating the strength of the protagonist. Tsuyoshi, smiling, raised his hand and waving it, said that it'll help him with treatment and that he should not worry. Sakura crossed her arms in offense and looked away, saying that it finally got through to him. The vice president said with a calm expression that the reflection effect they used was a mid-level healing skill. The shamans healed almost all the wounds except for the deep ones. The protagonist's body is still in critical condition. The system window notifies that it is a reflection skill. It is a mid-level healing skill popular among adventurers. It is able to heal almost all types of physical damage. Doug said that Tsuyoshi came out of there with serious wounds all over his body, bleeding and nerve damage. If they had not started treating him right away, the protagonist might have died. It seems that Tsuyoshi used some kind of secret magic or skill. From now on, he should not use it. In the future, its danger may hinder the protagonist from leveling up. Tsuyoshi looked at his hand in amazement and asked loudly, "What do you mean hinder? He just wanted to level up?" The protagonist thought that the victim was still bothering him. He only thought about killing him and lost his mind. These are very big risks. What should he do? 2 eyes instantly appeared in front of him among the dark liquid. Tsuyoshi wondered in fear, "Are these really eyes?" Sakura looked at him with concern and turning to the master asked, "What is the matter?" The protagonist, wiping sweat from his forehead, said that nothing special, he was just tired. Tsuyoshi thought that the sacrifice and darkness were special skills. This damaged not only his body but also his mind. He should not use it anymore. Doug said that he would give him a potion. The protagonist should take it once a day and meditate to speed up its absorption. Ilsa looked up the bag in the president's hands in surprise and turning to him by his status asked, "Is he sure he wants to give this potion?" Tsuyoshi, smiling, reached out his hands to the bag and loudly thanked Doug. The president said that this is Kevin's favorite potion, which will help the protagonist recover. Doug advises him to meet him in person. If Kevin sees talent in Tsuyoshi, he will take him as a student and pass on even more amazing knowledge in the field of magic. He is one of the few inhabitants of this land who possesses the legendary law of destruction. Sakura stood up angrily and clenched her hand into a fist, asking loudly, "Did Kevin really find the legendary law of destruction? Which one is this already?" Tsuyoshi looked at her in surprise and asked, "What does the legendary law of destruction mean?" Ilse asked with a puzzled look, "Shouldn't the Seekers know about it?" In this world, there are laws that govern the magic of heaven and earth. Magic used in accordance with these laws has amazing power and is called the forbidden spell of destruction. Shamans strive to improve the efficiency and quality of their potions. However, the laws of heaven and earth are incredibly cruel, and some of them have a will of their own. There are 12 laws, each of which is located in unexplored zones. To master them, you need to have outstanding skills and abilities. The stone monument of the laws of destruction was erected in honor of the 12 laws that were passed on to them by great magicians from all over the world. Each of the laws has the power to destroy the entire world. The first law was written in ancient times. Kevin was called a genius because 10 years ago, he mastered the 12th law of the great winds. He was able to improve his magical abilities, which helped him in processing potions. Kevin increased not only their efficiency and quality, but also united them with the power of law. He will be able to heal Tsuyoshi's deep wounds. The protagonist happily stood up and clenched his fists and asked loudly, "Is this really true?" Sakura, looking amazed, asked loudly, "Is it really possible to heal the master's body?" Doug, holding a letter in his hand, said that now is not the best time to meet. He used to be Kevin's mentor, and if they give him a letter of introduction, Kevin will meet with him. Tsuyoshi, taking the letter in his hands, loudly thanked him. They'll set that to meet him, they need to take with them several rare potions and valuable ingredients to exchange with him later. After some time, the protagonist said goodbye to them. The vice president turned to Doug and asked, "Did this guy attract so much attention?" The president gave Tsuyoshi a B rank forbidden blood potion. He just gave away the potion they traded with Kevin, offering many valuable potions and ingredients. Doug laughed and said that he wondered how high this man would go. By helping the protagonist now, he made an investment in the future. Bills looked sternly to the side and said that this was a risky investment. Few geniuses were able to reach the dark zone alone, and only a few were human. The president, standing in the middle of the street, said that he had never heard of people going into the dark zone alone. But this case was far from the first in history. The vice president asked in surprise, "Were there really other brave people?" Doug calmly said that 1,000 years ago, a great creature gave rise to their clan of beastmen, King Arceus, an ancient god. After a while, Tsuyoshi, bending the branches down with his hands, turned to Sakura and asked if she knew where to find Kevin. She, passing through the tree branches, confirmed this and said that the president said that they had a long way to go. But along the way, they will be able to raise their level. Of course, they will be able to reach the goal. The main character looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's the catch?" Sakura said that in order to enter this dungeon, you need a team. She, passing through the branches, asked, "Are there really that many people here?" Sakura, smiling, put her hand on the branch and said that this is the so-called checkpoint. Most of the adventurers gather here, and after a while, disperse to different zones. This place was on their way, so she brought him here. The system window notifies that this is a checkpoint. This is a place where dungeons are randomly opened, for the passage of which you can get special bonuses. As a rule, they are intended for a certain number of participants. Tsuyoshi, smiling, clenched his fist with his palm and asked, "Is there really such a place here? This looks like a shop, you can try it." He thought that in this world the choice of dungeons is much more diverse. Maybe you should try his skills here? The protagonist turned towards Sakura and said that he was leaving. She asked him to be careful and said that she would watch him. The captain raised his hand and said loudly that they were looking for a warrior or tank of level 15 with a combat power of more than 6,000. They will generously reward bonuses and people can come up. They will leave as soon as they recruit the required number of participants. This team has been here for the second day already. The bonuses are good, but the task is dangerous and no one is in a hurry to join them. It seems that today they will go home with nothing. The man said in surprise that there was no one present with a combat power equal to 6,000 and a level 15, and the captain was stubborn. The thief turned to the captain with a sad look and said that they had better choose another dungeon. They had already spent 2 days on this. If anyone wanted to join, they would have already done so. They did not need to lose even more experience points. The captain angrily turned his head to the side and loudly called him a fool. Did the thief forget how much the information about this dungeon cost them? Besides, only in this dungeon can you get a bloody rose. One of them costs 500 silver. He will never take on a low-level dungeon. The system window notifies that the bloody rose is a rare ingredient for potions that significantly increases the effect of healing. Due to its popularity among shamans and magicians, it is sold at a high price. The thief raised his hand and said that maybe someone will volunteer next time. Without the required number of participants, they still won't be able to enter. Tsuyoshi raised his hand with a smile and asked if he could join. He's a warrior and his level is a little below the required level, but the protagonist is confident in himself. The team looked at him in amazement. The captain said loudly that Tsuyoshi was their savior. He's level 14, right? Even 13 would do if they could provide him with a 12th. The protagonist interrupted him, scratched his head, and said that he was level 9. The captain could leave him the vanguard. The captain raised his hand in his direction in anger and loudly asked, "What can Tsuyoshi do on the 9th level? Is he really saying this so easily? Is the protagonist really mocking them?" Tsuyoshi sadly put his hand on his head and said that he wasn't joking. The system window notified that there were 10 minutes left before the passage closed. The team members looked at the open portal. The thief quickly looked away and loudly addressed the captain and said that if they missed this chance, they would lose another day. The captain should decide faster. The priest of light asked why they didn't take a level 9 warrior. They could handle it on their own. The wind archer, holding the captain with his hand, said that it was right. Otherwise, they would not be able to recoup the cost of the information they had received. The captain angrily said loudly that there was no other way. He furiously loudly ordered Tsuyoshi to listen to him and said that he would give him a chance. The The protagonist should not act arbitrarily during the passage. Tsuyoshi must listen to his orders. Their four are already strong. They took him for the number. Is the protagonist happy with this? Tsuyoshi confidently placed his hand on the captain's shoulder and loudly agreed that he would be glad to join the team for the first time. The captain, disappointed, smiled and greeted him loudly. The protagonist confidently placed his hand on his wrist and loudly said that it was time to go. The captain raised his hands in surprise and asked if this was his first time joining the team. The system window notifies that they have entered a level 16 dungeon. The system window notifies that this is a level 16 forest rhino. His characteristics are a very large body, and he is not susceptible to physical attacks. The weakness of the forest rhinoceros is lightning, and the combat power is 7,600. The captain, standing with the team behind the stone, said that this is a 16th level dungeon. He angrily clenched his hand into a fist and said loudly that the informant is a freak. If the captain gets out of here, he will kill him. The thief, looking frightened, put his hands on his head and turning to the captain, said that he is not sure that at such levels they will be able to get out of here alive. It is scary to imagine the dungeon boss if the first opponent was a forest rhinoceros. The captain knelt down, put his hands on the ground, and loudly said that everything is fine. They're on the 15th level and have gone through many difficult dungeons together. They can do everything as always and will definitely defeat him. He is not sure that this will work, but they can use the Horn of Resurrection. The system window notifies that the Horn of Return is a very expensive item, blowing which allows you to leave the dungeon. Its use may be limited in special dungeons. Due to its rarity, the horn can only be purchased at auctions. The captain looked at the thief in surprise and asked where the warrior went. The wind archer raised his hand and said that the protagonist was here when they entered. A bright glow from the thunder chain quickly appeared among the foliage. They look at the bright light in amazement. Tsuyoshi, shrouded in lightning, standing among the flying stones, said loudly that this is good. Compared to those guys from the Dark Zone, this is very easy. The team members, wide open in surprise, said loudly that the protagonist defeated him on his own. Tsuyoshi smiled, put his sword on his shoulder, and gave a thumbs up, loudly telling them to follow him. The protagonist is used to doing everything quickly and is really looking forward to bonuses. Our protagonist took down a monster and then turned to his teammates with a confident thumbs up. Keep up with me. I've gotten used to speed races lately. I can't wait to see the bonus. Moments later, the rest of the team rushed toward other monsters, with one of them shouting to the group, "There's another one behind the three, and a weakened monster over there. Take care of it." Then, one of the team members, a bow user, pulled back his arrow while observing the fight. That level 9 warrior is insanely strong. He was a level 15 wind archer with a combat power of 6,230, yet even he was impressed. Without even glancing at his teammates, he continued, "Isn't he clearing this quest solo?" He charged in alone and is casually cutting down all the small fry. Meanwhile, our protagonist was in full beast mode, effortlessly slicing through any monster in his way as he rushed deeper into the forest. Seeing this, another teammate couldn't help but comment, "He even knows which monsters give the best points." It's hard to believe he's only level 9. A blonde-haired girl, battling monsters nearby, also took notice. And he doesn't need healing at all. This makes things so much easier. High up in a tree, one of the beastmen turned to the arrogant warrior from earlier and asked, "Captain, you have a lot of connections, right? Who is that guy? With skills like that, he must be famous." Without even looking his way, the captain replied, "Not necessarily. I just know too many people to remember them all. Even the ones introduced to me by the information broker at the tavern were people I already knew. That warrior must be an elite from a major guild. He does look familiar, but maybe I just forgot." Meanwhile, our protagonist was battling monsters on the front lines, deep in thought. Regular questions. Nothing compares to the difficulty of the dark area. The experience points here are a lot more than in the original world, but they still don't match up to the dark area. Even these level 16 small fry are faster than the level 11 monsters back there, but they don't seem to have even half the strength of those darkness monsters. Just then, a new tree monster appeared before him, a level 16 creature with a weakness, fire attribute. It attacked using vines, and had poisonous thorns. Tsuyoshi observed it carefully and thought, as long as I stay cautious of the poison thorns, this thing isn't much of a threat. The divine eye lets me see all monster weaknesses, but is there more I can do with it? Without hesitation, he cut down the tree monster with a single strike. As it fell, another thought crossed his mind. This quest involves collecting blood roses. Maybe I could take some back as a souvenir for the cabins. Right then, a notification popped up, displaying a rose icon with a sign on top. It read, "Blood rose, a rare medicinal material. When added to medicine, it greatly enhances recovery effects. Highly valued by shamans and potion makers, making it consistently expensive in the market." After taking in the information, Tsuyoshi turned to his teammates and announced, "Everyone, the boss fight is coming up soon. The small fry are increasing. These monsters are weak to fire. Can the magicians use fire-type magic to attack?" Hearing this, one of the team members, possibly the captain, gripped his staff tightly, nodded, and shouted, "Yes, right away." Internally, he thought, "Finally, it's my time to shine." Tsuyoshi, still focused ahead, warned, "Watch out for the vines. They have poisonous thorns. If you get hit, you'll be poisoned." The rest of the team turned to face the tree monsters with sudden concern, their minds racing. How does he know so much about these monsters at just level 9? He shouldn't have this much experience. I saw his level earlier, but he must be hiding his true abilities. Moments later, all the mage class members activated their magic, launching a coordinated fire attack on the tree monsters, incinerating them instantly. Later that night, the group set up camp in the forest, sitting together around the fire. The archer from earlier spoke up. "Everything is going smoothly. Mr. Warrior is so strong. This quest will probably end without any issues." Hearing this, the beastman from before smirked and said, "You've started addressing him respectfully as Mr. Warrior now." The blonde-haired girl, slightly blushing, added, "He feels different from the people in this world. He must be someone special." Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, the captain and Tsuyoshi stood facing each other, shaking hands. The captain held onto his grip and said, "For someone this skilled, I really want to know your identity." Tsuyoshi, rubbing the back of his head, responded, No, I'm just a newbie adventurer." The captain, with a teasing smirk, replied, "A newbie? Sure, let's go with that for now." Feeling slightly defeated, Tsuyoshi mumbled under his breath, "But it's true." The captain then handed him a water skin and asked, "By the way, do you know the quest ranking for this region?" Tsuyoshi took a sip before replying, "Quest ranking? Not really. Why do you ask?" The captain, keeping his playful tone, said, "Oh, you don't. You're probably just pretending, right?" But then, he shifted into a more serious demeanor and explained, "These quest points are different from those that disappear after a certain time. Each region has fixed quest points. The scale varies, but the quest rankings record completion data for parties. They also track first completions and top performances for each quest." He continued, "In other words, they offer not just business opportunities but also fame. The rankings are shared across all regional branches of the Adventurers Guild and are accessible to anyone. You can bring fame to your guild or party this way." Taking in the information, Tsuyoshi looked at the captain with a serious expression and said, "I see. I mostly get it. So what's your point?" Internally, he thought, there was a similar system in my original world, so it exists here too. Seeing Tsuyoshi's confusion, the captain elaborated further. "This group of 4 might seem randomly put together, but in reality, I'm part of Q's guild, under the elite party of 15 pioneers known as the Big God Party. Our captain is one of the guild's founders, a shield warrior nicknamed Big Goat Harvey." Tsuyoshi turned to the captain, dumbfounded. He blinked before responding, "I see. I mostly get it. So what's your point?" The captain continued explaining, "Well, recently, a new level 18 quest appeared. It involves a small dark area with monsters hidden in the swamp. These creatures are extremely troublesome due to a lack of sufficient information. You seem knowledgeable about monsters. You might actually be a huge help in clearing it." Hearing this, Tsuyoshi clenched his fists in excitement. The captain, equally fired up, added, Not to mention, top performances are recorded simultaneously, and completing it first gives a substantial bonus. That's why competitive parties race to clear fixed quests before anyone else. If you're interested, why not meet our captain? Tsuyoshi silently studied the captain for a moment, deep in thought. Until I get the items I need to level up, this could be a good alternative, he mused. Then, placing a hand on his waist, he smirked and said, "Even though I'm only level 9, you still want me to participate in a level 18 quest." The captain confidently raised a hand and reassured him, "Yes, no need to worry. There are various quests, and the required levels differ. For this one, only adventurers up to level 18 are allowed to participate. There's no problem." Tsuyoshi nodded. "That's good to hear. Then, I'll lend a hand. But, I have 2 conditions." The captain's eyes widened in shock. "Conditions? As long as they're not unreasonable, I'll do what I can. I'll even arrange special compensation. Just tell me." Internally, he thought, "It seems he trusts me now. If he joins and provides information on the darkness monsters, it'll give us an advantage for the first completion. That'll be credited to me, boosting my standing within the guild." Tsuyoshi, maintaining his usual composed demeanor, laid out his terms. "First, if we clear the quest, I get all the initial experience points I need. Second, I get first pick of the bonus rewards. Of course, once I've chosen, the rest is yours. What do you say?" The captain's face twisted into an awkward expression. "That's unreasonable. Even if I agree, the captain and the other members might not allow it. I'll need to ask." Without missing a beat, Tsuyoshi turned toward the rest of the team, signaling it was time to move. "Then let's talk again once this quest is finished. We've rested enough, let's move out." Sometime later, Tsuyoshi and his team emerged from the gate. From behind him, a teammate called out, "It's clear." Another one chimed in, "The captain's final fire-type magic, Grand Explosion, hitting the boss's weak spot was insane." The blonde girl added, "Well, the boss's attribute weakness was fire, so it went smoothly. But if Tsuyoshi hadn't been here, I wouldn't have been able to time my attack properly. It took me over 10 seconds just to align my aim with the weak spot." The captain, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, turned to Tsuyoshi. "On top of that, you told us everything, the boss's weak spot, its attribute weakness, how to defeat it, and even what to watch out for. You're incredible, Tsuyoshi." Tsuyoshi, holding the blood rose in his hand, responded casually, "I got my share of the blood roses, so divide the rest among yourselves." The captain nodded and looked at the rest of the team. "All right, let's disband for now. I'll distribute the bonus and final rewards later." Everyone agreed. "Thank you," before parting ways. The captain then turned back to Tsuyoshi, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Do you have time? I'd like to thank you properly and introduce you to Captain Harvey." Tsuyoshi paused. "Wait, let me inform my comrade first." Sometime later, Sakura gently pressed a handkerchief to Tsuyoshi's forehead. To be called into a party so quickly. That's amazing. It took me until level 30 to even get invited. Concern flickered in her eyes as she added softly, "Take care. Okay? This will be valuable experience. I'll gather information in the nearby town and report back once I return." Tsuyoshi took a small bag from her and nodded. "That would be helpful. If you can't find me, let's meet at the Adventurers Guild in this area." Sakura handed him a few potions and some money. "In that case, here, this should last you 3 days." Tsuyoshi waved as he walked away. "Thanks. All right, I'm off." Sakura waved back with a bright smile. "Good luck." But as soon as he disappeared from sight, her expression darkened into something more serious. "This is perfect," she thought. "I need to investigate more about that genius, Kevin. If he's already mastered the Earth-Wind fusion law, my plan to kill him might need some adjustments." With that, she turned and walked away. Sometime later, inside a dimly lit tavern, a man placed his beer glass down on the table with a dull thud. A level 9 warrior. And 2 additional conditions? Victor, are you serious? This man was none other than Captain Harvey, Big Goat Harvey, a level 18, class grade shield warrior with a combat power of 7,600. He stared at the captain before him and scoffed. A level 9 warrior is going to lead my elite party? Our average level is 16. Don't joke around. The captain, looking panicked, quickly defended his claim. But he's really amazing. Thanks to him, we obtained the blood roses without any issues. A red-armored warrior nearby sneered. A level 9 warrior? He couldn't even qualify to carry our sandals. You must have lost your mind hanging around those idiots outside. This man was Luke, the sharp-tongued vice-captain, a level 17, class-grade blazing dual-blade warrior with a combat power of 6,930. Luke scoffed again. So what, Victor? Does this mean you can't keep up with the Big Go party anymore? Don't waste our time. Victor clenched his fists and shot them a firm look. It's true. If you don't believe me, meet him for yourself. Captain Harvey, without even turning his head, simply said, "Is he here?" The captain turned to Captain Harvey with excitement. "Yes, I brought him. He's waiting outside the entrance." Hearing this, the red-armored warrior sneered. "You must be fearless to bring someone like that here." This time, the captain's expression darkened as he snapped, "Enough!" Frustration boiled inside him. "You've always looked down on me, but this time, I'll prove you wrong." Captain Harvey, still not looking at them, simply said, "All right, let's meet him." The captain nodded. "Thank you." Then, without wasting another second, he led Tsuyoshi toward Captain Harvey. "This way," he gestured. As they approached, Tsuyoshi rubbed the back of his head, looking slightly confused. "I'm Tsuyoshi, a level 9 warrior. Nice to meet you." Silence fell over the room. All eyes turned toward him. Then, the red-armored warrior burst out laughing, pointing at him mockingly. "Ha! Just look at him. He screams weakling." The captain quickly reassured Tsuyoshi. "Ignore him." At that moment, Captain Harvey finally turned his attention to Tsuyoshi. "So, according to Victor, you can clear this new quest for us. Is that right? If that's true, how confident are you?" Tsuyoshi met his gaze and replied firmly, "I'm 100% confident." Captain Harvey raised an eyebrow. 100%, huh? Then what's the additional condition? With a determined and almost arrogant smirk, Tsuyoshi declared, "Let me be in charge. I will be your captain." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the entire room fell into silence. Captain Harvey turned to him, his gaze sharp and intense. "You want to be the captain? Command 15 elite members." The red-armored warrior's face twisted in anger. "Hey, have you lost your damn mind? This man here is Big Goat Captain Harvey. Our party has some of the most renowned members around. Don't make me laugh." Even the captain who had been hyping up Tsuyoshi started sweating. In a shaky voice, he whispered, "Tsuyoshi becoming the captain? That's absurd." Tsuyoshi, completely unfazed, simply replied, "It's for the quest. Don't worry." Captain Harvey placed his beer glass on the table, his expression unreadable. Other parties have attempted this quest multiple times. Most failed at the same spot. We failed 6 times already. He continued, "Each attempt eats up potions and items. The more people involved, the higher the cost. We've already spent over 2 gold coins on this." Tsuyoshi smirked. "So, it's about big money? Then let me make it simple. Appoint me as captain, and I'll guarantee we clear the quest." The red-armored warrior's fury exploded. He's got the nerve to say that. Another warrior, just as pissed, clenched his fists. "Captain, let's just punch this guy already." But Captain Harvey, surprisingly calm, gave his verdict. "All right, I'll accept your 3 conditions." He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. "But if you fail, and it turns out to be all talk, I, Harvey, the Big Goat, will show you no mercy." The red-armored warrior's eyes widened. "Captain, are you serious?" Tsuyoshi crossed his arms confidently. "Relax. If we work together, we'll clear it easily." The red-armored warrior was fuming, pointing a shaking finger at Tsuyoshi. "Captain, do you really trust this guy? What can a level 9 weakling even do?" Captain Harvey exhaled sharply. "Do we have another option?" The room fell silent again. Harvey's voice was like iron. "Without him, we're not trying again today. Simple as that." The red-armored warrior started to panic. But making him captain. He's level 9. He's obviously just joined. We, the Big Goat, have been struggling, and now Victor, that little brat, got tricked too. He's not suited for our party. We should kick him out right away." Captain Harvey turned to him, his eyes dark with frustration. Do you know how much we've been laughed at in the guild? He continued, voice heavy with irritation. It's because we've got nothing to show for ourselves. We've been outdone by other parties. His fist clenched. If we secure first clear and best performance on this new quest, the reputation will belong to us. There's no other way right now. Even if there's only a small chance, we take it. His voice dropped into something dangerously cold. And if this is a scam, Harvey, won't let that guy off easily. In front of the quest point, a crowd had gathered. Hey, is that the big goat? Someone whispered. Are they actually attempting the new quest today? Another voice chimed in. Probably. And they'll be retreating with the return horn as usual. A third person pointed. Wait, who's that? Weird outfit. Looks like they changed their leader. Tsuyoshi confidently walked at the front of the big goat team, heading straight for the quest portal. Among the spectators, a beastman werewolf scoffed, his sharp eyes locking onto Tsuyoshi. So Big Goat really changed their leader, acting all high and mighty without any strength. At this rate, they won't even be able to afford their meals. Spend your money wisely. One of the captains from earlier whispered in Tsuyoshi's ear. That guy's the captain of another party. He's always seen us as rivals. But to be honest, he's not entirely wrong. Losing repeatedly has left us broke. That's why Captain Harvey and the rest of us are under so much pressure. Hearing those words, the entire Big Goat team looked gloomy, avoiding eye contact with the crowd. The captain sighed. Lately, our party situation has been rough. Tsuyoshi, with a confident grin, shrugged. All right, I get it. Then, without hesitation, he shoulder-checked the werewolf captain while passing by. Oops, sorry for getting in your way. The werewolf bared his fangs. TCH, Harvey, your new leader looks full of himself. He smirked, arms crossed. Wonder if he'll have that same attitude when you retreat with the return horn again? Just before entering the portal, Tsuyoshi turned back, eyes sharp. Whether we get the first clear or not, we'll find out soon enough. All right, everyone, let's begin. Stepping through the portal, Tsuyoshi recalled Victor's words in his mind. This quest involves an unknown group of darkness-type monsters in the swamp. They're said to be a nightmare to deal with. But Tsuyoshi's grin widened. With my divine eye? No problem. I'll give them a stronger-than-expected first clear performance. Then, a new notification appeared before him. Welcome to the West Shadow of the Swamp Level 18 quest. Shadow of the Swamp Party Condition. 12 to 17 members member level must not exceed 18 as the party arrived inside. Captain Harvey immediately turned to Tsuyoshi. So, what's the plan? Tsuyoshi placed his hand on his waist, brimming with confidence. First, let's confirm, am I getting all the initial experience points? Harvey nodded. Yeah, for us, the party's honor is more important. As long as we get the first clear, it doesn't matter. But don't disappoint us, you've seen it yourself. We're desperate for results. Making you captain is a huge gamble on my part. If we fail, Harvey's eyes turn cold. You better be prepared for the consequences. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Tsuyoshi smirked. Understood. Harvey turned to the team. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves and listen to his instructions. Tsuyoshi cracked his knuckles. Got it. Let's do this. But the red-armored warrior clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I can't believe we're letting this guy take all the experience points. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi lifted his massive sword onto his shoulder and thought. All right, next up, death mode begins. He selected hard mode on the system panel. A new notification flashed in front of everyone. Hard mode, selected quest difficulty, is divided into normal mode and hard mode. In hard mode, all rewards, including EXP, are tripled. The entire team froze. Hard mode, Captain Harvey shouted, his eyes wide with shock. One of the warriors gasped. Why the hell would you do that? Another stammered. It must be a mistake, right? A bald warrior turned pale. Hard mode is suicide. Victor, sweating bullets, looked at Tsuyoshi. Did you mess up? I told you. Hard mode shouldn't even be activated unless you're completely familiar with the quest. You didn't, right? The red-armored warrior exploded in rage. You idiot! No one has cleared normal mode yet. Hard mode is several levels more difficult. Are you trying to kill us? He clenched his teeth, thinking, what a fool. I was just waiting for a chance to call him out, and now he's handed it to me. He really messed up. Grinning, he pulled out a return horn. That's it. We're out. We'll have to waste this valuable item just to escape from hard mode. But better than dying. We've been tricked by that bastard. But before he could activate it, Tsuyoshi suddenly rushed toward the forest. If I brought you here, I also have a plan to get you back out. Stick with me. He smirked, eyes gleaming. Hard mode or not, it doesn't matter. With my divine eye and this many people, we might clear it without a single injury. The red-armored warrior, still fuming, shouted after him. Stop making empty promises. You've dragged us into this mess. Do you even understand that people could die? This isn't a game. If you want to die, do it alone. Ignoring him, Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye. His vision pierced through the swamp, analyzing everything instantly. Just as expected, since this is a swamp, it's a wetland area. That means the small fry enemies here are weak to lightning. Suddenly, the shadows of countless monsters appeared ahead. Fongkroks, level 18. Their weaknesses flashed before Tsuyoshi's eyes. Weakness. Lightning-based attacks, fire attacks, exploiting water conductivity. A sharp grin spread across his face. Then our protagonist forms a grin on his face, thinking, if I concentrate, I can enhance my divine eye even further. Seeing our protagonist approaching the monsters, the red-armored warrior gets scared and shouts, "Hey, that fool is charging in. That's a hard mode, Fongkrok. There's so many of them. It's over. We're done for." Even Captain Harvey looks a little doubtful, but he grips his shield tightly, stepping forward toward the monsters. He mutters, "Did he really come to save us after all?" Standing in front of the monsters, our protagonist looks toward Captain Harvey and commands, "Follow me. I will lead you in clearing this hard mode." The members of the team hesitate, slightly scared, standing frozen in place. But our protagonist, standing boldly in front of all the monsters, raises his sword and shouts again, "Stop standing around. Fire magicians, get ready." Hearing that, Victor wipes the sweat off his face and mutters, "All right, fine. I'm going all in. I will trust you." Then, gripping his staff tightly, he steps forward and shouts, "Fire magicians, come with me. If we run away now, we'll just be laughed at." Hearing that, the other party members feel a mix of anger and motivation. One clenches his fists and shouts, "I will do it." Another one joins in, saying, "Yeah, no way am I going to be humiliated." Meanwhile, the monsters charge toward our protagonist, their jaws wide open. Captain Harvey's eyes widen in panic as he shouts, "Kid, get out of there." 6 Fongkroks are coordinating their bite attack. You'll be torn to pieces, but our protagonist remains unfazed. Swinging his sword, he commands, "Fire magicians, concentrate all your firepower and attack exactly 1 meter in front of me." The magicians quickly prepare their attack and respond, "Got it." Then, they unleash their fire magic exactly where our protagonist instructed. Flames engulf the attacking monsters, and Victor's eyes widen in shock. 6 enemies, taken out simultaneously. What just happened? Standing confidently, our protagonist slightly turns back to his team and explains, "My skill, Thunder Chainfall, inflicts a weakening status on these enemies. When they're weakened, any active skills they use get interrupted. Moreover, while they are weakened, any attack inflicts double damage. Since you all combined your fire magic at a single point, the attribute damage was multiplied, making it easier to take them down." Thinking to himself, our protagonist smirks, all thanks to divine eye analysis. Hearing his explanation, the party members feel a surge of excitement. One of them exclaims, "What the? How did you come up with such a strategy so quickly?" Another shouts, "We might actually be able to clear this quest." A third one adds, "Using their weaknesses to interrupt skills and dealing massive fire magic damage. It's so precise." Victor, eyes sparkling with excitement, clenches his fists and shouts, "He pulled it off again, just like the last quest. With that analysis, I knew he could do it." Seeing this, Captain Harvey stands in stunned silence, deep in thought. He's level 9. With that kind of skill? Who is he? Meanwhile, the red-armored warrior, who had been doubting our protagonist, stares at him in disbelief. Trembling, he falls backward, tumbling onto the ground and muttering, "It's just luck." That's all it is. There's no way anyone could analyze the situation so perfectly under these circumstances. A nearby party member glances at him and sighs. "Vice Captain. That's why he's so amazing. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Why are you being so dramatic?" Victor, irritated by the red-armored warrior's attitude, snaps. "Why don't you just shut up? Dragging us down is embarrassing." Hearing that, the red-armored warrior clenches his fists in anger and shouts, "What did you say?" But before the argument can escalate, our protagonist steps forward with confidence and commands, "Enough of this. We don't have time to argue with someone like him. Everyone follow me. We are going to conquer hard mode." With that, our protagonist strides toward the depths of the forest. Captain Harvey, snapping back to reality, quickly runs after him and calls out, "Didn't you hear me?" Hearing Harvey's call, the rest of the party rushes after our protagonist, leaving the red-armored warrior behind. In frustration, he shouts, "Wait for me." Sometime later, as the party marches side by side, Captain Harvey grips his shield tightly and looks toward our protagonist. Then, he says, "Follow Captain Tsuyoshi. Let's conquer hard mode." 30 minutes later, at the shadow of Swamp Quest, our protagonist and his team hide in the bushes. Victor, wearing an awkward expression, turns to our protagonist and says, "It looks like all the other parties have been defeated in the swamp ahead. What should we do now?" As always, the red-armored warrior gets irritated and snaps. "The monsters here are darkness type, and this is hard mode. This is nothing like what we've dealt with before. I'm not sure where you got your information from, but if we fail here because of you, the party won't let it slide." Hearing that, Victor gets irritated and shouts back, "Hey, it's thanks to his sources and analysis that we've barely taken any damage up until now, isn't it? This kind of feat was impossible before. Don't you see how incredible that is? How can you even say that?" The red-armored warrior gets even angrier and fires back, "Victor, don't forget that I'm the vice captain. He's only a temporary leader. As vice captain, I'm just looking out for the party." Captain Harvey, now visibly annoyed, glares at him and says, "Be quiet. You're disturbing Captain Tsuyoshi." Meanwhile, our protagonist ignores the entire conversation, completely focused on the task ahead. Suddenly, his divine eye displays a new notification. Analysis result. The boss home cannot be bypassed. Path to the next area is beyond it. Recommended strategy. One person distracts the monsters while the rest of the party moves ahead. Seeing this, our protagonist thinks, "I see. If that's the case, this might actually be easier than I thought." Moments later, a second notification appears. Swamp area. 300 square meters shallowest depth. 24 centimeters deepest depth. 126 centimeters average depth. 84 centimeters optimal route mapped. Average depth. Less than 40 centimeters fastest, shortest path, avoiding dangerous areas, holding a tree branch in his hand. Our protagonist smirks and thinks, "Such precise analysis. It seems the divine eye's functions are proportional to my combat abilities. I've memorized the analysis result. Time to plan the route." He carefully prepares the route in his system, reviewing it again and again. Sometime later, our protagonist stands up and says, "As Vice Captain Luke said, this is a joint effort for mutual benefit. I'm just a temporary leader. So, if any of you are frustrated with me, feel free to leave. I won't stop you." Then, looking directly at Luke, he adds, "But since I am the leader and captain for now, follow my orders." Luke grits his teeth in frustration and mutters, "This guy," just because he knows a little about monsters. Captain Harvey cuts him off sharply. "Enough. Save it for later. After the quest, everyone just wants to get through this quickly." Luke clicks his tongue in irritation. This damn level 9 rookie." Our protagonist glances at Luke for a moment and thinks to himself, "In the past, my spirit might have been crushed by someone being so openly hostile." Then, memories of his original world flash through his mind, how he was treated before. No matter the world, there are always people who bully the weak or see others as threats. Such malice is innate, impossible to explain or avoid. I used to be a victim of this behavior, just like Karina and so many others. The only solution is to become stronger. But I am not the same Tsuyoshi as before. Standing up with confidence, he declares, "Enough pointless chatter. Looks like we have to cross the swamp to reach the next area." Harvey nods. "Yeah, I once got halfway through and saw the entrance to the path leading to the next area. To get there, we can't avoid attack from the darkness monsters hiding inside. They strike unpredictably. If things go wrong, we might have to use the return home function. In the worst case, we could all die here." Our protagonist walks toward the swamp and responds, "This is an unfamiliar and restrictive environment. It's definitely dangerous, but there's no need to worry." Harvey narrows his eyes. "Do you have a plan?" Our protagonist smirks slightly and says, "I'm going to stay behind and lure out the monsters while you lead everyone to the next area. I'll catch up with you guys later." Victor and Harvey are shocked. Victor exclaims, "You're going to lure all of them by yourself? That's way too dangerous." Harvey agrees. "I respect your strength, but this is reckless. We don't even know how many of them are in there. I can't approve of such a thoughtless plan." Luke suddenly bursts out laughing and sits on the ground. "Haha, I thought you had some kind of grand plan, but this is just pathetic. Anyone could come up with that. Fine, go ahead, but don't expect us to care if you end up dead." Ignoring him, our protagonist hands a map to Victor and says, "Victor, here's the optimal route. Memorize it so everyone stays out of the dangerous areas." Victor's eyes widen in shock. "What? How do you even know this route?" Holding his large sword, our protagonist states firmly, "Luring them away isn't the end of it. That's only the first step. I will defeat all the monsters myself. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up in no time." Then, looking back at them with sharp determination, he says, "I don't want to waste any time. Think about it. Have I ever done anything carelessly up to this point?" Silence fills the air for a moment. Then, without waiting for a response, our protagonist strides toward the swamp, waving his hand. "Get into formation and wait for my signal." As he steps into the swamp, a grin appears on his face. This is easier than I expected, but this kind of terrain. Looking down at the swamp, he thinks it's perfect for lightning-based attacks. Meanwhile, Luke and Harvey watch him. Luke scoffs and turns to Harvey. "Captain, do you seriously trust him? A level 9 against a whole horde of darkness monsters." Harvey takes a deep breath and replies, "I don't know. I honestly can't trust him." But that determination. Victor clenches his fists and says, "I believe in him. His rank doesn't matter. Just follow his plan. He even gave us the best route." Standing in the swamp, our protagonist surveys his surroundings. 15 of them, he mutters. Normally, being surrounded by that many darkness monsters in a swamp would make anyone freeze in fear. Suddenly, a group of darkness soul ghoul monsters emerges out of nowhere. But instead of panicking, our protagonist readies himself as if he was expecting them to appear. At the same time, a new notification pops up. Their bodies are saturated with moisture, making them immune to fire attacks. Lightning-based attacks are highly effective. Their round bodies are vulnerable to precise damage. Seeing this, our protagonist grips his massive sword and smirks. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Come on out, you bastards." Without hesitation, he swings his sword, cutting down one monster after another. Then, suddenly, he holds his blade high, eyes locked on the creatures with a confident grin. So that's how it is. They're pitch black and hide in the swamp after every attack. He swings his sword again, striking the water. There's no way we can figure out their weak points if they keep hiding. But the moment his attack lands, all the monsters rise from the swamp, rushing toward him. Seeing them gathered together, he grins. Perfect, he thinks to himself. For most adventurers, being surrounded like this would be fatal. But with the ultimate physique, this shouldn't be a problem. Dashing between the monsters with incredible speed, he activates his skill. "Harvey, lead the others through the route I showed you." Watching in awe, one of the party members gasps. He actually managed to lure out all the darkness monsters. Another chimes in, his agility is insane. How is he moving like that without getting stuck in the swamp? With Captain Tsuyoshi on our team, it feels like we could clear any quest. Is he really just a temporary leader? Victor turns to Luke with a smirk. See? I told you so. Do you believe me now? Luke wipes the sweat from his brow, looking embarrassed. I'll admit, I underestimated him. Meanwhile, Harvey regains his focus and shouts, "Stop standing around. Let's move while Captain Tsuyoshi is still distracting them." Follow me. Victor takes charge. I'll guide us along the path. As they rush through the swamp, our protagonist stands alone before the horde, sword raised. This is the combat area. I'll handle everything here. Readying himself, he mutters, "Piercing attacks work, right? Then let's add lightning to them. They won't stand a chance." With a powerful strike, he unleashes a lightning-infused piercing attack, tearing through the monsters. Seeing the damage, he grins. We got time. No need to rush. Meanwhile, the rest of the party reaches the other side of the swamp. We did it. We made it through. Another member shouts excitedly. We've never made it this far before. Every other party failed here. Harvey, still catching his breath, nods. We really made it through. Suddenly, Victor points ahead, shouting, reporting, "The boss trigger point is just ahead. We've reached the boss area." Harvey, wide-eyed, responds, "Seriously?" Even the leader is surprised. "Amazing." Victor grins. "Yeah, and it doesn't even seem like a particularly tough boss. The swamp was probably the hardest part." Some of the members start getting restless. "What are we waiting for? Shouldn't we head in?" Another one agrees. "Yeah, didn't Captain Tsuyoshi tell us to wait? Victory is right in front of us." A third adventurer joins in. "We're not gonna lose. Let's show Captain Tsuyoshi what we can do." But surprisingly, Luke raises his hand. "No, let's calm down. We should wait for Captain Tsuyoshi." Everyone freezes in shock. Even Harvey stares at him. "Luke, what brought this on?" Luke coughs awkwardly. "I doubted his strength, but it's thanks to him that we've made it this far. His power is undeniably impressive. Since we've reached the boss area, it's smarter to wait for Captain Tsuyoshi and go in together." Harvey and Victor exchange glances, both stunned. Harvey chuckles. "Even you are convinced now? Fine. It's better to be safe than sorry. Let's wait for Captain Tsuyoshi." Victor smirks, placing his hands on his waist. "Good call, Vice Captain. It's the safest choice." Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind them. "Were you guys waiting for me?" They turn to see our protagonist stepping out of the swamp, completely unharmed. "I've already dealt with all the darkness monsters." As he approaches, he slings his sword over his shoulder. "The boss area is just up ahead, right? We can regroup here." Then, with a smirk, he adds, "Let's finish this hard mode quest." Seeing him standing there, completely unfazed, the entire team stares in awe. He really defeated all of them. By himself, he's way too strong. Even Luke mutters, "Who is Captain Tsuyoshi? I almost forgot he's only level 9. Victor nods. "Honestly, I don't know much about him either." Harvey crosses his arms, looking at their leader with newfound respect. Once this quest is over, we have to recommend him to the guildmaster. Sometime later, the boss monster of Death Swamp reveals itself. A level 18 boss. Elemental weaknesses, fire, lightning, and magic attacks are highly effective. Traits, a sentinel of the swamp area. Skills, worm creation. Summons small stone creatures to hinder intruders' movement. Extremely high HP, doubled in hard mode compared to normal mode. Spray Swamp takes time to activate and can be interrupted with high-impact magic. Using items that cause poison or bleeding can help control the boss's HP. Preparing in advance can significantly lower the difficulty. Hidden in the bushes, our protagonist and Luke observe the boss. Our protagonist frowns. "There's no boss gate? Is this really supposed to be hard mode?" Luke replies, "Hard mode doesn't necessarily mean there will be a boss gate. The presence of a trigger point for a boss gate depends not on the overall quest difficulty, but on the boss's strength." He continues explaining, "It's not unheard of. Even if a quest isn't that challenging, a strong boss may have a gate. Our protagonist thinks to himself as he studies the Swamp Watcher. I see. So the boss's strength is the key. The large one I saw in the Cardiolus Dark area must have been unique to Dark-type monsters. He stares at the boss's massive, eerie eye. For some reason, it gives me an overwhelming sense of dread. Luke, gripping his sword with excitement, says, "Let's head to the trigger point. Victory is right ahead." But our protagonist raises his hand. Wait. Luke, like an obedient puppy, stops immediately. "Yes, Captain Tsuyoshi." Our protagonist calls out, "Harvey, gather the magicians and agile members." Harvey nods. "Got it." Victor's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Do you have a plan? This is getting so good." Our protagonist nods. "Listen carefully. Harvey, Luke, lead the warriors and fight as you normally do. Magicians will form pairs and prepare the strongest high-impact magic they can use. Cast it on my signal." He continues, "Gather the party's debuff items, anything that causes bleeding or poison, and distribute them evenly to the agile members." Luke and Victor's jaws drop. "Debuff items?" Tsuyoshi smirks. "Yes, this boss is insanely high HP, and in hard mode, it's doubled. Using debuff items will make the fight much easier. Surround the boss with agile members and keep applying debuffs. It'll divide its attention and help manage its HP." He glances back at the rest of the group. "Magicians, stay by my side and be ready to interrupt the boss's skills. Split into groups to account for cooldowns and stagger your casting." Harvey stares in awe. "How do you even know all this? What a terrifying man." Luke, grinning ear to ear, says, "See? I told you, with Captain Tsuyoshi leading us, we'll clear this quest easily. We can totally rely on him." Ignoring their praise, our protagonist steps forward, gripping his sword. "All right, let's take down the boss in one go." Outside the portal, a crowd gathers, watching the portal where the party entered. Someone mutters, "Big Goat went in with their young warrior." Another scoffs, "And they're doing hard mode? Ridiculous." A werewolf beastman, resembling an Egyptian god, smirks mockingly. "Yes, Big Goat took a human warrior as their leader. And after they entered, hard mode activated. They must have been tricked by that human." He sneers, "They couldn't even clear normal mode. And now they're attempting hard mode? Huh, they'll probably use the recall horn to flee soon." His thoughts continue. Big Goat, a strange party of all humans under the Beastman Leader Q's guild. A human party in our Beastman territory? What a joke. They've stolen the glory for far too long. But when they panic and flee, I'll mock them in front of everyone. Inside the portal, the battle against the Swamp Watcher rages on. The party fights intensely, following Tsuyoshi's strategy. Victor, feeling nervous, calls out, "Tsuyoshi, should we provide magic support?" But our protagonist calmly replies, "No, I know its attack patterns. Stay put and wait for my orders." Suddenly, the boss's body shifts, preparing for an attack. The party members instinctively back away, shocked. Seeing the change, our protagonist's eyes sharpen. Magician Group 2, attack with magic. The magicians launch a coordinated strike, bombarding the boss with high-impact spells, interrupting its skill activation. Luke, watching in awe, grips his sword. Did Captain Tsuyoshi foresee this too? The party members, now energized, rally together. At the front, Tsuyoshi stands firm, his massive sword resting on his shoulder. Hard mode ends now. 15 minutes later, the boss lies defeated, its massive corpse sprawled across the swamp. The party erupts into cheers. "We won! Unbelievable! We cleared it! First clear! We're the first to ever do it!" Harvey, barely containing his excitement, mutters, "Clearing this quest in one try." Just who is Tsuyoshi? His expression hardens with determination. I have to introduce him to the guild leader. If he officially joins the guild, our achievements will skyrocket. Even Victor, unable to hold back, shouts, "We have to recommend him to the leader. He's not only incredibly strong, he can predict the quest objectives. With him on board, no quest or mission would ever be a challenge again." Meanwhile, our protagonist stands before the boss's corpse. Current level, 10 combat power. 45,000, he clenches his fist. Claiming all of the boss's experience points feels amazing. I've finally reached level 10. Just 2 more stages to reach my goal. I think I can do it. Suddenly, another notification pops up. Bonus. Black armor disguise set unlocked. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen. You get bonuses when you reach certain levels? Let's take a look. As he checks his inventory, his body is suddenly engulfed in a dark aura. A sleek, black armor forms over his shoulders. A highly flexible and practical set. Only those wearing the Ring of Infinite can possess it. Cannot be sold or traded. Features. The armor transforms based on the wearer's imagination, with the cape adapting as needed. Can be used alongside other armor sets. If another set is hidden, this armor will be displayed. After equipping the new armor, his combat power surges to 150,000. Tsuyoshi flexes his fingers, admiring the armor. Well, the Fox Beastman set is hidden. This armor appears instead. Looks like my body has changed too. His lips curl into a smirk. Does it adapt to my needs? I'll test it out next time. Victor took one look at Linha's new appearance and practically did a double take. Whoa, who is this handsome guy? Do we get a new party member? Linha, now clad in sleek, black armor, gave a gentle smile. I just changed, my dear. That's all. Harvey and Luke, seeing Linha's transformation, were just as stunned. Luke let out a dramatic sigh. If you'd shown up looking like that from the start, I wouldn't have called you weak. But Harvey, always the serious one, stepped forward. Hey, Tsuyoshi, I need a favor. Linha turned to him, his expression calm. What is it? Meanwhile, outside the portal, the beastman standing in front of the gate sneered, arms crossed. Look, they're coming out. Come and see for yourself, the overconfident big goat party. Let's see them try to act tough now. But just then, a loud ding echoed in the air. Then another, then a third. Silence. The beastman's smirk disappeared as he stared at the notifications, eyes wide. What? Is this real? They actually cleared hard mode. Just then, Linha and the rest of the party stepped confidently out of the portal. The crowd around the gate instantly erupted into murmurs. The black-armored human warrior. Was it him? Yes. Big Goat made him the leader, and they cleared it immediately. Incredible. This makes the rest of us look bad. Harvey, listening to the whispers, smirked and glanced at Linha. It's been a while since we've been surrounded like this. This is all thanks to you, Tsuyoshi. I promise. I'll take you to the guild and personally recommend you to the leader. Victor, practically buzzing with excitement, leaned close to Linha. Everyone's talking about you now. Linha, unfazed, simply crossed his arms and looked around confidently. This is only the second time something like this has happened since I came to this world. It's a bit strange. The beastman from earlier was completely frozen, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. His eyes darted to Linha, then back to the notification. He couldn't even muster an insult. Victor, still riding the high of their victory, smirked at the beastman. Oh, you're still here? Sorry, but Big Goat just secured the first clear in the record. The beastman jolted in panic, sweat dripping down his face. That's because you brought a strong person. Linha's expression darkened slightly as he turned toward him. A strong person? What did you say about me earlier? The beastman's face paled. He started sweating even more profusely. And my apologies. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Then, suddenly, he straightened up, eyes full of desperation. Would you consider joining our guild? Let's work together. Name any term you want. What should we call you? Internally, the beastman was panicking. This guy is no ordinary person. And just when our guild received an important high-level request, too, if his power is real, he'll be an incredible asset. But before Linha could even respond, the entire crowd lunged forward. Give me your contact info. My guild master wants to speak with you. Join our party. We'll reward you handsomely. The beastman from earlier growled, stepping in front of them. Hey, get in line. I asked him first. You all wait your turn behind me. Linha watched the chaotic scene unfold, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his mind. Even back in my world, talented people were always in high demand. Big guilds would fight over powerful heroes. If you're strong, you'll be wanted no matter where you go. Just then, Harvey stepped in front of him, arms spread wide. He's coming to our guild. Make way. The crowd hesitated as Manhwa, completely composed, strode confidently through the masses, walking toward his next destination. In the northern Beastman city, our protagonist, now sporting a fresh new look, strolls through the streets, walking alongside his new teammates. He draws the attention of every townsperson. All eyes are locked on him, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. As he moves side by side with Harvey, the beastmen whisper among themselves. Isn't that the big goat from the Q's guild? Wasn't Harvey supposed to be the captain? When did he turn human? Another chimes in, squinting at the unfamiliar figure. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. I don't know, another responds, but he must be strong. Even though their levels aren't publicized, he's probably at least level 19. Are you kidding? Someone else scoffs. Harvey is level 18. That guy has to be at least level 20. Stopping in front of a building, the protagonist turns to his teammates and says, "Please wait a moment." A thought crosses his mind, Sakura. He promised to meet her at the Adventurers Guild. I'm not sure if she's already here, but I'll head to the Q's Guild after this. It'd be nice to go together. I want to see her. Meanwhile, inside the guild, the fox-eared receptionist from earlier exhales a puff of smoke, casually waving off an invitation. I'm on a diet, so I'll pass on the food. The same beastmen from before, the one she had rejected, sit nearby. One of them grins and says, "If you won't eat, how about a drink? You came all this way, so at least have a drink with us." His companion backs him up. "That's right. We've invited you so many times, and you keep turning us down." Before she can answer, the protagonist suddenly appears, stepping in and pushing his way between them. "Let me through." One of the beastmen, irritated, snaps at him. "Hey kid, we're in the middle of a conversation here. You want to get punched?" But his companion narrows his eyes at the protagonist, something clicking in his mind. "Wait a second, I feel like I've seen you before." The receptionist, now recognizing him, tilts her head. "Oh, it's you. You've changed quite a bit." One of the beastmen glares. "You're the one who took our quest, aren't you? Where'd you steal that gear from?" His companion lets out a laugh. "Huh, you probably spent every last coin buying it." Ignoring them, the protagonist turns to the receptionist. "Is Sakura with you? We were supposed to meet here." The receptionist shakes her head. "I haven't seen her today. Other than these two loudmouths, no one else has stuck around." At her words, both beastmen puff up in anger. "That's right. Did you hear that? No one else is here except for these two noisy goo." They stop mid-sentence, their expressions shifting as realization dawns on them. "Wait, are we the two noisy guys she's talking about?" The receptionist sighs in disappointment. "You got it." One of the beastmen slams his hand on the table, his face twisting in rage. "This bitch is mocking us." But before he can do anything, the protagonist grips his wrist with an ironclad hold. His confident gaze doesn't waver as he speaks. "Didn't you notice she was uncomfortable?" The beastman's eyes widen as he struggles against the grip, thoughts racing. Such strength. Who is this kid? Scowling, he jerks his hand back. "You little punk." Both beastmen step back, their anger now directed entirely at the protagonist. TCH, there are guards here. It's not ideal to fight inside. One of them cracks his knuckles. "Let's take this outside." But the protagonist simply stands there in silence, unfazed. The other beastman sneers. "What's wrong? Let's go, human. Time to fight." They march toward the exit, shooting one last glare at the protagonist. "Don't think you can show off just because you blew all your money on some fancy gear. I'll knock you out in one hit." The protagonist, however, doesn't even acknowledge them. Instead, he glances at the receptionist. Sakura might still have business to attend to. "Sorry for the interruption." The receptionist blinks in surprise before suddenly realizing the situation. Panicked, she reaches out toward him. "Wait, if you go outside, they'll really beat you up. You should stay inside. I'll have the guards protect you." The protagonist glances back at the receptionist, his expression unwavering. With full confidence, he says, "I'll be fine." Meanwhile, the two beastmen sneer, puffing up their chests and tensing their muscles. If you don't want to get knocked out right here, come outside and face me. His companion echoes in the same arrogant tone. A human causing trouble on Beastman land? How dare you? Outside the Adventurers Guild, the protagonist's companions are waiting when they spot the commotion. One of them turns towards the scene and asks, "Captain Tsuyoshi, what's going on?" Hearing the word captain referring to the protagonist, both beastmen freeze on the spot, their faces turning pale. Even the receptionist, who overhears the title, steps out of the guild, peeking through the doorway. Who is this kid? She wonders. But the protagonist, unfazed by their reactions, walks forward with complete confidence. It's nothing. Those guys started the fight. His teammates exchange looks before turning towards the beastmen, smirking arrogantly. One of them scoffs, "Huh? What did you just say? You guys picked a fight with our captain?" The two beastmen immediately panic, their bravado crumbling. It's a misunderstanding. They stammer before turning tail and bolting away. From behind, Victor watches the two run off before stepping closer and asking, "What was that about?" The protagonist shrugs. "Doesn't matter. My companion isn't here, so let's just head to the guild." As they walk through the city, the protagonist casually adds, "By the way, the quest is already over, so there's no need to call me captain anymore." But Harvey simply responds, "It's the same thing." Inside the guild conference room, the guild master leans forward, looking at Harvey with approval. "Congratulations on clearing the quest on your first try and setting a new record." Then, his expression shifts to something more serious. "But, you want to have a human warrior join the next quest." Sitting across from him is none other than the guild master of Q's guild, a level 24 elemental magician. His sharp gaze fixes on Harvey. Harvey remains firm. Tsuyoshi is an exceptional talent. Thanks to him, we completed the quest. That's why we want to invite him to our guild to help us with more difficult missions. Even if the rewards are high, it will be worth it. On the sidelines, a beastman who had been listening in suddenly interjects. "This must be a joke, right?" His tone is laced with disbelief. "Your whole party is human, but our guild master is a beastman. A beastman guild being led by a human? That doesn't make sense." This beastman is one of the founding members of Q's guild, Redom, a level 23 swordsman. He scoffs. "Besides, you've only just met that human, haven't you? What if he's a spy from another guild?" Meanwhile, outside the meeting, the protagonist and his companions are discussing the situation. The protagonist repeats the words to himself. "A spy from another guild?" Luke nods, explaining further. Redom has a point. The Q's guild master and the other three founders built this guild together. Their opinions carry a lot of weight. Victor clenches his fists, his face twisting in frustration. "That guy has always treated us like outsiders, just because the president is a beastman and Captain Harvey is human. Maybe the president ignores it because Redom is from the same tribe. If Captain Harvey hadn't been kind to us, we would have left a long time ago." Luke, sensing the tension rising, quickly stops him. "Hey, Victor, drop it." Back in the conference room, Harvey keeps his tone calm and collected as he continues. Other guilds are desperate to improve and take on higher rewarding quests. With Tsuyoshi's help, our efficiency will skyrocket. We can vote for him. His observation skills and analytical abilities are top tier. But Redom isn't convinced. He scoffs again. "You guys might need a different leader, but we don't need one in our party. Aren't you the ones dragging the guild down?" His eyes narrow as he leans in slightly. "Of course you trust him. You're all humans, after all. Naturally, you'd understand each other." Then, with a bitter smirk, he adds, "Why am I even asking? Only humans can understand each other, right, Harvey?" Harvey's expression darkens, his patience wearing thin. His voice rises in frustration. "What are you saying? Are you questioning my loyalty to the guild and my party? We've worked hard to create results for this guild. Our efficiency may not be as high as yours, but we've been fighting for the guild for a long time." Another beastman mutters in annoyance. "The guild has already been controversial because of Harvey's human party. If other guilds find out we've taken a human as our leader, we'll be in trouble. The guild could collapse." He then turns to the guild master. You understand, don't you? Think about the guild's future. Harvey's jaw tightens before he suddenly stands up, his eyes locked onto the guildmaster. What do you think, guildmaster? The guildmaster, his expression conflicted, hesitates before finally speaking. Maybe we should go with Redom's suggestion. Harvey, I understand your feelings, and they're appreciated. But we need to solve our problems ourselves. I'll send your human friend off with proper hospitality. Harvey's eyes widen in shock. Guildmaster, his voice is laced with urgency, but when he sees the firm resolve in the guildmaster's face, his shoulders slump. His voice drops in a quiet defeat. Understood. Before the tension settles, the protagonist steps forward, stopping beside Harvey. I only came here because of Captain Harvey. If that's the case, I'll leave. Then, with a casual nudge of his elbow, he smirks. Don't worry, you've got reliable companions. At those words, the entire party turns toward him, their gazes filled with determination. They don't say anything, but the conviction in their eyes is clear. Harvey, taken aback, silently watches them. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist adds, I'm leaving. It was fun fighting together. Luke steps forward, his voice hesitant. Tsuyoshi, but the protagonist cuts him off with an easygoing wave. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Until then, I'll keep leveling up. As he turns to leave, Redom crosses his arms and smirks, shifting his weight onto one foot. Take care, human. His voice drips with condescension. Harvey, his hands clenched into fists, glares at Redom. Don't you get it? He has the potential to change the future of this guild. We could have grown stronger with his help, but now we've lost that opportunity. Redom chuckles, his arrogance unwavering. Huh, that's laughable. What can a human warrior do? That quest clearance was just luck. Harvey's frustration boils over, but he takes a deep breath before turning away. Enough. Let's go. Don't regret this. Outside the guild, the protagonist walks through the city, lost in thought. Where should I level up next? Or should I look for Sakura? His brows furrow slightly. I need to apologize to her. She worked so hard on that shirt for me, and I just ran off. Before he can decide, a familiar figure appears before him. One of the beastmen who had been trying to recruit him into another guild. The beastman grins. I finally found you. The protagonist raises an eyebrow. You've been looking for me this whole time? What? The beastman suddenly shifts his expression into an exaggerated look of desperation, his voice taking on a syrupy, businesslike tone. Please help me. We got a tough request at our guild. The president asked me to find a strong person, and you're the perfect fit. Our guild welcomes you with open arms. I couldn't forget you after witnessing your strength. He leans in slightly, adding with a fake smile, the reward terms are up to you. Please, we're counting on you. The protagonist places a hand on his chin, considering it. The reward terms are up to me? What's the request? His thoughts race. If I can monetize the quest and make more money, it's a win. Seeing his interest, the beastman's tone becomes even more urgent. Good. It's an emergency request. A wealthy merchant's daughter has been kidnapped. We need you to rescue her. Come with me. The guild master is waiting. As the fox beastman and the protagonist walk through the bustling city, the murmurs of the townsfolk follow them. Many glance toward the protagonist with curiosity, but he pays them no mind. Instead, he focuses on the fox beastman. A rescue mission for a kidnapped girl. Did your guild really take on something like that? The fox beastman lets out an awkward chuckle. A guild needs more than just honor, you know? We need income too. Every request is part of our revenue stream. Usually, the Adventurers Guild competes with us for high-paying jobs in the city. Our Pace Guild is well known, but securing this request was no easy task. The protagonist recalls the Darkness boss from his previous fight and smirks. So, it's a competition for high-reward requests. The payout must be decent. Around 5 gold coins, right? As he muses, he remembers the farm request he took with Sakura. It was worth 3 gold coins. Not bad at all. The Fox Beastman shakes his head. It's not that simple. The one who was kidnapped is the daughter of a very wealthy family, one of the richest in this city. The reward is 100 times that of a normal Argent request. 500 gold coins. That would cover our guild's expenses for an entire year. The protagonist stops in his tracks. 500 gold coins? His brain stutters for a moment before the fox beastman drops the real bomb. If you help, we'll give you half of it. The protagonist's jaw nearly drops. Half of 500? You're telling me I'd get 250 gold coins. His mind instantly conjures up an image. Sakura running around on top of a mountain of gold coins, her face filled with joy. 200 gold coins. She'd be over the moon. Before he can entertain the thought any further, they arrive at the Pace Guild headquarters. The Fox Beastman gestures toward the entrance. Hurry up and get inside. The guild master is waiting. A beastman standing by the entrance eyes the protagonist. Is this the guy the captain mentioned? Inside the guild, tension fills the air. A beastman with 2 imposing bodyguards sits at a large table, his fingers drumming against the wood impatiently. His eyes, sharp and unforgiving, glare at the Pace Guild members in front of him. His voice booms through the hall. It's already the 3rd day. Tomorrow is the deadline, just as the kidnappers demanded. What have you been doing? With a loud bang, his fist slams against the table. The entire room flinches. Let me make one thing clear. If you fail this quest, you'll pay 10 times the reward as compensation. Otherwise, I'll make sure your guild can never set foot in Northern again. Don't underestimate me. This man is none other than the wealthy merchant the Fox Beastman had mentioned earlier. His name carries immense weight in the city, and his threats are far from empty. Across from him, the Pace Guild Master, a towering level 28 hammer warrior, maintains a respectful tone, though tension lingers in his voice. This is outrageous. We are currently drafting a plan. We will definitely rescue your daughter by tomorrow. From the side, an injured beastman stumbles forward, his voice filled with panic. 10 times the reward. That's 5,000 gold coins. That's an amount we can't possibly pay. The bull demon, yeah, that name suits him. He looks like the type of guy who would beat someone up just for breathing wrong. His deep, rumbling voice booms through the guild hall as he glares at the guild master. Drafting a plan? You said that on the 1st day. And yet, here we are, still waiting. I've heard about your failures. How many times are you going to make a fool out of me? Just as the tension in the room reaches its peak, the doors swing open, and in step the protagonist and the Fox Beastman. The Fox Beastman's eyes widen in shock as he spots the bull demon. The client's already here. The protagonist crosses his arms and smirks. That beefy guy's the client? Figures. You can tell just by looking at him. He reeks of money. Then, shifting his gaze, he asks, by the way, you didn't send a rescue team, did you? The Fox Beastman lets out a tired sigh. We did. As soon as we accepted the request, we sent out a squad. But the location is deep in the mountains, so we had to be careful not to make any suspicious moves. We sent 15 people, all around level 20, with the Vice Guild Master leading them. We thought we had it under control. His expression darkens as he recalls the mission, but we didn't even get close to the enemy base. The entire area was filled with traps and ambushes. We walked straight into a nightmare. The enemy group has around 20 members, with an average level of 19. Their leader is a level 25 berserker. If it had been a straight-up fight, we might have had a chance, but they turned it into a complete disaster. The protagonist listens, rubbing his chin. So even getting to their base is a huge disadvantage. And if you send over 10 people again, you'll just make yourselves an obvious target. The Fox Beastman nods grimly. Exactly. After our first failure, we tried 3 more times, sending everyone we could. But every attempt ended the same way, incomplete failure. The protagonist exhales through his nose. After failing so many times, the enemy is probably feeling confident. They're expecting you to come back and are fully prepared. The Fox Beastman lets out a frustrated groan, rubbing his head. Yeah, we realized too late that brute force wasn't going to work. But by the time we started thinking smarter, we'd already wasted too much time. That's why the guild master called you in. It's do or die at this point. Then, out of nowhere, the Beastman drops to his knees, his eyes welling up with exaggerated puppy dog tears. Please, we only have 1 day left. If we fail again, the hostage will be killed, the Pace Guild will be ruined, and we'll be drowning in compensation fees. Please, we need your help. The protagonist blinks. Calm down. Internally, he starts assessing the situation. A mountain hideout filled with traps, enemies averaging level 19, with a level 25 berserker leading them. Nothing too crazy. My divine eyes and duplication skill should come in handy. But sacrifice is too draining. I'll need to swap it out for something else. Suddenly, the bull demon slams his fist on the table again, his voice shaking the walls. Let me make this clear one last time. If you fail this request, you will either pay 10 times the reward in compensation or immediately disband the guild. His voice echoes, hammering the threat into everyone's minds. 10 times the reward. That's 5,000 gold coins. Do you understand? The protagonist's eyes lock onto the bull demon. His gaze sharpens. So that's what this is about. Not once had this guy mentioned his daughter. Not once had he shown concern for her safety. The only thing he kept talking about was money. The bull demon turns his gaze away from the guild master, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. Enough stalling. Answer me now. Will this request succeed? If not, you better prepare those 5,000 gold coins. The guild master, his face pale with panic, stammers, well, 5,000 gold coins isn't something I can just pull out immediately. One of the beastmen beside him tries to calm things down. Please, sir, let's be reasonable. We're still finalizing our plan. We'll definitely rescue your daughter. Before he can finish, the protagonist steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She can be saved. The entire room falls silent as he strides toward the bull demon with unshakable confidence. Your daughter will be rescued. We'll have her back by tomorrow. The bull demon narrows his eyes and jabs a finger toward him. And who the hell is this? He turns to the guild master, his voice dripping with skepticism. Some random human waltzes in and starts making big promises. What kind of joke is this? Even the guild master looks confused, but before he can respond, the fox beastman steps in. With a smirk, he speaks lightly, "Guild master, this is the guy I mentioned earlier. Looks like he's decided to take the job." Hearing that, the guild master stares at the protagonist in shock. "Wait him!" The bull demon exhales through his nose, crossing his arms. A beastman guild hiring a human? Umph. He coughs and then, with a smirk, says, "Fine. You say you can do it? Let's see what happens tomorrow. But don't forget, if you fail, that's 5,000 gold coins you owe me." The protagonist doesn't even flinch. Instead, his smirk widens. "In that case, Winton, let's make a wager." The bull demon raises an eyebrow. "A wager?" The protagonist crosses his arms. "If I rescue your daughter, you double the reward, 1,000 gold coins." The entire guild hall erupts in murmurs. The bull demon scoffs. "Are you an idiot? Do you think you can fool me with some cheap bet?" The protagonist raises a hand. "Hold on. Let me finish." His expression sharpens as he leans forward. "If I fail," his voice grows firm, his eyes burning with intensity, "I'll pay you 50,000 gold coins." Silence. Then Pua. Two beastmen in the back cough up blood on the spot. The sheer insanity of the number sends shockwaves through the room. The bull demon, still holding his cigarette, squints at the protagonist like he's looking at a lunatic. 50,000? You're the one who brought it up, so don't think you can back out now. He exhales a puff of smoke. "All right, I accept. If you save her, I'll double the reward. But if you fail, you owe me 50,000 gold coins." Sometime later, a contract is drafted. The bull demon shoves the paper toward the guild master. "Now sign it." The guild master, hands shaking, hesitates before scribbling his name. His voice is barely a whisper. "Fail. 5,000 gold, or 50,000. We didn't choose either of those options." As the bull demon heads for the exit, he glances back. "Fine. Let's see what happens tomorrow." Then, with a smirk, he disappears into the night. The tension remains thick in the room. One of the beastmen turns to the guild master, his voice full of disbelief. "Guild master, why did you sign that?" His gaze then shifts to the protagonist, narrowing his eyes. "Hey, human, you just put our guild on the brink of ruin. I've been to that location myself. This isn't some simple request. Where does your confidence even come from?" The protagonist rubbing his temple, sighs. Who knows? Maybe I've got a chance. The beastman's tail bristles in anger. Who knows? Maybe. We have 50,000 gold coins on the line, you lunatic. Before the argument can escalate further, a voice interrupts. The president of the Shaman Association has arrived. Everyone stiffens. The guild master's eyes widen in shock. Let him in. Immediately, the protagonist tilts his head, muttering under his breath. President of the Shaman Association? If I'm not mistaken, then that means... And just as he expected, in steps Doug, the president of the Shaman Association. The room falls silent as his imposing presence fills the space. His sharp gaze sweeps across the room before settling on the guild master. Guild Master Pace. Vice Guild Master Hugh. It's been a while. The guild master, snapping out of his shock, gestures toward chair. Doug, it's been tough with the economy, but please have a seat. Vice Guild Master Hugh bows slightly. Doug, I called you here to help treat the injured. Our guild's priest couldn't handle it. Please assist us. Doug nods. That's why I came. His sharp eyes scan Hugh before he speaks again. I heard you took the lead on a mission and got yourself injured. Hugh, scratching the back of his head, gives a sheepish chuckle. It's nothing really. Doug doesn't respond. Instead, he raises a hand, activating his healing aura. A faint golden light envelopes Hugh, and immediately, he feels the pain in his body fade. Ah, I can feel my wounds healing. As expected from Doug. Doug, however, doesn't seem too focused on Hugh. Instead, his gaze drifts toward the protagonist, who's been standing off to the side. The protagonist smirks and takes a step forward. It's a tough mission, but I'm confident we'll succeed. Doug, we meet again. Doug's eyes widen. His calm, composed expression finally breaks. Tsuyoshi, Vice Guild Master Hugh stares at them both in shock. Wait, you two know each other? Sometime later, over a quiet tea session, the conversation continues. Doug takes a slow sip from his cup, swirling the murky tea in his hands. So, you've been asked to handle a tough request, huh? He takes another sip, then shrugs. Yeah, I think you can do it. The protagonist nods. Thanks, I'll do my best. On the side, the guild master leans toward the fox beastman, whispering, You two seem close. Doug isn't someone ordinary people can easily befriend. I had to pull a lot of strings just to get him here. Who exactly is Tsuyoshi? The fox beastman shakes his head. I don't know, but it seems he's far more powerful than we thought. Hugh, listening in, turns toward the protagonist. If that's the case, Tsuyoshi, let's do this together. My experience might be useful, and as Vice Guild Master, it's my duty to keep an eye on you. The protagonist sets his tea down with a soft clink and stands up. I don't mind. Without another word, he walks toward the door, his confidence unwavering. Your wound should be mostly healed by now. Let's go. Just before he steps out, Doug speaks up. Be careful. Hugh watches the interaction with a confused expression. You're in quite a hurry. After the protagonist leaves, the guild master approaches Doug with a serious expression. President, do you know Tsuyoshi? We don't know much about him. We called him in desperation because of his strength, but we're worried about his abilities. Doug exhales deeply. I do know him. He recently passed the White Shaman exam. And not just passed it, he's the strongest White Shaman in the North. The most talented I've ever seen. And he's an extremely powerful warrior. He's also the only person I know who cleared Cardiolise by himself. The guild master and the fox beastman freeze in shock. He's a White Shaman. The fox beastman stares in disbelief. And he cleared Cardiolise alone. Doug nods. I don't know how, but it seems he's even stronger than we thought. Sometime later, in the middle of the city, Hugh crosses his arms and glares at the protagonist. Listen, I'm trying not to get mad here. We're putting everything on the line for this mission, and you went and raised the stakes to 50,000 gold coins without consulting anyone. You're pushing your luck. How can you be so confident? The protagonist, calm as ever, replies, Don't worry about me. I understand how you feel. Preparations are necessary. You know this city well, don't you? Guide me to a location. Hugh sighs. Where are we headed? To replenish our supplies. Hugh shakes his head. We've already got enough medicine and standard equipment. There's no need to buy anything extra. And let me be clear, we won't be reimbursed by the guild. Got it. The protagonist smirks. No, I want to go to the arena. Hugh blinks. The arena? You want to watch a match? This has to be some kind of joke. Seeing how serious the protagonist is, Hugh groans and reluctantly walks toward the arena. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks to himself, a warrior isn't the right fit for this mission. I need something else. When they arrive, Hugh sighs and gestures toward the entrance. We're here. Just a reminder, tomorrow is the deadline. If we fail, there's no turning back. Then, Hugh approaches a large beastman and slides a few coins into his hand. What kind of matches do you have today? Before the beastman can answer, the protagonist steps up. I don't want to watch a match. I want to participate in one. Register me. Hugh's jaw drops. Wait, what? You want to fight in the arena? Are you out of your mind? This doesn't make any sense. The beastman at the entrance points toward the registration booth. If you're serious, go inside, fill out the forms, and pay the entry fee yourself. Without hesitation, the protagonist strides toward the arena entrance. His thoughts remain sharp and focused. I'll use the divine selection system to adjust my attributes to an assassin. This mission doesn't need a warrior. It needs someone who can blend into the shadows and take down targets without drawing attention. Through combat, I'll select the most suitable assassin skills and duplicate them. Sometime later, the arena buzzed with anticipation. Right in the center of the battleground stood a one-armed cat beastman, Naruto, a level 21 shadow assassin. Facing him was a battered level 21 or warrior, his expression twisted with regret as if realizing he had made a terrible life choice. The warrior gritted his teeth. Damn it, you're making me wait. But inside, doubt crept into his thoughts. Not only is he missing an arm, but he's fast. What a troublesome opponent. Naruto smirked. Come at me. Irritated, the warrior tightened his grip. A warrior doesn't have time for complicated strategies. He activated his skill, Heroic Roar, a powerful battle cry that boosted his combat power while striking fear into his enemies. But just as he charged forward, Naruto vanished. In the blink of an eye, he zipped around the warrior at an insane speed. The poor fighter panicked, his eyes darting in every direction like someone who had just lost his keys in a dark alley. Then came the mistake. The warrior hurled his weapon to the ground. I can't hit him. That was all the opportunity Naruto needed. Before his opponent could react, Naruto struck. His blade pierced the warrior's side in one swift, lethal motion. A sharp gasp escaped the warrior as he stumbled back, blood trickling from the wound. With an effortless yank, Naruto retrieved his knife, a smug grin forming on his face. Shadows don't get hit. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. It's over. Naruto wins again. Arena priests rushed in to heal the fallen warrior while the crowd erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, beastmen in the audience murmured amongst themselves. So that's Naruto's ambush attack. Damn, that was fast. I heard he's from the east. Yeah, no wonder he's so strong. Among the spectators, a cloaked figure observed the battle unfold. His gaze remained fixed on Naruto, his thoughts racing. Wow, that's an insane skill. Beside him, a beastman named Hugh scoffed. If you want to win against an assassin, don't count on seeing them first. That guy, Naruto, is an Eastern assassin, and he's been making a name for himself lately. Hugh crossed his arms. Naruto's arena record? 21 wins, 6 losses. He's held first place in the light class arena for 3 straight months. Every guild around here wants to recruit him. The cloaked figure tilted his head slightly. So, the Eastern Assassin Guild is really that strong. Hugh shot him a look as if he had just asked if fire was hot. You don't know about the Eastern Assassins? What kind of person are you? Then, with a sigh, he elaborated. There are a lot of mysterious and powerful guilds on this continent. The Eastern Assassin Guild is one of them. Naruto came from that guild, but rumor has it he was exiled after losing his arm. Nobody knows the full story, but he's ruthless. The cloaked figure glanced back at the arena. An assassin guild, huh? Seems like an underground secret organization. Hugh nodded. That's right. You won't learn anything about them unless you become a member. As their conversation continued, the announcer's voice suddenly thundered across the arena. Next up, a new challenger. This fighter has zero experience in the arena, Tsuyoshi. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the announcer continued. He requested to fight an assassin, but unfortunately for him, he's up against Naruto. This is going to be an exciting match. The arena erupted in laughter and jeers. Experience? Go home and train first. That human's a joke. Even our warriors can't beat Naruto. The arena just wants entry fees, so they throw weaklings in for entertainment. Hurry up and start. I can't wait to laugh. Meanwhile, Naruto glanced over, his eyes sharp with curiosity. No experience? Are you crazy? Ignoring him, Tsuyoshi calmly tightened the straps on his gauntlet, securing it in place. I'm going. The beastman next to him stared in disbelief. I can't believe you're actually fighting Naruto. Just for fun. You saw what happened earlier, right? The arena priest will heal you, but it's still gonna hurt like hell. Tsuyoshi stepped toward the arena entrance, completely unfazed. No experience? Doesn't matter. You can't predict the outcome anyway. Sweat dripped down the beastman's face as he watched Tsuyoshi go. It's useless trying to act cool. Where's all that confidence even coming from? Standing face to face with Tsuyoshi, the dark-cloaked beastman narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Zero experience? He smirked. Fine, I'll give you some advice for free, Run. But if you really want to fight, I won't hold back. Tsuyoshi met his gaze, eyes glowing, and said with a smirk, Go ahead. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Begin. The new challenger versus one-armed Naruto. The crowd erupted, voices blending into a chaotic mess of cheers and insults. Go, Naruto. Teach that rookie what the arena is all about. I want to see Naruto's next match already. End him quickly. Without wasting a second, Naruto burst forward, dashing around Tsuyoshi at insane speed. Tsuyoshi calmly analyzed his movements, thinking to himself, he's fast. Just in case, I'll do it like always. Full body enhancement activated. Defense significantly increased. Third eye activated, scanning and analyzing opponent. Naruto suddenly skidded to a stop, his sharp instincts sensing something's off. Tsuyoshi tilted his head slightly and smirked. What's wrong? Giving up already? The crowd murmured in confusion. Wait, what happened? Why did he stop? It's Naruto, mocking the newcomer. Sweat dripped down Naruto's face as he gritted his teeth. What the hell is this guy? He thought. A second ago, he was just some weakling. But now, suddenly, another notification popped up before Tsuyoshi's eyes. System notice. Absolute duplication has evolved. You can now replicate opponent skills through combat. Tsuyoshi recalled his past struggles with copying skills, thinking he used to have to touch an opponent's heart to copy their abilities. But now, all he needed was to fight them. He stepped forward, gripping his massive sword, a grin forming on his face. All right, Naruto, let's see what you've got. Naruto's ears twitched in alarm. His instincts screamed danger. Why is he so excited? I need to be careful. Tsuyoshi swung his sword, and instantly, Tsuyoshi felt his body move fluidly, dodging with lightning speed. Oh, this skill feels amazing. Naruto lunged at him, slashing with his dagger. Your buffs won't save you now. Tsuyoshi raised his hand and blocked his attack barehanded. Clang! The arena fell silent. Naruto stared in horror. Hey, Chop, why aren't you injured? A new notification popped up. Tsuyoshi smirked, tilting his head side to side. "Oh, this is it." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "No way. Not even a scratch. Who is this guy? Could he be the strongest here?" Tsuyoshi glanced at his status screen, where a list of skills appeared for him to copy. One caught his eye. Naruto trembled, his grip tightening on his dagger. "What did you do? Why can't my attacks even scratch you?" Tsuyoshi raised his sword, grinning. Explaining would take too long, but now it's my turn. As Tsuyoshi swung, Naruto's eyes widened in sheer panic. "Vous wait." Boom! Tsuyoshi's attack connected, sending Naruto crashing to the ground, knocked out. The arena fell dead silent. Then, what the hell just happened? After defeating the cat beastman, Tsuyoshi casually slung his massive sword over his shoulder and made his way toward the exit with unwavering confidence. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "Not bad. With this, I could go rescue that guy's kidnapped daughter." At that moment, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. "The winner is Tsuyoshi." Outside the arena, the beastman who had accompanied him stood with wide eyes, clapping his hands in disbelief. "Unbelievable! Your equipment must be top-notch," he exclaimed. Tsuyoshi adjusted his gauntlet, feeling the enhancements coursing through his body. "Thanks to these adjustments, I've become more agile, like an assassin, but with divine enhanced speed." The beastman glanced toward the darkening sky. "It's getting late. Do you still want to attempt the rescue at night? It's going to be much harder to see in the dark." Tsuyoshi didn't hesitate. "I can see perfectly well. Take me there." Sometime later, deep in the forest, Tsuyoshi and the beastman moved side by side. The beastman, leading the way, pointed ahead. The fortress where Winton's daughter was taken is just up ahead. Suddenly, he ducked behind a tree, motioning for Tsuyoshi to do the same. His voice was tinged with concern. "Several days have already passed. I wonder how she's faring." Tsuyoshi's gaze locked onto the fortress. This terrain. No wonder past attempts have failed. The beastman sighed, looking toward the stronghold. "No matter how many times we've tried to rescue her, we've always failed. This fortress is perfectly positioned, easy to defend, nearly impossible to attack. The enemy has set countless traps, using the environment to their advantage. The path to the entrance is nothing short of a nightmare. No local guild stands a chance against them." He turned back to Tsuyoshi, skepticism in his eyes. "I saw what you did in the arena, but even with your skills, accepting this request is a heavy burden. How do you plan to attack with just the two of us?" But as he spoke, he suddenly realized Tsuyoshi was gone. Panic flickered in his eyes. Where did he go? Meanwhile, at the fortress gate, 3 guards stood chatting. One of them scoffed. "These small guilds trying to rescue her. They never learn. Even if they try again tomorrow, the outcome won't change." Another guard chuckled. "Even we struggle to remember the exact locations of all the traps. For outsiders, trying to sneak in is basically a suicide mission." The third guard smirked. "It's impossible for any intruder to get past our defenses. There's no way anyone could bypass the traps in this fortress." Unbeknownst to them, Tsuyoshi was already observing from the shadows, perched atop a tall tree, silently taking in every word. With a flicker of power, his divine eye activated. A surge of energy coursed through him as his vision sharpened, scanning the entire area, every guard, every trap, every hidden passage. As Tsuyoshi surveyed the fortress, glowing red spots suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, a notification popped up. Scan result: 9 large trigger-type traps and 6 automated traps detected on the way to the main entrance. Trigger points are displayed. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi smirked. "So Divine Eye has evolved. I can now clearly see the trigger points." Just then, another notification appeared. The switches for the automated traps are inside the entrance, behind the 3 guards. Suggested course of action. Approach carefully. Tsuyoshi cracked his knuckles. Let's go. Silently, he leaped from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground. Impressive. This divine selection system is incredibly thorough. Without wasting a second, he moved toward the entrance, nimbly avoiding every trigger trap like a phantom. As he reached the fortress walls, he took cover behind a tree, eyes locked on the 3 guards still chatting near the gate. Time to take them down one by one. Tsuyoshi cupped his hands over his mouth and let out a faint noise. Rustle. One of the guards flinched. What was that? Another scoffed. Go check out. Could be an intruder. The first guard, eager for action, grinned. It's probably just an animal. Happens all the time. If it messed with the traps, I'll kill it. He stepped away from the group. His companion called after him, laughing. You're still inexperienced. Don't panic. No one would dare attack this fortress at this hour. The first guard snorted, walking off. Last time, a deer ruined 3 of our traps. This time, I won't let it live. He would regret those words. High above in a tree, Tsuyoshi's eyes gleamed as he summoned a kunai from his inventory. At this distance, I can use the kunai. He moved in a blur. Before the guard could react, Tsuyoshi appeared behind him, gripping his throat tightly to silence him. A kunai sank into the beastman's chest. A system notification flashed. Ultimate Physique, R Enhance activated. Strength increased by 120%. Sneak attack damage increased by 30%. Critical hit delivered, fatal blow to the heart. As the guard's body slumped to the ground, Tsuyoshi glanced toward the fortress. Next, using his robo-enhanced speed, he zipped toward the fortress wall, landing right behind the remaining 2 guards. They were still chatting. Hey, he's not back yet. TCH, slacking off again? That guy's such a slacker. One of them sighed and started walking. I'll drag him back. If the boss finds out, he'll be furious. The second guard exhaled, briefly looking away. In that instant, swoosh, his companion vanished. A faint thud followed. The remaining guard stiffened. Huh? He turned sharply, nothing. Sweat dripped down his face. No one's here. Tsuyoshi crouched above him, kunai in hand. One left. But then, light flared. The last guard spun around, his staff glowing with energy. I know you're there. Stop messing with me. Tsuyoshi remained still. The beastman gripped the switch for the traps. His hand trembled. Answer me, or I'll activate the defenses. He gulped. What is this terrifying feeling? Then like a ghost, Tsuyoshi appeared in front of him. You won't be activating anything. The guard's breath hitched. He tried to scream, but never got the chance. Slash. Tsuyoshi finished him in a second. With all the guards eliminated, he turned to the trigger system. The entrance is clear now. Just then, another system notification popped up. Divine Eye. 6 manual traps detected along the entrance corridor. Destroying the support bars will disable them. From the bushes, the beastman who had accompanied Tsuyoshi trembled as he watched the one-man massacre unfold. "S so strong," he muttered. Tsuyoshi glanced in his direction. "I'm coming for you. Wait for me. Be careful of the remaining traps." Without turning back, he flung his robe over his head and added, "Don't step there. Crouch under the trigger line." The beastman gulped. How do you know where the traps are? And you already took out the guards. As he carefully approached the entrance, he mumbled, "While we're at it, let's destroy the other traps." Tsuyoshi grabbed his wrist before he could proceed. "No, we'll need them later." The beastman froze. G got it. He stepped back, still shaking. "You're really strong." Without looking back, Tsuyoshi began walking toward the fortress. "Follow me. We're rescuing the hostage in one go." The beastman swallowed hard and nodded, following behind. You understood. Tsuyoshi and the beastman carefully maneuvered through the fortress, avoiding the deadly traps. Just then, he nearly stepped on a hidden trigger, barely dodging it by a hair. His breath hitched. Damn, that was close. Finally, they reached the innermost chamber. The beastman whispered, Winton's daughter should be inside. But in front of the chamber stood a battalion of beastman warriors, each of them level 24. The beastman's face paled. They all look strong. If we get surrounded, it's over. Then, glancing at Tsuyoshi with sparkling eyes, he added, But without you, I'd have died countless times by now. My life is yours. Tsuyoshi, unfazed, kept his gaze locked on the warriors. I only did what was right. Now, distract them from me. The beastman blinked in confusion. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Then, dramatically stepping forward, he sighed, We've cooperated until now, but this is where we part ways. Tsuyoshi rolled his eyes. I'm not using you as bait. Remember the traps we left intact? The beastman's eyes widened. Oh, so you left the traps for them? Did you mark all their locations? Tsuyoshi smirked. Of course. A fortress like this always has significant defenses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have established a base here. He recalled his earlier scan from the treetops. -4 archers. -5 mages. -8 warriors. -6 heavy armored soldiers. -1 leader. Good. Divine, I gathered this data perfectly. Tsuyoshi turned to the beastman. Those traps will be effective against them. Lead them into the mark spots. They'll take serious damage. Leave the leader to me. Dawn was approaching. Time was running out. The beastman nodded. Understood. Thank you for thinking of the girl's safety. As the Vice Guild Master, I'm truly grateful. But then, one of the fortress warriors sensed something off. Tonight is unusually quiet, he muttered. It's usually noisier over there. Before he could react, thunk! An arrow slammed into his back. The beastman panicked. You big brutes. Tonight, I'm crushing this fortress. Come get me, you cowardly chickens. The injured warrior ripped the arrows from his back, snapping them in his hands. His eyes burned with rage. You again? I'll kill you with my own hands. Another warrior roared. Frenzied impact. I'll tear you apart. Another one bellowed. Bloodthirsty rage. I'll devour you. The beastman stared blankly at them. Then, he turned and ran. Come here, you spineless fools. You'll never catch me. As the warriors chased after him, Tsuyoshi watched from behind a tree. If they catch you, you're dead. With the distraction in full effect, Tsuyoshi dashed toward the main building. First, I need to confirm if the girl is inside. Peering through the slightly open door, he spotted her. A young girl sat inside. She looked toward the fortress leader, an intimidating leopard beast man. Uncle, she asked innocently, did Princess eat the bad apple from the apple witch? The leader chuckled. Would you eat something given to you by a stranger? The girl scrunched up her nose. EW, no way. That'd make me sick. Tsuyoshi froze. What the hell am I witnessing? The leader smiled, draping a blanket over the girl. Little one, look over here. She grinned. Do you want to play? The leader's smile vanished. Fine, let's play. Without hesitation, he lunged at Tsuyoshi with monstrous strength. Boom! Tsuyoshi barely blocked the strike, but the force sent him flying across the room. As expected, a leopard beast man. The leader stomped forward, his sharp eyes locked onto Tsuyoshi. You don't seem to be from the Pace Guild, he growled. Who are you? Answer before you die. Tsuyoshi steadied himself, gripping his sword. With a smirk, he replied, What's with the fairy tales? I thought you kidnapped her. Didn't you abduct her? Tsuyoshi stood face to face with the leopard beast man. Neither of them moved. A tense silence filled the air. For a moment, Tsuyoshi mind flashed back to when he entered the room. The leopard beastman had been reading a story to the little girl. For someone who kidnapped a child, that expression was too gentle. What the hell is going on? The leopard beastman's ferocious gaze locked onto Tsuyoshi. An assassin. You bypassed the traps and silently took out my guards. His sharp fangs bared. Impressive. Tsuyoshi remained calm. I'm here on behalf of the Pace Guild to rescue Wen's daughter. His grip on his sword tightened. Hand her over. I'm just here to do a job. So let's keep this businesslike, shall we? The leopard beastman lunged forward. I refuse. Tsuyoshi dodged the vicious claw strike, feeling the air shift as the razor-sharp claws barely missed his face. As expected of a berserker, Tsuyoshi thought as he adjusted his position. No pointless chatter, just a battle that gets more ferocious the longer it lasts. He had to end this quickly. If the beastman's allies returned, it would be a problem. But in an instant, the leopard beastman was already above him. Fast. Before Tsuyoshi could react, the beastman's foot came crashing down toward his head. Divine Eye, activate. In that brief moment, Tsuyoshi's mind analyzed the movement. Dodge left. Tsuyoshi twisted his body, evading the crushing stomp by a hair. Then, before the beastman could recover, Tsuyoshi appeared behind him. The leopard beastman barely managed to block the attack, but not fast enough. A fresh gash appeared on his hand. The beastman's pupils narrowed. What incredible speed! He stepped back, gripping his bleeding hand, eyes locked onto Tsuyoshi. That relentless strike. He cut my hand open from behind. His mind raced. This human assassin has speed, power, and timing. All perfect. He's not weaker than me. But then, his eyes flicked to Tsuyoshi's weapon. A broadsword? Why the hell is he using a broadsword? That's not an assassin's weapon. Tsuyoshi took a step forward. Let's end this. He activated his ultimate physique. His muscles surged with enhanced power. The leopard beastman smirked. Fine, come at me. But just as they were about to clash, a small voice rang out. Uncle, what are you doing? The leopard beastman froze. His fierce battle stance vanished instantly, his back straightening like a husband caught flirting with another woman. His expression changed from savage warrior to a scolded parent. I told you not to come out. His tone wasn't angry, just concerned. Go back inside. Now. Tsuyoshi stood there dumbfounded. Didn't he kidnap her? Why is he being so gentle now? Why does he treat her like she's important? The little girl ran to the leopard beastman and grabbed his injured hand. Uncle, are you hurt? The leopard beastman kneeled down. With a soft voice, he reassured her, it's nothing. I just accidentally cut myself with a blade. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She turned to Tsuyoshi and pleaded. Big brother, Uncle is a good person. Don't bully him. Tsuyoshi's sword hung in the air, awkwardly. This is a bit of a complicated situation, the leopard beastman muttered. Tsuyoshi sighed, lowering his blade slightly. Look, kid, I'm here to rescue you. He scratched his head. I'm not the bad guy. But as he looked at the girl's tear-filled eyes, a memory hit him. Karina used to look at me like that, too. Whenever she was mad at me. The little girl stomped her foot, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't want to be rescued, she shouted, her voice a mix of anger and sorrow. This place is fun, and Uncle is kind. I don't want to go back. The leopard beastman sighed and gently placed a hand on her head. All right, I won't make you leave. Tsuyoshi, still gripping his sword, narrowed his eyes. Hey, what's going on? His voice was sharp. I can tell you've got a reason you can't talk about, but are we going to keep fighting or what? The leopard beastman picked up the little girl, holding her in one arm. Without looking at Tsuyoshi, he turned toward the fortress's main building. Let's talk inside. I need to put her to bed first. She gets scared if I don't read her a story before she sleeps. Some time later, the little girl finally fell asleep. The leopard beastman watched over her for a moment, then muttered, "She finally slept." Behind him, Tsuyoshi stood straight. "She's really attached to you." He crossed his arms. "This isn't a simple kidnapping, is it?" The leopard beastman didn't respond at first. He simply tucked the girl in, pulling the blanket over her gently. Then in a low voice he said, "I work for Winton. You could call it a secret gang." Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. "You work for Winton?" His voice grew sharp. "Then why would you kidnap his daughter?" The leopard beastman exhaled. "For money." His voice was bitter. "To extort a large sum of compensation from other guilds." Tsuyoshi's mind flashed back to the bull demon incident. Extorting compensation. I see. So that's why this fell off. It was all a setup. The leopard beastman gave a disappointed smirk. "We were secretly hired by Winton as low-level thugs to carry out his schemes. We kidnapped the girl, and Winton makes an expensive rescue request." Tsuyoshi's fists clenched. No ordinary adventurer would accept a mission involving a group of fighters like you. The leopard beastman continued. "And the local guilds aren't strong enough to even enter this fortress." He gestured vaguely at the traps and mechanisms hidden in the fortress. The traps? Winton set them up himself. Tsuyoshi crossed his arms. "I see." His voice was icy. Winton fortified the defenses so no local guild could possibly complete the request, buying time until the compensation was secured. But Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes. "Once the ransom is collected, wouldn't it be risky to let the girl return home safely? If anyone saw her alive and well, the scam would be exposed." Then, a terrible realization struck Tsuyoshi. His voice dropped. "No way." The leopard beastman closed his eyes. Then, in a cold, matter-of-fact voice, he said, "Winton stole a newborn baby and raised her as his own. All for this scheme. To him, she was never his child, just a tool. And now that he's achieved his goal, she has no further value. There's no reason to keep her alive." A sharp, dangerous aura surged from Tsuyoshi. "So, in other words, he plans to kill her." His grip on his sword tightened. "That's not just scam behavior. It's something far worse." But then, another question came to mind. "Then, why is she so attached to you?" Tsuyoshi's voice was steady, but his gaze was sharp. The leopard beastman exhaled. "Because I was the one who stole her." His voice grew softer. "And I was the one who secretly took care of her. The more mercy I showed her, the stronger my guilt became." Tsuyoshi remained silent for a moment. Then he finally asked, "Now that Winton has gotten what he wanted, does this girl have any future left?" He stared at the beastman. "You could easily take her and escape, couldn't you?" The leopard beastman shook his head. "I was a homeless man, starving to death before Winton took me in." He clenched his fists. "He gave me food, clothes, training. He turned me into a warrior. I can't betray him." Tsuyoshi's voice grew colder. "So there's no such thing as freedom in this world, huh? Everyone just lives for some purpose or another." He turned toward the sleeping girl. "Her so-called father doesn't give a damn about her." His eyes narrowed. "To her, you're probably her real parent." He locked eyes with the leopard beastman. "You should cut ties with Winton and run away with her." His voice was firm. "It's what's best for both of you." But the leopard beastman's expression hardened. "If Winton hadn't saved me, I would have died a long time ago. But this girl, to me..." Tsuyoshi turned away and started walking. "You've already repaid Winton's kindness over the years, haven't you?" He glanced back one last time. "Take her and run. Give her a new life. And give yourself a chance too." The leopard beastman's expression darkened. "What do you know?" His voice was low and tense. "If I defy Winton, he will never forgive us. He'll send assassins, as many as it takes, to hunt us down." His fists clenched. You really think we could just leave and live a peaceful life? Tsuyoshi met his gaze with a calm, knowing stare. Don't worry. His voice was gentle, yet firm. I understand your pain very well. Living while protecting others. It's hard. But don't lose hope. Good things can still happen. The leopard beastman looked at Tsuyoshi, his expression conflicted. If that's the case, Winton. Before he could finish, Tsuyoshi turned and walked toward the exit. If you can't do it, he said without looking back, I will help you. I won't let scum like Winton harm you or the girl. Sometime later, deep in the forest, as Tsuyoshi walked through the woods, a familiar figure suddenly jumped down from a tree in front of him. It was his companion, the beastman who had been assisting him. Oh, there you are. The beastman grinned, panting slightly. I've been running circles around these guys this whole time. With a cocky smirk, he added, just like you said, they couldn't handle their own traps. He laughed proudly. Thanks to your markers, I dodged every single one of them perfectly. You should have seen the stupid looks on their faces. Tsuyoshi let out a gentle smile. Good to hear. But then, the beastman suddenly paused. His ears twitched. Wait, why are you alone? His tone shifted. Didn't you rescue Winton's daughter? His eyes widened. Wait, did you fail? Oh no, it's all over. Before he could panic further, Tsuyoshi calmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Go back to the guild and report our success to the president. His tone was steady and commanding. I'll join you after I collect the reward from Winton. The beastman's eyes lit up. It's already done. That's amazing. Then, with a sparkle in his eyes, he suddenly bolted forward. My brother's going to be thrilled when he hears this. I'll go rush and tell him. See you at the guild. Great job. As the beastman disappeared into the distance, Tsuyoshi's smile faded. His expression turned serious. All right. His gaze sharpened. Now it's time to talk with Winton. Scene shift, a grand, luxurious mansion. Inside a lavish private chamber, a massive figure sat comfortably in an ornate chair. Gold coins were scattered across the table in front of him, glimmering under the candlelight. The bull demon leaned back, stroking his chin. My earnings have been declining lately, he muttered. His greedy eyes stared at the coins. Maybe I should ramp up the kidnapping rescue schemes. But before he could think further, a cold voice echoed through the room. No, you won't have that opportunity anymore. The bull demon's body stiffened. His eyes widened in shock. Who's there? Then, a shadow stepped into the room. Tsuyoshi stood at the entrance, his sword gleaming in his hand. His eyes glowed ominously. The one who has come. He raised his blade. To take your life. The bull demon's face twisted in panic. His massive hands scrambled for the bell on his desk. Someone, help! But before he could even touch it, Tsuyoshi was already in front of him. The bull demon barely saw a blur of motion before Tsuyoshi's blade rested against his throat. With a cold, unwavering glare, Tsuyoshi whispered, It's no use calling for help. A dark aura radiated from him. While you were busy counting your money, his glowing eyes pierced into the bull demon's soul. I've already taken care of all your underlings. All across the mansion, the bull demon's guards are sprawled on the ground, beaten to a pulp. Trembling, the bull demon stares at our protagonist and, in a shaky voice, asks, You're from the Pace Guild. What is the meaning of this? All my bodyguards have been killed. Panic fills his eyes as he stares at our protagonist in shock. They were all excellent warriors, above level 15. Yet you took them down alone. Hearing that, our protagonist replies, This mansion has been peaceful for so long that none of them had any sense of danger. I crept up quietly and slit their throats before they could even react. At those words, the bull demon looks even more terrified and maybe just a little angry. Useless fools. I feed them well every day, and this is how they repay me. Then, try to regain some control. He quickly adds, if it's money you want, name your price. I promise I won't pursue this matter further. But our protagonist calmly sits down in front of him and, in a cold, threatening voice, says, if it's money, I expect you to return the 5,000 gold coins you owe the guild. Then, locking eyes with the bull demon, he continues, and don't forget, technically, the request has been fulfilled. Your so-called daughter is now in a much safer place. The bull demon's face twists in fear as our protagonist presses further. I heard you're raising children. Then, placing his blade against the bull demon's neck, he adds, those kids make you money. I'm a bit curious. Panic spreads across the bull demon's face. Curious? Of course they do. If my plan is properly executed, they'll bring in a fortune. If you help me, I can make them even more useful. I can fake kidnappings, or sell their organs for a high price on the black market. His voice turns desperate. What about a 50-50 split? If you spare my life, I'll give you half of my entire fortune. You wanted money, didn't you? Hearing that, our protagonist's expression darkens. Organs. You're planning to harvest children's organs. The bull demon, still shaken but slightly regaining himself, nods. Exactly. It's easier and less risky than faking kidnappings. But instead of answering, our protagonist remains silent. The lack of response sends the bull demon spiraling into fear once again. Is that not enough? Fine, take it all. You'll live comfortably for the rest of your life. Surely that satisfies you, right? Then our protagonist smirks slightly, closing his eyes. No, I'm feeling a bit greedy. There's still one thing I want, something I don't have yet. Desperate, the bull demon quickly blurts out, name it. If it's within my reach, I'll give it to you. What do you want? With a swift motion, our protagonist slices his throat. Your life. The next morning, a group of townspeople gathers in front of the bull demon's mansion. One of them mutters, there were no signs of struggle. It must have been a surprise attack. Their backs, their necks, all fatal blows. Another chimes in, wiped out in a single night. Someone else adds, Winton himself was found in his bedroom, but the condition of his body was horrific. Who could have done this? A man looks at the corpse and says grimly, Winton's body has evidence of a single strike that pierced his heart from behind. Another villager shudders, pierced through the heart. That must have been a painful way to die. Someone must have held a deep grudge against him. Just then, someone notices a letter in the dead bull demon's hand. A confession letter was found next to his body, they announce. It exposes all the crimes he committed, fake kidnappings, illegal activities. With everything he did, his death isn't exactly surprising. Whoever did this made him write a confession before he died. Among the crowd, Naruto, the cat beastman from the arena, silently watches the scene. His eyes narrow as he thinks, a single strike piercing his heart from behind. There's no mistake. I recognize that wound better than anyone. Memories of his fight in the arena flash through his mind. He studies the fatal wounds and mutters to himself. They all bear the mark of an amuse, especially Winton's. His expression darkens. Amuse is a unique skill of the Assassin's Guild, the one I once belonged to. But something doesn't add up. Upon investigation, Winton wasn't targeted by the guild, so who could it be? Then, realization hits him. His thoughts race. Could it be the human warrior? He recalls their battle. I clearly remember his final blow in the arena. It was almost identical to my ambush skill. But he wasn't from the Assassin's Guild. Then, another memory surfaces, our protagonist looking at him with arrogance. Naruto clenches his fists. He was undoubtedly a warrior, so why? Who is he? Finally, the pieces fall into place. Unless he somehow stole the skill. A sinister grin spreads across Naruto's face. If I report this to the Brand Assassins Guild leader, I might earn my way back into the guild. His gaze turned sharp. The Assassins Guild never forgives traitors, or anyone who steals their skills. Determined, he turns away from the crowd. This could be my chance to redeem myself. Without another word, Naruto disappears into the distance. I must report this to the guild leader immediately. Inside the Pace Guild's meeting room, our protagonist finishes explaining the mission and confirms that the job is complete. One of the guild leaders stares in shock. You really recovered 5,000 gold coins? In response, our protagonist places a heavy gold coin box in front of them. The moment they see it, everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. The fox beastman from earlier, the one who looks like an Egyptian god, smirks. I knew it. The moment I saw you, I could tell you'd succeed. Then, another guild leader turns to our protagonist, their face filled with surprise. I just heard that Winnan was assassinated. It happened right after you left. If you hadn't recovered the gold, Lewis wouldn't have received our reward. Hugh, still unfazed, replies, even with all the scandals about Winnan coming to light, his death isn't enough. Our protagonist remains calm. I don't mind. The request has been completed, and I even leveled up. As he reflects, he thinks to himself, after dealing with Winton and his associates, the system even gave me a bonus. Killing enemies seems to yield more experience points and increases my potential for leveling up. Memories of how he wiped out the Bull Demon's gang flash through his mind. Hearing this, the guild leader nods. You leveled up. Congratulations. You have not only protected the guild's honor, but also earned a fortune. Let's split the 5,000 gold coins equally between you and the guild. But our protagonist chuckles awkwardly. I don't need 2,500 gold coins. I was originally supposed to get 250, so I'll donate the rest to homeless children or struggling families. At those words, the three leaders exchange bewildered glances before exclaiming in unison, "Donate." Our protagonist picks up his share and shrugs. Yeah, there are plenty of people who need this money more than I do. As he turns to leave, he waves a hand. I'll take 250 coins as agreed. See you next time. Watching him walk away, Hugh mutters, he's remarkable, not just in skill, but in generosity. The guild leader nods. Truly, to give away such a fortune without hesitation. As he wishes, let the rest be donated to those in need. The others agree. Yes, understood. Walking through the city, our protagonist reflects, I've reached level 11. Just one more step to level 12. My target, Sakura, should be around here somewhere. But where could she be? A smirk crosses his face. She'll definitely be surprised when she sees me now. Thanks to the black armor disguise, I look completely different. As he moves past the building, he notices a large crowd gathering outside. His eyes narrow. Maybe I should wait for her at the Adventurers Guild. But why are there so many people outside? Just then, his attention shifts to a heated argument. A fat beastman woman, clearly furious, shouts at someone. Don't you know who I am? I am the wife of the president of the Beastman Trading Company in the north. You filthy half-beast. How dare you bump into my child? Apologize. His eyes land on Sakura, who looks unshaken as she calmly responds, Madam, as I already explained, your son bumped into me. I was simply standing here, waiting for someone. Hearing that, the Beastman woman's fury explodes. How dare this disgusting half-blood accuse us of lying? Are you suggesting that we're making this up? We wouldn't go near someone like you. Half-beasts are truly despicable. The little boy beside her, with an arrogant smirk, points at Sakura and sneers. That's right. There's no way I bumped into someone like you. You're a liar. A guard standing nearby steps in, pointing a finger at Sakura. Hey, if you bumped into the young master, just apologize. It's for your own good, half-beast. Sakura remains firm, her voice steady. No, Even if you doubt me, I will not tolerate being insulted. She glances around. With so many people here, surely someone must have seen what happened. But the townsfolk look away, unwilling to get involved. Seeing their silence, Sakura's expression falters. So no one is willing to speak up for me. Before she can say more, the beastman woman suddenly slaps her across the face. Filthy half-blood, just apologize already, or I'll have you arrested. Sakura holds her cheek, but her expression remains resolute. The guard sighs, sweat dripping down his face. What a bother. Don't be stubborn. Know your place, fool. From the ground, Sakura looks up at him, her eyes burning with determination. I absolutely will not apologize. The fat beastman woman scoffs. Are you defying me? I have the power to make sure you never see the sun again, you arrogant half-beast. The little boy crosses his arms smugly. That's right. My father is the president of this city's trading company. The guard steps forward, reaching toward Sakura. Drop your weapon. Even if you're a high-level adventurer, there are rules here. Sakura grits her teeth, her mind racing. Endure this. You can't let Master's plan be ruined. Endure. Endure. She clenches her fists, trying to suppress her anger. You've endured so much for so long. Just hold on a little longer. But just as she steels herself, bam! Out of nowhere, a powerful kick slams into the beastman woman's face, sending her flying. Gasps echo through the crowd. The little boy panics, his voice shrill as he screams, "A murderer!" Before he can react, our protagonist appears right in front of him. The boy's eyes widen in terror. But even he doesn't escape, our protagonist slaps him across the face, sending him flying. The entire crowd is stunned into silence. Standing in front of Sakura, our protagonist clenches his fist and glares at the surrounding guards. His voice is laced with fury. You insulted Sakura, and even dared to lay a hand on her. His eyes darken with intimidation. Face the consequences. As the tension thickens, our protagonist stands firm, shielding Sakura from those who dared to harm her. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy hallway. Naruto, the cat beastman from earlier, walks cautiously. His thoughts echo in his mind. Even though it's daytime, this place is as dark as ever. Suddenly, Shing, a cold blade presses against his throat. A voice hisses from the shadows. Take another step, and I'll kill you. What do you want? Naruto stiffens, his ears flattening in fear. He slowly raises his hands. Hi, it's me. I'm Naruto. I used to be part of the Assassin's Guild. I've come to provide information. The blade lingers for a moment before its owner pulls it away. The man steps into the dim light and glares at Naruto. Naruto, you're no longer one of us. If it's not a job, you shouldn't be here. From the ceiling, another assassin stands upside down, his piercing gaze locked onto the trembling cat beastman. So it's you, the one who embezzled the guild's money, got caught, had his arm cut off, and was thrown out. He scoffs. If you come for a reunion, I'll have to decline. Naruto's body trembles as sweat drips from his fur. That's not it. He takes a shaky breath. I found a warrior in the city who has stolen a skill from the Assassin's Guild. I thought you'd be interested. The assassin on the ground narrows his eyes. Stolen a guild skill? That cannot be ignored. Are you certain? The other assassin drops soundlessly from the ceiling, landing in front of Naruto. To think someone like that was in Northern without us noticing. Naruto swallows hard, memories of his battle flashing in his mind. Believe me, at the very least, I'm sure about the ambush skill. I fought against him myself. He hesitates before adding, I want to provide this information. But if it's accurate, and I help eliminate the skill thief, I want my sins erased and to return to the guild. The assassin eyes him coldly. A condition, huh? However, he smirks slightly. Your proposal is reasonable. If the information is true, I will pass your request to the higher-ups. Now, let's hear what you have to say. Back to our protagonist and Sakura. Sakura looks up at him, her eyes wide. Master, Tsuyoshi stands in front of her with unwavering confidence. He says nothing. He doesn't need to. The guards panicked stare at him. One points a trembling finger. Are you out of your mind? Do you know who these people are? You just hit the wife and child of the trading company president. You won't get away with this. Still on the ground, the woman clutches her face in fury, her eyes burning with rage. I will kill both of you, she spits venomously. No one has ever dared lay a hand on us before. Prepare yourselves. Her spoiled son, wailing in her arms, sobs, "Mom, it hurts." Ignoring him, she turns to the guards, her voice sharp as a blade. Guards, gather the troops and arrest these two immediately, or I'll have my husband cut off all funding to this city. The guards look at each other hesitantly before nodding. Understood. One of them steps forward. Come quietly, and we won't rough you up. Tsuyoshi, completely unfazed, simply holds Sakura close. They started it, didn't they? Isn't this technically self-defense? The guard flinches at his words, unable to come up with a response. The woman, seething, points a finger at him. When did I ever hit that filthy half-beast? There's no one to testify, anyway. I wouldn't dirty my hands by touching such a creature. Tsuyoshi's eyes darken with a deadly glare. His voice is ice cold. Keep talking, and I'll break your teeth. His gaze sweeps over the crowd. There are plenty of witnesses here. Sakura, still holding on to him, grips his sleeve tightly. Master, there is no one who will testify for us. I'm sorry for causing trouble. But Tsuyoshi looks at her gently, his voice firm. Don't give up, Sakura. Her eyes widen as his words stir something inside her. She clenches her fists. But earlier, I thought someone would step up to speak for me. I am a half-beast, and she is the wife of the trading company president. No one wants to risk angering someone like her, for the sake of a half-beast. Hearing Sakura's words, the woman's confidence swells. With an arrogant smirk, she sneers, exactly. Who would testify for something as lowly as a half-beast? Or a human foolish enough to defend one? But then suddenly, our protagonist's friends appear out of nowhere. One of them looks towards Tsuyoshi and says, "Isn't that Captain Tsuyoshi?" "It really is. What's going on here?" Another chimes in, "I heard he just completed a major request for the Pace Guild." As expected of him. Seeing the adventure group, Tsuyoshi gets confused, rubbing the back of his head. "Oh, it's you guys. I just did what I could." The woman from earlier, now shocked, mutters to herself, "What does he mean?" At the same time, Hugh appears, walking up with a smirk. "Sweetest, you're still in Northern? I just came back from donating the money, as you wanted." Looking towards them, Tsuyoshi replies, "I was about to leave with my team, but I got caught up in some trouble." Sakura, hearing and seeing all the commotion, asks, "Master, do you know them?" They seem very well respected. One of the adventurers turns to her. "Is there a problem? Who's causing trouble here?" Picking a fight with you is the same as picking a fight with the Pace Guild. Hearing this, the boy clings to his mother, crying. "Mother!" The woman holds him tightly, panic setting in. "Who is that man?" The guard, also sweating, looks around and explains, "Well, those two are in trouble with the trading company president's wife. If no one can prove that she struck first, the law requires that we take them both into custody." But before he can finish, people start stepping forward one by one. "Arrest Captain Tsuyoshi? Are you serious?" One adventurer scoffs. Another one butts in. "Do you have any idea how much he's donated to the poor in this city? He deserves a reward, not an arrest." "I will testify," someone calls out. "Me too," another adds. "Count me in," a man shouts. In front of them all, a warrior clad in red armor steps forward. Is this not enough? The entire guild is willing to testify if needed. At that moment, this guild receptionist steps out. I will testify too. I saw the lady strike first. Sakura is a gold badge-ranked adventurer, and I can confirm her innocence. The woman, now in the middle of the crowd, grits her teeth in frustration. You fools! I am the wife of the trading company president. I will. But before she can finish, another witness steps forward. I also saw her strike first. Then another. If so many people are stepping forward, I'll testify too. More and more people come out, and seeing this, the guard starts sweating even more. He turns to the woman. That's enough, madam. I must ask you to come with us. But before she can move, Tsuyoshi steps forward with a cold glare. But first, how about an apology to my companion? Otherwise, you won't be leaving here anytime soon. The adventure group standing behind him glares at her with gangster-like expressions. Apologize. Now, can't you speak? Even as the wife of the trading company president, our guild won't show you mercy. Did you hear that? He wants an apology. Shaking in fear, the woman breaks into a cold sweat. She lowers her head and bows in front of Sakura, her voice trembling. Fine. I'm sorry. We were wrong. Please forgive us. The little boy, following his mother's example, also bows. I am sorry. So sorry. With that, the guard steps forward, grabbing the woman by the arm. Now, then, madam. This way, please. As the guard takes the lady away, Tsuyoshi looks at all the people who stood up for him. Thanks for your help. The adventurers all grin at him. Don't mention it, Captain Tsuyoshi. Your problems are our problems, too. Hugh smirks, crossing his arms. If you ever run into trouble in Northern, just mention the Pace Guild. At the same time, Sakura also thanks the receptionist. Then, Tsuyoshi glances slightly over his shoulder at her. All right, let's head out. Come on, Sakura. Sakura nods, smiling. Yes, master. As Tsuyoshi starts walking away, Sakura turns back to the crowd one last time, bowing. Thank you very much. Outside the city, Sakura walks beside Tsuyoshi, looking at him curiously. Master, you look so different. I almost didn't recognize you at first. Tsuyoshi gives her a gentle smile. Is that so? I got some special equipment that slightly changes my appearance. The clothes you made for me got torn during a quest. Sorry about that. Sakura shakes her head. Don't worry about it. It's not just your appearance. You seem more mature now too. And your aura. Did you level up? Tsuyoshi nods. Yeah, I helped resolve an issue between a party and a guild. That's how I met those guys from earlier. I managed to level up and get some extra funds. Here, 250 gold coins. Can you hold on to them for me? Sakura takes the gold in her hands and gasps. 250 gold coins. That's amazing. You could buy some excellent gear at an auction with this. Tsuyoshi clenches his fist. I was planning to get you some new equipment, but an auction sounds interesting. Let's check it out in the next town. Sakura's expression changes as she remembers her grudge against Kevin. You don't need to spend money on me. But if you're interested in auctions, we should definitely go. The next town has a mid-tier auction hall, and it's where the genius shaman Kevin lives. Hearing Kevin's name, Tsuyoshi suddenly remembers when he used blood sacrifice. His expression darkens. I almost forgot. I needed to meet him. In his mind, he thinks, after that last battle, I feel like stagnant blood is weighing me down, like a stone burning inside me. It must be a side effect of sacrifice. I need Kevin to heal me. Walking through the forest. Tsuyoshi and Sakura make their way through the forest, laughing occasionally. But then, Tsuyoshi suddenly notices something. His eyes narrow. FWIP. A faint slash cuts across his face. Leaves from the trees start flying toward him, too fast, too precise. Tsuyoshi frowns. What are those leaves? Shing. Sakura reacts instantly, drawing her sword and swinging it, deflecting all the incoming leaves. She yells, "Come out!" A shadowy figure appears, holding his hand in a ninja-like pose. He sneers, so there was another one hiding. Tsuyoshi and Sakura's eyes widen in shock. Up in the trees, two figures stand. They are the assassins we saw earlier, the ones talking with Naruto. One of them looks down at Tsuyoshi. "You must be Tsuyoshi. The rule for skill thieves is death." The other one flicks his tongue like a snake and grins. "We are from the Assassin's Guild. We have come to claim your head." As we saw in the last chapter, our protagonist Tsuyoshi is now facing off against the assassins from the Assassin's Guild. One of the assassins glares at Tsuyoshi and scoffs. "As I thought, you don't seem to be a member of the Assassin's Guild." His expression turns cold as he continues. "If Naruto's story is true, you're a skill thief who stole our guild's ambush technique, aren't you?" The other assassin licks his lips with a villainous grin, staring at both Tsuyoshi and Sakura. "You've got a fine woman with you." His sharp eyes scan them both, noticing their hidden levels. "You're hiding your levels? Huh. But based on Naruto's account, the man doesn't seem to be at a high level." Then, his gaze shifts towards Sakura with a nasty smirk. As for the woman, she seems a bit stronger. Around level 20? Well, it doesn't matter. His eyes gleam with interest when he notices her beastly features. "Oh, a half-beast? I like that." Hearing those words, Sakura immediately draws her sword, stepping forward with a fierce and intense look in her eyes. Her killing intent fills the air, like a sharp blade pressing against the assassins. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi looks at Sakura, and for the first time, he feels it. This is the first time I felt such strong killing intent from Sakura. Then Sakura turns her head slightly, looking at Tsuyoshi with her usual gentle voice, but her eyes remain sharp and focused. "Master, please be careful. These two are stronger than any opponents we've faced before." Sakura, standing firmly beside Tsuyoshi, explains in a low, serious tone, her eyes never leaving the assassins. "Y senza morderos inten." That only someone who has killed a lot could admit. Her grip on the sword tightens as she continues. "If it's true that they're from the Assassin's Guild, they'll be troublesome opponents." Recalling her past knowledge, Sakura explains further with a grim look on her face. The Assassin's Guild, a terrifying underground guild with roots in the East. It's composed only of powerful assassins, and they're known for taking their targets' heads or body parts as trophies. Even major guilds avoid angering them. Once they've set their sights on you, nothing good can come of it. Hearing all of Sakura's explanation, Tsuyoshi simply looks towards the Assassin Guild members with calm eyes and says, "The Assassin's Guild, huh? I did meet a beastman warrior who said he was expelled from there. But I have no connection to that guild, and I've never met these people." But then suddenly, Tsuyoshi's eyes widen slightly as something clicks in his mind. Wait a second. He starts thinking back, remembering the moment when he copied the ambush skill from Naruto. They said, "A skill thief." His expression turns sharp as he finally understands. "I see now. The ambush attack skill I copied is unique to the Assassin's Guild. That's why they're targeting me." While Tsuyoshi is thinking, Sakura looks towards him with a bit of confusion, not fully understanding what's going on yet. But then, from up in the tree, one of the Assassin Guild members sneers at Tsuyoshi and says with a twisted grin, "I know your tastes. I'll let you have that half-beast woman. But be careful. She seems quite skilled." Then, forming a hand sign like a ninja, his eyes narrow coldly at Tsuyoshi. "I'll take the skill thief. If I bring back his head and hands, the guild won't question me." Then suddenly, the snake-like assassin, with a twisted grin plastered across his face, looks towards Tsuyoshi's group and licks his lips like a predator eyeing his prey. Oh, I like feisty women. His eyes lock onto Sakura with excitement oozing from his voice. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for me. With an eerie chuckle, he declares proudly, "It's settled then." And at that exact moment, swoosh! Both assassins move in perfect sync, activating their terrifying powers like true ninjas. An intimidating, bloodthirsty aura explodes from their bodies, causing even the air around them to feel heavier. Their voices overlap with chilling confidence. Now, feel the power of the Assassin's Guild's unique combo skill. Tsuyoshi, with a sharp look of confusion in his eyes, watches them closely. But suddenly ping! A new notification pops up right in front of Tsuyoshi. Combo skill, Absolute Darkness, a unique capture skill of the Assassin's Guild. It envelopes the target in darkness, narrowing their vision, making it easier to trap and attack them. Seeing this ominous notification, Tsuyoshi's eyes narrow. Sakura, sensing danger immediately, shouts with panic in her voice. This is one of their unique skills. Stay close so we don't get separated. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi's expression hardens. Separated? But instead of panicking, a sharp grin forms on Tsuyoshi's face. His fighting spirit ignites. It's better if we split up. That way, we can fight them one-on-one more effectively. With a determined glint in his eyes, he adds, "In fact, I like to see just how strong they really are." Both Tsuyoshi and Sakura then glance up at the sky. The two assassins had already launched themselves high above, preparing to strike down like hawks aiming for their prey. Then, with their sharp gazes locked onto Tsuyoshi's group, the snake-like assassin sneers mid-air. "Oh my, neither of you are running or hiding." His grin widens wickedly. "Fools, that's exactly how I like my prey." Seeing the assassins dashing straight toward their position with murderous speed, Sakura's eyes widen in panic. Without wasting a second, she shouts towards Tsuyoshi, "Master, be careful." And just like that, whoosh! The snake-like assassin, with his blood-red eyes glaring menacingly at Tsuyoshi, lets out a cold, disdainful snarl. Oomph, how arrogant. His killing intent skyrockets as he closes in fast, practically blending with the shadows around him. "Do you really think you can steal the skills of our guild and live to tell the tale?" His tone grows sharper with every word, filled with murderous rage. "Narevo told us you stole ambush attack. I'll show you what the real ambush attack looks like." And like lightning, Zosh! The assassin flashes behind Tsuyoshi, aiming straight for his neck with a deadly strike, faster than any normal adventurer could react. But before the attack could even graze him, clong! Tsuyoshi, without even flinching, unsheathes his sword with unreal precision, perfectly blocking the assassin's strike from behind. A level 30 assassin, huh? His calm voice cuts through the assassin's confidence like a blade. Without even turning his head fully, Tsuyoshi glances back at his attacker and adds coldly, "You need to level up more if you want to defeat me." Stunned, the assassin's eyes shoot wide open in utter shock. "Ehi, block my ambush." Sweat instantly drips down his face as panic seeps in. His thoughts race wildly. How did he see through my attack? How does he know my level? Realizing the danger he's in, the assassin swiftly leaps backward, putting distance between them. His face, now pale and drenched in sweat, looks towards Tsuyoshi with disbelief and nervous tension. "What's your level?" The question slips from his mouth almost unconsciously, as if deep down, he already fears the answer. But then, with his sword resting casually on his shoulder, our protagonist looked at the assassin with absolute confidence and declared, "Level 11. At the same time, his characteristics, his trust in the OD system, and everything about him appeared right in front of the assassin. Level 11. Class: Warrior. Equipment: Black Armor Disguise Set. Fox Beastman Set. Weapon: Bloody Mist Saw. Skill: Thunder Chainfall. Duplicated Skill: Thunderous Ambush Attack. Combat Power: 15,500. Hearing that, the assassin's expression twisted in anger. Gripping his sword tightly, he roared, "Level 11? Impossible. Are you mocking me? Unless you're a genius, there's no way you could react like that at level 11. But our protagonist, hearing that, simply replied with arrogance, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Yet the assassin wasn't interested in listening to anything. He charged straight at our protagonist, swinging his sword and scoffing, "HMPH, stubborn fool." But the moment he attacked, a horde of giant snakes suddenly appeared in front of our protagonist. And the assassin sneered, "Let's see if you can handle this next move." Right then, a new notification popped up. Serpent's Walk, a movement skill that confuses the opponent. It involves weaving in a serpentine motion to approach and attack from sharp angles. While weaving, speed increases by 30%. Seeing all this information flashing before him, our protagonist thought to himself, "Impressive body technique. Without my divine eye, I'd be completely fooled." But it didn't end there. The assassin, along with his clones, suddenly appeared from all directions, surrounding our protagonist as he sneered, "Let's see how you deal with this. Even my comrades can't counter this." At the same time, his trusty system displayed another notification. Multiple Enclosure Killing Method, a unique capture skill of the Assassin's Guild. Summons multiple clones from the darkness to encircle the enemy and attack simultaneously. Clones disappear after attacking. Without hesitation, our protagonist slammed his sword into the ground, activating his ultimate physique, and right then, the system announced. The ultimate physique activated. All strength is focused on the upper body. Defense is greatly enhanced for a limited time. The assassin's attack landed, but it didn't even leave a scratch on our protagonist. He just stood there, completely unfazed, with his ultimate physique fully activated. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. What? Incredible defense. Is it because of his equipment? Frustrated and confused, he shouted, "What's your level? Who are you?" Without saying a word, our protagonist casually revealed his level right in front of the assassin. Then, with his blue eyes glowing sharply, he glared directly at the assassin and replied once again, "I told you, I'm at level 11. But right at that moment, our protagonist swung his sword straight at the assassin. The assassin barely managed to dodge the terrifying slash, his mind racing in disbelief. He really might be at level 11. Creating some distance between them, the assassin clutched his chest, breathing heavily, and muttered, "Wait, such a strong man. If you're truly at level 11, you'd be a prodigy every major guild would want to recruit." And now the assassin, acting like a true fodder villain, starts explaining himself to our protagonist. With a confident voice, he says, "I'm the branch leader of the Assassin's Guild in the northern region. Let me recommend you. Would you like to join our guild?" He continues flexing hard. "With my recommendation, the higher UPS in the guild will definitely notice you and train you with utmost care. With your talent, you could stand among the geniuses of the guild. This is a rare opportunity to join the Assassin's Guild." But our protagonist? He's standing there with the most unimpressed eyes ever. Holding his sword casually like this is nothing to him. And coldly, he replies, "I'm not interested in such things, and IT doesn't suit me. Besides, why would I trust someone who came to kill me and then try to recruit me? But I won't." Hearing those words, the assassin's face slightly twitches. Aura starts gathering around him, anger flaring up inside. With a little sinister grin, the assassin says, "I see." Huh. Then suddenly, boom, the assassin pulls out a knife in one hand, while forming a mysterious hand sign with the other. With blood-red eyes glaring straight at our protagonist, he shouts, "I won't go down so easily." In an instant, two ageless swords appear in his hands, and even crazier, one of his eyes completely vanishes from his face. With killing intent leaking like crazy, he shouts, "Be honored. I haven't used this technique in a while. Now let's go." Seeing this scene, even our protagonist is impressed. He thinks to himself, he's channeling his killing intent and aura into his weapon. What incredible power. And right after that thought, whoosh, the assassin launches himself like a bullet straight towards our protagonist. But right at that moment, a new notification sound echoes beside our protagonist. Killing Intent Crystal, a high-level capture skill of the Assassin's Guild, condenses all killing intent and aura into a sharp weaponized form. A powerful attack that cannot be blocked or parried. But our protagonist, calm as ever, raises his sword into a defensive stance. He activates his ultimate physique once again. And then, shing, something pierces into his shoulder straight through the defense. And now, our protagonist, holding onto his wounded shoulder, blood dripping, gritting his teeth in pain. Thinking in his mind, "Damn it, my right arm." Even the ultimate physique body couldn't withstand this attack. What incredible power. If that strike had pierced my heart, I'd be dead. But standing right in front of him, with that cocky face, holding his sword proudly, the assassin looks dead into our protagonist's eyes and says, "Don't underestimate me, boy. This is my ultimate skill. I'm at level 30. No matter how talented you are, you're just at level 11. Your skills can't match mine. Against this technique, anyone below level 30 is no match for me. Since you've refused to join the Assassin's Guild, then die." And just like that, boom, the assassin dashes in again at full speed, launching another deadly attack straight at our protagonist while roaring, "You won't escape this time. I'll kill you and crush your skull." But our protagonist, calm as hell in this life and death moment, he reaches into his system storage, while thinking in his mind, if ordinary weapons and the ultimate physique can't work, then I'll have to try that. Then, suddenly, zap! Lightning starts surging out from his hand, wrapping around his arm like a beast waking up. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes widen. "Huh? What's this aura?" But before he can even react, boom, our protagonist's entire body gets cloaked in roaring yellow lightning, crackling like thunder incarnate. The ground beneath him shatters, air distorts, and in that moment, our protagonist looks like a freaking god of thunder descended into the battlefield. As our protagonist stands cloaked in roaring lightning, the air trembling around him, ding! A new system notification appears right in front of his eyes. Notice, Divine King Hammer has been retrieved from the Divine Sense inventory. Warning, due to insufficient level and conditions, Divine King Hammer cannot unleash its full potential. Forcing its activation will consume immense energy. Duration of activation, 1 second. And hearing this, our protagonist doesn't flinch, he grins. Then yells with absolute confidence, electricity dancing on his body. "Let's see if I can block it now." Suddenly, another screen pops up, showing his full current stats in real time, as if the system itself is watching in awe. Level 11. Class Warrior. Equipment Black Armor Disguise Set. Weapon Bloody Mist Saw. Skill Thunder Chain Fall. Duplicated Skill Thunderous Ambush Attack. Combat Power 15,500. And brew, the energy coming off him right now. It's not just lightning, it's divine punishment in human form. 1 second, One shot, one chance, and the Divine King hammer is ready to fall. And our protagonist, floating in the air like an immortal, with lightning surrounding his body, thinks in his mind while holding the hammer in his hand. To take down an opponent of this caliber, I must seize an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The key is to settle it quickly. The hammer can only be used for 1 second, but that'll be enough. Then the assassin looks towards our protagonist and says, "That technique, what type of weapon could hold such immense power?" And our protagonist, flying in the air, holding the hammer above his head with his hand, looks down on the assassin and says, "So you're after my head, huh? Let's see if you can block this." As the assassin approaches towards our protagonist, he says, "A mere level 11 warrior. Want to test my power? Don't make me laugh. I won't be fooled by a bluff like that." And as the assassin charges straight towards our protagonist, he shouts, "Prepare yourself." Unleashing every ounce of his power, the assassin closes in, ready to end it all. At that very moment, a new notification flashes before our protagonist's eyes. System notification. Killing intent, evil crystal spirit. An advanced assassination skill from the Assassin's Guild. A powerful evolution of killing intent crystal. Merges the user's weapon and body with pure killing intent to execute a devastating, unstoppable strike. Seeing this, our protagonist tightens his grip on the hammer wrapped in lightning, his eyes sharpening. Here it comes. He thinks, calm yet deadly. 1 second, that's all I need. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the shadows, Sakura stands silently over a fallen assassin, her gaze shifting towards the distant sky, where lightning crackles like the wrath of a god. His master, using that power again, she mutters, a small smile tugging at her lips. It seems this battle is already over. I really didn't need to worry after all. And just as those words leave Sakura's mouth, boom, our protagonist and the assassin finally collide in midair, shaking the very battlefield with their clash. Just as their weapons collided in midair, a brand new notification popped up right in front of our protagonist. System notification. Divine King's hammer activated. Duration, 1 second. And in that exact second, boom, our protagonist's hammer, crackling with divine lightning, unleashed its terrifying might, blasting the assassin straight down like a meteor, crashing him into the ground with overwhelming force. The ground shattered beneath him as dust and debris flew everywhere. The assassin, now lying on the broken earth, looked up towards our protagonist floating in the sky, his face pale, his heart shaken. What? What? Incredible power. There's no way. He's just level 11. But even while lying defeated, the assassin wasn't done yet. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed a hand sign and muttered under his breath. At this rate, and from his finger, a small black bat formed, fluttering to life, a creation of his sinister power, summoning death. The bat instantly took off into the sky, flying away from the battlefield. Looking up at our protagonist, once again, the assassin warned coldly, "If you kill me, you'll also become prey for the Assassin's Guild." But to the assassin's surprise, our protagonist suddenly felt his strength fading, his body growing heavier, the terrifying side effect of using the Divine King's hammer. And right then, another notification appeared before him. System notification. The duration of Divine King's hammer has ended. The hammer can no longer unleash its full power. And as our protagonist floated there, his vision blurred, his body barely holding on, he thought to himself while panting heavily, "The hammer's power, it feels even greater than before. Could it have grown stronger along with my own strength? TCH, time for a healing potion." But just as he reached for it, Sakura suddenly appeared right beside him like a gentle breeze. Catching our protagonist in her arms before he could fall, she spoke softly. "Master, are you all right? Leave it to me." With calm hands, she held out a healing potion, ready to help him recover. Looking at him seriously, she added, "To defeat that one-eyed assassin in a single blow, the toll on your body must be severe." Our protagonist, still catching his breath, grabbed the potion and drank it in one gulp, but immediately frowned. "Ugh, the potion still tastes awful." Hearing that, Sakura chuckled softly beside him. "Haha, that's why I don't drink it often either." And as our protagonist laid his head down on Sakura's lap, completely exhausted, Sakura gently stroked his hair, her voice filled with concern. "That attack was incredibly powerful, but please don't use it often. I'd be troubled if you ended up like this when I'm not around." Our protagonist managed a small, tired smile as he replied, "You're right, but he was a formidable opponent. I couldn't have won without going all out." Hearing that, Sakura's expression softened. She spoke gently, almost like scolding but with kindness in her voice. "That's true. He was likely a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Guild. Finishing the battle quickly was a wise decision." Then, with a playful smile, she reminded him, "Speaking of which, remember that story you told me about the level 10 warrior fighting dozens of enemies all alone? With your current strength, Master, you'd have nothing to fear." Then suddenly, our protagonist snapped awake, his eyes locking onto Sakura. With a surprised look, he said, "You remembered something I said offhandedly ages ago? You've got an impressive memory." And hearing that, Sakura smiled softly and replied, "Of course, Master." Hearing those words, our protagonist thought to himself quietly, "It's been a long time since I came to this world, and now I'm nearing level 12. Perhaps it's time to return to my own world. I'll take care of everything quickly, for Karina's sake." But right at that moment, memories of his real-world enemy began flooding back into his mind. His eyes sharpened as he thought, "Last time, I had a run-in with Mina's group to deal with those who bullied Karina. And Mina's boyfriend's father is the underboss of the Blue Snake Gang. When I return, it'll be my turn to act." Just then, Sakura approached him, holding out 2 potions, and said, "Oh, Master, those assassins were carrying high-grade potions. They should prove useful." And right as our protagonist took them in his hands, a new notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Experience Booster, A-grade potion. Increases experience gain by 45%. A rare and coveted item among adventurers. It's extremely expensive and rarely found in the market. Seeing that, our protagonist's eyes widened with excitement. Holding the potion tightly, he grinned. "An experience booster. This is amazing. I might reach level 12 before we even get to Kevin's town." Feeling fired up, our protagonist stood up with full energy, thinking to himself, "All right, once I hit level 12, I'm going back. I want to see Karina." Then, looking at Sakura, he said firmly, "I've fully recovered. Let's continue our journey." Hearing those words, Sakura smiled gently and replied, "Yes, Master." And just like that, along the way, they encountered a horde of minor monsters, and then ran into a field boss. After that, our protagonist Tsuyoshi defeated the boss in their journey. Then, while moving forward, they also came across a party that failed a quest. Seeing them in trouble, Tsuyoshi joined the party and almost single-handedly completed the quest. And also in that quest, our protagonist hit level 12. Then sometime later, while walking together, Sakura looked at Tsuyoshi and said, "We're almost at the town where Kevin." After entering the town, both of them were walking side by side. And then Sakura looked at Tsuyoshi and said, "Let's rest here for the night." As they stopped in front of a lodge, a salesman appeared in front of Tsuyoshi and said, "Looking for a room?" We've got a premium room available. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi asked him, do you have 2 rooms available? Without wasting any time, Tsuyoshi added, it doesn't need to be premium. Any 2 rooms will do. But then, the salesman replied to Tsuyoshi, unfortunately, we only have 1 room left. Are you both adventurers? Heading to the refining tournament hosted by Kevin and Karina, I assume? Most of our guests are adventurers right now, so even a single room vacancy is the lucky. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi was completely shocked. He immediately asked the salesman, a refining tournament hosted by Kevin? What's that? But the salesman looked confused hearing Tsuyoshi's question. He stared at him and asked, are you really adventurers? You don't know about Kevin's refining tournament? It's been held multiple times. And as their conversation continued, Sakura stepped in to explain to Tsuyoshi. She calmly said, it's a large-scale alchemical refining event hosted by a renowned shaman. There are competitions, exhibitions, and many excellent potions are made. It's very popular among adventurers. I looked it up. We'll arrive on the first day of the tournament. We can explore or shop for necessary potions. Hearing all the explanation, Tsuyoshi turned back to the salesman and said, sounds interesting. Let's check it out when we get there. After hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the salesman asked him again, so, will you be taking the room? Tsuyoshi scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression and replied, sharing a room, if Sakura doesn't mind. Hearing that, Sakura's face slowly turned red, but with a shy expression, she softly answered, if it's all right with you, master. Getting Sakura's confirmation, Tsuyoshi looked back at the salesman and said, we will take a room. But right at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind, addressing the salesman, a premium room, please. And standing right behind Tsuyoshi was a wolf beastman. And not just that, beside him stood a pretty lady from some unknown beast tribe. In the moment the beastman shaman, Vincent, spoke those words, the salesman immediately rushed towards him, his face lighting up with excitement. He bowed respectfully and said, Master Vincent, please come in. We've reserved our best premium room for you. Vincent casually replied, show me the way. While all this was happening, Tsuyoshi and Sakura silently watched the whole scene from the side. And as Vincent and his companion walked past them, Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed, and muttered towards Vincent, hey, isn't there an order to things here? Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, Vincent turned around, a mocking smile spreading across his face. He coldly replied, an order? Don't you know who I am? Don't make me laugh. That last premium room will be mine. Right, innkeeper? The salesman immediately broke into a panic, sweating nervously as he stammered, oh, of course. Absolutely. Watching their shamelessness, Sakura calmly stepped forward and spoke up, but we were here first and we want the room. Shouldn't you reconsider? But hearing Sakura's words, the salesman turned towards Tsuyoshi's group with a shocked expression and hurriedly said, you really don't know who he is? That's Vincent, one of the genius Kevin's disciples. The blue shaman Vincent. He's a highly influential figure around here. He's not only talented in refining, but his master is the red shaman Kevin. Even level 30 adventurers respect him. It's best to not cause any trouble. Hearing that, Vincent's female companion, the pretty beastman lady, looked at Tsuyoshi's group with a smirk and said, to not know Vincent. Where are you from? But Vincent simply chuckled at her words and arrogantly said, ignore them. They'll understand once they hear my master's name. Hearing his words, Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, with unwavering confidence in his eyes, looks directly at the man and declares boldly, so you're one of Kevin's disciples? So what? That room is ours. Show us the way. The moment Tsuyoshi's words echoed through the place, everyone around them was completely shocked. Silence fell upon them for a brief moment, until Vincent, the disciple of Kevin, clenched his teeth in anger and roared at Tsuyoshi. Amusing. Do you know who I am? Didn't I tell you? I'm Vincent, a blue shaman and a disciple of the genius Kevin. Are you seriously trying to take a room from me? You won't be welcome in Carnio after this." But before Vincent could continue his arrogant speech, Tsuyoshi casually walked towards him. And then, without hesitation, Tsuyoshi grabbed Vincent's shoulder firmly. Looking straight into Vincent's eyes, Tsuyoshi calmly yet fearlessly uttered, "I told you already." And in the very next moment, Tsuyoshi effortlessly threw Vincent down to the ground, shocking everyone present. After throwing Vincent, Tsuyoshi coldly repeated once again, "So what?" Watching this unbelievable scene unfolding right before his eyes, the salesman standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Vincent, now glaring furiously at Tsuyoshi while still on the ground, shouted in anger, "You'll regret it. I'll make sure you're unwelcome in Carnio." But Tsuyoshi didn't even spare him a glance. Completely ignoring Vincent's threats, he calmly turned towards the innkeeper and commanded, "Innkeeper, show us to the room." The beastman shaman, Vincent, glared at Tsuyoshi with furious eyes. His pride already shattered, he gritted his teeth and spat out angrily, "Such disrespect. You will pay for this." Even Sakura, standing beside Tsuyoshi, felt a little nervous hearing Vincent's words. She leaned closer to Tsuyoshi and whispered with concern, "Are you sure about this? He's Kevin's disciple." But Tsuyoshi, calm and unbothered, simply replied to Sakura without hesitation, "Treat people how they treat me. I see no reason to respect someone who disrespects me." Then, with a confident yet slightly cold glare, Tsuyoshi added firmly, "Whether you're Kevin's disciple or not, it doesn't matter to me. I don't want to lie down and roll over like before." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, Sakura's eyes widened a little. In her mind, those last words echoed like before. She silently wondered about Tsuyoshi's past, sensing there was more to him than he showed. Later that night, Sakura was sleeping peacefully in her bed, her breathing calm. But Tsuyoshi, on the other hand, was wide awake. He sat quietly, lost in his thoughts. He slowly raised his hand and stared at it in silence. Then, the ring on his finger began to glow faintly with a mysterious yellow light, flickering softly in the room. Right at that moment, in front of Tsuyoshi, a new notification appeared. Boundless Passage activated. And with the help of the portal, Tsuyoshi instantly moved from the other world straight into the real world. As he stepped into his home, he looked around with a small smile and muttered to himself, "I am home." Then his eyes fell on his little sister, Karina, sleeping peacefully on the couch. Seeing her calm face, Tsuyoshi thought in his mind, "I'm glad I didn't wake her up." Slowly, he gently lifted the blanket and covered her properly, making sure she stayed warm. And as he did that, memories from the past came flooding into his mind, memories he could never forget. He remembered that day, back in the past. Karina's fragile voice echoed in his head. "Big brother, I can't feel my legs. I will never stand again. Even if I can't stand anymore. It's okay. Don't look so sad. I won't give up just because I can't walk. I don't want to be a burden." Tsuyoshi clenched his fist tightly, staring at his sleeping sister. Then his eyes moved towards Karina's cane, lying right next to her. That cane, it should have been broken. Did Karina fix it herself? His heart sank deeper remembering everything, the struggles, the pain she went through. He recalled that day at school when she was bullied by her classmates. When they mocked her, insulted her, and even tried to take away her cane. But even back then, she even desperately protected her gear. Looking at Karina's sleeping face, Tsuyoshi gently smiled. He softly whispered to her, "You're so strong. I've let you endure too much. I've gotten stronger. I won't let anyone bully you again. You will never have to live so miserably anymore." Then slowly, with all the love and care in his heart, Tsuyoshi placed his hand on Karina's head and gently patted her. "I'll make sure to heal your legs and bring back that bright smile of yours." After that, Tsuyoshi opened his status window to check something. And right there, a new notification popped up on the panel. Notice, black armor disguise can receive from Divine Sense inventory. Seeing that, Tsuyoshi laid back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and calmly muttered to himself. Good thing it all fits into one slot as a set. I don't feel comfortable without it anymore. My gear from this world is still intact. I need to find an opportunity to level it up. Now that I'm back, I'll deal with everything one by one. And just like that, the next day arrived. Early morning, Tsuyoshi was walking together with Karina, helping her on the way to school. But after a while, Karina suddenly paused. She looked up at her big brother carefully, eyes filled with confusion. Big brother, what happened to you? You're like a completely different person after just one night. Hearing Karina's words, Tsuyoshi gently smiled at her and casually replied, a haircut and exercised a bit. And hearing that simple answer, Karina looked at him closely, eyes wide in surprise. A haircut really changes your image. You look so grown up, and you even look taller. Tsuyoshi chuckled slightly and replied calmly, it's nothing like that. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Don't wander around and wait in your classroom after school. Hearing those warm yet firm words, Karina suddenly remembered her classmates who bullied her before. A small shiver ran down her body, and with a little sweat rolling down from her face, she quietly replied, okay, I understand. So the other day, but right at that moment, the very girls who used to bully Karina were nearby, watching Tsuyoshi walking together with his sister. And when they saw Tsuyoshi's completely changed appearance, their eyes went wide in shock. They couldn't believe it. Subconsciously, without even realizing, they stepped right in front of Tsuyoshi and Karina. Tsuyoshi slowly looked at them, his calm eyes turning cold, filled with pure bloodlust. That terrifying gaze alone made the girls freeze on the spot. One of the girls, with an awkward, forced smile, nervously whispered while looking at Tsuyoshi, isn't that Karina's brother? Doesn't he look kind of cool now? But the other girl immediately snapped at her in anger. Shut up, idiot! Without paying any attention to them, Tsuyoshi gently looked towards Karina and spoke in a calm but absolute tone. Karina, it's okay now. Nobody's going to bully you anymore. Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, Karina looked up at him and softly replied, okay. But deep inside her mind, she couldn't help but think, is it because he became a hero? Big brother feels so different now. Then, both Tsuyoshi and Karina started walking away from there. But even while walking, Karina glanced slightly back, still thinking in her mind. What happened to them? And on the other side, Karina's classmates, the very girls who used to bully her, stared at Tsuyoshi and Karina walking away. Their faces twisted with anger as they thought in their minds, how dare they humiliate us like this? I'll use the bully's family to teach them a lesson. I'll make them kneel before me. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, 3 students were talking among themselves. One of them said, Rayleigh, they said to not mess with Tsuyoshi anymore. Hearing that, the other one quickly replied, yeah, last time, I thought he was going to kill me. Then the third one asked curiously, are you going to play nice with him now? But hearing their words, the bully, the red-haired boy named Rayleigh, shouted in anger. Shut up. All of you are pathetic losers. You let this happen because you underestimated him. I'm not scared of a loser who had to run our errands. And in his mind, Rayleigh gritted his teeth while thinking, I was careless back then. Next time, I'll make him regret it. But one of his lackeys nervously replied, wasn't it our ambush that went wrong? We were the ones waiting for Tsuyoshi. Hearing that, Rayleigh clicked his tongue in annoyance and yelled, I'm saying it's carelessness, so it's carelessness. But suddenly, the classroom door burst open. A fat boy ran in and shouted loudly, Rayleigh, it's Tsuyoshi. Rayleigh's lackey immediately looked outside the classroom and muttered in shock. He looks even more different. What's going on? Even Rayleigh himself was stunned for a moment, staring at Tsuyoshi's new appearance in disbelief. Time passed. Later that day, during class, the teacher was explaining something to the students. She said, "The Future Star Tournament is happening soon. Any participants?" Then she looked around the classroom again and continued. This time, it's a joint event with several nearby schools. Our school encourages everyone to participate. It's a chance for you and the school to shine. But hearing those words, Rayleigh, sitting arrogantly while poking his ear with his finger, replied with full arrogance. "You gotta be kidding. The Future Star Tournament is for hero class students. It's pointless for regular students to enter. Regular students enter every year, but none of them ever win. The hero class students always take the top spots. It's a waste of time and embarrassment." And hearing that, another student, with the exact same fed-up expression, immediately added, "Exactly. And with other schools participating, we wouldn't stand a chance." The whole class instantly nodded in agreement. Last year, Rayleigh entered the marathon with us, and the hero class students had already finished before we even got halfway. Then another student suddenly butted in. "Do we really have to participate?" And right after that, a girl, one of Tsuyoshi's classmates, spoke out, clearly frustrated. "I don't want to go just to lose." Another boy followed up right away. "Let the hero class students represent our school." Then, nodding towards his board, another boy added bluntly, "We'll just embarrass ourselves." Hearing all of this, seeing every single student completely uninterested in participating, the teacher started sweating nervously from her face. She awkwardly tried to change the mood. "Well, but the prizes this year are amazing. Even the teachers would want." Trying her best to hype them up, she continued. "This time it's hosted by the Hero School Association, so famous hero guilds are paying attention. The School Hero Association leaders are coming too." Then, dropping the real bomb, she shouted, "The winner gets a prize of 10 million yen. Hearing that, the entire classroom that was dead silent a second ago suddenly exploded. 10 million yen, and the School Hero Association leaders? Someone else shouted in shock. "That's incredible." Another excited student quickly added, "The School Hero Association is part of the Hero Union. They focus on scouting and nurturing young talent. Catch their eye. You might even get into the Hero Union and secure a bright future." Hearing that, even Tsuyoshi, who had been sitting quietly all this time, was completely shaken. His eyes widened, and in his mind he started burning up. 10 million yen? I borrowed 600,000 yen at a high interest from the Blue Serpent Gang. If I win, I can pay off my debt and move Karina to an apartment with an elevator. And the School Hero Association. I don't know much about the hero-related systems, but if they notice me, I might even get more subsidies. And our protagonist, with a small confident smile on his face, thought to himself, "Money here is better than the gold coins from the other world. Karina, and I need money to live a better life. I'll take the 10 million yen prize and the chance to catch the School Hero Association's attention." But then, suddenly, that arrogant bully stood up with his annoying voice full of arrogance and said, "A second, it's pointless to get excited. The amazing prizes don't matter to us. The Genius Hero class students will win anyway." And right after that, one of his little minions quickly supported him. "That's right, regular students can't compete." And then another student also added, with no hope in his voice, "Don't get our hopes up," followed by another one, "Don't stand a chance." Hearing all these hopeless voices, the teacher awkwardly smiled and tried to encourage them. Participation is what matters. But even that didn't work, as one of the girls replied with clear disappointment. With the hero class students from other schools, we're no match anyway. But right at that moment, breaking the silence and shocking the entire classroom. Our protagonist, Tsuyoshi, confidently raised his hand and declared, "Then I will enter." The whole classroom went dead silent for a second, until that arrogant bully burst into laughter like a clown. "Ha ha ha, don't get cocky just because you beat me once. I thought you changed, but you're still delusional. You think you can compete with hero class students?" And then the whole class started roasting Tsuyoshi one by one. Competing with hero class students? Other schools' hero class students will be there too. "Tsuyoshi, you're joking, right? You gotten dumber?" Even the teacher, looking super concerned, asked carefully, "Tsuyoshi, are you really entering?" But without a single doubt, Tsuyoshi answered straight, "Yes, I am signing up." And right after that, the arrogant bully laughed mockingly again and said, "Look, he's serious. Don't start crying later." But Tsuyoshi, not backing down even for a second, stared right into Rayleigh's eyes, his gaze sharp and full of confidence, and threw a bold challenge at him. "Rayleigh, want to bet with me? If I lose, you can do whatever you want. But if I win, you all better stop acting high and mighty toward me." The entire class froze for a second, shocked. Then Rayleigh, burning with anger, stood up, slamming his desk, and shouted, "You're on. This whole class will be witnesses. Do your best. We'll all be there to watch you embarrass yourself." But Tsuyoshi, without even blinking, smiled and replied, "Sure, you're welcome." And hearing all the commotion, the teacher shouted at the students, "Quiet. I'll submit Tsuyoshi's entry form. This afternoon, there will be a PRE tournament test for all participants. Everyone entering must take it." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi blinked in surprise. A PRE tournament test. But he quickly nodded with determination. Understood. Later, in front of Karina's classroom, Karina, with sparkling eyes, looked at her brother and cheered. "Big brother, you're amazing. Good luck on the test." Hearing that, Tsuyoshi smiled awkwardly while rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, I might pick you up late tonight, so don't go home alone." And seeing the warm conversation between the siblings, some of Karina's classmates peeked at Tsuyoshi and whispered among themselves, "Karina's brother? I wasn't looking closely before, but he's handsome. He seemed scrawny before, but now he looks really cool. Let's ask Karina about her brother later. Maybe he doesn't have a girlfriend." After chatting with his sister, Tsuyoshi casually waved his hand and walked away. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Karina was instantly surrounded by her curious classmates, bombarding her with tons of questions, making her a little embarrassed. And all this scene was quietly being observed by a certain bully girl. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, she mumbled, "People are starting to gather around Karina again." Hearing that, another girl next to her replied coldly, "I heard her brother is entering the Future Star Tournament. How bold of him. I've already told Billy." And looking at her phone, that bully girl was busy texting her boyfriend. And right at that moment, a message popped up from her boyfriend. "Got it. My dad knows hero class students from other schools. We'll use this chance to teach him a lesson." Seeing that message, an evil smile appeared on her face as she muttered to herself, "Great, I can't wait for the day." Then, turning her sharp gaze towards Karina, she sneered, "After we deal with her brother, we'll bully Karina even more than before. She'd better enjoy her good mood while it lasts." Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, a male teacher was seriously talking to another teacher. This Future Star event is highly significant. Officially, it's to promote inter-school relations, but in reality, it's a power assessment by the Hero Union and major guilds. Adjusting his shirt while explaining further, he continued, "Simply put, the strength of our hero class students represents our school's strength. It determines how much support we'll receive. Our goal is to place at least one student in the top 5. That will guarantee us funding." Hearing that, The other teacher nodded. Understood. As instructed, all hero class students were entered, while entry for regular students is optional. But then, wiping his sweat nervously, the teacher added, just as expected, almost no regular students have signed up. Hearing those words, the other teacher replied with a disappointed look. As expected, the regular class students are not foolish. They understand the gap in power. Okay, all hero class students will participate, and there are no participants from the regular class, correct? The Hero Association representative will be attending this afternoon's test. Make thorough preparations to avoid any issues. But hearing that, the teacher who was holding the student list started sweating profusely. His face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Test preparation should be fine, but there's one thing. A student from our regular class, Tsuyoshi. He has applied to participate. And the moment he heard the words, regular class, the confident teacher suddenly turned back with a completely shocked expression on his face. From the regular class, at the PRE competition test preparation area, some participants were stretching their muscles, hyped up and ready to go. One of them said, "It seems like even a student from the regular class will participate this time," and apparently, they volunteered to join. Hearing that, a girl immediately butted in with a disgusted look. How arrogant! Does he really think he can compete with us? Does he want to embarrass the school? And another participant replied confidently, "That person has no chance of passing the pre-competition test anyway. This test is a simulation mock exam for us semi-heroes." A little note popped up to explain. Semi-hero, a young person born with innate talent. Typically, they are placed in the hero class in high school with special privileges, competing for honor on behalf of their school. But then, suddenly, their eyes were drawn to the entrance. Someone just walked in. "Look, that's him," the boy said, glaring. The girl turned to look and was slightly surprised. "Oh, he's quite handsome." And there he was, our protagonist, Tsuyoshi. Calm, composed, and completely ignoring their stares, he casually stretched his muscles right in front of them like a lone king who didn't care about the noise of peasants. Seeing that, the boy's face twisted in annoyance. Really? Compared to the hero class, he's nothing special. Meanwhile, the instructor looking at the participant list was already pissed. He grumbled to himself. Why would a student from the regular class even bother taking this test? What a waste of time. Hearing the instructor's words, that arrogant boy got even more pumped up and added loudly. The teacher said it too, didn't he? A student from the regular class is completely out of their league here. Then, from the second floor observation room, 3 mysterious figures were watching all the participants like hawks. One of them politely said, "Thank you for visiting our school for inspection." He turned toward the chairman standing beside him and continued, "Chairman Suzuki, over there are the students from our school's hero class. The test will begin soon, so we ask for your guidance." But Chairman Suzuki, without even sparing him a glance, kept his eyes locked on the field and calmly said, "The association has high expectations for your hero class. I'm only here as a representative." This man was none other than Suzuki, chairman of the School Hero Association. Hearing Chairman Suzuki's words, the teacher bowed respectfully and replied, "I'm honored. It would be best if the students could meet your expectations. The results will be displayed here, so please feel free to watch from here." Then, turning to the other instructor, he ordered firmly, "Start the test quickly." "Yes," the instructor responded immediately. Back at the preparation area, the instructor glanced at his phone, noticing a message from the vice principal. He sighed in his mind. The vice principal just now. Then raising his hand in the middle of all participants, he shouted, "Let's begin the test. The contents are as we discussed earlier. Please form your parties and enter the simulator." Then the instructor, standing in front of the simulator, points his finger towards the machine display and says, "These 3 machines are basic level simulators. They'll be used for D-class mock exams and simulate E and F grade caves. With everyone's abilities, they will most likely be classified as F class, so don't worry. Form your parties in the order you've been assigned, and the results will be displayed after. A score of 60 or above is required to pass." But right at that moment, our protagonist raises his hand and says, "Teacher, I didn't know we had to form parties, just that we would have a test in the afternoon." And hearing our protagonist's words, the teacher on the board starts thinking in his mind. The participation of a regular class student wasn't expected, but I guess it doesn't matter, he won't pass anyway. Then, rubbing his head with his hand, the teacher looks at our protagonist and says, "Well, then we'll do your test last with just you." And hearing the teacher's words, our protagonist calmly thinks in his mind, "Me alone? Well, I'm already used to this from the other world." Then, without any hesitation, he simply replies to the teacher, "All right." But right after that, with an arrogant tone, a participant looks towards our protagonist and says, "Looks like the teacher has abandoned him. The mock exam won't hurt anyone, but the dark forces and the difficulty level are too high for real. Even semi-hero parties would struggle, let alone a solo regular student. How long will he last, I wonder? It's really ridiculous." Then all the participants line up in front of the machine, and at the same time, 3 mysterious people are seen watching the participants from the observation room. And the chairman, looking towards all the participants, starts thinking in his mind, "This inspection is all about discovering excellent semi-heroes. And the School Hero Association exists for the Hero Union to have a chance at recruiting geniuses before anyone else. During this time, even powerful guilds and factions compete to snatch up promising semi-heroes. If you slack off, the most promising candidate might get taken." Then the scene shifts directly to the simulator where all the students are entering for the test. And the same arrogant boy who mocked our protagonist earlier looks around and says, "Wow, I always heard about it, but it's so realistic." And just like our protagonist, all the students suddenly receive a notification in front of them. And now I don't know why this boy is also getting a notification. Is this some kind of MC energy infecting every story character in this manhwa? Anyway, joke aside, the boy touches the system panel and says, "Oh, we can even simulate basic equipment." Then suddenly he equips an armor and confidently says, "Huh, ready? Let's go." And from his side, someone reminds him, "To pass this test, we need a score of 60 or above. Let's do this carefully." And sometime later, all the participants come out of the simulator, and in front of them, a screen shows the results. Party size 5, mock exam level F class, time taken 24 minutes, score 72, all 5 pass. And the same boy looks towards his companions and says, "Phew, it was tough. That was close." And at the same time, the chairman looks towards all the participants and starts thinking in his mind. Most of the results are out. The difficulty is F class, with a max score of 100. Most parties scored between 70 and 80. There are no scores above 90. It seems like there are no exceptional semi-heroes in this school's hero class. They're all still so young. Then he continues thinking, "In recent years, the highest score was 93 points in a 2-person E-class mock exam. They're now established heroes." And the chairman looks towards the participants with even more intense eyes and thinks again. There's a big gap in talent between E-class and F-class, even if it's just 1 level apart. If you pass E-class, you can enter any hero school, and if you score highly, guilds will notice you. But geniuses like that are very rare. Will I be able to discover one here? Then the chairman slightly smiles and looks towards the teacher standing beside him and says, Wonderful. With just a bit of training, they have a bright future ahead. Is this the end of the test? But the other teacher, who is the assistant of the principal, replies awkwardly. One last student from the regular class is still preparing. And hearing his words, the teacher beside him coughs and signals him to not speak any further. Then the chairman, with a bright smile, says, "Oh, a student from the regular class is participating? He has some guts. Since it's the last student, let's watch. Even if they fail, they're still a regular class student, after all. Congratulations." And as for the test area instructor, with an interested expression, he looks towards the list of participants and says, "Everyone, all of you passed. Now, let's move on to the student from the regular class. Hurry up. If you're scared, you can always quit once you enter." And hearing his words, our protagonist simply replies, "All right." But then mocking our protagonist, the student says to our protagonist, "The simulator's dark forces might scare him into peeing his pants, don't you think?" Then another student says again, "How long do you think it'll take for him to come crawling out crying?" But then sometime later, our protagonist entered simulator. After entering the simulator, he gets a new notification, and it says, "The difficulty level of this mock exam is set to an F-class cave. Please select your class and equipment." And seeing that, our protagonist says, "Class and equipment? I have everything I need, so I'll just start." And at the same time, a new notification pops out, and it's about our protagonist's characteristics and information. It says, "Class and level, 12. Class, warrior. Equipment, black armor disguise set. Weapon, black cold light blade. Skills, thunder chainfall. Duplicated skill, thunderous ambush attack. Combat power, 16,000 inch." Then suddenly, two rabbit monsters attack our protagonist. And looking at the monster, he says, "Level 1, huh? It's only natural that the semi-hero mock exam is easier." But then our protagonist defeats the rabbit monster with his one hand casually. And he says, "Karina is waiting, so let's finish this quickly." Then sometime later, our protagonist, walking in the forest inside the simulator, looks at the monster in front of him defeated at the Darker with Boss Monster, and he says, "This was too easy. It only took about 6 minutes to get here, right?" But before our protagonist wonders any further, a new notification shows up, and it says, "Cleared." Then at the same time, a red notification shows up, and it says, "Data error. Your abilities have far exceeded the difficulty level of this mock exam. Starting the class mark exam." And seeing that notification, our protagonist gets shocked, and he says, "There's a D-class cave mock exam too? I thought just passing the F-class test was enough." Then suddenly, a new red notification appears, and it says, "The D-class cave is now available. Please begin the mock exam." And at the same time, a red portal appears in front of our protagonist, and upon entering the portal, he says, "Whatever, at my current level, D-class and F-class are no different." And outside the simulator, all the students laugh at our protagonist, and someone says, "Hi, still not out." Then another one says, "Did he get scared and die inside?" Then a girl says, "Teacher, try breaking open the machine. Maybe he couldn't get out because he peed himself. Haha." And the instructor, looking at the simulator, a sweat rolls down from his face, and he says, "It's been 12 minutes. That's a long time for a regular student. Could something have really happened inside? What a troublesome guy." And seeing all the commotion in front of him, the chairman looks towards all the participants and the instructor, and he says to the teacher who is standing beside him, "That regular class student enduring this much is still impressive. When he comes out, the principal should at least praise him for his courage and reward him." And hearing the chairman's words, the teacher says to the chairman in reply, "Of course, We haven't recorded his results, but we'll certainly commend his courage. Then suddenly, an announcement arrives, and it says, "Test ended." And the simulator opens. Smoke comes out before our protagonist comes out of the simulator. Then from that smoke, our protagonist appears, and then a notification says, "Congratulations on passing with a perfect score. Party size, 1. Mock exam level, F class and D class. Total time, 12 minutes. Score 100 inch." And seeing our protagonist in front of them, all the students get shocked and look towards our protagonist with blank expressions. And our protagonist, looking towards the students, says in confidence, "That's it, right?" And a student, looking at our protagonist with a shocked expression, says, "Is that student really not from the hero class?" And the instructor, looking at the list of participants and the details, gets shocked and a sweat rolls down from his face. And he says, "WH, what is this? 100 points? You even made it through the D-class mock exam? What does this mean? This has to be some kind of mistake." And the boy who was mocking our protagonist earlier points his finger towards our protagonist and says, "It's definitely a mistake. There's no way a regular class student could pass 2 exams in 12 minutes. And it shows they passed the D-class cave alone. That's impossible." And hearing him, our protagonist simply walks away and says with an uninterested expression, "I don't care about my score. As long as I'm allowed to pass, I'm going to pick up my sister now, so I'll take my leave." But then suddenly, a shout comes out from our protagonist back, and it says, "Hey, you there? Wait a moment." Then our protagonist looks back at him. It's none other than the chairman. And he says to our protagonist again, "You just passed both the D-class and F-class mock exams, didn't you?" And hearing his words, our protagonist simply replies, "Yes." And getting the confirmation from our protagonist, that teacher from earlier says, "No way. How can this be? The default settings were indeed for a lower-level cave. There's no way a D-class exam should have appeared. And to think you cleared both exams in 12 minutes, and you're just a regular class student." And the chairman, looking at our protagonist, sweating from his face, says, "You're Tsuyoshi, right? Can you tell me what the final boss of the D-class mock exam was?" And replying to the chairman, our protagonist says with a disappointed look, "It was a level 6 dark wolf. It was quick but weak, so I just slashed a few times and it died. If that is all, I need to go pick up my sister, so I'll excuse myself." And hearing our protagonist's words, the area immediately goes silent. And the teacher who is standing beside the chairman, sweating, says, "Tsukishiro, you aren't lying, right?" But then the chairman interrupts the teacher's speech and says, "Go ahead and pick up your sister." And hearing the chairman's words, our protagonist simply says while looking back at him, "Thank you." And the teacher, looking towards the chairman, says to him, "Chairman, is there something wrong with Tsukishiro's results?" But then the chairman looks towards the principal and says, "Principal, let Tsukishiro participate in this competition. And please, keep his results and today's event confidential." And hearing the chairman's words, the principal simply replies, "Yes." And the chairman, looking towards our protagonist, who is fully leaving the test exam area, thinks in his mind, "There's no mistake. The final boss of the D-class mock exam was indeed a level 6 dark wolf. As he said, it was quick but weak. If we didn't fight it ourselves, we wouldn't have known that score is real. Hidden genius. No, I found a monster. A regular student who passed both D-class and F-class mock exams in 12 minutes with a perfect score. A record breaker. I need to keep observing him. I have to recruit this monstrous genius for the Hero Association. It's finally here. The day of the Future Stars Tournament. Students from everywhere are pouring into the school like it's some anime version of the Olympics. The home team? Already hyped. But it ain't just them. Students from other schools are also showing up. looking like they just walked out of a shonen anime opening. As one girl spots a group of students from a different school, her eyes widen like she just saw free food. It's Kurozu High and Sawahira High, the top-ranking schools with the best academic scores. They're participating, huh? Yeah. Basically, the Harvard and Oxford of this hero world just pulled up, and right beside her, her friend already looks like she's ready to pack her bags and go home. I heard there are already many students in the hero class who are already capable of becoming real heroes, so we don't stand a chance. Bruh, zero faith in her own squad. No motivation speech. No, we can do this. Straight up GG go next vibes. And without missing a beat, the girl replies like she's reading the tournament results before it even started. The top 5 will probably come from those 2 schools. Our school won't even make it into the top ranks. Brew, somebody get this girl a trophy for Most Honest Student 2025. Meanwhile, somewhere near the registration table, an announcer sitting on a bench with major NPC energy grabs his mic and shouts like your typical tournament uncle. Please make sure to register the participants from your schools here before gathering in the arena. But just as things are moving along, boom, our protagonist appears out of nowhere like he's about to solo the entire bracket. Walking up to the registration table casually, the staff guy looks at him, probably expecting some overpowered hero class student. You're from the hero class, right? What's your name? Without even sparing a glance, pure main character disrespect, our boy responds, I'm Tsuyoshi from the regular class of Seishin High. Oof, you could feel the mood drop. The man probably had a whole speech ready to welcome another hero class student, but Tsuyoshi just hit him with a regular class Uno reverse card. And right at that moment, like the world itself is hyping up our MC, a notification pops up. Class, warrior equipment, black armor disguise set weapon, black cold light blade skills, thunder chain fall duplicated skill, thunderous ambush attack combat power, 16,000 bruh. Regular class wear. This man's stats look like a boss raid character. But the staff guy, yeah, he ain't seeing those stats. All he knows is regular class. And so, with a face full of disappointment like he just ordered food and got the wrong item, he tells Tsuyoshi, you're from the regular class. Your spirit is commendable. Just don't overdo it. The students from the hero class are quite formidable opponents. Translation, good luck, you're gonna need it, bro. And while this little misunderstanding is going down, the scene shifts to the stadium, packed with students, heroes, and future legends, all getting ready for a tournament that's about to be absolute chaos. Then the scene shifts over to the teacher with glasses, who looks like the typical sharp-eyed guy who knows all the gossip. He turns to the principal and drops the news like it's top secret intel. Principal, Chairman Suzuki has arrived. And hearing that, the principal instantly pulls a teleportation move, appearing near the chairman like he was waiting for this boss battle moment. He bows respectfully and says, I'm sorry, there was a no 1TO receive you. But the chairman? This man is ice cold. Without even blinking, still staring straight ahead like a final boss surveying the battlefield, he casually replies, and no need for that. Have all the regular class students registered? And the glasses-wearing teacher, nodding like an overeager assistant, responds to the principal's words while looking at the chairman. Yes, they've all been registered. They're probably in the arena now. Hearing that, the chairman gives a simple nod and thinks to himself, locking his sharp gaze onto the participants before him. So, Tsukishiro registering means he's serious about this tournament. If his power is real, he could definitely be an incredible genius. If large guilds or factions notice him, they might try to steal him. I won't let that happen. This chairman is already plotting harder than some villain bosses. Then suddenly, the glasses-wearing teacher turns to the principal again like he's got another mission update ready. The guild and faction representatives have also arrived. Let's start the opening ceremony. And the principal, staying calm despite all this pressure, simply replies, yes, make sure everyone is properly taken care of and make sure there's no lapse in etiquette. But right after that, the assistant principal, clearly knowing all the behind-the-scenes drama, adds more fuel to the fire. Chairman Suzuki probably knew that both Kurosa High and Sawahira High have sent their top students this year. Hearing that, the principal starts sweating bullets like he just realized he brought a butter knife to a sword fight. Wait, they've sent even better students than usual? But the assistant principal isn't done dropping bad news like bombs. He continues, looking dead serious while speaking to the chairman. Both schools seem to be determined to achieve good results this year. Meanwhile, our school's students have been falling behind year after year. It's likely that our school won't produce any remarkable results this year. Dang. Talk about a motivational speech in reverse. And hearing his assistant's words, she just lets out a big sigh like every tired salaryman on a Monday morning. I know, it's the same as always. We'll just do our best in our own way. Bro sounded like he's been through this nonsense 100 times already. But before he could even finish mentally clocking out, the announcer suddenly blasted through the speakers like a school bell from hell. The practical ability test will begin shortly. Please proceed to the testing area. And just like that, boom, chaos mode activated. In the preparation room, every single participant starts gearing up, hyping themselves, stretching like they're about to enter the Olympics. Or an arm wrestling contest with Goku. Right in the middle of that crowd is our boy, Tsuyoshi. Calm, chill, observing the other participants like he's shopping for discount warriors at a Black Friday sale. And while the announcer keeps yapping, Tsuyoshi's inner monologue kicks in. Ability test? Aren't they supposed to start the tournament right away? Bro really pulled up ready to throw hands, but now you gotta do math first? Then right in front of everyone, boom, the big screen lights up like it's about to drop some Netflix spoilers. And here it is, the rules of the game, ability test rules. Perform with minimal movement while maximizing power. Body score and power score will be displayed on the screen. Each category has a maximum score of 100. Translation, move less, hit harder. Basically the martial arts version of being lazy but dangerous. Tsuyoshi, looking at that info, just thinks in his mind, so the competition starts here, huh? Smaller movements show greater control and potential power. This test will reveal the true ability of each participant. And since everything is being evaluated by machines, there's no way to cheat. Yup, no bribing the ref here, no plot armor, just cold, hard robot judgment. But just when Tsuyoshi was deep in thought, minding his own business like a peaceful NPC, from behind him, a random participant suddenly shouts out with that classic pre-battle trash talk energy, the Sawahira High student. I wonder how many points they'll get. Oh, here we go. It's always that one dude in the back starting side, quests nobody asked for. And of course, this guy's from Sawahira High. Bro probably thought he just dropped an epic diss sometime later. In the test area, the vibe was tense like an exam room, but with muscles instead of math. One of the participants stepped up to the testing machine, cracking his knuckles like he's about to one-punch a vending machine for free snacks. He positions himself, focuses, and then, bam, delivers a clean, direct hit to the machine. The machine beeps, calculates, and his score pops out on the screen. Seeing his result, the dude grins like he just hit the jackpot. Nice, but from the crowd, another participant watches closely like a nerd checking exam results and goes, great. Both scores are above 70. Anything above 70 is average, but if it's above 80, they'll definitely be competing for the top 3 spots. Bro basically dropped the power level stats like he's doing live commentary for Dragon Ball fights. But then suddenly, from his side, another dude cuts in like an unskippable ad. What did you score last time? And before the first guy could even blink, yet another dude joined the conversation like a nosy neighbor. Body, 76. Power, 66. When I restrict my movements, the power doesn't come out well. Bro Loki admitted he's strong, but stiff like a robot with lag issues. Then hearing that, the other guy just hits him with the good old martial arts advice like a disappointed dad. You need to practice controlling your power better. Meanwhile, our boy Tsuyoshi, standing there, watching this whole scene like he's binge-watching a live drama, starts thinking in his mind, so getting over 70 in both categories is pretty good, huh? I wonder what score I'll get. Yeah, real humble thoughts. But we all know bro about to break that machine for fun. Then one after another, the participants started taking the test. First up, someone from Seishin High steps in, does his thing, and the result? Body score, 62. Power score, 69. Not bad, not great, just kinda. There. Then another guy from Sawahira High steps up, body score, 73. Power score, 65. The process kept going like a line at McDonald's, different orders, same struggle. But while watching all this, one participant, looking dead at the screen, couldn't help but roast out loud. Is this really Seishin High's result? 56 points. It's so average, right? Haha. Bruh straight up turned into the live comment section, savage for no reason. Hearing that, others around start laughing. Another guy joins in mockingly. I heard there's a regular class student from Seishin High competing. With a sarcastic grin, he adds, I'm curious to see what kind of cute score they'll get. He laughs. Poor Seishin High, having to fill the roster with regular class students, huh? Huh. Meanwhile, from the guild and faction representatives area, 3 men observe the machine and participants closely. One of them thinks, it seems like Kurozo High is ahead. If they train harder, they could definitely become great heroes. I'll add them to my recruitment list. Another evaluates. That student from Sawahira High is pretty impressive. But when their eyes turn to Seishin High, they've got no chance. They're clearly behind the competition. On the other side, the principal of Tsuyoshi school looks away in shame, mumbling to himself, such pathetic scores. As for the chairman and the assistant principal, both are sweating nervously while watching the participants. The chairman thinks bitterly. Compared to other schools, they clearly fall short. I was hoping a lot from Tsukishiro. From the stands, Tsuyoshi's classmates are watching everything. Then suddenly, the lackey of the school bully speaks arrogantly. Even other schools know about that? How embarrassing. Hearing that, the bully himself mocks loudly. Hey, where's Tsuyoshi? Is he not going to compete? At the same time, Tsuyoshi's little sister, looking worried, glances toward her brother, big brother. Meanwhile, from another stand, Karina's class is watching. The girl who bullies Tsuyoshi's sister leans towards Karina, sneering, Karina, your brother's going to embarrass our school in front of everyone. Her friend supports her mockingly. Yeah, if he's really strong, he should be able to compete with the students from other schools, right? She adds with venom, that day, he really mocked us, didn't he? But then Karina looked back at them with full confidence like she's in some anime climax scene and say, I believe in my brother. And bro, the bully girl? She looked like she just ate a lemon without sugar. She get mad and roast Karina like, you and your brother are idiots. I'll be happy to watch your brother fail. Meanwhile, the chairman's sitting there like some old wise NPC looking at the test area, thinking in his mind. Right now, no one has scored above 80 points in both categories. The real strong competitors show up at the end. When will Tsukishiro-kun go up? Can he even handle the monsters from Kurozu and Sawahira? But while all this serious commentary going on, out of nowhere, a big Bill gym freak looking dude just bulldozed his way through the crowd like it's leg day every day. Man's shoulder hit someone so hard. Boy thought earthquake happened only on him. And the poor boy, he got it. Full angry mode. Hey, watch where you're going. But that big dude didn't even flinch. Didn't even look back. Just walked like main character energy straight to the testing machine. And guess who this Giga Chad is? None other than Sawahira High's hero class monster. Past hero test. D rank hero. Level 4. Combat power 580. Name? Vince nickname? Walking protein shake and the boy who got it. His homie standing beside him whispered like they in National Geographic, that's Vince. He's Sawahira High's ace. Already passed the hero test. Seated competitor aiming for the championship. And after hearing that, boy's whole anger turned into regret real quick. Man legit whispered like an NPC after game over. If I had known, I would have stayed quiet. Then he calmly steps in front of the machine, standing there for a few seconds in total silence. And suddenly, boom, he smashes the machine with his full power. The result appears instantly on the screen. Body score, 86. Power score, 90, and the entire place falls dead silent for a moment. Before the crowd explodes in shock, one of the participants shouts, WWOH! Unbelievable! Another gasps. Just that small movement, and he unleashed such explosive power. He's on another level. As for the chairman, he doesn't say a word, but in his mind, he's already made his judgment. As expected from Sawahira High, without a doubt, he's the strongest here. Looks like he's the most capable student this year. I must talk to him after the event. But then, the atmosphere changes. Someone points towards the next challenger. Hichiwai. Kurosa High's ace is up next. Everyone turns their gaze, and stepping forward with unmatched arrogance, rubbing his head like he owns the place. He speaks coldly. All of you who couldn't even break 80 should just stay silent. Now, I'll show you what a real ace looks like. This guy is none other than Boniface Kurozu High Hero Class Past Hero Test D Rank Hero Level 4 Combat Power 620 without wasting a second. Boniface stands before the machine. His sharp eyes lock on the target. And with a devastating strike, boom, the screen flashes instantly. Body score, 89, power score, 92, and at that very moment, the entire testing ground shakes with pure shock. Everyone's faces freeze in disbelief. Then from the crowd, one of the participants literally shouted like he just witnessed a miracle. Just a little more, and both scores would hit 90. He barely missed perfection. And right after that, another dude who was probably already accepting his fate added, Kurozu's ace is on a whole different level. But wait, yet another one decided to sprinkle some extra salt on the wounds. Looks like this year's champion is already decided. Bruh, these guys talking like they already started writing his victory speech. And while the whole area was drowning in hype, the chairman was sitting there with that animalized old man pose, thinking in his mind, amazing potential. As expected from Kurozu's top student. I'll definitely talk to him after the tournament. Meanwhile, both Vince and Boniface were walking away from their test machines like two final bosses meeting in a crossover episode. They locked eyes like a yes, destined rivals. And Boniface, with that classic smug energy, looked straight at Vince and dropped his declaration like a villain at 3 a.m. You're my only real rival, but the championship is already mine. But just then, out of nowhere, our protagonist casually walked out from the crowd, stretching his arms, looking like he just woke up from a nap. Sorry, but it's my turn now. Bro really pulled the main character entrance at peak dramatic timing. Then Boniface turned around, looking straight at our protagonist like, huh? Who even is this guy? But before anything else could happen, from the back of the crowd, one of the students literally couldn't hold back his surprise and yelled, Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi from Seishin High's regular class? I can't believe he actually showed up. Don't embarrass our school, alright? And as if that wasn't enough, another one just had to throw extra shade. How dare he line up behind Boniface? But Tsuyoshi? Bro didn't even blink. Man was locked in, completely ignoring all their background noise like he just pressed the mute button. He stared at the machine in front of him, thinking calmly, so I just have to use the minimal movement possible while maximizing my power, right? But nope, these clowns weren't done yet, haha. Hurry up and do it already, another guy shouted, laughing like this was comedy hour. And from the gallery, that one arrogant girl, the same one who bullied Tsuyoshi's little sister, looked down at him with her nose in the air and threw her trash talk like she was already writing his L. So you finally came out, huh? Too bad, you'll just embarrass yourself. Don't freeze up from now. But up there, watching quietly, Karina, Tsuyoshi's little sister, had that worried look in her eyes, clutching her hands tightly, whispering, Big brother, do your best. And while all this drama was happening, the chairman was sitting there, smiling with interest like a gamer watching a newbie try hard mode. Let's see how he performs. If he gets anything between 70 and 80, it'll be impressive. Oh, there he is. Meanwhile, the principal? Bro is already facepalming like he just witnessed a disaster before it even started. Ah, that regular class student. It's over for him. But little did they know, right in front of the machine, Tsuyoshi stood there, calm, focused, and dead serious. In his mind, he thought, if that's the case, I'll just use the ultimate physique and the divine selection system a little. And that's when it happened. Crackle, spark, zap. Golden lightning suddenly wrapped around his finger, like straight-up cheat code energy. The system notification popped up in front of him. Ultimate physique. The middle finger has been enhanced for a short time. Shock resistance greatly increased. Tsuyoshi raised his finger, and in that split second, boom, he smashed the machine with just a finger. But it wasn't over. Another notification instantly appeared. Divine Selection System greater than 60% of the body's power has been focused on the index finger. Power in other parts of the body significantly reduced. Power in the index finger increased by 600%. And then, bong! The entire machine literally exploded like a bomb just went off in the middle of the tournament. The whole crowd, dead silent. Jaws dropped, eyes wide open, and right there on the screen. For just a second, the result flashed. Body score, 400 power score, 100, but before anyone could even process it, poof, the score disappeared. And instead, only one thing remained on the screen. Bro didn't just break the machine. He broke the whole damn system. And our protagonist, standing there, casually looking at the completely demolished machine like, oh, I might have gone too far. Then clank, thud, boom. Pieces of that poor machine started landing like meteorites, flying all the way to the other side of the field like Team Rocket just blasted off again. Tsuyoshi, still calm but now sweating a little, thought to himself, this is bad. I have to pay for the damages. Man's not worried about fame, not worried about flexing. Nah, bro's just calculating repair bills in his head like a responsible citizen who accidentally turned into Saitama for 2 seconds. From our protagonist, the ball that Tsuyoshi threw. The audience got shocked, and someone said, what does this mean? Then another one butted in and said the ball flew. Does he really have that kind of power? And hearing that, another one chimed in again, there's no way. There must have been a problem with the machines. And seeing the unbelievable scene in front of them, one of them said, could he have cheated? Now. And from the guild representatives, seeing that even they were shocked, one of them stood up, tapping on the bands in front of him, and said, who is this student? Then from his side, a man sitting on a chair said, what happened to the score now? And hearing that, another one said, if it's not a malfunction, does that mean his power exceeds that of every student here? And hearing that, the man standing said, he must have cheated, right? There's no way a high school student could have that kind of power. And the instructor who was conducting the test said in a shocked voice, looking toward the machine, let me check with the school. Must wait. And our protagonist, hearing all the commotion, simply replied, as long as it's not a 0, I'm fine with it. Looking towards our protagonist, the last participant who took the test before him said, this is impossible. He must have used an item to cheat. And hearing that, the boy who took the exam before Tsuyoshi looked over and said, I don't know. Let's see what the school decides. And in the middle of the crowd, the principal and his assistant appeared. The principal, sweating nervously, said awkwardly, everyone, please let us through. The machines need to be inspected. In front of the principal, 2 men knelt down with tools in hand, examining the machine very closely. But then, the chairman stepped forward, appearing in front of our protagonist, and said, Tsukishiro, show me your hands. Hearing the chairman's words, Tsuyoshi scratched his head in confusion, unsure of what was going on. But as the chairman looked at Tsuyoshi's hands, he thought in his mind, at first, I thought he might have enhanced his power using a tool. But there's no sign of tools or any trace of cheating. And his hands are surprisingly calloused for someone's age. Still curious, the chairman, now sweating a bit himself, looked at him and asked, why do you have so many calluses and scars? And hearing the chairman's words, our protagonist just scratched his head like it was no big deal and replied, I've been working part-time for nearly 10 years to make a living. The chairman's jaw almost hit the floor. Dude was expecting a magic glove, not a backstory that hits harder than a right hook. Right then, one of the machine examiners peeked up at the principal with the kind of nervous grin you flash when your lunch exploded in the microwave. He said, there's nothing wrong with the machine. After recovering the data, we measured the impact and both metrics scored 100 points. The principal's face went from mild panic to full system crash. He stuttered, 100 points in both categories? Tsukishiro from Seishin High School, you said? From the crowd, chaos erupted like someone dropped a bucket of soda in a server room. A participant screamed, a power strong enough to break the machine. It's obviously cheating. Another one hollered like he just failed a pop quiz. This is definitely a lie. Someone else jumped in with pure conspiracy energy. This is being held at Seishin High School, right? Do they pull some strings? Amid the madness, a poor machine worker blinked and asked the principal, is there a problem? The principal, now sweating like he ran a marathon through a sauna, turned toward the chairman and muttered, Chairman, I don't have the power to change Tsukishiro's score. But the chairman wasn't flinching. With the confidence of a man who just watched a superhero origin story unfold live, he said loud and clear, on behalf of the School Hero Association, I acknowledged Tsukishiro's results. I personally confirmed it, and there was no sign of cheating. With all eyes on him, the chairman doubled down like a boss at a poker table and said once again, I declare that Tsukishiro from Seishin High School scored 100 points in both categories. At that very moment, the final scores flashed like a gaming boss achievement unlock. Power score, 100 physical score, 100. Hearing that, the two poor souls who went before Tsukishiro shouted in perfect unison like a shocked anime chorus, wait, 100 points in both categories. The boy who had tested right before our protagonist went full mental spiral. In his mind, gears were turning and steam was almost coming out of his ears. I never paid attention to Tsukishiro. Is this the person Billy asked me to deal with? There must be some kind of mistake. Billy's father is the young head of the Blue Snake Gang, a business partner of ours. I have to fulfill Billy's request no matter what. I'll deal with this in the next match. And hearing that, one of the crowd participants practically screamed, I can't believe Chairman Suzuki from the School Hero Association said that. Another one jumped in like they'd just seen a miracle. If someone like the chairman says it, then it must be true. And another chimed in with wide eyes. So, Tsukishiro from Seishin High School's regular class ranks first in the power test with 100 points in both categories? Then suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed across the entire venue like a final boss entrance. The power test results are in. Tsukishiro from Seishin High School, 100 points in both categories. First place. And like a movie scene, a massive sky display lit up for all to see. Our protagonist standing proudly in first place on the leaderboard, shining like the main character he is. The crowd? Full panic mode. 100 points in both categories. Another classmate's jaw dropped. First place? This is insane. And yet another classmate couldn't believe their eyes. 100 points in both categories must be a record. What the heck is with him? Watching all this unfold, Tsuyoshi's little sister was jumping like she'd just won the lottery. Big brother, you're amazing. And right next to her, her friend awkwardly grabbed her hand while nervously laughing, like she wasn't sure if she should be cheering or fainting. From the crowd of Karina's friends, even the girl who used to bully our protagonist's sister was frozen with wide eyes. She muttered, such an amazing score. Karina, full of sass and pride, spun around to face them. She stuck out her tongue with a teasing grin and went, see, Big Brother is amazing. The bully girl's face twisted with rage as she clenched her teeth so hard, it probably cracked. In her head, she screamed, how could they let him win? What are they doing? Without wasting a second, she whipped out her phone and furiously messaged her boyfriend. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to make him pay? Her boyfriend, casually replying like nothing was wrong, texted back, I didn't get it either. My friend's an ace at Kurosa High. He'll take care of it for sure. Meanwhile, in front of everyone, Chairman Suzuki turned toward the participants and declared loud and clear, Tsukishiro is the only student from Seishin High to make it into the top 10. He continued, the top 3 will receive 10, 5, and 3 points, and the rest will get 1 point each. But deep in the chairman's mind, he was already calculating if Seishin High is relying on Tsukishiro to make it into the top 3. This next round is going to be tough. His thoughts raced as he glanced across the venue. Kurosa High and Sawahira High are not easy to win against. And right then, the announcer's voice echoed again, grabbing everyone's attention. Each school is free to form parties for the next round. The second match is a team competition. Explaining further, the announcer raised their voice again. The second match is a restriction race. All teams will enter a mock dungeon. They'll compete to see how many darkness creatures they can defeat in 10 minutes. Suddenly, A giant display lit up in front of all the participants, showing the match details. This match will use an E-rank mock dungeon. One of the participants squinted at the screen and said, "If it's a team match, we still got a chance. We'll do our best to get as many of our teams as higher ranking as possible." In front of Tsukishiro, the instructor who had been running the tests approached him and said, "Tsukishiro, according to the rules, you need at least 3 people to form a team, so you'll have to sit this one out." Tsukishiro nodded calmly and replied with a simple, "Understood." But inside, he thought to himself, Seishin High is in first place with 10 points right now. It's fine, right? Meanwhile, the long-haired boy was burning up with frustration, glaring at Tsukishiro. In his mind, he was fuming. Damn it. I can't do anything in the second match. I was planning to put him to his place. We still have a chance. We should focus on winning the second match. Adjusting his shoulders with a confident grin, he said to his comrade, "We've done this kind of thing many times at school. We're the strongest team at Kuroza High, and we've been specially trained for this situation. We'll definitely take the top spot." The big muscle-bound guy next to him, unfazed and solid as ever, replied with his usual expression, "Kuroza High and Sawahira High are both making their strongest teams to take the top spot. But we're not weaker than them in terms of power. Either of us could win." Without missing a beat, their companion chimed in, "Let's do our best." From the side, 3 other participants were huddled up, talking strategy. One of them said, "The Kurozu and Sawahira teams are impressively strong. First and second place will be decided by them." Another replied, "We'll earn as many points as possible and try to aim for the top 10. Hearing both of his friends, the last one in the group sighed and muttered, "Is this what a power gap looks like? Our team is significantly weaker than theirs." But before anyone else could respond, the announcer's voice boomed out again. "The match begins. Each team will enter the simulator in turns." From a gallery, one of Tsukishiro's classmates leaned forward with a smug grin, pointing toward the test area. "Hey, Tsukishiro's just standing there by himself." Right beside him, his buddy burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Looks like no one wanted to team up with him." Meanwhile, not far from Tsukishiro, a group of participants were still whispering among themselves. "See? Who would believe that a regular class student could score like that out of nowhere?" Back on the sidelines, Karina's classmate turned to her with a cocky smirk. "Your brother doesn't even have any teammates. How embarrassing." And like clockwork, her friend chimed in with fake sympathy. "Poor guy." But Karina, not even bothering to look their way, crossed her arms and muttered in an annoyed tone, "Everyone's underestimating him." At a distance from the simulator, Tsukishiro stood calm and collected, watching as the other teams entered one by one. In his mind, he was already strategizing. The ultimate star will be decided by the highest final score. Additionally, the player with the best performance and score during the match will be named the MVP, a great honor. I'll take it easy in the second match. My goal is to be the MVP. If I can get a good score in the individual rounds, the 10 million yen prize is mine. All the schools are going all out inside the simulator, swinging, slashing, blasting their way through monsters like it was a school trip to demon-slaying land. On one of the simulator displays, stats lit up. Current number of darkness creatures defeated. 18. Meanwhile, Sawahira High screen flashed proudly. Sawahira High Vince's party current number of darkness creatures defeated. 48. But Kuroza High? They weren't playing around. Kurozu High Boniface's party current number of darkness creatures defeated. 62. Outside the simulator. In the gallery area, the audience watched the scoreboard like it was the finals of the Hero Olympics. One person shouted, "We're halfway through." As expected, Kurozu High's party is leading by a huge margin. Their buddy nodded, eyes glued to the numbers. Kurozu and Sawahira both have amazing teamwork. From far above, Chairman Suzuki squinted down like a wise old eagle. In his head, he sighed, "I was hoping Tsukishiro would do something amazing, but in team competitions there's not much he can do. Regular class students are often left out by the hero class students." This is reality. Sometime later, the simulator doors opened dramatically like the loser's exit in a game show, and out walked a team from none other than Seishin High. It looked like they just got out of tumble dryer, filled with angry monsters. The simulator's robotic voice announced, as cold and unforgiving as ever. Seishin Heisum Party Simulation cannot continue. Duration, 6 minutes 39 seconds. Darkness defeated. 33, one of the participants, half sweating, half crumbling, gasped, "Why is everyone other than the vice captain and I knocked out? We won't even make the top 10 at this rate." His teammate, leaning against a wall like he was auditioning for a sad drama, replied, "Captain, even though it's a mock dungeon, we still took damage. We can't go on any longer." As they all dragged their eyes toward the display, another teammate muttered like he was staring at doom itself. "Damn. Kurozu's strongest party has already defeated 66. How many can they defeat in 10 minutes? Another one clenched his fists and gritted through his teeth. Sawahira has 63 too. The difference between 10th place and us is just 8 creatures. Damn it. Then, fueled by sheer desperation and maybe too many action movies, they ran to an instructor and practically begged, "Sorry, can we keep going? The vice captain and I can still do this." But the instructor looked at them with the face of someone who just got asked to stop gravity. "But you need at least 3 people. The others are too tired, and even if you have someone to join in now, you won't have enough time." Hearing that, the captain practically exploded. "Useless fools. Just one more person." His friend suddenly glanced around, eyes landing on someone off-screen like he just spotted a plot twist. "There is one." The boy suddenly pointed his finger dramatically, like he was declaring the final boss. The regular class Tsukishiro. Meanwhile, Tsukishiro stood there leaning casually against the wall, like he'd been waiting for this exact moment to drop the beat. The 2 students rushed over, desperation painted all over their faces. One of them slapped Tsukishiro's shoulder like they were lifelong buddies. "We need 3 people. Join us so we don't waste our score." Tsukishiro didn't even blink. His response was cool, calm, and killer. "I'm fine with that." The instructor looked at the hastily formed trio and sighed as if he'd seen this disaster movie before. Still, he pointed towards the simulator and said, "If you have 3 people, that's fine. Keep going. But I don't think it'll make any difference with 3 minutes left." Ignoring the shade, the team ran into the simulator like it was their last shot at survival. The first boy yelled like a battlefield commander, 3 minutes left. "Vice Captain, let's go." The vice captain gripped his sword tight, eyes locked on the enemy ahead. "All right, we already defeated 33. If we defeat 10 more, we'll make the top 10. Then, without even glancing at Tsukishiro, he added, "Hey, Tsukishiro, I don't know your abilities well, but if you can help, please do." Tsukishiro didn't reply. He just looked straight ahead at the darkness creatures, expression blank, eyes sharp. He didn't need to talk. The monsters would be the ones screaming soon. After saying what they had to say, the 2 teammates locked their eyes on the monsters, gripping their swords with tension thick in the air. They were ready to fight. But then, a figure casually walked past them from behind. It was Tsukishiro. "Both of you close your eyes." His voice was calm, but commanding. The vice captain blinked. "Huh? Close my eyes?" Tsukishiro raised his left arm, parallel to his shoulder, and activated his power. Energy crackled around him as he spoke again. "It's better for your eyes, so just keep them shut." And then, ding, a notification lit up in front of them, calling 4th weapon. Black cold light soared. The 2 teammates hesitated, but quickly shielded their eyes with their hands. One of them muttered, "I see." But the other, still tense, protested, "But we don't have time. We have to defeat 10 more to make it to the top 10. Tsukishiro, now gripping the summoned sword, glanced back at them slightly, voice steady and full of power. "Leave it to me." In that moment, boom, his entire body surged with lightning. Pure electric energy wrapped around him like a cloak, and he looked like a damn god of thunder descended into a dungeon. And yo, let me just say this. In my last video, so many of you kept saying that Tsuyoshi Loki looks like that man. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Our legendary shadow monarch, Sung Jinwoo. And seriously, I went everywhere, even used my magical power, and I couldn't find a single reason why these 2 look so damn alike. So if you know the answer, why Tsuyoshi and Jinwoo look like they were cut from the same divine cloth, Drop it in the comments right now. Let's solve this mystery together. And without wasting a single second, Tsuyoshi dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, sword gripped tightly in his hand. As he closed the gap between him and the horde of monsters, his eyes locked on target, and he thought to himself, "Let's do this. I'm going to charge right through them." Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through his body. System notification, ultimate physique activated. Strength has been enhanced. Tsuyoshi shifted his stance, blade aligned for a deadly thrust. Then with just one devastating strike, he unleashed everything. A storm of raw power erupted from his blade. Every single monster in front of him was shredded in an instant, obliterated before they could even react. The battlefield went silent. Not a single creature remained. Tsuyoshi rested his sword on his shoulder, gazing down at the fading shadows of his enemies. His voice calm, confident this should be enough. His teammates, still frozen from what they just witnessed, stared at him wide-eyed. One of them stammered in pure disbelief, "Wait, one strike. Did you really defeat 300 enemies?" And there he stood, right at the heart of the dungeon, like the final boss who had just wiped out every challenger. As the last remnants of the monsters vanished into nothing, the voice of the announcer rang out through the arena. "All parties. Time's up." And then, the big screen lit up with the updated results. First place, Seishin High. Sometime later, Tsuyoshi stepped out of the simulator. As he walked forward, someone from the crowd recognized him. Seishin High. Behind Tsuyoshi, his two companions followed, still visibly shaken, eyes darting around at the sea of spectators staring at them in awe. From the front, the chairman stepped closer, sweat running down his face. His voice cracked in disbelief. "No way. Did he really defeat 300 monsters just before the end?" One of Tsuyoshi's companions, still trembling for what had just happened, stammered out, "We have no idea what happened. Tsukishiro told us to close our eyes." He continued, trying to make sense of the madness. "After that, we could just see bright flashes and feel thunder and vibrations. Then Tsukishiro wiped out all the monsters in front of us with a single strike." His friend chimed in, nervously defending them both. "Neither of us did anything wrong, I swear." The chairman stared at Tsuyoshi, stunned. Thoughts raced through his mind. So it's Tsukishiro after all. He's definitely a hidden powerhouse. No, he's a monster-level genius who will shake the whole hero community. Once this match is over, I'm going to talk to him. I can't let anyone else get to him first. From the crowd staring at Tsuyoshi's group, whispers started to rise. One voice cut through the noise. "A three-person party? This has to be cheating. How many times stronger is this than Kurozu High's strongest party?" Hearing that, another boy turned to him, eyes wide. It's Tsukishiro again. Then someone else jumped in from the side, voice laced with suspicion. Since this match is being held at Seishin High, could they have tampered with the data to avoid embarrassment? But another boy quickly countered, frustration in his tone. Using such a crude method would be more embarrassing. If they tampered with the data this blatantly, it's bound to be discovered. Just then, a teacher from another school appeared in front of Seishin High's principal. He spoke formally but firmly. "Principal, we're from the External School Union of Judges. We find this record extremely suspicious, so we'd like to examine the data." The principal, now sweating and awkwardly rubbing his head, stammered out, "We were also confused, but of course you can investigate. There's nothing shady here." At the same time, in the gallery, one of Tsuyoshi's arrogant classmates watched the chaos unfold with a smirk. "The External School Union judges are examining the data. Things are getting interesting." Backing him up, his friend jumped in, pointing towards Tsuyoshi. "He definitely cheated. There's no way he has that kind of power." Another boy, overwhelmed with secondhand shame, covered his face with his hands. "If he really cheated, it will be a huge scandal." Then, the girl who always bullied Tsuyoshi's sister turned to her with a mocking grin and said, "Karina, your brother cheated, didn't he?" Tsuyoshi's sister sat stiffly in her seat, refusing to even turn her head. Her eyes burned with frustration as she snapped, "My brother would never do something like that." Meanwhile, the chairman made his way toward the group of examiners poring over the test data. His voice carried authority. Okata. What did the data show? The team, all visibly disappointed, glanced between one another as sweat rolled down their faces. Finally, one of them spoke up. Well, after studying the data from right before the match ended, I did see that the values suddenly spiked. Although it's hard to believe, there's no sign of any forceful adjustments. So it seems there was no cheating. Hearing that, the principal exhaled with shaky relief, his voice still panicked. So, Tsukishiro is innocent then? Seishin High always plays fair and square. But just as the air began to settle, one of the examiners interjected again, eyes narrowed, but I've never heard of a three-person party getting numbers like that. Right then, Tsuyoshi himself walked toward them, calm and confident. He met their gaze without hesitation and declared, "How about this? If we don't take first place in any of the next matches, you can consider this as cheating. If we take first place in all the events, then there will be no complaints." The principal, now sweating bullets, turned towards Tsuyoshi in alarm, voice shaking. "Tsukishiro, calm down. Taking first in every event." But Tsuyoshi, unfazed and bold, replied with steady resolve, "Don't worry." Principal M.Y. Idio, the long-haired boy, stared straight at Tsuyoshi, his voice dripping with irritation, acting all high and mighty. "The rest of the events are individual events, so let's see if you can back up your talk." And right beside him, the big-headed Macules chimed in with a frustrated grin. "I thought it would be a battle for first place between you and me, but now that we've passed the hero test, we've been completely overshadowed. Oh well, I kind of enjoy fighting against someone so overconfident." Even the teachers had something to say, one of them stepping forward with a challenging tone. "If you say so, then let's do it. We didn't force you to do anything. After all, if you don't take first place in any event from now on, I'll just say you cheated." But Tsuyoshi just raised his hand casually and flashed an okay sign. "That's fine by me." The long jump event began. The long-haired boy lined up for his jump, cracking his neck confidently as he thought, That's easy." But as for Tsuyoshi, he activated his ultimate physique. The moment he pushed off the ground, the spot beneath him cracked with raw power. A new system notification blinked into view. Ultimate physique. Both legs have been enhanced. Leg explosive power increased. And with a single jump, Tsuyoshi covered an insane distance, landing far beyond anyone else's mark. Just like that, he claimed first place. Even in the short sprint, Tsuyoshi was a blur. He dashed ahead of everyone, not just beating them, but completely dusting the two aces from both rival schools. The announcement rang out loud and clear. Short sprint first place Seishin High. Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, then came the disc throw. Tsuyoshi calmly activated his skill, ultimate physique. Both arms have been enhanced. Arm explosive power increased. And with one powerful swing, the disc soared out of the stadium entirely. Disc throw, first place Seishin High. Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi watching from the sidelines. A bald man's jaw practically hit the ground. What? This is record-breaking. Meanwhile, the girl who used to bully Karina looked shaken, her voice trembling. Is Karina's brother really that strong? Karina, eyes shining with pride, stood up and cheered, "Go big brother." Her bully's friend leaned in, eyes wide. He'd gotten first place in every event so far. He must have broken the records, right? At the same time, Tsuyoshi's own classmates were losing their minds. One of them stared ahead nervously and muttered, "Rayleigh, something's off." With and Rayleigh, watching the chaos unfold, just sighed, "What a mess." Somewhere in a quiet corner of the stadium, the boy who used to bully Tsuyoshi's sister was hunched over his phone, eyes narrowed, frustration boiling over in his mind. What's going on? I don't care whether it's cheating or not. It can't continue like this. What's Boniface doing? Meanwhile, Boniface stood inside the stadium, completely out of breath from his last event. Beside him was his big, muscle-bound friend. Both stared ahead at Tsuyoshi's dominating performance, and Boniface cursed under his breath. Damn it, when did Seishin High create such a monster? His friend clenched his jaw and replied, trying to stay cool, but still, they're really tough to beat. Then Boniface pulled out his phone and checked Billy's message. Sweat was dripping down his face as his thoughts raced. "Billy, I get it. I wanted to intervene, but I couldn't. Damn it. standing firm in front of Boniface. The muscle head cracked his knuckles, eyes blazing with confidence. Boniface, the next event is the final one. I'll do something, so just wait. We've practiced for this for a long time. I'm confident. I'll face Tsukishiro in a fair fight. Hearing his friend's confident declaration, Boniface's eyes twitched, and suddenly, his mind drifted back to a moment he'd kept buried. The memory of meeting Billy's father resurfaced, and his thoughts turned cold and calculated. That's it. If it's that event, Billy's father secretly gave me the FEP mental interference. It's a high-priced item circulating in the underground. If I don't use it here, I won't get another chance to beat Tsukishiro. This interference has been adjusted to only have 10% of its original power, so it should be safe. P2P mental interference, a high-grade mental item. If used on a target, it delivers a strong psychic shockwave that attacks the head. The target will experience intense headaches for a while. It's extremely dangerous and is a forbidden item not allowed in circulation. Just then, the stadium speakers crackled, and the announcer's voice boomed over the crowd. Next up, the final event of the day. Tug of War Lift. It's the traditional final event and the crowd's favorite. But this was no ordinary tug of war. This was Tug of War Lift. Players use ropes and pure strength and willpower to lift a female student to the top. When the bell at the top rings, the lift stops. The female student must then lower her school's banner to win. The announcer continued with rising energy. 3 players will participate from each school. Let's begin the final event. Amidst the rising noise and excitement, one of Tsuyoshi's classmates rushed up to him and spoke with urgency. Tsukishiro, the principal wants you to participate too. Please, take first place again here. Hearing his classmate's request, Tsuyoshi rubbed the back of his head and sighed. But there's no female student available. He thought to himself, Karina has a bad leg after all. But before he could say anything else, he looked the boy in the eyes and answered, I'll find someone, don't worry. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed across the stadium. Seishinhai's Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi will participate in the tug of war lift. But there's no female student to pair with him. Anyone willing to volunteer, please come to the competition area. Meanwhile, in the gallery seats, a group of Tsuyoshi's sister's classmates whispered among themselves, I'd like to help, but I'm not sure if all the first place wins are legitimate. Another girl chimed in, hesitating. Tsukishiro seems to stand out more than the hero class students, even though he's from the regular class. I want to help, but it's a bit embarrassing. A quiet girl sitting on the bench mumbled, yeah, I'd rather not get noticed. Then suddenly, cutting through the murmur, Karina shot up from the crowd with her hand raised high and her voice loud. I will do it. Her friend, alarmed, tried to hold her back. No, you have a bad leg. But just then, the yellow-haired girl from Karina's class stepped in, looking calm but firm. No one else is going, so it's fine. Besides, the school will probably just pick someone randomly anyway. The black-haired bully girl narrowed her eyes toward the testing ground, a wicked grin spreading across her face. I've got an idea. It'll go. I'll deliberately mess things up. Even if I can't get first place, it'll be because of Tsukishiro's incompetence, not mine. Hearing her muttered scheme, her friend blinked and asked, You're doing it yourself? But with an arrogant toss of her hair, the black-haired girl scoffed, I can't rely on Billy anymore. I can't stand it. Her friend, still hesitant, gave a small nod from behind. All right, be careful and do your best. Meanwhile, back at the testing area, someone suddenly called out from behind Tsuyoshi, I found a volunteer. Please say hello. Tsuyoshi, still not looking, gave a casual response, okay. Then turning around, he added, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, nice to meet you. But the moment he saw the face of the girl standing in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. The girl stared at Tsuyoshi with an arrogant smirk and declared, Tsukishiro, let me help you. They both locked eyes in silence for a tense moment. Then, the man who had brought her to the test area stepped away, speaking with a calm tone, Please, go ahead and discuss things. I'll go do a final inspection before the match starts. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi gave a simple nod, okay, teacher. But the second the teacher left, Tsuyoshi turned to the girl with a clearly annoyed look and asked, What are you doing here? You're probably up to no good. And the girl, matching his energy, glared back with the same irritation. I came because no one else would. Watch your attitude. But before their back and forth could go any further, the announcer's voice boomed over the stadium. All participants, get ready. The final event tug of war lift will begin. Hearing that, all the participants grabbed their ropes and began preparing for the showdown. Sometime later, all the participants stood ready, gripping their ropes, waiting for the signal to begin. The girl paired with Tsuyoshi stepped onto the lift and looked back at him with a smirk. So this is the lift? I've seen it before, but this is the first time I'm going to be on it. She gave him a smug grin and called out, "Hey Tsukishiro, please pull me to the top and help us secure first place." But Tsuyoshi didn't respond. He just kept his eyes forward, waiting silently for the signal. Seeing that, the girl frowned, twisted her lips in annoyance, and thought, "Ignoring me? Fine, whatever. Suit yourself." Meanwhile, the musclehead competitor struck a full-body bodybuilding pose for his female teammate and shouted, "All right, let's do this. I'll pull you to the top. So ring the bell and lower the banner when we're done." His partner nodded and replied with trust in her eyes, "I trust you." As for Boniface, he didn't say a word. He simply stared at Tsuyoshi, his expression dark. Beside him, his partner tried to encourage him, "Boniface-san, I'll do my best." But Boniface wasn't listening. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Tsuyoshi and thought, "Humph, just watch Tsukishiro. I'm not letting you win this event." Then suddenly, the announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. "All players, take your positions. All assistants, please check the ropes." Two massive men in black t-shirts stepped forward, raising their thumbs with a confident "okay." These weren't just any staff members. These were the official test assistants. One per pair of participants. They were stationed there in case a player ran out of strength or if something went wrong, like the lift suddenly dropping. Then came the loud call, "Now all players. Ready, go." As soon as the signal was given, every participant threw their full strength into pulling the ropes. The final event had begun in full force. But Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, our protagonist, moved with zero struggle. While others strained, he calmly reeled in the rope and thought to himself, "This is light. My ultimate physique's legs are making it easy." But he wasn't stupid. He knew that if he went all out too fast, it would look suspicious, but going too fast might look suspicious. "I'll slowly increase the speed and aim for first place at the end." Meanwhile, voices roared from the crowd. "Kurosa High, aim for first place." And another shouted, "Vince from Sawahira High, do your best." And hearing the crowd cheer, Boniface gritted his teeth hard, his eyes burning with frustration. "Heh, first place? I don't care about that anymore. My only goal now is to stop Tsukishiro from getting first place." His hand tightened around the rope, but it was his other hand, sneaking into his pocket, that held the real danger. "It's almost time. Once I use this item, no fighter, no matter how strong, will be able to bear the sudden headache." His fingers brushed against the forbidden object, the P2P mental interference. His breath grew heavy with anticipation. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, but his wicked grin only widened. "Wait to see you get last place." Then the scene shifted to the excited audience. One girl leaned forward, waving both hands and shouting, "We're halfway there, keep it up." Right beside her, a boy yelled even louder, "Pull, just a little more." On the field, one of the participants was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling as he gritted his teeth. "It's getting heavier." Another participant nearby groaned, "Damn it, this is no good." But he clenched his teeth and forced his strength out, shouting, "Come on, rise." Meanwhile, the muscle head laughed loudly like a man possessed. "Ha ha ha, weaklings. Look at me." His partner, sitting high up and watching from the lift, cheered with sparkling eyes. "Vince, we're in first place. Go faster, keep it up." But amidst the roaring crowd and intense struggle, Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi stood still, his face calm and expressionless. He slowly exhaled, lowered his stance, and without hesitation, activated his skill, Ultimate Physique. With absolute ease, he began pulling the rope, no strain on his body, no tension on his face, like the entire test was just another warm-up. Then in front of Tsukishiro, a bright blue notification popped up. ultimate physique activated, arms enhanced. Without changing his expression, Tsukishiro continued pulling the rope. In his mind, he calmly thought, I'll keep the speed steady and slowly accelerate just before the end and overtake everyone in one go. Up on the lift, the black-haired girl narrowed her eyes at him. She was trying to look calm, but inside her head she was burning up. Keep a cool face, damn Densey. No, I can't back down now. But then a wicked smile slowly crept across her face. She leaned over slightly and shouted, Tsuyoshi, keep going. And right after that, a twisted thought slithered through her mind. What if I apply more pressure? With that, she barked at him loudly. Pull with all your might. Then suddenly, while checking the robe, a girl tugged hard in the opposite direction, trying to mess with Tsukishiro. But his grip held firm. He thought in his mind, so you were up to no good after all. The scene shifted instantly to the lift area. She had jumped onto the lift above, shaking it as it moved. One of the assistants below shouted up in panic, Hey, you above! Stop moving so much. It's dangerous. From the audience, her boyfriend watched the chaos unfold with a twisted smirk. He thought to himself, As expected of my girl, good job. You volunteered for this, huh? That's right. Stomp with all your might. No matter how dangerous, don't let him win. Then, up on the lift, the girl turned to glare at Tsukishiro, a nasty satisfaction on her face as she thought, done. Serves you right. But just as she smirked, Tsukishiro looked up at her, his eyes sharp, unblinking, and filled with intensity. A cold silence wrapped around him as his gaze cut through her bravado. She froze. His presence was overwhelming, so much so that even from below, she felt an invisible weight pressing down on her chest. A suffocating aura of pure murderous intent wrapped around her. Unable to meet his eyes anymore, she flinched as Tsukishiro, without even raising his voice, spoke coldly. Are you done causing trouble? She looked down at Tsukishiro, sweat pouring down her face, her heart pounding like a drum. That look, he's really going to kill me. Then, breaking the tension, the announcer's voice boomed across the field. The match is in its final stages. All players, do your best. Give everything you've got for your and your school's honor. From the sidelines, the long-haired boy fixed his gaze on Tsukishiro. His palms were slick with sweat, his breathing heavy, but his eyes burned with a sinister glow as he thought, Final stage, huh? It's almost time. If I fail to take first place in just one event, I'll admit to cheating. Arrogant fool. Then the long-haired boy reached toward the inside of his jacket, a devilish grin curling on his lips. Before the match started, I hid this item. As soon as I pressed the switch. Hiv. I can't wait to see you suffer. You won't get first place in front of me. He slipped the device into his hand, concealed and ready. With a sharp breath, he clenched his thumb down, activating item. In an instant, a ripple of twisted energy burst out from him, silent, invisible, but vicious. From that single pulse, a wave of mental interference spread across the field like a shockwave. Suddenly, participants all across the field clutched their heads, stumbling and groaning. My head. What's going on? I can't focus. The entire tug-of-war arena had plunged into chaos from the searing headaches. And at the center of it all, the long-haired boy smirked with unhinged satisfaction. Even the boy who activated the device wasn't spared. Just moments after pressing the switch, he staggered, clutching his forehead in agony. Why is there a range effect? My head, it's splitting apart. He stared at the device in disbelief, eyes wide and twitching. Something's off. The item Billy's dad sent is strange. Meanwhile, Tsukishiro suddenly sensed a wave of disturbance crashing across the field. The groans, the trembling hands gripping the ropes. Something was very wrong. What's happening to everyone? He thought, scanning the chaos around him. But before he could fully assess it, bam, a sharp, stabbing pain tore through his skull like a lightning strike. He clenched his teeth, his muscles twitching. Then, before the darkness could pull him down, ding, a notification blinked in front of his eyes. Alert. Psychic shock detected. Protection mode activated. His vision steadied, his breathing eased ever so slightly. Tsukishiro was still standing. And now, he was the only one fully conscious. Some of the participants couldn't bear the pain. The sudden surge of psychic energy knocked them out cold. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, bodies limp. Even the girls up on the lifts clutched their heads in agony, but their pain quickly turned into pure panic as they realized they were falling. The lifts trembled and began dropping fast from a dangerously high height. Gasps and screams erupted from the audience. "What's going on? Everyone just collapsed," someone shouted in disbelief. Even the assistants, another voice added, horrified. "The girls are in danger," a third voice yelled, desperate. "If they fall from this height, they won't survive. Can't anyone help them?" The principal stood up so fast his chair flipped backward, his face pale. "Everyone, let's go. Let's save at least one person," he shouted. But someone beside him replied frantically, "We're too far. We won't reach them in time." And just when it looked like disaster was unavoidable, amidst the chaos and overwhelming pain, Tsukishiro, with sweat pouring down his face and veins bulging, gripped the rope tighter. He pulled. His legs braced, his muscles screamed, but he endured. And the lift stopped. Up above, the black-haired bully girl peeked through her fingers, wide-eyed. "W8. It stopped." She slowly looked down toward the ground, her voice trembling in her mind. Who did that? And then her eyes landed on Tsuyoshi, standing firm like a fortress in the storm, and her thoughts whispered in awe. Tsuyoshi. With a blazing look in his eyes, Tsuyoshi grit his teeth and roared in his mind. "Tsuyoshi, it can't be helped. If I leave it like this, the girls will be in danger." He clenched his fists and shouted to himself, "Activate ultimate physique. Enhance both legs. Maximum explosive power." Ding! A bright, urgent notification blinked before him. Ultimate physique activated. Both legs' explosive power has been enhanced. Above, the girls screamed in panic as they plummeted, the broken lifts speeding toward the ground. But Tsuyoshi didn't freeze. His legs tensed. Boom! He vanished from his spot, moving with a sudden shockwave of force, his entire body surging forward with unbelievable speed. The ropes snapped and whipped wildly from all directions, but Tsuyoshi shot out both arms like a machine and grabbed every last one. He screamed in his mind, "I'll grab all the ropes at once. Not a single one can fall." As all eyes locked on the arena, a hush fell over the crowd. Then gasps exploded in every corner. Tears rolled down from stunned faces, and one person shot up from their seat, shouting, "Oh my God, it's Tsuyoshi." He stopped all the lifts by himself. In a blur of motion, Tsuyoshi had dashed across the platform at lightning speed, snatching every rope midair. Now, standing with his muscles bulging and veins popping, he gritted his teeth, holding every rope tight in his grasp. He screamed in his mind, "Not a single one will fall. This is heavy. The combined weight of all these lifts is no joke." His arms trembled, but his will didn't waver. "Concentrate all of ultimate physique's strength into my arms." Ding! A fresh notification flashed before him. Ultimate physique activated. All strength concentrated in the arms. Excessive pressure on legs. From the top of the lifts, the girls, still trembling, started cheering through their fear. "Go on. Give it your all. Don't ease up." One after another, their voices rose in unison. Then, Tsuyoshi's test partner, her eyes wide in disbelief, looked down and gasped, "Tsuyoshi. He's pulling them all by himself. All of them." Meanwhile, in the audience, a man stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he muttered, "That's nearly 30 kilograms per lift. And there are more than 10 lifts. Plus, the weight of the girls." Tsukishiro. Beside him, a girl clenched her fists and shouted out, eyes blazing with admiration, "What insane strength. You can do it." And on the platform, Tsuyoshi's entire body trembled. Every fiber of his muscles screamed under the crushing weight as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Heavy, so heavy. Hold on." Bit by bit, the veins in his arms bulged further and small tears began to form in his muscle fibers. He was literally ripping apart under the strain. But he wasn't letting go, not even a little. Seeing Tsuyoshi holding on despite the pain, the chairman jumped to his feet. eyes wide and jaw dropped. He shouted, "Tsuyoshi!" Sweat streamed down his face as he thought in awe. He's definitely on his way to becoming a legendary hero. No matter what, I have to get him into the elite hero team. At that moment, the principal and several staff members sprinted towards Tsuyoshi in a panic. The principal yelled out, "Let's go. We'll help you." As they reached him, one of the workers grabbed the rope and shouted, "We've got this." Another stepped in, eyes locked on Tsuyoshi. "Tsukishiro, you did great." Then one of the workers quickly turned to the team and commanded, "Each person, grab one lift, hurry." In a flash, they lined up, each worker gripping a rope. Together, they began to pull, easing the load from Tsuyoshi's arms. Slowly, steadily, the tension lessened, and the lifts carrying the girls started to lower, safe and controlled, all thanks to Tsuyoshi's incredible endurance that held everything up just long enough. But our protagonist, still gripping the rope tight in his hands, looked toward the workers and said, "I'll hold on to this rope." One of the workers, noticing the injuries and the trembling in Tsuyoshi's arms, stared at him in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. "Are you sure you don't need a break?" After everything. But Tsuyoshi, without hesitation, began pulling the rope again. His voice firm, unwavering. "The match isn't over yet. I said I'll take first place in every event." From above, his test partner looked down at him, eyes wide, lips parted in shock. Sweat dripped down her cheeks as she whispered to herself, "He's gonna keep going. He must be exhausted." Then her face flushed red, her chest tightening as she thought, "Teach, this is amazing." Below, Tsuyoshi struggled to stay upright. Veins bulged, his body screaming from the pain, yet he clenched his jaw and kept going, thinking, "My arms are killing me. I'm about to cramp up. I need to hold on. I have to take first place." Then, a new notification blinked before his eyes. Alert! Muscle load has reached its limit. Up in the stands, one student stood up, shouting with everything he had, "Come on, you can do it." Another joined in, eyes wide with awe, "That guy's still holding on." And from the front row, his little sister, her hands clutched together in prayer, her whole body trembling, whispered desperately, "Big brother." Then from the crowd, a roar began to build. One student leapt from his seat, pumping his fist in the air, "Go, Tsuyoshi." Another joined in, shouting, "Hang in there." A third added, "First place, keep going." Back on the test field, Tsuyoshi's entire body trembled as he kept pulling the ropes. His legs threatened to give out, his arms were beyond the limit, but still he refused to stop. Then suddenly, the final bell rang, loud and clear, echoing through the field like a war cry marking the end of battle. In the audience, a boy pointed toward the competition field, shouting, "Now the only thing left is for that girl to lower the banner." But from the stands, Billy, the boyfriend of Tsuyoshi's test partner, jumped up with panic on his face. Veins bulged from his neck as he screamed, "Mina, don't lower it. If you lower it, we'll lose first place." "Don't move." Mina stood on the lift, frozen, caught between the chaos and the silence. The crowd's voices reached her ears, but her eyes were locked on one person, Tsuyoshi. His face soaked in sweat, his hands bleeding, his body shaking, yet he still stood. Seeing that, her heart trembled. Then in one motion, her hand reached out, she pulled the flag. And the moment Mina pulled the flag, Billy's eyes widened in disbelief. His grip tightened around his phone so hard it cracked, then completely shattered into pieces in his hand. "Hey, Mina," he muttered through clenched teeth, his voice trembling with frustration and disbelief. But down on the field, Tsuyoshi looked up at her and smiled. A quiet, tired smile, full of relief and gratitude. Then suddenly, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. "Seishin High, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, first place." And in that moment, all the pain, the struggle, the blood in Tsuyoshi's hands, it was all worth it. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium with full force. "First place goes to Seishin High's Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro." The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Amidst the roaring applause, the brown-haired boy from Tsuyoshi's class jumped up, eyes wide in shock. "First place?" he yelled. unable to believe what he just heard. Nearby, Tsuyoshi's sister's classmate covered her mouth and whispered in awe, "Wow, that's incredible." But it was Tsuyoshi's little sister who screamed the loudest, eyes gleaming with tears of joy. "Big brother, you did it!" Meanwhile, among the seated elite guests and powerful spectators, the atmosphere shifted. Representatives from the guilds and factions exchanged urgent looks, some already dialing into hidden comms. "It's been a while since we've seen such a genius," one of them muttered, barely able to tear their eyes away from the field. "Don't let another faction snatch him up," someone else barked, flipping open a tablet. "Gather all possible intel on Tsuyoshi immediately. We must recruit him into our guild at all costs." Backstage, in a quiet corner of the observation area, members of the notorious Blue Snake Guild whispered amongst themselves. One of them leaned toward their leader, face tense. "Boss, this Tsukishiro guy has been causing problems for the young master. Even that commotion earlier. It was because of a tool the young master gave to one of the participants." The boss's expression darkened. The young master, the tension in the air thickened. In the next scene, the atmosphere among the Blue Snake gang turned cold. Their boss sat frozen, forehead resting in his palm, eyes wide with disbelief and panic. His voice trembled as he muttered under his breath, making an enemy out of such a genius. Meanwhile, the chairman of Seishin High glanced over at Tsuyoshi, a calm, composed smile on his face as he turned to the principal beside him. "Let's go home. It seems Tsukishiro is beyond our grasp. I need to have a word with the young master." The scene shifted to the competition venue, where the tension had turned into celebration. Two men in suits stood facing each other, firmly shaking hands. "Congratulations! Not only has your school won the championship, but you've also produced an exceptional hero." The other man, clearly beaming with pride, nodded and replied with deep satisfaction. "Thank you. Winning the Future Star Championship is a historic achievement for our school." Just as the handshake ended, a man quickly approached from behind Principal Suzuki and Chairman, holding a folder in his hands and speaking with urgency. "Principal, Chairman Suzuki, we have a report." The mood shifted once again as he continued. A participant was found with a P2P mental interference item. In the next scene, we see a shattered device lying on a table, its fractured components sparking faintly. The atmosphere is tense as investigators hover over it. This wasn't just any gadget. This thing was illegal, dangerous, and almost caused disaster. It seems the commotion earlier was caused by this device. Upon investigation, it appears to have been modified into a highly dangerous item. "What should we do?" The chairman, peering over the wreckage, recoiled in shock, stuttering, "Isn't that a prohibited item?" The principal stepped closer, brows furrowed. "It's not one of our students, is it? Which participant was it?" As the tension thickened, a group of guards entered the room, escorting a student in restraints. One of them spoke firmly. It was Boniface from Kurozu High. "He's their ace." Initially, we thought it was a mistake. From among the staff, another man approached the chairman quickly. "Boniface has already been detained." "Chairman, could you take over the investigation?" With a heavy sigh, the chairman responded. "Why would Kurozu High? Please have the staff continue investigating. I'll contact Kurozu High directly later." Meanwhile, the principal exhaled in relief. "I'm relieved it wasn't one of our students. For a moment, I thought our results might be revoked." In a quieter corner, Tsuyoshi sat down, still catching his breath. Sweat clung to his face as he downed an energy drink. Suddenly, the principal approached, and Tsuyoshi, sensing the presence, looked up. "You needed something?" The chairman joined in with a proud look. "You've come at the perfect time." Then the principal smiled warmly. "You're the star of Seishin High." In the next scene, the principal approached Tsuyoshi with a proud, almost glowing expression. He couldn't hold back his excitement as he began praising him. "You've done an incredible job. From now on, the school will fully support you. If there's anything you need, let me know." He then added, without hesitation, "First, your tuition. No, all your expenses will be waived. The same goes for your sister." Tsuyoshi, still catching his breath and processing everything, responded humbly. "Thank you for covering the expenses, but I don't need any special treatment." Just then, The chairman stepped forward, looking at Tsuyoshi with deep respect. Tsukishiro, on behalf of the School Hero Association, I formally invite you to join the elite hero team. There's no precedent for a high schooler joining, but you have the qualifications. Please consider it. He paused for a moment, then added, additionally, as the future star champion, you will receive prize money and a unit in the #1 hero mansion. It's in a prime location. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, I get a mansion. Off to the side, the principal muttered under his breath with a slightly terrified expression. The chairman is shrewd. Recruiting a genius is a huge achievement. No wonder he's pulling out all the stops. In the next scene, the stadium was starting to empty, but Tsuyoshi's partner was still walking down the stairs quietly, deep in thought. Just then, someone suddenly grabbed her shirt from behind and yanked her to the side. Come here. Shocked and wincing in pain, she turned to see Billy. Billy, that hurts. Billy's face twisted with rage, his voice low and threatening. Why did you lower the banner? How could you let Tsukishiro win? He shoved her against the wall with force. Did you forget how he humiliated me? You promised to help me crush him. You and Boniface are both useless. She looked up at him, furious and unafraid now, her voice steady. He saved my life. And the lives of others too. Without him, I'd be in a hospital right now. In the next scene, we see the young master of the Blue Snake Guild, Billy, clenching his fists, his eyes wide with rage as he muttered through gritted teeth, no matter. He's stealing all the attention. His voice trembled with fury. Useless. Milk cow. But before he could spew more venom, a sharp slap echoed through the hallway. Protagonist's partner had struck him across the face, standing tall with blazing eyes. Billy, we're done. Don't talk to me again. Billy's pride shattered. He snapped back. You can't win, woman. You've lost it. And with venom in his voice, he spat one final line. If you do, don't come to me again. The air between them turned cold as stone. The break was final. As Billy raised his hand, ready to strike, a sudden force stopped him cold. Tsukishiro had appeared from behind, gripping Billy's wrist tightly. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Tsukishiro, let go of me. What do you think you're doing? Billy shouted, panic rising in his voice. Mina, eyes wide, felt her heart skip a beat as Tsukishiro stood between her and danger. Her face flushed bright red as the one who had saved her life once again stood protectively before her. Tsukishiro's voice was calm, but carried a sharp weight. I didn't want to get involved, he said as his eyes began to glow with a golden light, piercing through Billy. But now that I know you're behind this, I have no choice. He stepped forward, eyes burning with righteous fury. Do you have any idea how many people could have been injured if I hadn't stepped in? This wasn't some petty schoolyard rivalry. It was a matter of life and death. Billy's expression contorted into something dark, his pride, his power, all slipping through his fingers. He bared his teeth in rage, shouting back, I'm the son of the young head of the Blue Snake Gang. If you don't let go, I'll make sure you. But the pressure coming from Tsukishiro's presence alone was enough to make the walls tremble. In a burst of rage, Tsukishiro's fist flew forward, slamming straight into Billy's jaw with a sickening crack. Stupidity has no cure, Tsukishiro said coldly. Billy was launched back, collapsing onto the floor with a thud. Mina gasped, frozen in place, eyes wide as she stared at the scene. Billy clutched his face in disbelief, rolling onto his side. Does it? Tsukishiro added, towering over him. Billy's hand trembled as he touched his mouth, his eyes shot open. My tooth! You hit me, he screamed. He began crawling backward in panic, rage overtaking his face. You'll regret this. I'll make you pay double, he snarled, pointing a shaky finger. Tsukishiro didn't flinch. He simply stared down at him with the same unwavering intensity. Come at me anytime, he said. Just then, from around the corner, a long-haired blonde girl, Mina's friend and Tsukishiro's sister's classmate, rushed over in concern. Her eyes darted between the scene and Mina, panic written all over her face. Are you okay, Mina? She asked, grabbing her shoulders gently. Billy's going crazy looking for you. Are you hurt? Mina, still stunned from everything that just happened, slowly shook her head. Her face flushed with emotion as she glanced at Tsukishiro, who remained calm but vigilant. The blonde-haired girl, Tsukishiro's sister's friend, turned beet red and stammered, "Tsukishiro, why are you here now?" But before anyone could answer, the air around Tsukishiro erupted, an overwhelming aura bursting out like a tidal wave, well over, shaking the entire hallway. His eyes locked on Amina, his voice cold and sharp. "Even though you lowered the banner, don't expect me to thank you. I still haven't forgiven you for what you did to my sister." His gaze pierced through both of them as the aura intensified. Both girls trembled, frozen, unable to move, just from the sheer weight of his presence. "Do you need something else?" he asked, expression unchanging. The blonde girl stuttered, "Amina, what's wrong?" And then, unable to hold back her guilt any longer, Mina dropped to her knees. Her voice shook as she spoke. "I'm sorry for how I treated your sister. I really regret it." After Mina's emotional apology, Tsukishiro stared at them coldly, eyes narrowing, his expression unreadable. "Huh, Mina, why are you suddenly?" But before he could finish, Mina burst out again, voice cracking. "I swear I'll never bully Karina again. No, I'll never hurt anyone again. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." She quickly turned to Vivian, shaking her arm. Vivian apologized too. Vivian stuttered, clearly shaken. Fine. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." But Tsukishiro, unmoved, turned around and began walking away, his back to them. His voice echoed with a heavy weight. "Even if you apologize, the fact that you bullied my sister and caused her injury doesn't change. Just because you say sorry doesn't mean Karina or I will forgive you." Tsukishiro looked straight at Mina and the blonde girl, his tone sharp and unforgiving. "If I cut you, would an apology make the wound heal?" He paused for a moment, watching their shaken faces. "I've heard your apology. Get up." The scene shifted to the locker room. The quiet hum of distant voices echoed faintly through the hallway. Tsukishiro was changing, pulling his shirt over his head. "Once I've changed, I'll head home with Karina." He glanced briefly at his reflection in the mirror while wearing his t-shirt. "By tomorrow, we'll have the prize money. And the mansion," he smirked slightly, imagining it. "It'll have an elevator, right? I'm sure Karina will love it." Suddenly, a knock echoed through the locker room door. Tsukishiro looked up, his brows slightly furrowed. The scene shifted. A group of boys, Rayleigh's allies, were now kneeling on the floor before him, their heads lowered, voices shaky with guilt and regret. "What's wrong? Are we doing this or not? This time for sure." All of them clenched his fists, bowing even deeper. "We're sorry for treating you like a lackey all this time." Tsukishiro stood silently, towel draped over his shoulder, watching them with unreadable eyes. "Everyone seems to be bowing to me today." The scene shifted to the courtyard outside the school building, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Students were gathering around, buzzing with excitement. In the center of the crowd stood the protagonist, still catching his breath from earlier. He looked slightly overwhelmed but mostly amused. "You were incredible today," one student exclaimed, eyes sparkling with admiration. "I totally respect you, especially during the final event." Another student, a blushing boy, stepped forward with a sheepish grin. I almost fell for you," he muttered, then quickly added, "Ugh, so annoying." A third student burst out with wide eyes. "That long jump was insane." Even Bombas turned pale. From the edge of the group, two girls approached. One of them was the protagonist's younger sister, walking with her friend. She blinked at the crowd surrounding her brother, then looked up at him with wide eyes. "You're so popular," she whispered. Oh, brother," she added, a little flustered by all the attention he was getting. The crowd laughed and cheered, still riding the high from the day's events, while the protagonist just gave a calm smile, silently enjoying his unexpected fame. Mina came running across the schoolyard, looking worried. She ran up to the protagonist, breathing hard. "Tsuyoshi, Billy is coming this way with his gang," she said quickly. Moments later, Billy Garp showed up with a group of students behind him. He walked right up to Mina and grabbed her collar. "Get out of the way, bitch," he snapped. Mina stumbled back, but didn't leave. Billy pointed at Tsuyoshi and shouted, "Don't underestimate me. Even without my dad, I still have people on my side. Fight me." He tried to sound strong, but his voice shook a little. "Stop acting tough, poor kid," he shouted again. I'll. But he couldn't finish the sentence. His words just hung there, filled with anger and fear. The leader of the Rayleigh allies stepped forward. He looked scared and pointed at Billy. "That's Billy. Isn't he the young boss's son from the Blue Snake gang?" He said, "Do you really want to fight someone like him? He's really dangerous." Even though he was shaking with fear, he stood next to Tsuyoshi. "But I respect you," he said, "so I'll help you. Let's do this." Tsuyoshi looked at him and shook his head. "It's okay. Don't get involved. Just make sure my sister is safe." He looked ahead at Billy and said calmly, "After today, I won't hide anymore. I'm a hero." Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes turned violet and started to glow. He looked at Billy and said calmly, "The difference between us is in a whole other league." Then a screen popped up. Level 12 class, warrior equipment, black armor weapon, black cold light blade skills, thunder chain fall copied skill, thunderous ambush attack combat power. 16,000. Billy's face went pale. "Don't panic. I'll pay you all double. We have more people on our side." But Tsuyoshi took a step forward, eyes glowing. "So, he's here," he said. "Let's do this." A powerful punch slammed into the stomach of one of the Blue Snake Guild members. It was the protagonist. Before the guy could react, Tsuyoshi followed up with a sharp kick, knocking him to the ground. Billy, the young guild master, shouted in anger, "Don't just stand there. Attack all at once." Then he glared at Tsuyoshi and yelled, "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." Suddenly, a screen popped up again. Billy's eyes lit up. He shouted, "I did it." But then he looked down and saw a metal pipe nearby. It was bent into a C shape. "What the?" he muttered in shock. Just then, the protagonist came flying at him with a powerful punch. "Well, too bad," Tsuyoshi said with a smirk. "Take this." Tsuyoshi's punch landed hard on one of the Blue Snake Guild members. Boom! The man flew through the air, crashing straight into Billy. Both of them tumbled and rolled across the ground. Mina and the blonde-haired girl, standing nearby, gasped. What just happened?" Mina cried out. The blonde stared wide-eyed. He sent him flying. With one punch, suddenly, many members of the Snake Guild lay collapsed on the ground. The rods they once held now scattered in the air or fallen beside them. In the middle of it all, the protagonist stood tall, firmly gripping a rod that had been spinning midair just moments before. A voice rang out. It was none other than our protagonist Tsuyoshi. "There are more of you." Huh. Another followed with calm confidence. "I'll wrap this up in one go." From the rooftop above, a third person watched the scene unfold, eyes wide in awe. This intensity, his precision and power. Tsuyoshi's skill is on another. Suddenly, two men appeared, standing at a distance as they watched the aftermath. The first one spoke to himself, eyes locked on the protagonist. "Impressive. He might be the most talented D-rank hero we've ever seen. We must recruit him into our guild. Final glory." The second man, clearly from a rival faction, scoffed. "Don't even think about it, Dane. Our angry dragon faction hasn't fought for talent in a long time, but this time we're not stepping aside." A screen suddenly popped up in the air. On it, glowing text appeared. One of the three major guilds, Guild Master of Final Glory, starts smiling old man. Dane rank. S rank hero combat power. Another screen appeared right beside the first one. On it, bold letters flashed. One of the five major factions, President of Angry Dragon Dragon Keeper, Sandor rank, S rank hero combat power. The Dragon Keeper and the smiling old man stood side by side, watching from afar, their voices low and serious. During that kid's awakening test, there was a data anomaly. The entire area experienced a blackout. I suspect it was caused by that kid. "What incredible talent," said the Dragon Keeper. The smiling old man nodded slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. "And he's already made waves this year, winning the Future Star event and preventing a major accident. That's not something just anyone can do." He paused, then added with quiet excitement, With the Supernova tournament approaching, he's exactly the kind of talent everyone's looking for. The Dragon Keeper and the smiling old man stood atop the rooftop of a tall building, overlooking the city as the wind stirred around them. The smiling old man spoke first, his voice calm but firm. This year's Supernova tournament will be more intense than ever. Rankings will directly impact resource distribution this year. Even the Hero Alliance is sending their strongest rookies. Such a greedy organization. As he said this, he took out his long wooden stick, gripping it with both hands. Lifting it gently above his knees, a faint blue tornado of energy began to spiral around it. In other words, every guild and faction with Supernova eligibility is desperately searching for promising rookies. Then a third voice spoke from the shadows, haha. Now that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's abilities are clear, we've achieved our goal. The Dragon Keeper narrowed his eyes, then muttered with a grunt. Humph, what a sly old man. After saying that, the blue tornado suddenly surged upward, wild and blinding, and in an instant, the smiling old man vanished within it, leaving behind only a gust of swirling wind. At the same time, behind the Dragon Keeper, something began to shift. Sharp, jagged wings burst out from his back, wings like those of a dragon, but twisted and soaked in blood, as if tearing through flesh as they emerged. He stood tall, the blood dripping from his wings, and said coldly, I'll make sure to meet Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro personally. Then the Dragon Keeper spread his wings wide and took off into the sky, leaving the rooftop behind. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the protagonist was still fighting. Every one of his attacks crackled with lightning as he launched them forward. Everyone get down, he shouted. The Billy gang, unable to react in time, was electrified by the blasts. They cried out in pain as the shocks tore through them. On the ground, Billy looked around at his fallen companions, panic filling his face. Sweat rolled down his cheeks as he muttered to himself, Is this the difference between an ordinary person and a hero? The protagonist approached slowly, having already defeated all of Billy's allies. Without saying a word, he hurled his rod toward Billy's face. It missed by inches, landing with a heavy thud beside him. Billy froze in fear, his eyes wide. Then the protagonist stood before him and said coldly, Get lost. Don't show your face around here again. Billy's voice shook as he stammered, Why yes. Then he turned and bolted, leaving his entire gang behind. Mina rushed over, looking toward the protagonist with concern. Tsukishiro, are you alright? She asked. He glanced back at her briefly and replied, Yeah, thank you for warning me earlier. Mina's cheeks turned red. She quickly covered her face with her hands and mumbled, And no, it's nothing. Her friend gently supported her from behind with a quiet smile. Then, suddenly, all of Tsuyoshi's classmates ran over excitedly. One shouted, Hey Tsuyoshi, let's form a group. We'll be unstoppable. Another chimed in, Yeah, make me an executive. A third added, Tsuyoshi is amazing. Tsuyoshi looked at them, a bit tired, and said with a small smirk, A group, huh? Everyone just go home already. Sometime later, the protagonist and his sister walked side by side on the quiet path toward home. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm glow over the street. Karina looked up at him with wide eyes and said, Brother, you've gotten so strong. Even your classmates are jealous. He glanced at her and placed a hand gently on her back, smiling softly as he replied, That's both good and bad. Power attracts attention, and not all of it is welcome. Then, with a sudden burst of excitement, he added, Oh, by the way, since we won, the school's Hero Association president is giving us a bonus. 10 million yen and an apartment. Hearing her brother's words, Karina was stunned. Her eyes widened as she looked at him in disbelief. 10 million yen? And an apartment? Are you serious? The protagonist smiled gently, nodding. Yeah, I'm not lying. It's from the school Hero Association president. After all, if the apartment has an elevator, you won't have to climb stairs every day anymore. Karina's expression softened. She looked at him with quiet affection and said, Brother, you're always thinking about me. Thank you. He looked back at her, eyes warm, saying nothing for a moment. Then suddenly, he flicked her forehead with his finger and said, You're my sister. Taking care of you is my responsibility. You don't have to thank me for it. Just then, a voice called out from the distance, Tsuyoshi. They both turned toward the sound. Approaching them was none other than the chairman of the Hero Association himself. He stopped in front of Tsuyoshi and said with a calm but firm tone, "Got a moment? I wanted to meet you early and also discuss the upcoming Supernova tournament." At Tsuyoshi's house, the chairman and Tsuyoshi sat across from each other. Tsuyoshi, holding a cup of tea, extended it toward the chairman and said politely, "Chairman Suzuki, please have some tea." The chairman accepted the cup with a warm smile and replied, "Thank you." Without wasting a moment, the chairman leaned forward slightly and asked, "Have you been living here with your sister all this time?" Hearing those words, Tsuyoshi nodded and responded, "Yes. Ever since our parents passed away, I've been living here with my sister Karina. But stairs are really difficult for her because of her legs." He paused briefly before asking, "Does the mansion you mentioned earlier have an elevator?" The chairman's face lit up with excitement as he answered, "Of course. I came today to check the moving date. If that's the case, why not move tomorrow?" "No, let's move immediately," he added reassuringly. "It's a fully equipped mansion, so there's nothing to worry about." Listening carefully, Tsuyoshi replied with respectful firmness, "I appreciate your concern, but we can wait until we're fully prepared." There was a moment of quiet before the chairman, lowering his voice slightly, asked, "What happened to your sister's legs?" Tsuyoshi's expression turned serious as he began to explain, "She was injured by darkness a long time ago. Our parents died during that incident as well." His tone grew even heavier as he continued. Both of her legs were crushed, and 98% of her nerve cells were damaged. The chances of her walking again were almost zero. That was the diagnosis back then. Still, a glimmer of pride sparked in his voice as he added, "But Karina is incredibly strong and keeps fighting to live her life to the fullest." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the chairman looked at him with deeply concerned eyes and said softly, "I'm so sorry. Darkness caused so much tragedy for so many families." The chairman leaned in slightly, his tone becoming more serious as he explained to Tsuyoshi, "But I've heard that the Golden Rebirth Elixir will be up for auction next month. If we can get it, there's a chance her legs could recover." Hearing those words, Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in shock. He shot up from his seat and shouted, "The Golden Rebirth Elixir? Are you serious?" Seeing Tsuyoshi's intense reaction, the chairman broke into a nervous sweat. Wiping his forehead awkwardly, he replied, "That's what I've heard, but there are two requirements to join the auction." He raised a finger and began listing. "First, you need to have C-rank hero status." And then, anxiously leaning forward, Tsuyoshi interrupted, "And then what? Tell me quickly." Taking a breath, the chairman shifted to a more formal tone, explaining as if reading directly from a system guide. "Golden Rebirth Elixir, a rare, golden liquid that can restore lost body functions. It is only dropped occasionally when high-level heroes defeat special darkness creatures in A-class dungeons. Extremely rare and highly valuable." Then, with a deeply concerned expression, the chairman placed a hand on his face and said heavily, "You also need at least 1 billion yen in capital." Hearing the chairman's words, Tsuyoshi softened, his voice dropping as he echoed, 1 billion. The chairman continued, explaining patiently, "Yes, every auction has strict entry requirements based on status and power." He leaned forward, emphasizing his next words. "You can qualify for C-rank hero status by placing in the top 3 in the Supernova tournament. If you make it to the top 3, you can apply for a promotion." Then, showing genuine concern, the chairman placed a small bundle of cash on the table in front of Tsuyoshi and said, "But as for the funds, even as the chairman of the School Heroes Association, I can't provide that much support." He sighed. "This is far beyond the usual prize money of 10 million yen." Tsuyoshi looked at the money on the table in silence. As the chairman's words echoed in his ears, he dropped his gaze and began thinking to himself, "Money. It's not everything, but for me right now, it's something I can't do without. How am I supposed to come up with 1 billion yen in just 1 month?" His thoughts drifted suddenly back to a moment in the virtual world. He remembered holding a potion in his hand and speaking to Sakura, This potion works wonders, but it tastes horrible. If only I could combine it with a capsule. Sakura had tilted her head in curiosity, asking, "Capsule? What's that?" The memory snapped into clarity, and an idea sparked in Tsuyoshi's mind. That's it, he thought. This world has convenient capsules, but the effects of potion from the other world are far superior. If I could recreate otherworldly potions here, I might even be able to earn 1 billion yen in 1 month. Just then, the chairman's voice brought him back to the present. "Tsukishiro, what's wrong?" Snapping out his thoughts, Tsuyoshi looked up and replied awkwardly, "Oh, nothing. So if I place top 3 in the Supernova tournament, I can apply for C-rank hero status, right?" The chairman leaned back slightly, beginning to explain with a more formal tone. The Supernova tournament is a major event for new C-rank and D-class heroes, and it attracts a lot of attention. He continued, "Guilds and factions with eligible members, including our Hero Alliance, send their most talented new heroes. Performing well also grants more influence in dungeon resource allocation." He looked directly at Tsuyoshi. "You understand how crucial resources are, right?" As those words sank in, Tsuyoshi suddenly reached out and placed a firm hand on the chairman's shoulder, as if the chairman were his own brother, and declared with conviction, "I understand. Please allow me to participate. I'll leave immediately." The chairman blinked in surprise, sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, "That's so sudden. Are you serious? This isn't like a high school match. It's going to be dangerous." But Tsuyoshi didn't hesitate for even a second. Grabbing the chairman's hand, he broke into a sprint, pulling him along as he shouted, "No matter how dangerous it is, I'm ready. Where do I register?" The sheer speed at which Tsuyoshi moved left the chairman completely stunned. Struggling to keep up, his voice trembled from both the momentum and the pressure of the situation. "Hero Alliance headquarters. I'll arrange a car, so take your time." As the two of them rushed out of the house, the sudden commotion left Karina staring after them, wide-eyed. She blinked and muttered, still trying to process what just happened. What just happened? Tsuyoshi and the chairman arrived at the Hero Alliance headquarters, where a large crowd had already gathered. People from all walks of the hero world buzzed around the towering facility. Taking in the sight with wide eyes, Tsuyoshi looked around and exclaimed with excitement, "It's massive. By the way, Chairman, why did you approach me for this?" As they walked toward the elevator, the chairman rubbed the back of his head and replied honestly, "It's a matter of mutual benefit. As the chairman of the School Heroes Association, I'm under pressure to produce results." He let out a quiet sigh before continuing, "It's been a year since we've identified any promising talent." He paused briefly, then added, "Meanwhile, powerful factions and guilds outside not only provide exceptional treatment for young talents, but also..." The chairman began to sweat a little as he explained further. "Many young heroes dislike the rigid rules of organizations like ours, and instead prefer the freedom offered by factions or guilds." Tsuyoshi listened carefully, then nodded in understanding. "I see. That explains a lot." His gaze sharpened with determination. "I'll do my best to ensure that I don't disappoint you." Soon after, the two stood before a registration officer at the tournament registration desk. The officer glanced at her screen, then looked up and addressed them bluntly. "Tsukishiro, you currently don't meet the requirements to participate in the Supernova tournament." The chairman's face tightened in surprise. He stepped forward quickly and said, "What? I thought one of the 3 spots was still open. What am I missing?" The registration officer adjusted her glasses, then clarified, "Yes, there's 1 spot left for a substitute, but..." She looked straight at the chairman and added, "Tsukishiro doesn't have the required records in the system to qualify." The registration officer stared at the screen in front of her, then spoke again with a professional tone. "To participate in the Supernova tournament, you must have placed in the top 3 in at least 2 public dungeons." She clicked through several files, her expression unchanged. "I checked earlier, and apart from a single test dungeon, Tsukishiro has no other records. He doesn't meet the conditions." Hearing that, the chairman clenched his teeth and began to sweat under the pressure. "I was careless. The tournament is in just 1 week. Competition in public dungeons is extremely fierce. He glanced down, frustrated. Securing a top 3 placement in 2 public dungeons within a few days is practically impossible. Trying to maintain order, the registration officer held up her hand slightly. "Chairman, please calm down." Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi stood to the side, puzzled by the exchange. With a confused look, he turned to the chairman and asked, "What are these public dungeons and top 3 placements you're talking about?" Without turning to face him, the chairman muttered, "Oh, my mistake. It means there's no way to join the tournament now." Then, more clearly, he explained further, there are 6 public dungeons, 3 C rank, 2 D rank, and 1 B rank, which is the most challenging. To qualify for the Supernova tournament, you and your party must secure a top 3 placement in any 2 public dungeons. However, many competitors aim to qualify, so the competition in these 6 dungeons is intense. And there's less than a week left. Forming a strong party also takes time. Hearing everything, Tsuyoshi slowly clenched his fist. His eyes were steady with resolve as he declared, "I'll secure a top 3 placement in at least 2 public dungeons before the tournament." The chairman turned to face him, staring in shock and confusion at Tsuyoshi's unwavering expression. The chairman stared at Tsuyoshi, his face covered in sweat, shocked by the boy's declaration. "Are you serious?" He blurted out, barely believing what he'd just heard. Even the registration officer couldn't hold back, cutting into the conversation with a sharp tone. "Big talk, but there's no way you can pull it off, you fool." But Tsuyoshi didn't stop. With calm confidence, he turned and began walking away, adjusting his tie as he replied without looking back, "I'll leave for now. Just make sure to keep that last spot open for me. You'll see whether I'm a fool or not soon enough." Later that day, back at Tsuyoshi's home, a glowing notification suddenly appeared before him. His system's voice echoed out, "Boundless Passage activated." Seeing the message, Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up as he smiled to himself, thinking, "Perfect timing. I need to head to the other worlds. I'll get the formulas from the other world, and I'll level up to 15 before coming back." A yellow portal shimmered open before him. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi stepped through and disappeared into its light. In the other world, Karina, the city of the genius Kevin. Inside a small room, Tsuyoshi sat calmly, deep in thought. "Level 15? I'll conquer all 6 dungeons on my own," he declared in his mind with burning confidence. But then, a sudden notification appeared in front of him, catching him off guard. Important notice. Due to unstable debugging, you cannot stay in the other world for more than 3 days. Staying longer will result in permanent inability to return to the original world. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Tsuyoshi muttered under his breath, "T-Seach, of all times for this to happen. So I can't stay here for more than 72 hours. Still, determination returned to his eyes as he spoke to himself, going from level 12 to 15 in 3 days. It'll be tough, but I can make it work. Tsuyoshi sat on his bed, gazing out the window of his room in the other world. The distant horizon stretched before him, but his mind was elsewhere. A flicker of tension crossed his eyes as he muttered to himself, "It looks like things are about to get much harder." The next morning, Sakura stretched with her usual energetic yawn, her voice bright and cheerful. "Fu-fu-fu. Good morning, master." Tsuyoshi turned to face her with a warm smile. "Morning, Sakura. It's been a while." Her expression shifted into a slight confusion. "A while?" she echoed, tilting her head. He nodded lightly and said, "Things are about to get busy for us." Instantly, Sakura lit up with excitement, flashing a bright smile. "Yes, I'll start preparing for departure immediately." Later, the two were walking through the bustling streets of Karina. Crowds moved past them in every direction, the city humming with energy. Tsuyoshi glanced around, taking in the scene. This place is lively as always. That's to be expected in Kevin's city. Sakura, walking beside him, glanced to the side and added, "Indeed, recently, Kevin has been hosting a refining tournament with extravagant prizes, attracting young shamans and adventurers looking for rare medicine." Tsuyoshi kept walking, his curiosity piqued. "A refining tournament, huh? Adventurers must be looking for good medicine too. What are the prizes? Sakura responded quickly, her voice filled with enthusiasm. I checked earlier. Since Kevin is hosting it, the prizes are incredible. With excitement lighting up her face, Sakura explained to Tsuyoshi. Third place gets a basic potion formula. Second place includes an apprenticeship, a normal potion formula, and a level-up potion formula. And first place comes with becoming Kevin's direct disciple, 1 basic potion formula, and 2 level-up potion formulas. As the two made their way through the bustling crowd, Sakura added, just the formulas alone are enticing. For shamans, they're extremely valuable. A single basic potion formula can sell for 300 gold coins. Hearing that, Tsuyoshi's eyes widened slightly. The prizes are formulas? He muttered, surprised. Then, looking toward Sakura, excitement sparked in his eyes. He silently thought to himself, this is perfect. If I can get my hands on enough formulas, I could easily make the 1 billion yen back in my original world. Sakura, catching his expression, spoke again. Yes, first place includes 1 basic potion formula and 2 level-up potion formulas. Are you interested? Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi replied, absolutely. I'll enter the refining tournament and take first place. Sakura was taken aback. I thought you came here to meet Kevin, she asked, surprised. Taking her hand and heading swiftly toward the competition grounds, Tsuyoshi replied with determination, I can't just meet him and shamelessly beg for the formulas. It wouldn't be right. I'll win them fair and square. Let's register. Watching him with a mix of admiration and resignation, Sakura thought to herself with a serious look. So you're entering the refining tournament. Looks like our plans are going to be delayed again. In front of the refining tournament registration desk, Tsuyoshi found himself face-to-face with a familiar girl, the one from the shaman examination, Kevin's disciple. She blinked at him in confusion, a drop of sweat running down her temple as she exclaimed, Huh, a weak human. What are you doing here? Recognizing each other, the conversation quickly turned into a back and forth. You're seriously planning to join the refining tournament hosted by my master? She asked, disbelief in her tone. Tsuyoshi tilted his head with a blank stare and replied, Who are you again? From within his bag, Sakura tried her best to stifle her laughter, covering her mouth and trembling silently. The girl nearly exploded in embarrassment. Jumping slightly, she pointed at him with frustration. It's me. I sat next to you during the shaman examination. Because of you, I lost 187th place. Seeing her throw a mini tantrum, Tsuyoshi casually raised his hand and said, Oh, just kidding. I remember now. He stepped forward toward the desk and asked, I want to join the refining tournament. How do I register? The girl huffed and looked away, puffing her cheeks with a pout. You're so clueless. The refining tournament isn't like that exam. Even blue shamans are competing. My senior, a top-ranked blue shaman, is also entering. If you don't want to get crushed and humiliated, you should just give up. But Tsuyoshi ignored her completely and leaned slightly toward Sakura, whispering something. Seeing herself brushed off so easily, the girl shouted again, Hey, don't ignore me. I'll guide you there. Still facing forward, Tsuyoshi didn't even glance back as he said, This is the registration desk, right? Sakura, let's go. Then, with a sly grin and a teasing tone, he called out behind him, Feline, you're being way too noisy. Suddenly, a presence appeared behind Tsuyoshi, silent but seething. He didn't notice at first, laughing lightly as he continued chatting with Feline and Sakura. But then a sharp voice cut through the crowd like a blade. You again. How dare you show your face here? Tsuyoshi turned, blinking once. Standing there was none other than Vincent, Kevin's disciple, the same one who had confronted him in front of the lodge. His eyes burned with fury. Feline gasped, quickly stepping behind Tsuyoshi. Her voice trembled. Hey, you weak human. Are you acquainted with my senior? She peeked nervously past Tsuyoshi's shoulder. Just because you're the master's top disciple, he's acting so arrogant. Tsuyoshi, unfazed, smirked and replied coolly, Yeah, I know him. So, he's your senior, huh? Vincent's rage flared at the sound of Tsuyoshi's voice. I told you I'd make sure you couldn't stay in Carnio, he shouted, voice echoing through the street. And now you waltz right into my hands. He raised his arm and roared, boys. In an instant, the narrow road behind him filled with movement as a dozen beastmen emerged from the crowd, forming a loose circle around Tsuyoshi. One of the beastmen, red-eyed and growling, stepped forward. Yes, Vincent, what do you need? The situation was turning ugly fast. Feline's face paled. She stepped out from behind Tsuyoshi, trying to reason with Vincent. As senior, please stop this, she pleaded. This guy might be weak, but he's no villain. He just wants to join the tournament. But Vincent clenched his fists, his jaw tight, and snapped at her. Silence, Feline. Not only did you disappoint Master during the examination, now you're siding with this weakling too? His voice lowered but thickened with venom. Fine, I'll deal with both of you, together. As the group of beastmen closed in, their eyes sharp and stances aggressive, Tsuyoshi stood his ground. Calmly assessing the situation, he shifted into a defensive position. His tone steady, he spoke with quiet resolve. If that's how it's going to be, then I guess I've got no choice but to call this self-defense. The crowd of beasts surrounded them, our protagonist, Sakura, and the beast girl Feline, right in front of the tournament office. Tension filled the air. Our protagonist stepped forward, his eyes hard. Sakura, stay out of this. Then, with a sharper edge in his voice, you'll only dirty your hands. Feline's ears twitched. She stared at him in disbelief. Are you seriously planning to fight all of them by yourself? A blue-colored panel shimmered briefly. From the crowd, one of the beast men twisted his face aside, a glinting knife held at the ready. Don't underestimate me. He sneered and added, acting tough in front of a girl when you've got no real strength. How pathetic. The beasts shifted, giving way slightly. Then one of them stepped forward, Gillette. His tone was fierce, unwavering. Vincent's enemies are also my enemies. Let me show them what happens when they cross us. A beast from the crowd called out, surprised. You're really going to do it, Gillette? Gillette, a hulking boar beast with red eyes and a thick wooden staff in hand, stepped forward. Behind him, a sly fox beast flapped his cloak dramatically and smirked. All right, Gillette, then I'll leave that fool to you. The fox sneered. He thinks a mere human can join the refining tournament? What a joke. Then, eyes narrowing cruelly, he added, and that half-beast girl. If she's willing, do whatever you want with her. Sakura's expression tightened instantly. Her fists clenched at her sides. Gillette snorted, eyes narrowing with disinterest. A half-beast girl? She's too lowly to catch my interest. Then, his voice dropped to a guttural murmur. But that little girl. Feline. He licked his lips, grinning wide. She looks fun to mess with. Feline's cheeks flushed red with fury. Her small hands trembled at her sides as she yelled, You're disgusting. I'll tell Master about you. The fox beast just laughed and waved her off. Don't worry, Gillette. I'll deal with my master. Feline's face grew tense. She bit her lip and muttered quietly, Senior. In her mind, her thoughts churned angrily. He's always picking on me, just because he's the senior apprentice. The impatient boar beast rested his heavy staff against his shoulder, eyes locked on the protagonist. A cruel grin spread across his face. Is that going to be it? All right then, his red eyes glowed with wicked anticipation as he turned toward Feline. Little girl, I'll make you mine tonight, after I deal with this human trash. Feline gripped the protagonist's hand tightly, trembling, but he looked down at her, calm and resolute. Don't worry. Then, eyes sharp and burning with resolve, he stepped forward. That pig-headed brute, and your beastly senior. In that moment, his aura flared, blue flames igniting and swirling around him as his body lifted from the ground. His eyes glowed with intense light, power radiating from him like a storm unleashed. None of them can escape. The boar beast's eyes widened in terror as the blue-flamed figure hurtled toward them like a meteor. He's coming at us. On his own, he shouted, voice cracking with disbelief. In a flash, the protagonist drew a glowing blade from the flame around him, its edge radiating fierce energy. Stand down, you beast. He swung at once. A wave of force exploded outward. A panel slammed across the screen, boom, as shockwaves tore through the crowd. Beast staggered backward, stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Even the strongest among them, towering and armored, dropped to one knee. A gust of energy knocked Feline back, caught just in time by Sakura. The little beast girl gasped, staring at the destruction. So strong. Sakura's eyes sparkled with awe as she clutched Feline protectively. Master's power. It's beyond imagination. The fox beast, silent now, trembled as he stared at the battlefield. In his mind, panic surged. Even Gillette, with his high level and strength, he can't even lay a finger on that human. Gillette gritted his teeth, trying to steady his breath. Sweat poured from his brow. I cannot disgrace myself, he thought desperately. I have to turn the tides, even if it costs me my life. With a roar, the boar beast Gillette charged forward, slamming his staff down toward the protagonist. Their clash sent a violent shockwave through the air. Boom! An immense explosion erupted in front of the tournament office, green energy crackling outward in a wide burst. The earth trembled beneath them. A panel flashed across the screen. A surge of aura that terrifies surrounding enemies and counterattacks with the force of thunder. The surrounding beasts staggered back, some shielding their faces from the blinding blast. Suddenly, from behind, the fox beast snarled with a merciless grin. And now, Gillette, attack. He added with a cruel edge. Kill him. I'll guarantee your safety. Don't be afraid. Gillette, caught mid-counter, tightened his grip on the staff. All right, if you say so, Vincent. He roared and struck with renewed force. The battle intensified, explosions of flame and energy lighting up the field. Gillette's strikes grew heavier, faster, pushing his limits. With a surge of desperation, he activated a secret technique. A dome of distorted space expanded around them, shimmering with arcane symbols and flickering light. Gillette growled, eyes gleaming. This is an isolated area that can only be created with advanced skills. The boar beast, Gillette, stood unsteadily, his knees trembling, body scorched by crackling energy. His eyes widened in disbelief as thunder surged around him. Crack, boom. From above, a piercing bolt of blue lightning slammed down. It was a thunder ambush, unleashed with terrifying precision by the protagonist. Gillette's mind raced, his thoughts flickering in sheer panic. It's over. I can't defend. I can't counter. I'm really going to die here. Then suddenly, someone interrupted the protagonist. A burst of blue fire shot out from the side, colliding with the protagonist's sword mid-swing and stopping his attack completely. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, sparks flying as the flames danced wildly. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, turning sharply toward the source of the interference, his grip tightening on the hilt. That blue flame. It's nullifying my skills. But then, a voice rang out from behind. Cold. Commanding. The tournament is about to begin. Stop causing a scene. A glowing figure stepped forward from the crowd. His eyes radiated authority. Vincent. Feline. Don't make trouble at the entrance. His gaze sharpened like a blade. You're bringing shame to us shamans. Everyone froze. Vincent, stunned, turned pale. And Master Kevin. At a time like this. His voice faltered. Feline rushed forward, her cheeks puffed with frustration. Wah! Master, Senior Vincent keeps bullying me. Hearing that voice, Sakura's expression darkened. Her eyes narrowed as she turned toward the source, thinking to herself, Kevin, so he's finally shown up. Tsuyoshi also glanced in the same direction, a flicker of recognition passing through his mind. Kevin, could he have been the one behind that blue flame earlier? Vincent, now trembling under Kevin's presence, clasped his hands nervously and bowed slightly. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he stammered. I was just disciplining this rude human and Feline in your stead. But Kevin's gaze grew sharp. His voice cut through the air, heavy with disdain. Disciplining them in my stead at a time like this. You must think highly of yourself. Vincent's face drained of color. He dropped his head further, panic gripping him. And no, Master, I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me. Without another glance at Vincent, Kevin turned his attention to the beastmen standing nearby. And as for you two, leave immediately. The beastmen began backing away at once. Galady, one of them, gave Kevin a nervous look and muttered, "We're sorry for causing trouble." Another followed, walking off quickly without looking back. Yes, a third added hurriedly, "We'll leave right away." Kevin then stepped in front of Feline, his gaze now fixed on her. "And Feline, what are you doing here again after failing to pass the shaman examination?" Feline stood straight, trembling slightly under his eyes. She responded quietly, "Master, I didn't do anything. I was just guiding the human shaman who defeated me in the examination to the refining tournament." Kevin shifted his gaze towards Tsuyoshi with mild interest. "Oh, the human shaman who defeated you is participating in this tournament." At that moment, Tsuyoshi walked up beside Kevin. With a calm smile, he looked up at him and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here, Kevin." The protagonist rubbed his red nose with a casual grin and stepped forward. "I've come here with a recommendation from President Doug. Here's a letter from him." He handed over a sealed envelope, adding lightly, "I heard the refinement tournament was taking place, so I thought I'd give it a shot." Kevin's eyes widened slightly. He took the letter and opened it with a careful flick of his fingers. "A recommendation from President Doug?" he repeated, clearly stunned. Then, after a beat, his gaze softened with realization. "I see. So there are lingering issues with your body." He folded the letter neatly and nodded. "If it's a recommendation from my respected senior, President Doug, I won't treat you carelessly. Come with me." With practiced ease, Kevin turned on his heel. As he walked, he called out coldly to Vincent, "And you, prepare the materials for the tournament. Don't disgrace me as my top apprentice." Vincent bowed with a stiff nod, biting back resentment. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked around, confused. "Wait, where's Sakura?" Kevin's voice dropped to a lower, more serious tone, almost as if speaking to himself. "According to Doug's letter, you've been afflicted by darkness and are using forbidden elixirs to mitigate the symptoms. Is that correct? To maintain both your mental and physical strength under such circumstances. Were you refining some kind of special potion?" The protagonist leaned back a little, his smile returning, though it was tinged with tiredness. "Please call me Tsuyoshi." He took a breath. Perhaps my body was resilient, or I was just lucky enough not to be completely consumed before challenging it. His voice lowered with a tinge of regret. "I ventured into the dark area alone. It was reckless of me." Kevin stopped in his tracks, eyes wide with disbelief. "You ventured into the dark area? Alone?" Tsuyoshi nodded calmly, his expression unreadable. "Yes." He spoke with quiet strength. "I'm a warrior, but at that time, I had a request for President Doug. And there happened to be a shaman examination, so I thought I'd give it a try." Kevin stared at him, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. His eyes flicked to Tsuyoshi's face and froze on his eyes. "You just happened to participate and defeated Feline to win." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Tsuyoshi, how much have you studied the refining of potions? Who was your mentor?" Tsuyoshi gave a casual smile, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "I've never formally studied it. I didn't have a mentor. I just relied on instinct." Kevin's heart skipped a beat. This human. Could he be a genius who surpasses even me? He thought, stunned. Then aloud, he forced himself to say, "Impressive, Tsuyoshi. Come with me." But even as he turned, hiding his face, a storm of conflicted thoughts swirled in his mind. "I cannot allow it. The existence of a genius greater than myself." In the next scene, Tsuyoshi and the shaman, Kevin, could be seen entering Kevin's place for some tests on Tsuyoshi. The walls along the walkway were marked with symbols, painted in shades of red, blue, and dark green. Suddenly, Shaman Kevin spoke, his hand placed behind his back. "President Doug introduced you to me because I possess the laws of earth and wind, didn't he?" His expression tense. Kevin continued, "The potion I refined carries the power of the laws. It might be able to remove the darkness in your body." Tsuyoshi placed a hand behind his head, offering a small, hopeful smile. "Yeah, I'm counting on you," he said. A door stood before them. its surface illuminated with several green-colored panels that shimmered faintly. Kevin reached out and pushed the doorknob. As the door creaked open, they stepped into the chamber. "This is my refining chamber," Kevin said, his tone slightly confused, as if expecting a different reaction. The scene shifted to the inside of the chamber, lined wall to wall with bookshelves overflowing with volumes. Raising a hand into the air with pride, Kevin declared, "I love gathering medicinal herbs, and I love researching them even more. I pride myself on knowing more about herbs than anyone else." Tsuyoshi glanced around the room, his eyes scanning the shelves and the surroundings with quiet curiosity. Finally, they reached the place they had come for. At the center of the room stood a table made of stone, resembling an altar. Nearby, a book lay open, attended by a subtle glow, its pages filled with symbols related to healing or alchemy. Above the platform, two pieces of crystal floated in the air, gently rotating. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened slightly in awe. "This refining platform is amazing," he thought. Tsuyoshi turned to Kevin, curiosity in his eyes. "Does it also enhance the refining effects?" he asked. Kevin closed his eyes briefly, then replied with a calm, almost dismissive tone, "Oomph. It's decent, I suppose." Kevin gave a sharp, killer smile and said, "Was it just needless worry? He can't even tell the difference between premium herbs or understand the value of a premium refining platform." After a brief pause, he added, "There's nothing to be impressed about." Looking down with an arrogant tilt to his head, a smug expression on his face, Kevin said, "Never thought of myself as inferior to anyone when it comes to refining, especially after obtaining the laws of Earth." Kevin turned towards Tsuyoshi and motioned him forward. "Let me examine the state of your body." Tsuyoshi gave a short nod. "Yeah." He stepped up to a stone plate and, without hesitation, poured a small amount of his blood onto it. The surface absorbed it quickly. A moment later, Kevin extended both hands, his fingers forming a complex pattern in the air. A deep hum filled the chamber. Then, with a flash, a vivid blue flame ignited above the plate, dancing and flaring with intense energy. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. Earlier, it was a blue flame. This is due to the laws of Earth. Suddenly, a shocking and unbelievable sight appeared behind Kevin. A swirling blue flame materialized out of nowhere. It hovered in the air, rotating slowly yet fiercely, as if responding to his presence. The intensity of its glow cast flickering lights across the chamber walls, and the air grew heavier with raw elemental energy. Tsuyoshi stared, stunned. The flame wasn't ordinary. It radiated something ancient, something powerful. The blood that had been collected from Tsuyoshi in the stone plate suddenly lifted into the air, drawn toward the swirling blue flame behind Kevin. It shimmered as it flew, then began to scatter in midair, dissolving into glowing fragments. Kevin's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the phenomenon unfold. "There's indeed a trace of darkness having entered," he muttered. He stared at Tsuyoshi, his mind racing. To think he's perfectly fine, even though darkness has infiltrated the depths of his body. If this aura of darkness were within an ordinary adventurer, they'd have lost their sanity long ago. Tsuyoshi, sensing the tension, asked cautiously, "Is my condition that bad?" Kevin's expression turned cold as he faced him. "Condition is clear to me now. Potions won't suffice anymore. I have to use the power of the laws to eliminate the aura of darkness in your body. Turn around." Tsuyoshi exhaled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sorry for the trouble," he said quietly. In the next scene, Kevin began casting a spell. Blue flames curled to life in his hands, flickering with power. As he continued chanting, an intricate, ancient design formed in the center of his palm, glowing with the same eerie blue light. The moment the spell activated, Tsuyoshi's eyes flared open, glowing with intensity. "Feels like my body is starting to burn," he muttered through gritted teeth. Kevin pressed the glowing spell against Tsuyoshi's back. "Oh, the aura of darkness is more persistent than I thought. I need to pour in more power to eradicate it." With a quick glance to the side, Kevin's expression tightened. "The aura in your body is stubborn. I'll inject more power, but it will hurt. Endure it. Tsuyoshi nodded, determined. It will hurt. Understood. As Kevin poured more energy into the spell, the pressure intensified. A heavy force surrounded Tsuyoshi, and the spell markings began to swirl above his head. Shadows writhed through the air, and sweat began to roll down his face. The veins in his neck became visible as the strain built up. Whoa, this is nothing compared to before. Tsuyoshi gasped, his voice shaking. Kevin responded coolly, not missing a beat. Even I couldn't withstand this pain without taking potions beforehand. Think of the pain as training. Let me know if you can't bear it anymore. The scene shifted to Tsuyoshi. In the midst of the intense spell casting, something within him stirred, awakening without warning. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through his body, and in that moment, he realized it. The full form of his ultimate physique for internal defenses had been unleashed. A glowing blue panel appeared before him, hovering in the air. Bold text slowly faded into view. Ultimate physique activated. Internal defenses are now active. Tsuyoshi, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, slumped slightly as the pressure finally began to ease. He let out a long, relieved breath. Phew, that's better, he muttered, his voice tired but steady. Kevin's mouth slowly fell open in shock. What is this? Before him, Tsuyoshi's entire body was glowing with a deep blue flame, intense, radiant, and alive. The very air around him rippled with heat and pressure. Kevin took an instinctive step back, eyes narrowing. A strange power inside his body is resisting the power of my laws. Ridiculous, he growled, clenching his fist. His gaze darkened with suspicion. This human might cause trouble later. I'll have to take precautions. Suddenly, a new panel appeared in the air, blue and shimmering, but with ominous text. Secret, a form of advanced magic. It utilizes the caster's immense magical power to embed a mark within the target's body. Upon activation, the seal detonates, resulting in the target's death. Kevin moved his hands through the air, forming a precise set of gestures. A faint magical symbol began to take shape at his fingertips. Then he muttered, coldly erased, is complete within any Isis. Tsuyoshi flexed his fingers slightly, then placed a hand over his chest. His breathing was steady now, and a sense of relief washed over him. Expected of Kevin, the genius shaman, he said with a tired smile, to eliminate such a stubborn aura so effortlessly. As they walked, a thought crossed his mind, quiet but filled with awe. It must be the amazing power of the laws of earth and wind. As Tsuyoshi stood there beside Kevin, his thoughts drifted inward. Memories of the 12 ruin laws flashed through his mind. What Kevin possesses is the 12th law of the legendary ruin laws. Then what is the first law? What kind of power does it have? I'm curious. He turned back to Kevin, his expression calm and composed, and spoke. Yes, I feel better now. Thank you so much. If I may, I'd like to offer gold coins as a reward. Kevin gave a warm smile, shaking his head as he responded, no need. Since President Doug recommended you, this is only natural. I heard from Fuline that you're interested in joining the refining tournament. Do you still want to participate? Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up with excitement as he answered, of course. Is that possible? Kevin nodded with a slight grin. Ranked first in a shaman examination, you naturally qualify. The tournament is about to start. If you don't need any special preparation, you can join as is. Then his tone shifted slightly. With a composed, confident look, Kevin added, but let me make it clear. Even if President Doug recommended you, I won't go easy on you. Even my disciple, the Blue Shaman Vincent, won't receive special treatment. Tsuyoshi gave a simple, confident reply. Just being able to participate is enough. I don't expect any favors. Kevin smiled at his response. He raised his hand toward the right side and cast a small spell in the air and appear a cloak with Phoenix in back. The scene shifted to the tournament's main venue, a wide, open chamber filled with the scent of herbs and the quiet flicker of lamplight. At the center stood a stone table stacked with books, jars of medicinal ingredients, and a gently glowing lamp. The atmosphere buzzed faintly with magical energy. Beside the table stood a small girl with animal-like ears twitching slightly atop her head and a soft tail swaying behind her. She looked up confidently, her tone sharp and direct. "Master entrusted me to guide you," she said firmly. "So follow my instructions properly." Tsuyoshi walked beside her, a composed attitude in his stride and a quiet confidence in his eyes. He didn't say much, but the air around him said enough. He was ready. As they continued walking, the girl glanced back over her shoulder at Tsuyoshi, her ears twitching with a hint of mischief. She stopped, crossing her arms with a smirk tugging at her lips. "Your registration processes are complete," she said, then added with a teasing, slightly insulting tone, "What about the woman who was with you? Did she abandon you?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if testing him, watching for any reaction. Hearing her words, Tsuyoshi let out a light, awkward laugh, a drop of sweat trailing down his face. "Got it, Feline." Just then, she stepped forward, eyes fixed straight ahead without so much as a glance toward him. "The participants in this tournament are all confident young people," she said sharply. "It won't be as simple as the basic assessments last time." She crossed her arms with a huff. "Even my seniors, the blue shamans, are more talented. You don't stand a chance, but it'll be a good learning experience for you." Tsuyoshi blinked, then asked curiously, "Are you participating, Feline? You're Kevin's disciple, right? And a white shaman, no less." Without looking at him, Feline's expression turned slightly annoyed. She held her arm as if holding something back. My master said that if I couldn't get first place in the examination, my qualification would be revoked," she muttered. "Besides, my senior is also participating. It wouldn't look good if outsiders started saying that Kevin's disciples monopolized the top spots. But it's fine. I'll have other chances." Tsuyoshi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that." Feline closed her eyes, raising a hand with a dismissive gesture. "No need for apologies. A loss is a loss, and you are indeed impressive." Tsuyoshi simply smiled at her, still rubbing the back of his head, saying nothing more. The scene shifted to the participant area, where tall, towering pillars lined the grand space. Several participants were already gathered, waiting in front of long registration tables. Feline and Tsuyoshi stood just at the edge, looking toward the massive refining arena ahead. Feline pointed toward a well-crafted stone platform. "This is the refining platform I prepared for you. It's mine, so don't break it. Don't let it go to waste. Make sure to clean it after the tournament." Tsuyoshi looked at her with a faint smile. "All right, I'll be careful." Tsuyoshi and Feline stood side by side in front of a large stone table. Feline turned to him, arms crossed tightly, and expression serious. "This tournament is an elimination match. Half of the participants will be eliminated in the first round," she said firmly. Then, narrowing her eyes at him, she added, "You're a weakling, but since you're using my refining platform, don't embarrass me." Tsuyoshi nodded calmly. "I'll do my best." Just then, voices from the gathering crowd began to murmur. A beastman scoffed. A human? A shaman? Lately, even peculiar ones like that are entering this noble refining tournament. Another chimed in with a laugh. Maybe he's just here to watch. From further ahead, another beastman, sitting near the front, sneered, "A waste of a slot. He probably bribed the official in charge of registrations." Feline closed her eyes, clearly annoyed, her arms still crossed. "Don't mind them," she muttered. "To them, the mere presence of a human here is an anomaly." Then, without warning, she reached out and grabbed Tsuyoshi by the collar, pulling him down to her level. Her face flushed faintly as she whispered near his ear, "The most capable participants in this tournament are the blue shamans. They're enemies, but observing them carefully could be useful even for someone like you." Tsuyoshi looked at her and smiled gently. "Got it. Thanks, Feline." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from the center stage. "The refining tournament will now commence," the announcer declared. "Participants, please prepare. The first match will be herb examination." The stadium erupted with cheers and excitement, the crowd roaring in anticipation as the tournament officially began. The stadium was packed, buzzing with noise and chaotic excitement. A cloaked beast standing at his table, his voice booming across the arena. For the first match, you'll be demonstrating your basic abilities as a shaman by choosing herbs as potion ingredients. Another beast, towering and broad-shouldered, raised a handful of potion, a sly grin curled on his face. "This is my specialty," he said with confidence. A glowing blue panel appeared in front of him. Participant, Drax race, beastman shaman type, blue shaman level, 17 Himph. Drax scoffed. "Is there anyone in this tournament who can't choose potion ingredients?" But inwardly, his thoughts ran deeper. There's no way this is just a simple test of picking herbs. This is a test of judgment. A great shaman must possess excellent judgment. Somewhere in the crowd, a voice murmured softly, unheard by most. Among the participants, only a few blue shamans might be able to rival me. The greatest threat will likely be Vincent, the genius. Kevin's disciple's Drax's mind raced as he recalled the name, Vincent. Kevin's disciple, a genius in final refinement. No doubt he's been taught countless secrets by his master. As for the white shamans, Drax smirked inwardly. "They're no match for me." Drax stood stunned as someone suddenly bumped into him. It was none other than our protagonist. "Whoops, sorry." Drax's face twisted with fury, his eyes glaring. "Running into me in this huge venue? Where are you even looking?" But the protagonist simply offered a pleasant smile, waving with one hand, the other holding his number plate. "My bad. I was distracted trying to find my place." Suddenly, a panel flashed in front of the crowd. Level 12 class, warrior equipment, black armor disguise set weapon, bloody mist saw skills, thunder chain fall duplicated skill, thunderous ambush attack combat power. 16,000. Drax's eyes narrowed as he looked the newcomer up and down. A deadly smile curved on his lips. "You're the rumored human participant? That appearance. You're a warrior, not a shaman. Interesting. Maybe you'll get a consolation prize." Vincent stepped up beside them and added coldly, "He's only here because he knows my teacher. He should have just focused on killing monsters instead of showing up here to embarrass himself." Drax blinked in surprise. "Vincent?" Then he turned back to the protagonist with disdain. "So you got in through connections? Have some shame." Our protagonist just stood there, confused by the sudden hostility. "Potion refinement isn't something you can achieve with brute force," Drax continued smugly. But the protagonist's expression darkened slightly. "If this wasn't the venue," he said, voice sharp with attitude, "I would have punched you by now." As our protagonist walked away with cool, steady steps, his attitude sharp like a blade, Vincent snapped at him from behind. "Stop it. Don't cause a scene here." Drax chimed in right after, voice filled with threat. "Hey, watch your attitude, or you'll lose your qualification." But the protagonist didn't even glance back. His voice came out cold and calm. "That's why you should be thankful for the rules." He added without pause, "Just wait and see. Don't come crying to me in the end." Suddenly, the booming voice of the announcer filled the stadium. "The first match, herb examination, will begin now." A pretty beast girl stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. "I will now explain the rules," she said brightly. She held up a signboard, dark brown on the outside, glowing golden within. "We will announce the name of the potion, and you need to identify the ingredients necessary to make it and collect them within the given time limit," she continued, her voice crisp and serious. "Failing to collect the ingredients within the time limit will result in disqualification. You will be scored based on the quality of the ingredients you select." The scene shifted to the interior of the stadium, where several beast women stood in neat rows, each holding a basket. In the crowd, murmurs of curiosity and excitement buzzed through the air. I heard the question was designed by Kevin himself. It's bound to be exciting. You have to identify the ingredients quickly and judge their quality too. Who will dominate the first match? Someone leaned casually against the outer wall of the stadium, half hidden in the shadows. At first, their identity was unclear until the light shifted. It was none other than Flulin. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she watched the tournament grounds, thoughts swirling in her mind. Will that weakling be all right? His performance in the examination was impressive, but competing against experienced opponents. She exhaled softly. The blue shamans are the real deal. Meanwhile, high above in the stands, two masters were seated among the distinguished guests. One of them was Master Kevin. As expected of the young genius Kevin, one master remarked, gazing down at the stadium. This refining tournament is extraordinary. I'm glad my disciple Drax is participating, he added. It'll be a valuable experience for him. Kevin smiled modestly. No, I just wanted to give talented shamans a chance to show their skills. The other master leaned forward, intrigued. So, Kevin, who do you have your eye on? Your top disciple Vincent is said to be quite exceptional. A glowing blue panel appeared. Name, Connie Race, Beastman class, red shaman level. 33, Kevin held a red wine glass in his hand, his voice calm but sharp. Vincent certainly has talent, but what's important is whether he can showcase it in the tournament. Drax, on the other hand, is a promising newcomer among the blue shamans. Another panel lit up, this time showing. Name, Kevin status, genius shaman title, owner of the laws of earth and wind level. 36 class. Red shaman, a voice rose from the audience nearby. Thank you. By the way, I heard there's a human participant this time. I've never seen a human shaman before. You must mean Tsuyoshi, who was recommended by President Doug, came the reply. Kevin nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful. He's a warrior who hasn't even trained as a shaman. Yet he not only took the shaman examination as a human, but defeated my female disciple to claim first place. He chuckled softly. I'm quite curious about him myself. Connie leaned toward Kevin as they sat in the grandstands, watching the field below. A human who hasn't trained as a shaman and still came first in the examination? He narrowed his eyes. Is President Doug mistaken? Kevin didn't answer immediately. Connie rested his fist against his cheek, smirking slightly. If that's true, even I'd keep an eye on him. The scene shifted to the stadium floor, where all the contestants stood at attention. In front of them, beast women lined up in neat rows, each holding a large basket filled with potion ingredients. Our protagonist glanced at them, thoughts racing through his mind. Are these all the potion ingredients prepared? No wonder half the participants end up getting eliminated in the first match. The baskets only have enough ingredients for half the participants. In other words, half won't get what they need. Plus, potions require multiple ingredients, so you have to pick the right ones from several baskets. If you rush and grab random ingredients, or waste time finding what you need, you'll be disqualified. He grinned, a dangerous spark in his eyes. This is exciting. It's much harder than the shaman examination. The challenge is to choose the ingredients quickly and accurately. Time to use my divine eye. The beast girl stepped forward, her voice ringing clearly across the arena. Now, I will announce the name of the potion. With a dramatic motion, she pulled away the golden strip from the signboard. The first potion is... The strip came off, revealing the words. Beginner cooling potion. A murmur rose from the crowd. Beginner cooling potion, someone echoed aloud with excitement. In an instant, the contestants surged forward, rushing toward the baskets to collect the necessary herbs. The scene shifted to our protagonist, standing still as others darted past him. He muttered under his breath, "They're quick." His eyes followed their movements sharply. As expected of official shamans, they've completely memorized the ingredients needed to make basic potions. He paused, a stunned look flickering across his face. Confusion set in. He didn't know the formula. His pupils began to glow faintly, thin streaks of blue energy trailing from his eyes. "But as for me," he whispered with resolve, "I'll be counting on you, Divine Eye." A glowing blue panel materialized in front of him. Divine Eye analyzing. Analysis result. Beginner cooling potion requires 3 ingredients: fire spirit grass, wood core, and withered vine. His lips curled into a confident smile as he swung his hand through the air. All right, just 3 ingredients. In the blink of an eye, the number of available herbs began to dwindle fast. Our protagonist's eyes widened, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Oh no, was I too late to get in? Around him, chaos broke out. Beastmen scrambled, pushed, and shouted as they fought to grab the right herbs. Vincent calmly plucked a herb from a basket, smirking with confidence. "Oomph, I can do this with my eyes closed." A few feet away, Drax growled and shoved his way forward. "Move aside," he barked, then chuckled darkly. Too easy." Our protagonist watched them both with a mix of shock and awe. Not bad at all. Seems like these blue shamans aren't just for show. But then his expression changed, his shock replaced with burning determination. He clenched his fist tightly, holding it near his chest. "But there's no way I'm losing here." His eyes sparked with resolve, a faint gleam flashing across his face. Time to show the power of a warrior. Suddenly, a dark purple aura burst out from his body. Overwhelming energy surged around him, raw, pulsing, and wild. The ground beneath his feet cracked ever so slightly under the force. This was no ordinary move. He was ready to unleash thunderous ambush attack. His eyes locked onto a target. The first ingredient is over there. Vincent froze, sensing a sudden shift in the air. The energy around him crackled unnaturally. His eyes narrowed. This is a skill wave. He looked toward the source, frowning. "Hey, is that fool of a human causing chaos because he's about to lose?" High above, Connie raised an eyebrow, looking at them with growing curiosity. "What's he planning to do, huh? A warrior skill?" Kevin leaned forward in his seat, unsettled. "What's the meaning of this?" In the stadium, one of the beastmen suddenly turned, startled. "Huh? Why did it suddenly go dark before he could finish?" A dark blur shot past him. Our protagonist, cloaked in vibrant dark purple energy, surged forward like a flash of lightning. His aura twisted violently, bursting with sheer force as it whipped the air around him. His eyes locked onto a beastman guarding a basket, and he charged. The beastman stumbled back, eyes wide in terror. "Gaia, what are you doing?" Panic flickered in his gaze as the human warrior closed in. "What's happening?" The beastman gasped, trembling as sudden hush fell over the arena as a glowing blue panel materialized above the field. Skill canceled. Thunderous ambush attacked. The dark energy surrounding the protagonist dissipated, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. The beastman, still trembling from the earlier display, stammered, "No need to push further. This will do the trick." Nearby, a beastwoman with a basket stood frozen, her cheeks flushed red. The protagonist approached her calmly, his eyes scanning the contents of the basket. Another blue panel appeared, Divine Eye, highlighting the highest quality fire spirit grass with a mark of light, and he say, "All right, got the fire spirit grass." He reached in and gently picked the glowing herb, nodding politely. "Thank you," he said to the beastwoman, who could only nod in stunned silence. Around them, the other beastmen watched in disbelief, beads of sweat forming on their brows. In the stands, Master Connie chuckled heartily. "Ho ho!" Using a warrior's skill to move quickly toward the ingredients, then canceling it? "Ha! What an amusing lad!" Master Kevin, however, narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Not just that, he even picked the highest quality fire spirit grass. He pondered further. Can he really identify the proper ingredients? Or was it just pure luck? As the protagonist moved on, another blue panel appeared. Acquired. Highest quality wood core followed by yet another. Acquired. Highest quality withered vine soon after. The Beast Girl announcer stepped forward, her voice clear and authoritative. "Time is up. Potion appraisers, enter now. Evaluate the accuracy and quality of the ingredients chosen by the participants," she continued. "The ingredients required for the beginner cooling potion are fire spirit grass, wood core, and withered vine." The examination hall buzzed with anticipation as the potion appraisers took their positions. Contestants lined up, each presenting their selected ingredients for evaluation. One by one, hopefuls stepped forward, only to be met with the stern verdict. Incorrect ingredient selection. Disqualified. The announcements echoed repeatedly, a testament to the challenge's difficulty. Then came Drax's turn. The shaman examined his selection and declared, "Drax, correct ingredient selection. Total quality is 84 points out of 100. Excellent quality." With a confident smirk, Drax responded, Humph, of course. Observing from the stands, Master Kevin remarked, as expected from Conti's disciple. Both his speed and accuracy are impressive. Conti nodded in agreement. Not bad at all. Next up was Vincent. The shaman announced. Vincent, correct ingredient selection. Total quality is 94 points out of 100. Outstanding quality. Vincent stood tall, eyes closed, exuding pride. He thought to himself, in a match like this, there's no way anyone except me can take the top spot. As the potion appraisers continued their evaluations, the atmosphere grew tense. Conti, observing Vincent's performance, exclaimed, "Oh, the genius disciple truly lives up to his name." Kevin, with a proud smile, added, "Thank you." With this score, it's clear that Vincent will take first place in the first match. Flulin, visibly anxious and sweating, muttered, "Weak human, you better keep up." The attention then shifted to Tsuyoshi. A shaman examiner, upon reviewing his ingredients, remarked, "Is this Tsuyoshi, the human shaman? TCH, the ingredients are correct, but what about the quality?" Suddenly, the appraisal device displayed unexpected results. The examiner, puzzled, said, "What's this? Is the appraisal device malfunctioning?" Kevin, growing impatient, urged, "Stop stalling and announce the results already." The examiner, after a brief pause, announced, "Yes. Participant Tsuyoshi. Correct ingredient selection. Quality. The quality is..." With a mix of astonishment and admiration, the examiner declared, 100 points out of 100. Perfect quality. The crowd erupted in gasps and murmurs, astonished by the human participants' flawless performance. Tsuyoshi's achievement not only challenged expectations, but also set a new benchmark for excellence in the tournament. As the results of the first match were announced, the stadium was filled with astonishment. Kevin and Conti, both esteemed masters, stood with mouths agape, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "What?" they exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing the disbelief shared by the crowd. From the stands, a spectator voiced the collective shock. "No way. That human scored full marks?" The revelation that Tsuyoshi, the human participant, had outperformed seasoned shamans Vincent and Drax sent ripples through the audience. Even Flulin, who had previously doubted Tsuyoshi's capabilities, was taken aback. "Incredible," she murmured, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and newfound respect. Tsuyoshi, examining his hand, acknowledged the tool that had guided him. "Divine, I analyzed everything perfectly. It's flawless." With a determined gaze, he added, "I can't wait for the next event." As we can see, some of the contestants, which beastmen, were confused at our protagonist scoring. One of the beastmen shocked and said, "Full marks." One from the crowd shouted, "Unbelievable. Every single ingredient had to have been perfect for that to happen." One of the beastmen, holding his both hands on his head, eyes wide open in disbelief. Did he really manage to select flawless ingredients in that situation? A cloaked man stepped forward and announced with authority, "All participant scores are strictly measured by the analyzer. There is no mistake in the scoring, as far as I can tell." Conti, the red shaman, his mouth wide open in shock, said, "It seems he has an extraordinary talent in selecting ingredients. I wonder how skilled he is in other areas." Kevin was stunned, silent for a moment, before his golden eyes lit up with intensity. "Indeed. I'm quite curious myself." Suddenly, the announcer raised his voice. "Time for round 2 of the refining tournament. Remaining participants, please return to your refining platforms." The cute-looking beast woman stepped forward, raising her hand high with a signboard glowing in the sunlight. Bold letters written. "Intermediate invisibility potion," she spoke with excitement. "Now, you need to refine an intermediate invisibility potion. We're looking forward to seeing your skills in action." Our protagonist held the potion in his hand, its clear liquid catching the glint of the stadium lights. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Hey, rookie." He turned slightly as the voice continued, firm yet not unfriendly. "You did well earlier." It was Flulin, standing tall with her arms folded across her chest. Her sharp eyes were fixed on him. calm but unreadable. Round 2's all about refining, she said. A critical skill that tests the most important qualities and talents of a shaman. She didn't smile, but her tone wasn't mocking, it was more like interest. Our protagonist, with a dashing look and a smile on his face, replied as Flulin stood beside him. Ah, yes, that was the focus of the previous round as well. Flulin's eyes narrowed, her arms still folded. By the way, where's your staff? Hurry up and bring it out. You can't even start without one. In a sudden panic, the protagonist scratched the back of his head. Oh, I forgot. His thoughts raced, a flashback hitting him like a wave. At first, President Doug lent me his staff out of pity, but now that most of my stats are in favor of the warrior class, if refining requires a lot of mana, I definitely won't have enough. Flulin was stunned. She shouted, "You forgot your staff? How did you even become a shaman?" He chuckled nervously, still scratching his head. "I just forgot. This is bad." Flulin groaned, clearly frustrated. "Ugh, seriously." Then, with a sigh, she handed him a sleek, special-type staff. "Here, take mine, you idiot. You're lucky that I'm here." After lending the staff to the protagonist, Flulin stepped back with a sigh. He raised the staff with confidence, his chest held high. "Thank you, Flulin. With your staff and the refining platform, I can definitely win." Flulin folded her arms with a smirk. "Oomph, you'd better win." Some of the beast women stepped forward, holding tray of ingredients. In that time, the announcer raised his voice and say, "Crush the ingredients and begin refining. You only have one attempt. The time limit is 30 minutes. Two figures in the crowd exchanged worried glances. Just one attempt, and only 30 minutes? That's tough. Intermediate invisibility potions are difficult. Only blue shamans can handle them. So everyone is just one shot." Conti, with a tense expression, muttered under his breath, "Limited chances, materials, and time. Tough conditions indeed." Kevin, standing with arms behind his back, added firmly, "If you want to win a refining tournament, you should at least be able to handle this much." And he think inwardly, they have to succeed on the first try. Let's see what Tsuyoshi does. Was he just lucky before, or does he actually have remarkable talent? The Beast Girl announcer raised her hand and declared, "Now then, participants." Ingredients were placed one by one, first to Drax, then to Vincent, and finally to Tsuyoshi. As the Beast Girl carefully handed the tray to Tsuyoshi, he smiled and said, "Thank you." Her cheeks turned pink. "And no, it's nothing," she stammered. "I was just doing my job." The Beast Girl announcer raised her hand high and declared, "The 30 minutes begins now. Start refining." One of the contestants immediately shouted, "Hurry it up, Slowpoke." Kevin watched the chaos unfold with a sharp, composed glance. "This test will reveal whether you can remain calm and operate accurately under strict conditions," he said. "Those who are lacking in skills or mental strength will make mistakes right away." As if on cue, a loud crack echoed. One contestant cried out in frustration as his potion splattered across the stone table. "Damn it, I panicked and poured too much mana, and now the ingredients are ruined." Nearby, another contestant snapped with suspicion. "Did you tamper with the materials when you brought them here?" "Absolutely not. I would never." The assistant protested. Meanwhile, Drax raised his potion with calm precision in his left hand. "Ah, even shamans can be idiots," he sneered. "Refining is sacred to shamans." Vincent stood tall, his right hand raised confidently as blue mana flared from his palm. With a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he declared with arrogance, "And it's incredibly fascinating as well." Before him, the potion ingredients began to float, enveloped in a delicate aura of his energy. Across the arena, assistants watched in awe, hands covering their mouths as they whispered to one another, "They've begun refining." Drax, equally focused, held his staff high. Channeling his mana, he readied himself to crush the ingredients laid before him. Crushing the ingredients means grinding them into powder with one's own mana. He thought, his brows furrowed in concentration. The stronger and more precise your mana control is, the finer the powder will be. Vincent, his golden eyes glowing brightly, mirrored the same process. His thoughts echoed with intensity. The final and most critical step of refining is fusion. The mana capacity within one's body is key to this process. As Drax watched Vincent's fluid movements, he clenched his jaw. As expected of Kevin's disciple, this mana wave, his capacity might even exceed 1,000. In the VIP stands, Connie narrowed his eyes, sensing the dense mana radiating from the arena. He glanced at Kevin and spoke, "This wave. So your disciple has been hiding his talents all along." Then, shifting his gaze back to the arena with renewed interest, he added, "His mana capacity exceeds 1,000, doesn't it? With numbers and skills like these, he's only a few years away from ascending to Red Shaman status." Kevin, with a hint of pride, smirked without taking his eyes off Vincent. "Vincent's talent is simply a gift of nature," he said calmly. "But his mental fortitude still needs work." Connie waved a hand as if brushing off the compliment. "Speaking of which, where's Tsuyoshi? I haven't seen him at all." Kevin's brows drew together. "Come to think of it, I can't sense his presence either." Then, spotting the young man standing motionless in the distance, he pointed, "Is he just standing over there? If he doesn't start now, he won't make it in time," Connie said, his voice tight with concern. Kevin's tone grew slightly irritated. "Is he stalling? I can't sense any mana waves from him." His eyes returned to the center of the field, flicking briefly between Vincent and Drax. "It looks like this round will come down to those two battling it out. Their mana capacities are 880 and 1,060, but mine is only 510. Tsuyoshi stood quietly in the arena, watching his opponents with narrowed eyes. Drax is likely to produce a grade C potion, while Vincent might even manage a grade B, he thought with grim admiration, as expected of Kevin's disciple. Intermediate potions are no joke. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke through the hum of focus. "Hey, rookie, there are only 20 minutes left. Stop zoning out," shouted the beast girl assisting the tournament. Her angry expression showed both concern and frustration. Beside her, Sakura gently placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, her voice soft and calm. You shouldn't distract him like that." Tsuyoshi rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish smile, laughing awkwardly. "That's true. It's about time I get started," he muttered under his breath. His expression sharpened. He raised his hands, and with a flicker of will, his mana surged to life. A mesmerizing swirl of pink and blue engulfed his palms, wrapping around his fingers like living flames. "As a warrior, my mana capacity is absolutely insufficient," he thought grimly. But his activation didn't go unnoticed. Drax, ever arrogant, narrowed his eyes at the swirling energy around Tsuyoshi's hands. Is that the extent of his mana wave? He sneered. "Ha! It's no better than that of an average white shaman." Vincent glanced over as well, his eyes glinting with contempt. "He was impressive during the first round," he said with a smirk, "but it seems he just got lucky after all." Up in the VIP stands, Connie stroked his beard as he observed the young man's aura. Is this really all Tsuyoshi's mana wave amounts to?" he said aloud. "His capacity probably isn't even 600. Such a shame for someone with his ingredient selection skills." "Ha ha ha." Beside him, Kevin chuckled under his breath, arms folded across his chest. "Was I overthinking it?" he mused. "If this is all he's got, he's not even worth taking seriously." Still, he offered a half-hearted remark. "The fact that he had the courage to participate is commendable, I suppose." Fuline stared intently from the sidelines, her brows knitting. She remembered the shaman examination. Tsuyoshi's mana had been different then. Stronger. Wilder. What? Is this really all the mana he has? She thought, her heartbeat quickening. Sweat trickled down her cheek. No way. During the exam, it wasn't like this at all. What is he doing? Meanwhile, Drax focused on his own refining with steely resolve. All right, it's time. The moment has come to use the technique my teacher gave me specifically for this tournament. Suddenly, he bit down hard on his lip. A crimson bead of blood fell onto his refining stone, and his body pulsed with a surge of power. An information panel flared briefly in the air, visible only to a few sensitive eyes. Advanced Mana Amplification Technique Activated Mana Capacity. Plus 300 current capacity. 1180 note. This technique temporarily boosts mana capacity significantly at the cost of half the user's HP. A confident grin spread across Drax's face. He turned slightly toward Vincent, whose brow had begun to furrow. Boosts mana capacity significantly at the cost of half the user's HP. My current mana capacity now exceeds yours. Vincent, you probably think I'll only be able to refine a grade C potion. But it will be different this time. Then, with a wild surge of energy, Drax raised his staff high and shouted, "Fusion!" The tip of his staff burst into light. Mana flared outward, enveloping his entire body in a vibrant red glow. Gasps erupted from the audience. "Is this real?" Someone murmured. Another shouted, "Could it be a grade 8 intermediate invisibility potion?" As the energy settled, Drax confidently poured the refined potion into a glass tube. With a smirk, he stood tall, declaring, "Haha, a nearly perfect grade B potion. Come at me, anyone." From the VIP room, Connie turned to Kevin with a gleam in his eye. "Yes, nearly perfect. Even your disciple will only barely refine a passable grade B potion at this point. This tournament's victory shall belong to my disciple. As long as he secures first place in this match, his overall score will be unbeatable." He clenched his fist. "Kevin, I won't let you have the upper hand forever." But Kevin didn't respond. His eyes remained locked on the arena, ignoring his own mana gauge as he silently observed the display. Advanced Mana Amplification. It's an extreme skill, sacrificing life in exchange for mana. Definitely not something an ordinary shaman or sorcerer would dare to use. Connie must have gone to great lengths preparing his disciple. Then, a quiet smile crossed Kevin's lips. His gaze sharpened. But, does he really think he can win with a gravy potion? He looked to the arena with growing anticipation. "Did you think I wouldn't prepare for this, Connie? Foolish old man." He called out mentally to his student. "Vincent, show them what you're capable of." Vincent, clutching his potion materials, met his master's gaze and smirked. Then he activated his secret weapon. Flames erupted in his palm. Not just any fire, but a radiant blue flame infused with the law of the earthly phoenix. Connie shot up from his seat, eyes wide. "That's..." Sweat ran down his face. A blue flame extracted from the laws of earth and wind. Something that rare. Kevin, still calm, responded with a faint smile and didn't even glance his way. "I gave it to Vincent some time ago. It's his to use as he pleases." Inwardly, he thought, "Indeed, this flame is infused with the power of the laws. It took 7 full days just to extract this small amount. But with this, I can preserve my dignity." In the arena, Vincent manipulated the blue fire with fluid control, his expression calm and confident. "My teacher instructed me to add this flame during the fusion stage. The power of the laws will instantly elevate my mana capacity. There's no way I can lose." At that moment, a system panel flickered to life. Power of the laws infused current mana capacity. 1,530. Then, Vincent raised his hand, and a luminous blue orb formed above his palm. The air crackled with energy. "This is an even greater supernatural phenomenon," a spectator cried. "Another grade A potion? No, a phenomenon of this level." Vincent looked up at the glowing circle forming above him and declared with arrogant certainty, "An A-grade intermediate invisibility potion. Is there anyone here who can refine a better potion than this?" Tsuyoshi watched the escalating spectacle in silence, gripping his staff and ingredients in both hands. "I see. So they both had hidden techniques to force their potions up by 1 grade. If I hold back now, there's no way I can beat an A-grade potion." Suddenly, a system panel appeared directly in front of him. This time, not imagined, but a real interface glowing with urgency. "Alert. Insufficient MP. Would you like to activate Ultimate Physique to enhance your mana capacity? Current mana capacity, 510." Tsuyoshi's eyes locked onto the message. The noise of the arena faded. With fierce determination, he thought, "Fine. I'll use my Ultimate Physique to raise my mana capacity to its limit. With a surge of will, he activated it. A new notification appeared. Ultimate physique activated. Mana capacity increased. Suddenly, his entire body was engulfed in roaring purple mana. The staff in his hand radiated power as the energy twisted upward like a vortex. The air trembled. He raised his staff toward the sky. Another notification flashed. Current mana capacity 9,600. Then the panel glitched. Static flickered, and a distorted message forced its way onto the screen. Alert! An S-grade potion has been acquired. A supernatural phenomenon is occurring. Please assume defensive distance. Suddenly, the sky above the tournament grounds darkened. A swirling mass of clouds gathered unnaturally fast, pulsing with raw energy. Streaks of lightning clawed across the heavens, then calmed, concentrating into a single vertical shaft of light descending from the sky. At the very center of it all stood Tsuyoshi, silent and steady. His staff crackled with blue flame, his cloak rippling with invisible power. From the audience, someone gasped in awe. Could this be another supernatural phenomenon? Another onlooker stepped forward, shielding their eyes. On top of that, the intensity. This phenomenon is even stronger than the previous two. The air felt heavy, alive. Feline's eyes widened in shock. Sweat beaded down her face as she stared at Tsuyoshi. The weakling's mana waves. They become much stronger than before. She clutched her chest, overwhelmed by the pressure. These waves, and this supernatural phenomenon. Just how much mana does he have? Even Vincent, who had always looked down on Tsuyoshi, was rattled. His lips curled in frustration, but his eyes betrayed fear. There's no way a mana amplification technique of this level exists. His thoughts raced. Even the laws of earth and wind can't produce this effect. I've never heard of anything like it. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Tsuyoshi, sweat dripping from his jawline. Meanwhile, from the outer ring of the arena, Drax's voice cracked through the mounting panic. Could a supernatural phenomenon like this truly exist? Above them, the lightning flickered one last time. And then, everything stilled. All eyes turned to Tsuyoshi, his figure bathed in light, his presence like a rift in the natural order. The lightning in the sky suddenly twisted and churned, shaping itself into the colossal form of a dragon, its eyes glowing with ancient fury, its roar echoing like a storm splitting the heavens. Kevin stared up, paralyzed, his voice trembling. What is that? Standing beside him, Connie's eyes reflected the swirling storm above. This can't be real. This is unbelievable. Kevin's jaw clenched, sweat streaking down his temple as he took a staggering step back. This feels like a supernatural phenomenon. Of the S-grade supernatural phenomenon, the highest level supernatural event. It resonates with the heavens and the earth and manifests physically. However, it calls forth a powerful divine punishment, commonly seen only during the creation of S-grade potions. At the center of the arena, Tsuyoshi stood unmoved. Lightning danced across his body. His eyes glowed a piercing silver blue, locked in absolute focus. His staff hummed in his grip, pulsing with mana. From his system, a notification flashed across his vision. Alert! Mana calibration for pulverizing the ingredients has been completed. Please release your mana. Tsuyoshi gripped the staff tighter. His mana surged like a tidal wave, coiling around him with impossible force. Another notification followed instantly. Alert! Ingredient pulverization is complete. Pulverization rate, 100%. He raised his hand, voice unwavering. Begin fusion. The words echoed across the silent arena. In that instant, the lightning dragon screamed from above, spiraling downward, its maw wide open, coming straight for Tsuyoshi like divine judgment itself. Seeing that, Connie looked up toward the lightning dragon, sweat pouring down his face, his expression more shocked than ever. Impossible. A divine punishment of lightning. If you're not prepared beforehand, you'll suffer massive damage. At the same time, Kevin was also staring at the descending dragon. Sweat dripped from his chin, his face frozen in disbelief. The rarity and difficulty of refining S-grade potions stem from this challenge. Refiners require an extremely high level of skill and mana, and must endure the divine punishment brought about by the process. Usually, you use a potion beforehand to endure this punishment. Is he trying to get himself killed? Suddenly, in front of Tsuyoshi, a glowing blue screen appeared. Alert! A massive lightning strike is imminent. Do you wish to use the Divine King's Hammer to absorb all damage? Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes at the screen, lightning flickering in his gaze. His teeth clenched into a grin. My plan was to endure the lightning with my ultimate physique, but I didn't expect the Divine King's Hammer would be able to absorb the damage as well. With this, refining the potion will be much easier. Memories surged back when he first acquired the Divine King's Hammer. The Divine King's Hammer itself emits lightning. For the hammer, this is no threat at all. His mana surged as he called out from within. Come out, Divine King's Hammer. The sky crackled even louder, as if responding to his call. Then, suddenly, above Tsuyoshi's head, the giant hammer appeared in the sky, surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning. Kevin and Connie, still watching from the audience, were struck speechless. What is that? Kevin said, eyes wide, voice trembling. What kind of oppressive aura is this? Connie added, staring at Tsuyoshi with disbelief. The lightning dragon roared as it lunged towards Tsuyoshi, but he raised the divine hammer high. Boom! A blinding flash lit up the sky as the hammer met the dragon's descent. The Divine King's Hammer has absorbed the lightning strike. Tsuyoshi gripped his staff tightly, eyes glowing with determination. He spoke inwardly to the system. Store the Divine King's Hammer. With his gaze now fixed on the floating potion materials, he spoke again, begin fusion. His staff began to glow with a radiant golden light. The raw ingredients floated toward the glass bottle, like drawn by an unseen force. From the audience's perspective, the entire arena was bathed in a soft, majestic Darjeeling gold hue. Tsuyoshi stood tall at its center, surrounded by shimmering light, staff in hand. With quiet confidence, he said, "It seems the process was successfully completed. The result is an S-grade intermediate invisibility potion. Alert! Intermediate invisibility potion has been successfully refined. Assess quality, S-grade." Kevin stared, trembling, sweat streaking down his face. An S-grade intermediate potion. Someone like him has more talent than me? I can't accept this. Connie gritted his teeth, fists clenched in rage. Master Kevin, forgive me, but the human must have cheated. He leapt toward the arena. Please come with me to verify it. Impossible. There's no way a mere white shaman could create an S-grade potion. As Connie landed, Kevin followed at high speed, his robe billowing behind him. From his side, Vincent sneered. He raised his voice with a mocking grin. "Huh, you must be cheating. What kind of dirty trick did you use? Even my master can't easily create an S-grade intermediate potion." Then suddenly, all the other participants started pointing at Tsuyoshi, shouting over one another. A human cheating during the refining tournament is utterly disgraceful. A mere human shouldn't have been allowed to participate in the first place. Cut off his limbs. Make sure he can never adventure again. But Feline stepped forward, eyes sharp with confidence as she faced the crowd. No, he didn't cheat. He already proved his ability during the shaman examination. I can testify to that. The announcer, standing nearby, turned awkwardly toward Feline. Sweating and wringing her own hand with the other, she said, "But if you ask me, I think it's better if we let Master Kevin decide." Tsuyoshi's eyes narrowed, his voice calm but full of disdain as he stepped forward. His tone cut through the noise like a blade. "You're accusing me of cheating? I only used my own power, just like everyone else here. Fine, investigate all you want. I'm used to this." Suddenly, Connie appeared in front of Tsuyoshi, gripping his staff tightly, face grim. "Human shaman Tsuyoshi, did you use an underhanded method to cheat?" "Master Kevin, and I monitored your mana wave. Your mana capacity should have been 600 at best. With mana of that level, it's impossible to create an S-grade intermediate potion." Then suddenly Connie activated his staff, the gem at its tip pulsing faintly with mana. His brows furrowed as he looked towards Tsuyoshi with a slightly angry expression. Do you agree to take my mana measurement test? If your ability is real, then prove it, the crowd murmured, tension crackling in the air. The mana measurement spell activated, a spell used to measure one's mana capacity. The larger the mana, the brighter the glow emitted. Tsuyoshi stared at the glowing staff in front of him, his gaze intense. Inwardly, he thought, mana measurement. If I can't maintain my amplified mana capacity, they'll assume I cheated. My actual mana capacity is indeed low, but then a small confident smile crept onto his face. However, I see no reason to hide it. He stepped forward calmly and said, "Go ahead. If it will make you stop talking, then I'm all for it." Connie gritted his teeth, annoyed at Tsuyoshi's tone, sweat forming at his temple. He responded mockingly, Let's see if your ability is real." Clenching his fist, Connie extended the staff towards Tsuyoshi, eyes locked. With a sneer, he shouted, "Release your mana. Show us your true level." Then, in that instant, Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Alert. Ultimate physique activated at 100% power. Mana capacity amplification at maximum. His lips curled into a smirk. "All right," he said coolly, "make sure to measure it properly." Suddenly, boom. Connie's staff glowed with a violent, blinding blue light. A shockwave of pure mana burst across the arena. The entire field was bathed in radiant blue. The audience gasped, shielding their eyes. Some fell silent in awe. Conti staggered, covering his face from the light, peeking towards Tsuyoshi. It didn't rise up gradually, it just instantly shot up to this level. Just how large is his mana capacity? Tsuyoshi stood in the center of the storm, glowing from head to toe with ethereal blue light, like a god descended. His voice rang out, calm and absolute. "I've released 100% of my mana." Conti, gripping the trembling staff with both hands, stared in disbelief. His mind raced. The staff. It's trembling. Then suddenly, Connie's staff began to creak, faint at first, like wood under pressure. Then the sound sharpened. Crack! Snap! With a blinding flash of mana light, the staff split in half and exploded into shards, scattering across the arena floor. Conti stood frozen, staring at the broken remains in his trembling hands. "And my staff," he thought, wide-eyed, sweat dripping from his brow. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi calmly rolled his neck and cracked it slightly with one hand. With a confident smile, he said, "Are you satisfied now?" He took a step forward, eyes glowing with power. "That should be enough to prove my magic level, right?" The crowd fell in a stunned silence. Connie clutched his broken staff. His lips parted, but no words came out. His entire body trembled under the pressure of what he had just witnessed. Then, Kevin stepped forward, brushing past Connie without a word. He looked directly at Tsuyoshi, a slow smile forming on his face. "Impressive," Kevin said firmly. "I apologize for doubting you. This is the first time I've seen someone so talented." He paused, then added with sincerity, "I hope you understand why I couldn't believe it at first." Then suddenly, Kevin placed his hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder and said, "In the face of such youth and talent, even I feel overshadowed." "Truly, you are a prodigy," Tsuyoshi replied simply, his tone calm and respectful. "I am honored." Kevin nodded, then turned toward Conti. Still holding the S-grade potion in his hand, he added, "Master Conti, I don't think we need to question his performance any further." He raised the potion slightly, its golden glow still radiating warmth and power. "This S-grade intermediate potion is more than sufficient to declare him the rightful champion of this tournament. Don't you agree?" Connie looked at Kevin, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, "Indeed, there's no room for debate." He stepped forward, extended his arm to address the entire audience and the stunned participants. "Anyone else with objections?" His voice rang through the arena. "If you are dissatisfied, step forward and silence Tsuyoshi yourself." The crowd was silent. Drax and Vincent, both pale and sweating, glanced downward. Their voices came out weakly, but clearly no. I admit defeat. Kevin raised the glowing potion high into the air. Then it settled. His voice was strong and unwavering. Tsuyoshi is the champion of this year's refining tournament. The arena erupted with a mix of awe, disbelief, and scattered cheers. From the crowd, Feline blushed, her cheeks burning red as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Amazing. He really did it. Tsuyoshi caught her gaze and smiled confidently. Raising his fingers in a casual V sign, he mouthed silently, "Thanks, Feline." And hearing Tsuyoshi's words, seeing that confident smile aimed straight at her, Feline's cheeks turned crimson. She held her mouth tightly, heart fluttering, and looked back at him with wide, sparkling eyes filled with admiration, awe, and something softer. Then, with a playful glint in her gaze, she raised her fingers in a V sign, mimicking him, and mouthed silently with a teasing grin. Hee. It's because I helped you. Tsuyoshi chuckled quietly at her playful jab, the atmosphere between them light and warm. But just a short distance away, Kevin stood still. His eyes, no longer sharp with judgment, but darker, unreadable, were fixed on Tsuyoshi. His expression had changed from admiration to something much heavier. A young human, Kevin thought grimly, a genius shaman. I can't help but admire him. But his gaze slowly shifted to the S-grade potion Tsuyoshi had created, the glow still lingering in its glass vessel like a mockery of his pride. For him to create such a potion, truly remarkable. Did I, Kevin, actually lose? His jaw tightened. A shadow passed over his face. He turned his back to the celebration and began walking away from the arena, each step slower, heavier. Just how much? Will this boy grow in the future? His thoughts darkened as he neared the exit of the Colosseum. His face twisted into something more sinister. Envy burned quietly in his eyes. No, he muttered inwardly, voice full of quiet malice. I will use all my connections, all my power, to make sure he never leaves this city alive. Sometime later, Feline stood in front of Tsuyoshi, holding a modest wooden box with both hands. With a small smile, she handed it to him and said, "Here's your prize for winning the tournament. Take it, for shaman. This is a formula worth dying for." Tsuyoshi didn't hesitate. He opened the box on the spot. Inside, a few aged scrolls rested neatly. "Oh, I finally got it," he whispered, eyes gleaming. At that moment, translucent notifications floated up in front of him. Basic potion formula. Circulatory stimulant. Level up potion formula. Nutritional tonic. Potion formula. Mana recharge potion. Seeing the list, Tsuyoshi looked back into the box, a grin spreading across his face. With these formulas, I can make a fortune back in my world. Earning the 1 billion yen auction entrance fee myself won't be just a dream anymore. He closed the box with satisfaction and took it from Feline's hands. She looked up at him with a slightly disappointed expression, hesitating before saying, "You're really turning down the chance to become Master Kevin's apprentice? You've got enough talent in refining and more than enough mana. If you studied under him and built some connections, you could become an incredible shaman." Tsuyoshi simply laughed, gently reaching out and patting her head with a soft, reassuring smile. "It's fine," he said warmly. "I'm a warrior." Feline's face instantly turned red. He added, calmly, "Even if I were to become a shaman, I'd rather find my own path, one that suits me better." Feline glanced off to the side, clearly flustered, and muttered, "So, you're really leaving?" "Where to?" Tsuyoshi thoughtfully rubbed his chin and replied, "My body's healed now, so there's no reason for me to stay. I'll rest up a bit, meet up with Sakura, and then set off." Then, inwardly, he thought, "I've got the formulas now. Once I'm back in my world, I'll earn that 1 billion yen. Then, come back stronger." Feline's expression shifted into a pout. Like a sulky child, she turned her head away and muttered, "You're always talking about Sakura? What exactly is she to you?" Tsuyoshi gave her a gentle smile. "Sakura? She's a friend, a comrade. She might have gone somewhere for a reason, but I think she'll come back soon." Feline's cheeks flushed again. She looked down, her voice quiet and shy. "I see. A comrade. Then she added, "Make sure you come see me before you leave." I have something to give you." Tsuyoshi raised an eyebrow, scratching his head as he looked at her. "Give me something? Why not now?" Feline immediately turned red, her expression shifting from bashful to flustered. She stomped her foot lightly and snapped, "It has to be when you're leaving. So just shut up and wait." He blinked then laughed. Fine. I'll be looking forward to it." Then, in an instant, Feline stormed off with quick steps and a sharp huff, not once turning to look at him. "You'll understand then." "See you later, you idiot," she snapped, her tail flicking with frustration as she vanished down the corridor. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, watching the annoyed beast girl march away. Why did she suddenly get mad? He muttered to himself. Later, in the quiet of his room, Tsuyoshi sat on his bed, the box of potion formulas placed beside him. He exhaled slowly and leaned back against the wall, eyes drifting to the glowing ring on his finger. "I never really had the chance to examine the ring of the infinite in detail. Ever since I got it, I've been running non-stop." Suddenly, a sharp chime echoed in his ears, and a glowing notification appeared in the air before him. "Alert! Due to unstable debugging, you cannot remain in this world for more than 3 days. Exceeding this limit may prevent re-entry into your original world." Another identical alert followed, flashing with urgency. Tsuyoshi stared at the message, frowning slightly. He looked down at the ring and muttered with a sigh, "So I can only stay here for 3 days at a time, and I'll need to wait another 3 before I can come back. Interesting." He narrowed his eyes. But what exactly does debugging mean? He browsed through his system panel for answers, but finding nothing helpful, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. "Well, it doesn't matter right now." Then another alert popped up. A grin crept across his face. "This is getting interesting." Suddenly, the ring of the infinite pulsed with golden light, and a new alert rang out. Tsuyoshi's eyes gleamed. "As long as I can bring these 3 formulas back. 1 billion yen, here I come." With that declaration, he stepped into the glowing portal. The next day, real world in the heart of the city, Tsuyoshi stood in front of a sleek high-rise building, pushing Karina's wheelchair beside him. The chairman of the Hero Alliance stood nearby, gesturing toward the building with a smile. "It's not as luxurious as Hero Villa," the chairman admitted, "but I prepared the best room for you." Karina looked up at the towering structure, eyes sparkling in awe. "Wow," she whispered, her face slightly flushed with excitement. Tsuyoshi, smiling, looked down at her and said, "Thank you very much. This is more amazing than I imagined." Karina clutched her hands close to her chest, her voice trembling slightly. "What a stunning man. It's beyond my imagination. Am I really going to live here?" The chairman chuckled warmly. "The Hero Alliance doesn't skimp on things. Besides, you're worth investing in. Your little sister should be comfortable here too." He placed a hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder. "Is there anything else you need?" Tsuyoshi hesitated for a moment, then rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Actually, if possible, I'd like to convert one of the rooms into a small laboratory. I want to try making potions." The chairman's eyes widened in surprise. "Potions? That requires specialized knowledge and equipment. You're really going to do it?" Then, his expression softened into a proud smile. "Well, if you want to, then of course. We got plenty of space. I'll have one of the rooms converted and equipped. It should be ready by this afternoon." Tsuyoshi bowed his head, slightly in gratitude. "Thank you. That'll help a lot." As they entered the building, Tsuyoshi looked up with a determined smile and thought to himself, "I should be able to start tonight." Sometime later, Tsuyoshi walked steadily down a narrow street, a suitcase in hand and resolve in his steps. He finally arrived in front of a rundown but heavily guarded building, the Blue Snake Gang's headquarters. 2 gruff men in black stood at the gate. One of them squinted at Tsuyoshi and scoffed. "Hey brat, you even know where you are? If you're lost, don't complain when you get your face smashed in." Unfazed, Tsuyoshi stared back with calm, confident eyes. "I know exactly where I am. I've got business with the Blue Snake. I'm here to talk about repayment with the boss." The guard narrowed his eyes and barked, "Acting all high and mighty just to return money? If you're coming in, name yourself." Without blinking, Tsuyoshi replied firmly, "Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro." The two guards froze, exchanging tense glances. Before they could respond, the front doors burst open. Several men in sleek black shoes rushed out, pushing past the stunned guards. "Tsukishiro-san is here. Move aside," one of them declared urgently. The guards paled and stepped back instinctively. One of the new arrivals, sweating slightly, gave Tsuyoshi a forced smile. "We've been expecting you. The boss sent me to welcome you personally." His eyes widened with recognition. "You're the one from the hospital. When you beat that guy." "Oh, it's you," Tsuyoshi said casually. The man bowed nervously and gestured inside. "Please, this way." Inside, Tsuyoshi followed the man through a dimly lit hall. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The guy glanced back nervously and opened a heavy door. "Boss, Tsukishiro-san has arrived." Behind the desk sat a muscular, sharp-eyed man with a deadly calm aura. The Blue Snake Gang leader, Hiro Tsukishiro. He greeted, standing up slowly. "Glad you could make it." Tsuyoshi set the suitcase on the table and opened it. Neatly packed inside was a stack of yen. "Livelier place than I expected," he commented dryly. "Here's the 600,000 yen principal loan. And the interest. Check it." Rando approached and examined the contents. With a smile, he said, "It didn't have to be so formal. Could have sent it through someone. Still, I appreciate the gesture. Let me introduce you." He gestured to the man beside him. "This is our second in command," he said, then turned slightly. "And this is the... ahem. Crazy, oops, chairman." Tsuyoshi's eyes gleamed. He activated his divine eye, and numbers floated before him. Combat power, 2,300, 11,000. 14,100, he smirked coldly. "Not bad." He turned his gaze on Rando. "So, what's this about?" The room fell silent. Sweat beaded on every forehead. Rando narrowed his eyes. He saw through all three of our power levels in a glance. Does he own some kind of appraisal relic? Those are rare, absurdly rare. This kid, he's not ordinary. Rando stepped back and leaned on the boat-shaped side table behind him. "I'll get straight to the point." Without meeting Tsuyoshi's gaze, he said, "The Blue Snake Gang and Crazy Wolf. Both owe you a favor." He gestured broadly. "We'd like to put the past behind us. Be friends. What do you say?" Tsuyoshi blinked. "What?" Then, the second-in-command stood up solemnly. "First, let me apologize for my son's rudeness. I've already sent him to another city. He'll be disciplined properly. He won't trouble you again. I hope you can forgive him." Next, the Crazy Wolf leader stood up, wiping sweat from his brow. "My men acted disrespectfully as well. Not under my orders, but I take responsibility." He bowed. "Also, that spatial ring had a tracking curse. It's been removed. You can use it freely now." Tsuyoshi's eyes widened. He looked down at the ring on his hand. "Wait, the three who attacked me before, they were from Crazy Wolf. So the ring I took off that magician really had a tracking spell. Damn, I was careless." Despite the inner shock, he kept his expression cold. "I already settled the score with that bully at school. Whatever punishment you give him doesn't concern me." He glanced at the Crazy Wolf leader. "Your guys tried to kill me. They got what they deserved. It's over." Rando exhaled, then smiled stiffly and handed the briefcase back. "Then, take this back." Tsuyoshi's brows furrowed. "I don't like owing favors. Paying back my debt is only natural. Take the money." He leaned forward slightly. "But why the sudden change in attitude? I don't particularly enjoy dealing with gangs and guilds." The tension in the room returned, and yet beneath it all, a silent understanding began to bloom. Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the Blue Snake Gang leader leaned back in his seat with a smile and began explaining. "Word of your achievements at Future Star has spread like wildfire. There's not a single influential figure in the area who doesn't know your name by now." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "On top of that, Chairman Suzuki's been trying to recruit you personally. Everyone sees it. Tsukishiro, you're a rising star. Every faction and guild around here is desperate to tie themselves to you before someone else does." Before Tsuyoshi could respond, the Crazy Wolf Guild leader stepped up and added with a chuckle, "We're all small groups. None of us have the luxury to pick fights with a genius like you. It'd be suicide." Another blue snake member piped in enthusiastically. Exactly. And since we're all talking openly here, we're comrades now, right? Tsuyoshi blinked, visibly confused. He pointed to himself with an awkward expression. I had no idea I was this famous. Then he thought to himself, if it's just within this region, I guess it's fine. At least I won't have to deal with more random attackers. Sometime later, after the conversation had wrapped up, the Blue Snake gang members stood to see him off. The gang leader smiled and waved. Tsukishiro-kun, come visit us again sometime. As Tsuyoshi turned to leave, the group bowed respectfully. The second-in-command added warmly, "You're welcome here anytime." Tsuyoshi paused at the door, casting one last glance back at them. That was quite the reception. Outside the Blue Snake headquarters, Tsuyoshi walked through the busy city streets, weaving through crowds of people and neon-lit signs. All right, that's settled, he thought to himself. Time to get back to work. I need to buy ingredients and start refining some potions. Scene change. Medicine and ingredients shop inside a tidy apothecary. A man with glasses stood behind the counter, calmly flipping through a book. The store was quiet and smelled faintly of dried herbs. He mumbled to himself, "These herbs have been getting harder to come by lately. Better stock up while I can. And these too." Suddenly, the door swung open. Tsuyoshi stepped inside, suitcase in hand. "Excuse me," he said politely. "I'd like to buy some potion ingredients." The shopkeeper glanced up lazily, clearly uninterested. "Take whatever you need from the loose stock," he muttered, then added in his thoughts, "What an annoying brat." But Tsuyoshi didn't move. Instead, he held out a slip of paper. "That won't be enough," he said, calm and direct. "I heard this is the biggest potion ingredient store in the area." He handed the slip to the man. "I'll take all 15 ingredients listed here." The man blinked, taking the slip. He scanned the list, his eyes widened. 15. All of them? Are you serious? This isn't a prank? He shouted, his glasses slipping down his nose. Tsuyoshi responded coolly without looking away. "I'm completely serious." He placed the suitcase on the counter and flipped it open, revealing stacks of crisp yen inside. "Will this be enough?" The man stared at the money. The shop owner stared at the open suitcase in stunned silence. 9 million yen in clean, stacked cash right in front of him. Tsuyoshi added calmly, "Also, I'd like to arrange a long-term supply deal." But before the words could fully sink in, the shopkeeper practically shouted, voice cracking with disbelief, 15. All of them? He was visibly drooling, a string of saliva comically hanging from the corner of his mouth as he tried to process what was happening. This brat, if this is true, he thought, he's an incredible VIP customer. These 15 types alone cost over 6 million yen. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi, watching him carefully, thought to himself, after settling my full debt with the Blue Snake gang, including interest, I've still got about 9 million yen left. Based on my divine eyes estimates, this should be more than enough for the initial potion batches. And I've got other plans too. The shop owner suddenly snapped out of it. Composing himself, he gently placed a hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder with a forced professional smile. "Please, sir, come take a seat. I'll have the ingredients prepared right away." He gestured toward a chair and added more seriously, "Now, let's talk about that long-term deal." Just then, a young woman, the shop's assistant, entered from the back room. The owner handed her the slip and said firmly, "Take this list to the warehouse. Pack everything on it." The girl took one look at the list, and her face paled. "All of this?" she stammered, beads of sweat running down her temple. "It'll take some time later." The shopkeeper, still trembling slightly, handed Tsuyoshi a cup of tea, then sat down across from him, clutching his own. "So, you want these 15 types of potion ingredients every month as well?" he asked, nervously rubbing his hands under the table and avoiding direct eye contact. "Our stock is limited. How do you plan to pay for this regularly?" Tsuyoshi didn't miss a beat. "How much are today's ingredients?" The shop owner quickly did some mental math, then said, "From our current stock, I'd estimate about 6 yen. 6 million. But since it's a bulk purchase, I'll round down any odd numbers. It's fine if you just pay 6.6 million yen flat." Tsuyoshi calmly closed his suitcase and pushed it forward across the table. Here's 9 million yen. The other 2.4 million yen will be the deposit for this month's supply. He looked him dead in the eyes. Please take care of it. I'll pay the remaining balance in full at the end of the month. Then, pulling out a bundle of neatly prepared documents, he continued, if needed, we can make it formal. I've already prepared the paperwork. He placed the papers on the table, tapping them with his finger. However, for the entire month, you must provide these ingredients at this price and sell them to no one else. That clause is explicitly stated in the contract. The shop owner studied the neatly prepared contract documents in his hands, brows slightly raised. After a long pause, he finally said with a respectful nod, I have no issue with these terms. This deposit will suffice. However, these 15 ingredients have always remained stable in price. Our shop is well established. We don't raise prices on a whim. Tsuyoshi responded with a calm, polite smile. Understood. Then, I look forward to doing business with you. Inwardly, he thought, once I have the ingredients, I can begin experimenting tonight. Still, the price of potion materials will likely skyrocket in the future. With this contract in place, I won't have to worry about it. Sometime later, at Tsuyoshi's apartment lab, the door opened to reveal a pristine, gleaming laboratory. The counters were polished like glass, the shelves neatly stacked with labeled tools, and a faint medicinal aroma floated in the air. Tsuyoshi stepped in and admired the space. Now this is a proper laboratory. Not bad at all. From behind, his sister's voice called out, I heard Chairman Suzuki personally covered a large part of the cost out of his own pocket. We really should thank him. I never knew you could make potions, big brother. What are you planning to do with this lab? Tsuyoshi turned to face her, then gently knelt down to her level. Speaking softly, he said, Of course, I plan to repay Chairman Suzuki's kindness many times over. His voice softened even further, gaze distant, but the real reason I built this lab is to fulfill a promise I made a long time ago. He looked at her with sincerity in his eyes. I promise to bring back your smile, like in the old days. His sister blinked, confused. What did you say? Tsuyoshi smiled faintly, brushing off the moment as he pushed her wheelchair out. It's nothing. Just wait and see. I'm starting now, so go over there, all right? She turned her head as the door closed. Come on, big brother. From inside, Tsuyoshi's muffled voice replied, Sorry, I need to focus. Inside the room, Tsuyoshi smiled faintly. All right, he raised his hand, activating the ring. Let's begin. In an instant, a cascade of medicinal herbs materialized before him. Notifications popped up. You have retrieved a wooden box from your Divine Sense inventory. You have retrieved pre-packaged potion ingredients from your spatial ring. Tsuyoshi rolled up his sleeves and sat at his workstation. 3 key ingredients for a basic circulatory stimulant. He murmured, eyes narrowed. The order matters too. 6 total materials in all. He leaned forward, completely focused. The divine eye is truly incredible. It analyzes the optimal ingredients for this world and even teaches me the refining process. His eyes briefly glowed with a brilliant golden light. He scanned a note with intense concentration. Final step. Mix ant grass extract and green vine extract in a 1:3 ratio. Tsuyoshi picked up a slightly larger glass vial, carefully measuring and pouring the extracts. A smile tugged at his lips. A 1:3 recipe. He placed the mixture into a simple heating device. Heat it up. This device is primitive, but it'll do for now. He watched the container closely. In this world, the refining process ends here. Once the heating is complete, the potion's effects can be set. But the chemical reaction is volatile. The success rate is low. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. However, from his Divine Sense inventory, a staff appeared in his grip. You have retrieved your basic staff from the Divine Sense inventory. I'll use my shamanic techniques to accelerate fusion and infuse the potion with mana. This will dramatically increase its success rate and enhance its medicinal effects. He grinned, gripping the staff tightly. Finally, I can make proper use of this staff I bought before returning. I left the divine hammer at the inn in the other world to free up space. But with time frozen over there, it's not a problem. The laboratory filled with a warm glow as Tsuyoshi raised the staff, mana swirling faintly around him. The true alchemy was just beginning. Tsuyoshi raised the staff confidently and declared, "Begin fusion." A soft hum filled the room, and the herbs inside the heating device shimmered. Mystical energy danced through the air as his unique refining technique unfolded, one unknown to anyone else in this world. Fusion progress, 30%. Fusion progress, 40%. Fusion progress, 60%. Fusion progress, 90%. Science and magic have merged, Tsuyoshi thought, eyes gleaming. What an astonishing fusion speed. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. Alert, fusion complete. At the same time, the heating device emitted a soft chime. All right, Tsuyoshi said with satisfaction, picking up the vial. The first batch is done. Let's see how effective it is. He swirled the potion tube gently, its contents glowing faintly golden. A circulatory stimulant. Looks decent enough. He took a sip without hesitation. The moment it touched his tongue, a surge of yellow light erupted from his body. Refinement rate, 100% circulatory stimulant effect. Increases HP and stamina recovery by 45%. Reduces damage taken by 12%. Duration, 10 minutes. Tsuyoshi looked at his glowing hands in awe. These effects, incredible. Clenching his fist, he smirked. There's no way capsules in this world can match this. As expected of an otherworld formula, no capsule here stand a chance. He grabbed another tube, but his face scrunched slightly after a sip. Tastes terrible. Sighing, he added, "Guess I'll convert these into capsules instead." Glancing at the machines lining his lab, he declared with resolve, "Countless paths to wait my exploration." With a sweep of his staff into the air, his shamanic power activated once again. All right, let's start mass-producing the circulatory stimulant. If the market responds well, everything will fall into place. The next day, outside the entrance of a large cave, dungeon adventurers gathered in clusters, chatting anxiously as they prepared to enter. "This is going to be tough," one of them muttered. "The cave drops are great, but it's too vast. We can only afford mediocre capsules. We'll have to be careful." Nearby, another group was talking. "In the end, we just aren't strong enough." Suddenly, a figure appeared, Tsuyoshi, disguised in a hooded cloak, pushing a trolley stacked with small boxes. Honestly, Tsuyoshi thought, with this hoodie, I look like a third-rate villain trying to sell snake oil. He found a spot with high foot traffic and parked the cart. This place will do. This cave draws the most adventurers. From the crowd, a few adventurers noticed him. One scoffed. He looks like a traveling merchant. Thinks he can sell capsules like that? What an idiot. Another crossed his arms and said, "The capsule business is monopolized by the big three corporations. It's safer to buy from certified shops." A third raised an eyebrow. "Could be counterfeit." Ignoring the chatter, Tsuyoshi picked up a shiny capsule from his tray and raised his voice confidently. "Everyone, if you're unsatisfied with your current capsules, try our brand new power capsules. A six-pack, perfect for adventurers. First come, first served." The nearby heroes turned to look. One leaned toward his friend. "A new capsule? Is it from Big Tree?" His friend rubbed his chin. "No, I visit specialty shops often. I would have known if something new dropped." A bold adventurer strode up to the stall with a mocking grin. "Capsules are a lifeline for us. No one's going to buy some shady no-name product. Are you seriously saying this is better than the Big Tree's line?" He picked up a box and held it up. "So what kind of capsule is this? How much does it cost? What are the effects?" Tsuyoshi held up the capsule box confidently and responded to the skeptical hero. "This is a basic circulatory stimulant capsule. It restores your HP and stamina and reduces incoming damage while you're under attack. All the detailed effects are listed on the back of the box. Each box contains 6 capsules and costs 24,000 yen. Each person can buy up to 10 boxes per day." The hero's expression twisted in disbelief. 6 capsules for 24,000 yen? Is this a limited edition or are you just insane? He snapped. Big Tree's blood stimulants are only 20,000 yen for 10 capsules. He slammed his hands onto the stall table, voice rising in anger. This is a damn joke. Get lost already. It's obvious your product won't work. Two more adventurers appeared behind him. One cracked his knuckles. Outrageous ripoff. This is infuriating. The other scoffed. Shady junk like this costing more than a Big Tree product? What a scam. Someone's gonna flip your stall if you keep this up. Tsuyoshi simply chuckled, gesturing to the small tray beside him. I have free samples. If you're not satisfied with the effects, feel free to flip my stall. With a sly smile, he held up one capsule. However, if you're impressed, you'll be required to buy a full box. The first hero glared at him and growled, "Fine, I'll try it. But if this is some low-grade trash, you're dead." He snatched the capsule from Tsuyoshi's hand. From the crowd, someone laughed mockingly. How laughable. Let's watch that fool embarrass himself. Another snorted. Only a fool pays 24,000 yen for a mystery pill. The hero glared at Tsuyoshi one last time, sweat beading on his brow, and muttered, "Let's see what this does." He swallowed the capsule, and in an instant, his body lit up with radiant energy. A golden glow pulsed around him. Refinement rate, 100% circulatory stimulant activated. HP and stamina recovery speed, plus 45%. Damage taken reduced by 12%. Duration, 10 minutes. His eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Tsuyoshi leaned forward, his tone mockingly casual. As I said, it boosts SP and stamina recovery by 45% and reduces damage by 12%. 10 full minutes. Now, do you still think it's overpriced? A voice rang from the back. No way, is that real? Did it really have that effect? More people pushed forward to see, but the hero ignored them all, his focus locked on Tsuyoshi. Like a cunning fox, he pulled out a black card and offered it silently. Can I get a full box? Actually, the limit is 10 per person, right? I want all 10. He handed over his hero certificate. Give me 10 boxes. Right now. Tsuyoshi calmly processed the payment. 240,000 yen has been deducted from hero certificate. Here are your 10 boxes. Thank you very much, Tsuyoshi said, handing them over neatly. The hero loaded the boxes into his bag, nodded once, and turned to leave, his voice low but firm. Thanks. Will you be here again tomorrow? What time? As he walked off, the crowd surged towards Tsuyoshi's stall. Someone shouted, "Hey, give me one too. You said there were samples, right?" Another chimed in, "Yeah, I'll try one. That guy could be a plant, but it's worth a shot." "Me too. Same. If it's fake, you'll pay for it." Within seconds, only 5 free samples remained. Tsuyoshi raised his voice calmly. Only 5 free samples left. 5 adventurers stepped up, and each took one. As they ingested the capsules, the effects surged through them instantly, and they stood dumbfounded. From behind, the first customer growled, "Well, do you see now?" Without hesitation, cards flew out from all directions. "I'll take 10 boxes. Same here, give me 10. Is this capsule really that amazing? Give me at least 1 box." Chaos erupted as more heroes yelled over each other, waving their cards. Tsuyoshi, unshaken, raised a hand with a confident smile. "Please line up, 10 boxes per person, maximum." From the crowd, some started making calls. "With effects like this, it'll sell like crazy, even if we double the price. Hurry, get here fast. It's a limited supply. You'll make a fortune. Send your best team. Buy as many as you can and resell them." "I don't care, just move." Tsuyoshi watched the chaos with a grin, thinking to himself, everything is going exactly as planned. There's no way I'll earn the 1 billion yen transfer fee from simple street sales alone. But this capsule, it served its purpose. With this level of effect and limited quantity, a devoted following will form. Then, it's only a matter of time before Big Tree comes looking for me. And as the line before his stall stretched out toward the road, Tsuyoshi's next move was already forming in his mind. The scene shifts to Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies. Inside a meeting room, 2 employees are giving a report using a projector. They tell their superiors that this is a market report meeting for the production review room. They explain that the prices of 3 specific products, including their own, have been steadily dropping throughout the week, now less than half of their previous value. One of the men, wearing glasses and possibly someone from HR, adjusts his glasses and explains that this drop is happening because of the appearance of a new product on the market. Dark capsules that are similar in type. A researcher also steps in to support this explanation. He confirms that the capsules do not belong to the other 2 big pharmaceutical companies, meaning these new products aren't coming from any known competitors. Next, the team shows images of the capsules that have recently started circulating, the ones made and sold by the protagonist. They inform the others in the room that the products in question are the Circuit Capsule and the Mana Recharge Capsule. They explain that a lot of company resources were spent just to obtain samples of these. They go on to say that these capsules have become surprisingly popular among heroes, which is why they're being closely examined. Then they display the test results. The man presenting this part looks nervous, sweat on his face as he explains that these capsules were made using advanced pharmaceutical technology. He admits that the quality is high and says he doesn't understand why they're being labeled as dark capsules. For context, dark capsules are defined as capsules that are produced by small-scale operations, either individual makers or small factories, rather than established pharmaceutical corporations. After hearing this, people in the room start discussing the situation. One person points out that all 3 capsule types clearly came from the same group, given their similar production methods and consistent effectiveness. Another adds that at least it's a relief these capsules weren't made by the other 2 large companies. If they were, they would have taken over the market by now. Someone else notes that even with proper machines and tools, they haven't been able to figure out the exact ingredients. They say they have no idea who the person behind this is or how they've gone unnoticed until now. At that moment, a woman in a formal suit appears in the back of the room, escorted in by an older man who opens the door for her. From the entrance, she comments that if these are dark capsules, then the 3 major companies' products have completely lost their competitive value. Everyone stands and bows toward her. She is the president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, Misa. She walks to the front and calmly asks whether the team has identified the group producing these capsules. She also mentions that the other 2 major companies have likely already started acting. After taking a seat, Misa looks at everyone and says that they can't afford to fall behind. The 2 men who were presenting earlier bow again and explain that they still don't know who's producing the capsules. They add that the sellers keep changing their locations every day, making it hard to track them. But they also say that a full investigation is already underway and that they'll share details as soon as possible. Misa listens, then responds directly. She says they're moving too slow and reminds them that the company is in a serious situation. President Misa walks calmly toward the exit of the meeting room. Without looking back, she tells her secretary, "Prepare the car immediately." With that, she leaves the room. Everyone in the room bows respectfully as she exits. Her secretary responds promptly, "Yes, ma'am." The scene shifts to the entrance of a dungeon. A group of people are gathered there, waiting near the gate. Among them, someone urgently offers, "I'll pay 10 times the standard price. Give me the last 3 boxes." Another voice cuts in, telling the first to back off, offering 20 times the price instead. Then someone else raises the offer even higher, saying they'll pay 30 times the original amount. In the middle of the crowd, a man wearing silver armor looks around in disbelief. With a surprised expression, he mutters, "This is crazy. The competition's gotten out of control. People are paying 30 times the original price now." He turns to his companion, who responds confidently, pointing out that the seller must be highly skilled in pharmaceutical formulation. According to him, the effectiveness of the capsules is exceptional, which is exactly why they're in such high demand. He adds that he's lucky to have gotten some for himself today. The scene then cuts to the protagonist, Tsuyoshi, who's sitting quietly at his capsule stall, still wearing a hood. Watching the crowd in front of him, he reflects in his thoughts that a week has passed and everything is progressing just as he had planned. He smiles to himself, thinking that the bait has been laid, and now it's just a matter of waiting for the target to show up. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The customers standing in front of his stall step aside and turn around as someone from behind raises their voice and says, "I'll pay 100 times the price. Sell it to me." Walking through the parting crowd is none other than President Misa. She approaches Tsuyoshi directly and says, "If you're willing, I'll pay 100 times the price to buy just 10 minutes of your precious time. What do you say?" Behind her, a luxurious car is parked, with men in black suits nearby. Seeing the scene unfold, Tsuyoshi smiles quietly to himself and thinks, "I've caught a big fish." Sometime later, Tsuyoshi is seated inside the luxurious car, having accepted her offer. President Misa sits across from him, holding a wine glass. She greets him confidently and says, "Thank you for giving me 10 minutes. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Misa, president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals." Tsuyoshi politely responds with a simple greeting, "Nice to meet you." But in his mind, Tsuyoshi is carefully observing her. He notes to himself that she's surprisingly young for someone in such a position. Her voice also sounds youthful. Even though she's likely concealing parts of her identity, he had expected someone older, possibly middle-aged. He starts to wonder who she really is. Misa looks at him directly and gets straight to business. She tells him clearly, "I want to purchase the formula for the 3 types of capsules you're selling." Tsuyoshi doesn't hesitate. He simply raises his hand and names his price, 10 billion yen. Misa, clearly caught off guard by the figure, lowers her wine glass and replies, 10 billion yen? That's a little too much. It's over our budget. She asks him whether he needs to check with his team before making such a major deal. Then she adds that Red Tier Pharmaceuticals is here with the intention of showing sincerity. President Misa looks directly at Tsuyoshi, her expression calm but firm. With a confident and slightly condescending tone, she responds, "The amount we can offer is 3 billion yen. Even for formulas of that caliber, this is a considerable sum." As she studies him, her eyes narrow slightly, and she begins thinking to herself. She suspects Tsuyoshi is deliberately inflating the price, and notes that 10 billion yen could buy 50 standard grade formulas. She also starts to wonder, could he be the leader of a larger group? But Tsuyoshi doesn't flinch. He smiles confidently and replies without hesitation, "No, 10 billion yen. No more, no less." He adds that he has no partners. He created all 3 capsules himself. Then he looks directly at Misa, his gaze sharp, and says plainly, "You understand, don't you? These capsules would give your company a strong edge in the market. Isn't Red Tier currently going through its greatest crisis?" Misa is visibly shaken by this statement. A drop of sweat runs down her face as she thinks to herself, if he really doesn't have any associates, then that would mean he's a pharmaceutical genius, and a dangerous one at that. Still trying to make sense of his claim, she asks him, "Greatest crisis? What do you mean?" Tsuyoshi responds by pulling out some stock market data and showing her a graph. He explains clearly and confidently. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies, Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, Oyama Pharmaceuticals, and Tatsumi Pharmaceuticals, make up nearly the entire capsule market. But based on the data I've collected, Red Tier's market share has dropped from 26% at its peak to just 12% over the past 23 years. He continues, pointing out that Red Tier's products have fallen behind in both effectiveness and pricing, which is why Oyama and Tatsumi have been steadily growing. Misa listens closely, and her thoughts reflect her surprise. He came prepared, down to the last detail. She starts to wonder if he predicted this entire meeting from the beginning. Still, she admits to herself that his analysis is accurate. Red Tier's market share is shrinking, and the company is indeed in a tough spot. Softening her tone, she simply asks, "What else?" Tsuyoshi doesn't miss a beat. He continues explaining that she already knows how his capsules have disrupted the market due to their superior effectiveness. He tells her that if Red Tier could produce these capsules, the company would have a real shot at taking back market dominance. He also reminds her that Oyama and Tatsumi would be just as interested in purchasing his formula. Then he asks, still think 10 billion yen is too expensive? Misa takes a sip of her wine, processing his words. In her thoughts, she recognizes the calculated mix of profit leverage and subtle threat in his approach. She begins to understand that if he's truly as young as he sounds, he might be far more dangerous and intelligent than he appears, a genius in his field. After a moment, Misa quietly puts down her wine glass and responds, "Fine, 10 billion yen it is." She then adds, "However, since we're conducting an honest transaction, at the very least, I'd like to know your name." Tsuyoshi thinks for a moment. In his mind, he reflects that he's kept his identity hidden to avoid unnecessary attention too soon. But since Misa would be the only one to know, he figures it won't be a problem. He agrees and says, "Of course, but keep it confidential." Then, removing his hood, he reaches out his hand toward her and says calmly, "My name is Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. Looking forward to working with you, Miss Misa." When Misa finally gets a clear look at Tsuyoshi's face, she's visibly surprised. In her mind, she notes how young he is, much younger than she had expected. Still processing that thought, she reaches out and shakes his hand. With a polite smile, she says, "Nice to meet you." Sometime later, outside the car, Misa's secretary approaches Tsuyoshi and hands him a sleek card. The secretary says, "Here is the 10 billion yen card. It has already been linked to your information, so please accept it." Tsuyoshi takes the card calmly, looks at the two standing before him, and responds simply with, "Thank you." The secretary and Misa both remain where they are, watching him as he walks away. As he leaves, the secretary turns to Misa with concern and asks, "Are you really okay with giving away 10 billion yen? That's a massive sum." But Misa answers with quiet confidence. "It is indeed a significant investment, but after seeing his face, I'm certain. This 10 billion yen is the best investment we could make." She continues, explaining that Tsuyoshi's pharmaceutical skills are clearly extraordinary for someone so young. She believes he has incredible potential and might grow into something far beyond what they can currently imagine. A talent like his, she says, is worth securing at any cost. If the deal goes well, he could become the key to Red Tier's future. The secretary, reassured by her reasoning, nods and replies, "Of course. I trust your judgment, President." Then, with a warm expression, the secretary adds, "You've always been wise and decisive since you were young. That's why your father was able to entrust the company to you with peace of mind." Misa looks slightly embarrassed at the compliment and gives a gentle smile. "Tommy, stop it." She then steps into the car and gives her next instruction. "We've obtained the formula. Now it's time to launch a counteroffensive." She tells the secretary to return to the company immediately and summon all executives. They need to decide on their next big marketing strategy. The secretary responds without delay, "Yes, President." Sometime later, inside a quiet coffee shop, Chairman Suzuki of the Hero Association is sitting across from Tsuyoshi. He suddenly bursts out, half shouting in disbelief, How did you do it? You already secured the 10 billion yen entry fee. But it's only been a week." Tsuyoshi raises a finger gently and gives him a small smile. "Chairman Suzuki, lower your voice." Because of the outburst, people in the cafe begin to look over. One of the nearby staff whispers in shock, "Did he just say 10 billion yen? Another customer chimes in, "That brat just casually obtained 10 billion yen? Could it be?" Calmly, Tsuyoshi hands over the card to the chairman and says, "I just happen to have a valuable formula, so I struck up a little deal. This card contains 10 billion yen. Can you reserve my spot in the auction?" The chairman breaks into an awkward laugh, clearly overwhelmed and sweating slightly. "Next time, can you warn me before calling things like this little deals?" He then reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket, still reeling from the situation. Hearing the chairman's comment, Tsuyoshi's expression turns slightly more serious. He looks at Suzuki and says, "This fulfills one of the conditions for entry to the auction. Now, for the second condition, I need to obtain C rank hero status." He raises 2 fingers in front of the chairman and continues. If I rank in the top 3 in the Supernova tournament, I can apply for promotion to C rank, correct? Suzuki looks a bit surprised at Tsuyoshi's question. He replies, I thought you had given up. Then he explains, to enter the Supernova tournament, you need to place in the top 3 at least twice in publicly accessible dungeons. He pauses, then adds with a hint of concern, but don't take this the wrong way. The deadline for Supernova tournament registration is tomorrow. To place in the top 3, you need to raise your ranking several times over a few days. There's no way you can make it in time. Tsuyoshi, however, answers calmly and with confidence. No, 1 day is enough. He then asks, can you take me to the public dungeons tomorrow morning? Time passes, and we see Tsuyoshi at his new mansion. He walks quietly down the hallway and stops in front of Karina's room. Inside, his sister is hugging a pillow with a content expression. She tells him, with a gentle smile, that she's going to sleep early and comments excitedly on how soft the bed is. Seeing her so relaxed and happy, Tsuyoshi returns the smile. He softly closes her door and wishes her a good night, calling her by name. Afterward, Tsuyoshi heads into his own room. Once inside, he reminds himself that tomorrow, Chairman Suzuki will be taking him to the public cave. He understands he needs to grow stronger before then and mentally prepares for it. As he sits on his bed and looks at his hand, he reflects that he's been stuck at level 12 for quite some time. He acknowledges that leveling up is now a priority. Suddenly, his hand begins to glow with a golden light. Clenching his fist, Tsuyoshi promises himself that he'll bid for the Golden Rebirth Elixir for Karina once he returns. A system message appears, informing him that the Boundless Passage has opened. However, due to unstable debugging, he'll only be able to remain in the other world for a maximum of 3 days. As the portal beneath him activates, Tsuyoshi begins to sink into it. While doing so, he firmly states his intention to help Karina recover. He's determined to get her back on her feet. Moments later, he arrives in the other world. Looking around the room, he wonders where Sakura is and notes to himself that she hasn't returned yet. He plans to sort out his level-up strategy for the next 3 days once she comes back. Walking toward the window, he reflects that in this world, he really can't get anything done without her. As he gazes out, he thinks Sakura must have heard about his victory in the refining tournament, so she should be returning by the next morning. Finally, as he looks up at the moon, he starts to question where exactly she went and whether she has friends in this area, something he hadn't really thought about before. Suddenly, in front of Tsuyoshi, a large number of crow-like projections appear. All of their eyes glow with a blood-red hue, making the situation feel ominous. Among them, one figure suddenly rushes toward him at high speed, closing the distance in an instant. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Tsuyoshi is shocked, but quickly senses that something is off. His instincts prove correct. The crow-like figure suddenly explodes near him. As the dark smoke settles from the explosion, Tsuyoshi reappears, unharmed. In his mind, he analyzes the situation. It was a surprise attack using magic. Now he's left wondering who is behind it. Then a voice echoes from somewhere nearby. The speaker remarks that they thought Tsuyoshi would be taken down in one strike. As the voice trails off, a mysterious girl reveals herself. She's holding a staff, and large wings extend from her back. Looking directly at Tsuyoshi with confidence, she admits that she underestimated him. She thought he would be an easy target, but now realizes capturing him will be more difficult than expected. Tsuyoshi doesn't waste any time. He opens his inventory and pulls out a sword. While preparing himself for battle, a question runs through his mind. Why is he being targeted? Could this be related to the assassin guild that came after him before? Meanwhile, the winged girl stares at him with her red eyes, expressing disappointment that the attack didn't succeed. Then, another figure suddenly appears behind Tsuyoshi, shouting for them to launch a joint attack. This second attacker is identified as an assassin, a class specialized in surprise tactics. His stats appear. He's level 30 with a combat power of 30,500. Noticing this new enemy behind him, Tsuyoshi's thoughts sharpen again, there's another one joining in. To the assassin's surprise, Tsuyoshi effortlessly blocks the attack. Wasting no time, he activates his ultimate physique skill, immediately enhancing his muscle strength and reaction speed. Internally, he acknowledges that he's reached his physical limit. His agility and movement speed have been significantly boosted for a limited time. He glares at the assassin with intense focus, thinking that without this skill, he might have actually been hit just now. The assassin freezes, clearly rattled by Tsuyoshi's speed and response, and even the winged girl looks momentarily stunned. But Tsuyoshi quickly assesses the situation. Facing two high-level enemies at once in a confined space puts him at a severe disadvantage. He makes a snap decision to retreat. As he lands outside the forest clearing, he reactivates his ultimate physique skill, this time enhancing the explosive power of both legs. Meanwhile, the two enemies prepare to launch another coordinated attack. Tsuyoshi, aware that escape is no longer an option, also gets into a stance for a counterattack. In his mind, he questions their motive. Were they hired to kill him? Either way, he knows they won't let him go, and lowering his guard could be fatal. Holding his sword steady, he addresses them directly, stating that he doesn't remember doing anything to deserve being targeted. The winged girl responds, completely confident, and tells him he was simply unlucky. They were just hired to do a job. The assassin then asks Tsuyoshi how he managed to evade what he calls a blind hit, an attack that's supposed to have a guaranteed strike rate. He points out that Tsuyoshi is supposed to be just a level 12 warrior, but his reflexes and durability tell a different story. The winged girl agrees, now clearly intrigued by him. She says he even dodged her magic attacks, which shouldn't have been possible. But she quickly adds that it doesn't matter. Once they capture him, their mission will be complete. Just then, the assassin charges forward again, his entire body glowing with green light. At the same time, the winged girl launches another attack from behind. As their attacks converge, a large blue magical circle forms above Tsuyoshi's head. The winged girl instantly recognizes that her magic was blocked again, and the assassin mentally notes, shocked, that Tsuyoshi dodged him again. Tsuyoshi prepares for a counterstrike. He raises his sword and tells them they shouldn't have expected him to surrender easily. As lightning crackles around his weapon, both enemies instinctively pull back, sensing danger. He launches an attack, forcing them to react quickly. The winged girl raises her staff and activates a defensive shield. The assassin, while dodging, explains that Tsuyoshi is using a technique called Thunder Chain. He admits that if Tsuyoshi's level was just a little higher, he might not have escaped unharmed. Recovering, the assassin lunges towards Tsuyoshi again, this time grabbing the winged girl and moving together. He taunts Tsuyoshi, saying that resistance is pointless at his level. He's still only level 12. His exact words emphasize that struggling will only lead to more pain. As the assassin launches an attack called Ray Storm, the winged girl simultaneously attacks from behind. Tsuyoshi quickly senses the ambush and turns to defend himself. But now caught between the two, he's pushed into a desperate position, barely able to keep up. Grinding his teeth, he questions himself. Can he really win against two opponents of such high level at once? As the two enemies keep up their relentless attacks, the assassin remarks that it's already a miracle Tsuyoshi has lasted this long at level 12. The winged girl supports his point, telling Tsuyoshi to just drop his weapon and surrender. But Tsuyoshi, defiant, looks at them with eyes glowing with energy. He asks sharply, "Who's going to obey you?" In his mind, he wonders if it's time to use the Divine King Hammer, even though doing so could put his life at risk. At that moment, a system alert appears before him. It's a notification, Divine King Hammer, summoning in progress. The winged girl immediately senses the shift in energy. She raises her hand to shield her face, startled by the overwhelming pressure, and asks aloud what this power is. The assassin also feels the change, recognizing that something dangerous is coming. He notes that the pressure in the area is rising rapidly. Tsuyoshi begins walking toward his enemies, his confidence unwavering. His entire body is now radiating a golden aura, with lightning crackling across his limbs. In his hand, the shape of the divine king hammer begins to take form, its power slowly materializing. But just then, a strange sound echoes from above. A voice speaks from the sky, directly addressing him. The tone is familiar, and it says, "Tsuyoshi, you're hiding something, aren't you?" Hearing this voice, Tsuyoshi looks up, immediately recognizing it. In his mind, he reacts with alarm. It's a voice he knows well. Appearing before him is Kevin, a genius shaman, and, more importantly, the one orchestrating the attack against him right now. Tsuyoshi finally sees the true mastermind behind the ambush. Kevin raises his hand and points directly at Tsuyoshi, speaking with command, "Let it burst, secret." Instantly, Tsuyoshi feels something shift within his own body, as if a hidden part of him has been forcefully triggered or revealed. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he glares at Kevin and speaks through his tension, "Master Kevin." Kevin descends slowly from the sky, his glowing eyes fixed directly on Tsuyoshi. With a sharp gaze and calm tone, he reflects on a decision he made in the past, how removing the darkness from Tsuyoshi's body and embedding a secret within him had been the correct move. He stares at the radiant energy emanating from Tsuyoshi and wonders aloud if that mysterious energy is the true source of his extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi is on his knees, clutching his chest in pain. He struggles to speak, asking Kevin if everything he did for him had been a lie. His voice carries both pain and disbelief. Kevin, showing no sympathy, responds coldly. He mocks Tsuyoshi, calling him a foolish human and saying he was naive to believe in kindness on such a brutal continent. Kevin confesses that he once assumed Tsuyoshi was simply pretending to be harmless, but now realizes he was just genuinely naive. Seeing Kevin reveal himself, the winged girl reacts with excitement. She didn't expect someone like Kevin to show up in person. The assassin, standing beside her, also comments that with the injuries Tsuyoshi has now, there's no way he'll be able to escape. Kevin acknowledges their efforts and expresses appreciation for their assistance. He tells them that he will prepare the border-breaking potion they asked for, and it will be ready by tomorrow. However, as a standard practice, they are expected to provide the required materials. Both the assassin and the magician respond enthusiastically, assuring Kevin that all the necessary ingredients have already been gathered, and they'll deliver them soon. This border-breaking potion is known to be extremely rare. Gathering the materials is incredibly difficult, and for adventurers, it's a highly prized item, capable of helping them surpass their level caps with ease. Internally, Kevin reflects on how easy it is to manipulate them. Just promising a high-grade potion is enough to make these two willingly serve him as pawns. He then turns back to Tsuyoshi. With his body now enveloped in a green aura, Kevin warns him not to resist. He reveals that the secret is embedded deep in Tsuyoshi's chest. He even admits to leaving Tsuyoshi alive during a moment when he was completely defenseless, clearly showing that this manipulation was premeditated. Tsuyoshi, still on the ground and struggling to remain conscious, looks up at Kevin. In a weak voice, he asks why Kevin would do such a thing when Tsuyoshi had never done anything to harm him. Kevin responds without hesitation. He looks down at Tsuyoshi and, with a dark and commanding tone, explains that Tsuyoshi's exceptional talent and refinement is a threat to him. That alone is the reason he must die. Kevin concludes by saying that if Tsuyoshi wants to blame someone, he should blame himself for being too weak to protect what mattered. Tsuyoshi hears Kevin's words and starts laughing, but not in fear. It's a mocking, bitter laugh. He processes everything in that moment and responds with sarcasm, saying that now he understands. It all makes sense. Then he turns his gaze toward Kevin and, with a cold smile, calls him out directly. He refers to Kevin, the great master, the so-called genius, and accuses him of being afraid. A coward, terrified of someone he once trained. This comment hits a nerve. Kevin's expression tightens, and he grits his teeth in anger. He immediately activates his power, raising a glowing hand filled with magical force. His voice is furious as he shouts that he'll crush Tsuyoshi's skull. He intends to kill him on the spot. Tsuyoshi, still in pain and clutching his chest, braces himself. Sweat runs down his face as Kevin prepares to strike. But just before Kevin can land the blow, a girl suddenly appears from behind him and shouts, begging Kevin to stop. It's Feline, Kevin's own disciple. Her appearance shocks Kevin. He turns to her, furious that she followed him here. His voice is sharp and demanding, questioning why she's there. Trembling, Feline pleads with her master. She doesn't understand what Tsuyoshi did to deserve this treatment. She apologizes on Tsuyoshi's behalf, trying to calm the situation before it escalates further. But Kevin, now glaring at her with glowing eyes, scolds her. He's surprised she would even show sympathy for a human. He tells her bluntly that she's still too young and doesn't understand how the world works. Then, without hesitation, he tells her to leave. If she stays, she'll be punished severely. Feline stammers, trying to protest, but before she can finish, Kevin strikes her with the back of his hand, knocking her away. Then he turns back to Tsuyoshi, eyes filled with murderous intent, and declares that nothing will stop him now. Tsuyoshi will die today, no matter who tries to interfere. He activates a powerful skill, Annihilation, a cruel spell that overwhelms the victim's brain with intense magical energy, destroying it from the inside. Feline, recovering on the side, watches in horror. Tears stream down her face as she screams Tsuyoshi's name in panic and fear. Nearby, the assassin and the bird girl, who had previously attacked Tsuyoshi, stand watching. The assassin is stunned by how far Kevin is going. He wonders aloud what Tsuyoshi must have done to make Kevin this enraged, knowing that the spell will rip Tsuyoshi's brain to pieces before he dies. The bird girl responds coldly. She says it doesn't matter. Anyone foolish enough to provoke someone like Master Kevin was doomed from the start. But at that critical moment, Tsuyoshi, still sitting on the ground, lifts his gaze with determination. He doesn't panic. Instead, he quietly says, "Is that so?" Just then, a system alert flashes before him. Divine Selection System Update. 10% complete. It reports that it's absorbing energy from the surroundings to repair his body. In an instant, purple energy begins swirling around Tsuyoshi. The air crackles, and a massive energy surge blasts outward. Kevin shields his face as the sudden burst stuns everyone nearby. He realizes something terrifying. His own magical energy was completely absorbed in the blink of an eye. Up above, the bird girl hovers midair, shocked. She watches the energy settle and exclaims in disbelief that Tsuyoshi is still alive. She can't understand how this is even possible. At the same time, Feline, now on the ground, stares in awe and relief. Her voice trembles as she calls out Tsuyoshi's name once more, stunned by what she just witnessed. Tsuyoshi locked eyes with Kevin, his gaze now filled with pure, murderous intent. In a voice low but unwavering, he muttered that it was thanks to Feline she had bought him just enough time to survive. In that moment, his body began glowing with a vivid green light, the energy swirling around him intensifying. As he recalled what had just happened, Tsuyoshi thought back to the moment when the mysterious secret embedded in his chest detonated. That incident had triggered the Divine Selection System's emergency alert. At that point, a red warning notification had appeared before him for the first time. Because of that alert, his body had been able to begin its recovery. But he understood one terrifying truth. During the update process, the system had to absorb external energy continuously. If that absorption was interrupted for any reason, the system would stop functioning, and his body would revert to its original injured state. He would be just like before, on the verge of death, struck down like a burnt corpse beneath divine lightning. Knowing this, Tsuyoshi extended his hand to the sky, letting the energy course through it. Purple sparks gathered and crackled around his fingertips. He had no other option. He had to fight back now, no matter the cost. With that thought, he summoned the Divine King's hammer once more. If someone had to die, whether it was Kevin or him, it would be decided right here. As he stood firm in front of everyone, still surrounded by golden lightning and divine energy, he made a vow. No matter how much agony he had to endure, even if his body were to break apart, he would destroy them all. In that instant, the Divine King's hammer fully materialized in his grasp. At the same time, a warning notification flashed before him. The conditions to fully unleash the hammer's power weren't met. Forcibly activating, it would drain a massive amount of energy and cause severe bodily damage. Another notification followed right after. It warned that the system update was still ongoing, and the hammer would continue to repair his body, but at a painful price. All of his muscles would be repeatedly destroyed and regenerated, resulting in unbearable pain. Kevin observed this transformation in disbelief. He watched as Tsuyoshi's body twisted under the overwhelming force but still healed itself rapidly. The aura surrounding Tsuyoshi was unstable, yet unimaginably powerful. Kevin couldn't understand how this was even possible. His eyes widened in horror when he looked at the hammer. He recognized it, but didn't want to believe what he was seeing. Beside Kevin, the assassin and the bird-winged magician stood ready. The assassin called out with urgency, saying that Tsuyoshi was clearly no ordinary boy. They needed to join forces now to take him down. The magician added that her magical wave patterns were being disrupted. The unstable energy radiating from Tsuyoshi made it impossible to wait any longer. Suddenly, another alert rang out in Tsuyoshi's system. 10% of the hammer's energy had been released. Calculations for body damage were being adjusted. Now fully surrounded by purple and gold lightning, Tsuyoshi looked like a living demon. He muttered that this strange condition, his body constantly breaking and the system updating to repair it, was turning disaster into an advantage. The hammer continued tearing him apart, but the system kept putting him back together. A separate alert now stated that the duration of this release was unknown. Determined, Tsuyoshi readied himself. He was going to tear everything apart. Kevin raised his staff and quickly activated a high-level defensive skill shield. The barrier that appeared shimmered brightly, layered with double energy. Confident in its strength, Kevin prepared for the impact. Tsuyoshi swung the Divine King's hammer down, and with a loud crack of divine energy, his weapon slammed into Kevin's shield. The assassin, sweating in panic, tried to keep his voice steady, insisting there was no way a mere boy could break through a double energy shield. But his words faltered as the pieces of the shattered barrier rained down. Tsuyoshi stood there, unfazed, the hammer crackling in his grip. His eyes locked on his enemies as he growled with certainty. He was going to tear them all to pieces. Meanwhile, deep within the same forest, a man was fleeing in fear. He wasn't just anyone, he was a beastman, a warrior at level 58. But despite his strength, he was running for his life. Behind him, walking calmly and confidently, was Sakura, the future wife of our protagonist. Her presence alone seemed to weigh heavily on him. Terrified, the man begged for mercy, pleading with her to spare him. His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with desperation. But Sakura wasn't moved. With a cold and threatening glare, she pulled back her hood, revealing her face. Her words cut through the silence, reminding the man of a painful past. She questioned why she should spare him now when he had shown no mercy to her father back then. The man, still desperate to save his life, stammered. He insisted he wasn't the mastermind behind what had happened. He tried to shift the blame, saying he had always believed Sakura and the old Beast King had perished. But Sakura wasn't buying it. Her eyes began to glow with intensity as she repeated his assumption back to him, her tone sharp and accusing. At that moment, her stats were revealed. Sakura, level 72, class, warrior. She then pulled out a book from her possession and held it up in front of him. With stern conviction, she told him that regardless of whether he was the one who planned it, he was still an accomplice. The book she held contained every name connected to the betrayal and disgrace her father endured. She made it clear, one by one, she would take revenge on everyone who had framed and insulted him. The beastman's face was drenched in sweat as he listened. Panic surged through him. He tried once again to explain, claiming he had been threatened. According to him, it wasn't her father he had opposed willingly. It was the current Beast King's father who had left him no choice, threatening his life if he didn't cooperate. But Sakura wasn't interested in excuses. Her expression hardened even more as she got into position, ready to attack. She told him coldly not to worry. His comrades would be joining him soon enough. Realizing he had no way out, the beastman drew his sword with shaking hands. Though clearly weakened, he shouted back with grim resolve, warning her that if she truly meant to kill him, she'd better be ready to die as well. Deep down, he knew the odds were against him. His thoughts betrayed the fear he tried to hide. He was still recovering from a severe wound to his chest from an earlier battle. But with no other options, he braced himself, knowing he had no choice but to fight. Sakura stared at the man coldly, narrowing her eyes as she spoke again. His repeated use of the word lady clearly irritated her. In the very next instant, she struck. With a single, precise move, she ended his life. Without even glancing back at his lifeless body, she muttered that the way he kept calling her that made her skin crawl. The man, still barely alive and struggling to breathe, managed to whisper his final words. He recognized the technique Sakura had used. It was her father's signature move. As life faded from him, he acknowledged that she had truly mastered the flower storm technique. After his death, Sakura calmly took out her notebook and wrote something down. Her voice was steady as she muttered to herself, instructing the rest of her targets to sit tight. She would come for them in due time. She then sat beside the corpse, reflecting on the situation. She hadn't expected to run into this man while planning to target someone else, Kevin. He was the gatekeeper from the past, the one who had secretly opened the gates and allowed enemies to infiltrate. His betrayal had been clear. From his body, she retrieved a few useful items. 6 gold coins for intermediate magic potions, 8 intermediate healing potions, and an unfinished item labeled as intermediate. Examining the loot, she noted aloud that while the man was weak, his speed had been troublesome. Catching him had taken time. Still, she reminded herself, anyone who had betrayed her father would be hunted down. None of them would be allowed to escape. But just then, Sakura's attention was violently pulled in another direction. A powerful presence suddenly surged through the air, one she recognized instantly. It was Tsuyoshi, her master. Her expression turned to shock. She froze for a moment, then muttered to herself in disbelief. That presence, it was unmistakable. Without hesitation, she rushed toward its source, her thoughts racing. Something was wrong. Her master was in danger. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi was gripping the Divine King's hammer tightly in his hands, his entire body trembling under its overwhelming force. Pain coursed through him relentlessly. Inside his mind, he could feel it, his bones cracking, his soul burning. The intensity of the weapon was far beyond his limits. He questioned its power. Was this how strong the Divine King's hammer truly was? Could the Divine Selection system even repair the damage it was causing? Then, a red notification appeared before his eyes. Alert. Body damage is approaching the collapse limit. 60%. Tsuyoshi's expression tensed. If it reached 100%, he knew what that meant. His body would be completely destroyed. There would be no recovery. From a short distance away, his presence didn't go unnoticed. The bird girl and the armored warrior nearby froze in place, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even the assassin among them reacted to the pressure coming off him. The assassin turned toward their leader and asked in alarm, "Who was this boy?" The pressure he gave off was unnatural. The bird girl added in support, struggling to make sense of what she was seeing. There was no way someone at level 12 could emit this kind of power. She questioned his real level, unable to believe what was in front of her. But the warrior dismissed their panic, insisting it must be his special skill. He claimed there was no way someone so young and supposedly weak could possess true strength like this. Kevin, the group's leader, calmly glanced toward Tsuyoshi and responded with clarity. He pointed out that Tsuyoshi was clearly taking massive damage every second. To him, it was obvious this must be some kind of secret technique that sacrifices the user's life force for power. It was nothing to be surprised about. He ordered them to move forward. His subordinates quickly responded in unison. Without delay, the assassin moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Tsuyoshi, dagger in hand, looking to end the fight quickly. His expression was confident, even cruel, as he declared his intent to crush Tsuyoshi's throat in one clean strike. and he warned him coldly not to hold a grudge. Tsuyoshi glanced toward the assassin with just a slight turn of his head, but even that small movement carried weight. The pressure released from his gaze alone was enough to freeze the warrior in place. The man stiffened mid-step, choking out a sound as his muscles locked. In that moment, the warrior realized he couldn't move. His thoughts spiraled in shock. Just from being near him, what kind of power was this? A notification materialized in front of Tsuyoshi. Hammer's threat. The Divine King's hammer is the supreme artifact of lightning. Those who wield it can emit powerful, silent electric currents. Any enemy without high lightning resistance will be paralyzed simply by approaching. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi swung the hammer toward the assassin. His voice was calm, but the warning was clear. Approaching him was nothing short of a death wish. The blow landed with devastating force. The system instantly confirmed the result. HP, 0, enemy slain. Target, human. Class, assassin. Level, 30. Combat power, 30,500. Immediately after, another prompt appeared. Alert. Would you like to use the energy of the defeated enemy to upgrade the system? Response, yeah. A follow-up message confirmed the progress. Alert. Energy used for system upgrade. 48% complete. But with that, another warning came through. Alert. Body damage approaching collapse limit. 66%. Kevin, observing the battle, called out to the bird girl. He told her to avoid close combat. Something was wrong with the energy surrounding Tsuyoshi. The bird girl's response was filled with disbelief. An assassin had just been taken down in one blow. She couldn't believe Tsuyoshi was only level 12. Something wasn't adding up. Overwhelmed, she looked at Kevin and surrendered on the spot. She claimed she didn't need healing. She gave up. Tsuyoshi let out a low laugh. There was no amusement in it, just menace. He looked at her and repeated her words. Surrender? He wasn't going to accept that. Another notification followed. Alert. Body damage approaching collapse limit. 70%. Ignoring the alert, Tsuyoshi reminded her of the obvious. Weren't they the ones who had just tried to kill him? He then looked skyward, voice steady. Even if she chose to surrender now, it was far too late. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the bird girl. Her reaction was instant. Fear took over as she processed what just happened. His speed was beyond her comprehension. It felt like lightning itself had struck. She barely had time to think before he finished her with a single attack. Another system notification came. Alert. Energy used for system upgrade. 63% complete. Alert. Body damage approaching collapse limit. 76%. Kevin stood at a distance, sweat beading on his face. Inside, he was furious. His plan had been to use his subordinates to stall Tsuyoshi, giving him an opening to strike. But now, one by one, they had been wiped out. He was beginning to see the truth. Tsuyoshi was trying to drag him into death alongside him, using whatever strange power he'd awakened. But instead of panicking, Kevin laughed to himself. His mood shifted. Then he activated his own spell. As he rose into the air, a green circular seal formed behind his back. Hovering midair, he called out to Tsuyoshi, mocking the idea that someone like him could ever bring down a genius. He shouted with confidence, Tsuyoshi couldn't do it. Not against someone who had mastered the power of the laws. That caught Tsuyoshi's attention. He was taken aback as he recognized the phrase. The laws of earth, wind, and thunder were ancient and dangerous. They were etched into the end of the legendary law of ruin, and their destructive power was something few could comprehend. Kevin pointed his staff at Tsuyoshi. He acknowledged him. Tsuyoshi had pushed him to this point. He declared it was impressive. But now, he would show him what it meant to invoke the power of the laws. The moment he activated the spell, powerful winds surged. A tornado formed, tearing through the surroundings. But Tsuyoshi wasn't fazed. He stared back with eyes full of lightning, a grim and dangerous light glowing from within. His voice was calm but threatening. He dared Kevin. If he wanted to show the power of the laws, then so be it. At that moment, a warning appeared. Warning! Warning! Attempting to unleash greater power from the Divine King's hammer. Body damage approaching collapse limit. 86%. Tsuyoshi remained focused. With lightning coursing through him, he acknowledged the might of the laws, but he wasn't going to back down. He raised his hammer again. With full resolve, he declared that he would sacrifice his own life to further amplify the hammer's power. The system responded with another urgent message. Warning: 30% of the Divine King's hammer's power has been forcibly unleashed. Warning: body damage approaching collapse limit, 93%. 30 seconds until 100%. Alert: system upgrade 63% complete. Inside a nearby home, a young beastman boy watched the storm unfold through a window. The sight of the massive tornado sent a chill down his spine. He shouted urgently for his grandfather to get inside the house. The elderly man, however, stood frozen in fear, sweat forming on his brow. He stared out at the swirling thunder and wind with wide eyes, recalling a terrifying memory passed down from long ago. His voice trembled as he spoke. He remembered stories from his great-grandfather. This thunder, this power, matched the signs of the Divine King's descent, a figure of legend within the Beastman tribe. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kevin observed Tsuyoshi's deteriorating physical state. Though still smiling, Kevin's thoughts betrayed a darker intent. He was astonished by Tsuyoshi's resolve. Challenging him at such a low level showed remarkable spirit, but Kevin couldn't allow it to continue. He convinced himself that within Tsuyoshi's body lay a powerful secret technique, and he needed to obtain it, no matter the cost. Kevin called out to Tsuyoshi, mocking his condition. He pointed to the obvious damage Tsuyoshi's body had sustained and ridiculed him for relying on a secret skill, insisting it was pointless to oppose the destructive force of his law-based magic. He declared Tsuyoshi's fate sealed, presenting his death as a grim honor. Just then, Furin, Kevin's disciple, was pulled into the outskirts of the tornado. She screamed as she was caught in the turbulent force. Tsuyoshi noticed her immediately. Even as his body was rapidly approaching critical failure, he turned his gaze toward her. Kevin, seeing Furin caught in the disaster, showed no concern. With an angry glare, he placed the blame on her for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But he didn't hesitate. His obsession with finishing Tsuyoshi overwhelmed any hesitation, even for his own disciple. He chose not to cancel the spell and increased its power instead, launching a devastating magical attack. At the last moment, Tsuyoshi rushed toward Furin, catching her in his arms and shielding her from the full brunt of the spell. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized him. She tried to warn him something was behind him. Emerging from the sky above, a massive, green-colored wind dragon formed from Kevin's magic. The creature descended with crushing force. The moment it struck, an explosion erupted across the battlefield. A wave of destruction followed, shaking the ground. Kevin watched the aftermath with a satisfied grin. He acknowledged the magnitude of the spell. He knew even his own resilient body wouldn't escape unharmed if he'd taken it head-on. As far as he was concerned, this was the end of Tsuyoshi. But from within the smoke and rubble, Furin stirred in Tsuyoshi's arms. She opened her eyes slightly and whispered in disbelief. He was still alive. Kevin's expression faltered. He saw Tsuyoshi standing, barely, but still on his feet. Kevin's confidence wavered. He realized something unsettling. Tsuyoshi's resistance to the laws wasn't just present, it was growing stronger. Now holding the Divine King's hammer high, Tsuyoshi prepared to strike back. Kevin stared in disbelief. This shouldn't have been possible. The idea that someone at Tsuyoshi's level could overcome the power of a legendary law defied every principle Kevin believed in. Inwardly, Kevin began to panic. Tsuyoshi's energy had changed. It was unfamiliar, ancient, overwhelming. Nearby, Furin looked up at Tsuyoshi again. She called out to him, asking if he was all right, still trying to comprehend the impossible strength he had shown. Just then, Kevin reappeared above, ready to land another blow. Tsuyoshi looked up calmly, aware of the incoming attack. Despite the state of his body, he moved again. He leapt toward Kevin without hesitation. Kevin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tsuyoshi had taken the full force of his spell. By all logic, he shouldn't be able to move at all. Kevin braced himself for impact. As Tsuyoshi closed the distance, the power of his hammer intensified. It wasn't just a weapon anymore. It had become an extension of his will. At this stage, even Kevin's weapon was vulnerable to being disabled or destroyed if the timing and force of the strike aligned. Face to face with his opponent, Tsuyoshi muttered a single, sharp remark. He found Kevin's spell irritating. That simple statement sent Kevin into a full panic. In his mind, he tried to resist, to move, to retaliate, but Tsuyoshi was too fast. With a single, devastating kick, Tsuyoshi launched Kevin into the ground. The impact was severe. Kevin hit the earth with such force that blood sprayed from his mouth. As he struggled to breathe, his thoughts spiraled. He had been disarmed, his staff nullified. And the worst part, the part that terrified him most, was how composed Tsuyoshi remained, even while standing on the edge of destruction. Kevin stared up at him, shaken to his core, thinking only one thing. Just who is this guy? After landing a powerful kick on Kevin, the protagonist forcefully seized the weapon Kevin had been holding and tossed it aside without hesitation. With unwavering intensity, he made it clear that regardless of whether one was a shaman or a mage, they stood no chance against a warrior in close combat. His determination was absolute. If someone truly wanted him dead, he would be willing to rip them apart, even if it meant sacrificing his own life in the process. Just then, a surge of system feedback flooded in front of him. The power of the Divine King's hammer had been forcibly pushed to 30%, and his body had reached a dangerous threshold, with damage approaching complete structural collapse. He had barely seconds left before hitting the critical point. Simultaneously, his system's version upgrade was still in progress. Despite the warnings, the protagonist gripped the hammer tightly with both hands, preparing to strike again. His voice turned dark and threatening as he marched forward, completely undeterred by the laws of magic or power. Seeing this, Kevin began to panic. His confidence shattered, and he shouted in desperation, accusing the protagonist of trying to drag him down along with him. Kevin insisted that even if the magical staff was rendered useless, the laws themselves didn't need a medium to function. In a last-ditch effort, he summoned the remainder of his strength and launched a final, explosive attack. At the exact moment Kevin's spell surged forward, the protagonist counterattacked with equal ferocity. The system once again issued critical alerts. The damage to his body had almost peaked, and only a few seconds remained before total breakdown. However, the system upgrade was still progressing, now nearing completion. As their attacks collided, the protagonist, wearing a menacing expression, made it known that this was nothing compared to the power of the lightning dragon. Kevin, watching in disbelief as his own attack had no effect, could only stammer in shock, slowly realizing he had lost. A massive explosion erupted around Kevin, sending shockwaves in all directions. Feline instinctively shielded her face as debris and force scattered through the air. When the dust began to settle, she stared at the epicenter of the blast, calling out in horror for her master. In the aftermath of the clash, the protagonist's body began to dissolve into light. Internally, he realized his physical form had reached its absolute limit. The system confirmed it. His body had taken irreversible damage, and the upgrade had progressed even further. With the enemy finally defeated, a prompt offered him the option to absorb Kevin's energy for further system enhancement. Still barely conscious, the protagonist agreed, mentally noting that he was, at the very least, still alive. Suddenly, more system alerts started appearing rapidly. One warning noted his death was imminent, but then everything shifted. The system announced a complete upgrade, along with a full reboot to enable new capabilities. Unexpectedly, it absorbed remnants of Kevin's elemental power, specifically the laws of earth, wind, and frost. This energy was redirected into the version upgrade, which now completed fully. As the system finalized its changes, the protagonist's body began reconstructing itself. He leveled up significantly, jumping from level 12 to level 18. Now officially classed as a warrior, he was fully equipped with a black armor disguise, gear from the Fox Beastman set, and armed with a black cold light blade. His combat abilities had skyrocketed, and he'd even managed to copy Kevin's elemental skills. At that moment, his combat power had surged to 25,000. The morning light streamed through the window and gently fell on Feline, waking her from unconsciousness. As her eyes opened and adjusted to the room, confusion overtook her. She immediately remembered Tsuyoshi and her master, fear rushing through her as she looked around unfamiliar surroundings. Standing quietly nearby was Sakura, watching over her. Feline's expression shifted to shock. The weight of the previous night's events hit her all at once, and panic rose at her chest. She tried to make sense of the situation, where she was, what had happened, and whether Tsuyoshi or her master had survived. Sakura, calm but firm, sat at the edge of the bed and responded to Feline's concern with a blunt revelation. Kevin was dead. The news struck Feline hard. Her master, who had raised and trained her, was truly gone. Sakura explained that by the time she had arrived, Kevin's body had already been destroyed, killed by Tsuyoshi himself. She believed Kevin had been driven by jealousy of Tsuyoshi's potential and had attacked in an attempt to take control of the mysterious power within him. For Sakura, Kevin's betrayal proved he had long been a corrupted man. Feline lowered her gaze, clearly affected by the truth. She struggled to process it, the reality that her master was no more. But as she tried to gather herself, another dread crept in, the condition of Tsuyoshi. She remembered how wounded he had been, his body on the verge of collapse. As Feline asked about him, Sakura's demeanor shifted. She accused Feline of possibly being part of the ambush Kevin had orchestrated. From her tone and posture, it was clear that she didn't trust Feline. Sakura made it known that if Feline hadn't helped Tsuyoshi in some way, she wouldn't have hesitated to eliminate her alongside Kevin. Before things escalated further, Tsuyoshi's voice called from another room, stopping the tension in its tracks. He defended Feline, asserting her innocence in the matter. Feline, overwhelmed and relieved to hear his voice, rushed toward his room. When she arrived at the doorway, she paused in shock. Tsuyoshi stood before her, transformed. His power had clearly evolved, his appearance enhanced, a faint blue aura glowing behind him. It was reminiscent of Kevin's previous strength, yet more refined and controlled. His abilities had surged. His combat power now far exceeded his previous limits. His equipment had upgraded, his class elevated, and the aura of the law of the earth, wind, and frost, once belonging to Kevin, now flowed through him. Feline, stunned by what she saw, questioned how he had acquired the very essence of her fallen master's power. Tsuyoshi, calm and composed, simply explained that after waking, this was the state he had found himself in. Internally, he reflected on the near-death battle he had faced. The crisis had become a turning point. The enemy's energy had upgraded his system, allowed him to survive the brink of destruction, and even propelled him to a new level of strength. He acknowledged Kevin's sheer power, but also the price that power had demanded. Tsuyoshi then turned to Feline and asked her why she had been at the scene of the fight the night before. Her face fell. She interpreted the question as a sign of distrust, possibly believing that Tsuyoshi now saw her as an accomplice of Kevin. Sakura interrupted, angrily pointing out that no one had been permitted in that area. Kevin had likely staged an ambush. Since Feline had been one of his students, Sakura implied she should have known better. The accusation hung heavy in the air. Feline, without defending herself in words, slowly walked forward and activated a bit of her power. Tsuyoshi didn't flinch. Sakura, however, immediately stepped forward, placing herself between them with her weapon at the ready. But Feline's intentions weren't hostile. Suddenly, presented something she had been hiding, a handmade scarf. Embarrassed and flustered, she admitted she had intended to give it to Tsuyoshi the previous night. Tsuyoshi recognized the gesture and recalled something she'd once said in the past. The memory struck a soft chord. Feline, still emotional, confessed that she had gone to see him the previous night out of fear that he might leave without a word. She wasn't skilled at making things by hand, so she had used magic to craft the scarf. She gave him permission to discard it if he didn't want it. The emotion in her voice revealed that this had come from a place of deep care. When Tsuyoshi tried to respond, she stopped him. Crying now, she opened up. Though her master may have misunderstood Tsuyoshi's intentions, she couldn't deny what the man had done for her. He had raised her, trained her, shaped her. That bond couldn't simply be erased, even if he had ultimately been defeated. Feline concluded that it was better to consider herself a stranger to Tsuyoshi now. With those final words, she turned away and left. Sakura, Seeing Feline's heartbreak softened. Her aggressive posture faded. She reflected on the moment she had found Tsuyoshi after the battle, his body healing at a rapid rate, far beyond anything she expected. The power he now possessed was overwhelming. And yet, he had faced Kevin while still underleveled. It left her wondering how he had achieved such a victory. As she stood silently in thought, Tsuyoshi addressed her, drawing her attention back to the present. He acknowledged what had happened, how Kevin's malicious attack had nearly ended his life, and how Sakura had ultimately saved him. In that moment, he confessed something not out of bitterness, but out of realization. The experience had taught him not to trust others so easily. After Tsuyoshi expressed his thoughts, Sakura began to speak, trying to say something about her master. But Tsuyoshi gently interrupted her. He acknowledged that her future actions were uncertain, and he couldn't predict what decision she might make from now on. However, he reminded her that back when he was facing divine punishment and near hopelessness, it was her encouragement that gave him the will to survive. Because of that, he said he trusted her. Tsuyoshi then looked at her kindly. He acknowledged that she might have a past she couldn't speak about, but reassured her that when the time came, he would be willing to listen without judgment. Sakura, caught off guard and a little embarrassed by his sincerity, nodded quietly in agreement. With that, Tsuyoshi turned and walked away. As he walked, he glanced down at the scarf Feline had given him. He imagined her crafting it using her magic, and he carefully wrapped it around his neck. Behind him, Sakura silently took out a notebook and crossed out one of the names written inside it. As she did so, she whispered a word of thanks to Tsuyoshi and quickly followed him from behind. The scene then shifted to the real world. Outside the public dungeon application center, a large number of applicants were gathered in front of the gate, many of them preparing to enter the dungeon in organized groups. Tsuyoshi walked calmly through the crowd, heading toward the application desk. Chairman Suzuki walked alongside him, visibly panicked. He reminded Tsuyoshi that once he submitted the application, there would be no turning back. It was a solo entry, and the danger was immense. Most of the other participants were grouped in teams of at least 3. He pointed out the clear risk of attempting this alone. Tsuyoshi remained composed. Without even physically touching it, he used his power to take the application paper directly from Suzuki's hand. The display of control startled Suzuki, and cold sweat formed on his brow. Tsuyoshi looked him in the eyes and stated confidently that he was strong enough now to handle it. Meanwhile, in a different location, an intense battle was underway. Amid the chaos, a man was taking a call during combat. The topic of conversation was Tsuyoshi. The man on the call questioned whether Tsuyoshi had really been scouted by Chairman Suzuki the previous day. He expressed surprise at how quickly the Heroes Alliance was acting. This man was none other than Sandor, the president of the Angry Dragon faction, one of the 5 major factions. He held the rank of an S-class hero. His level and combat power were not publicly disclosed. On the other end of the call, an old man casually smoking a cigarette responded with amusement. He noted how competitive the world had become when it came to securing talented young fighters. This old man was Dan, known as the president of the Final Glory Guild, one of the 3 great guilds. Like Sandor, he was also an S-class hero with an unknown combat power. Sandor, still deflecting enemy attacks with a defensive ability, continued speaking calmly. He mentioned that if Tsuyoshi joined the alliance, they'd soon find out his true strength in the upcoming rookie tournament. One of Sandor's subordinates appeared beside him and informed him that the job they were handling was complete. This subordinate was Luca, known as the strongest member under Angry Dragon, a powerful S-class hero in his own right. Without giving the matter much attention, Sandor replied to Dan on the call that they'd dig deeper into things later, that he was hanging up for now. Dan, still in his office, made a sarcastic remark about Sandor calling this a small job, despite clearly going to great lengths to expand his faction's influence. But the call was already over. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, Sandor walked toward a beaten man lying on the ground. This man, named Ruth, had clearly been resisting Angry Dragon's demands. Sandor told Ruth that if he had accepted their terms earlier, things wouldn't have ended like this. But Ruth, unshaken despite his injuries, replied that even if they used force, they would gain nothing. He said he had been in this line of work for a long time, and was prepared to die. Sandor didn't respond with further threats. He simply raised a hand, executed Ruth without ceremony, and walked away. With absolute confidence, he left the remaining cleanup to Luca, who acknowledged the order without hesitation. Back at the public dungeon application center, Tsuyoshi now stood at the gate, preparing to enter. An official at the information desk looked at his paperwork, then glanced at Tsuyoshi. With genuine confusion, the official questioned whether he truly planned to enter the dungeon alone. It was a public dungeon, one of the more dangerous types. The official emphasized that going in solo, especially at only level 18, was essentially a death wish. Most people didn't even make it back alive, let alone complete it alone. He couldn't believe someone would attempt such a reckless challenge. Tsuyoshi stood confidently in front of the dungeon application executive. When questioned, he calmly pointed out that there were no rules against entering alone. He made it clear that he was in a hurry and requested to be registered without further delay. The executive, visibly irritated by Tsuyoshi's attitude, responded with frustration, warning him bluntly about the risks. However, before the situation could escalate, a female officer stepped in. She recognized that once someone had made up their mind, words wouldn't change it. She sat down beside the executive, reviewed Tsuyoshi's documents, and began explaining the available dungeon options. She confirmed his name, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, and processed his request. At present, there were 6 active public dungeons, 3 rated C class, 2 D class, and 1 B class, the most difficult among them. She warned that there were no guarantees of safety and that medical support wouldn't be provided in solo runs. He would be on his own entirely. Tsuyoshi acknowledged the information with a brief remark and reviewed the documents. While doing so, the female officer looked at him with mild irritation. Internally, she felt surprised that someone so seemingly unimpressive had caught her attention, someone so unfazed by her presence. From her perspective, someone who'd been sought after by numerous top-tier heroes, Tsuyoshi's calm disregard felt almost insulting. She quietly concluded that he clearly didn't recognize true talent. Outwardly, she simply gestured toward the gate and wished him luck. Tsuyoshi didn't respond. He turned and walked away through the bustling crowd, heading toward the entrance. As he walked, he considered his options. 6 dungeons were available, but he only had time for one. Near one of the dungeon gates, a group of adventurers stood talking among themselves. In the middle of the group, a young girl was crying. She had lost a wand during their last expedition, and one of the members questioned her angrily. The wand had been very expensive, something worth tens of millions of yen, and they were frustrated at the potential loss. The girl explained that a monster had appeared unexpectedly, and she had dropped it out of surprise. Another member expressed concern about their situation. They were all exhausted, low on supplies, and had no healing items left. Re-entering the dungeon under those conditions would be too dangerous. The group discussed possibly offering a reward to another team who could retrieve the item for them. As they debated, Tsuyoshi approached them. Calmly and without aggression, he asked them to move aside so he could pass. The group leader, a bit surprised, stepped out of the way and asked if Tsuyoshi was planning to enter that particular C-class dungeon. Tsuyoshi said nothing more at that point. One of the group members whispered to the leader, wondering if Tsuyoshi was new and questioning whether they should even consider trusting someone they didn't recognize. The leader quieted him, knowing better than to judge someone too quickly in front of others. Before they could continue, the young girl approached Tsuyoshi with teary eyes. She hesitantly asked if he could retrieve the wand they had lost inside the dungeon. The other members were stunned by her boldness, taken aback that she had made the request without waiting for their permission. The group leader quickly stepped forward, gently pulled the girl back, and apologized for her behavior. He clarified the situation to Tsuyoshi. They had dropped the wand near the exit, and if Tsuyoshi retrieved it, they would reward him. Tsuyoshi gave a direct and brief response. He was going in alone. He had no party. The entire group was visibly shocked by his statement. They questioned whether he was truly planning to challenge the dungeon solo. Based on his appearance, he seemed too young. They wondered if he might be a ranked B-level hero despite how he looked. Their surprise grew as they struggled to understand who this newcomer was, someone walking alone into danger, completely unfazed. As Tsuyoshi continued walking toward the dungeon gate, he didn't answer the group's barrage of concerns. Just before entering, he glanced back briefly and stated his level and rank. Level 18, D-rank hero. Then, without another word, he stepped into the gate. The adventure group behind him was stunned. They were shocked that someone so inexperienced, at least in appearance, would enter a C-class dungeon solo. They doubted whether he truly understood the dangers. One member, clearly frustrated, pointed out how even a full party with a balanced lineup, mage, priest, thief, shield warrior, and swordsman, still had to take extreme caution. A mistake inside could be fatal even for them, despite their average level being higher than Tsuyoshi's. But Tsuyoshi didn't stay to argue. He offered a simple thanks for the warning and proceeded into the dungeon without hesitation. As he passed through the gate, the dungeon system recognized his entry. The group outside continued discussing his recklessness, dismissing him as an overconfident rookie who had probably done well in a controlled training dungeon and was now acting above his capability. However, the party leader, despite his earlier warnings, noticed something different. He thought Tsuyoshi had seemed too composed, too deliberate in his actions. In his mind, it didn't feel like Tsuyoshi was inexperienced at all. Inside the dungeon, Tsuyoshi took in his surroundings. The cave had a unique structure, a stalactite-filled environment that he hadn't encountered before. It was clearly a natural limestone formation, and conditions inside were darker and more humid than average. As his upgraded system began analyzing the environment, Tsuyoshi reviewed the readouts. The monsters in this dungeon ranged from level 20 to 25. Darkness, water, and limestone were the dominant environmental features, with fire, light, holy, and wind being the most effective elements here. The cave structure and hazards required swift, adaptive combat. He readied himself, adjusting his armor. He noticed the system's new upgrades allowed him greater compatibility with various items, even those from alternate worlds. Without needing external storage or manual summoning, his weapon appeared instantly in his hand. He appreciated the improved efficiency. Not long after, a large monster appeared before him, a level 22 Tsuchigumo. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi channeled his energy into the blade. The law of earth, wind, and frost, now infused into his weapon, activated. The sword took on a strange elemental power, capable of releasing devastating force directly from the infused law. As the Tsuchigumo lunged toward him, Tsuyoshi countered with a single strike. The power was overwhelming. The monster was defeated instantly. Experiencing the raw strength of the law for the first time in battle, Tsuyoshi was quietly impressed. He realized he could likely rise far above his current level, possibly even to the top tier of dungeon explorers. With access to more laws, he might even unlock the legendary law of destruction. 15 minutes later, back at the dungeon entrance, the adventurer group from earlier was still gathered. They had been hoping another party would arrive to retrieve the wand they'd lost. But no new groups had shown up. They grew more anxious. The girl from their party apologized again, still feeling guilty. One member, armored in gold, mentioned it had already been 15 minutes. Another adventurer, wearing a green hood, bluntly remarked that Tsuyoshi was probably dead. Dungeon deaths were a harsh but familiar reality in their line of work. Suddenly, the gate flickered with activity. People nearby began to notice, and a general sense of confusion and surprise swept through the waiting area. An official announcement was made. A new dungeon record had just been set. Panic erupted among the staff. They questioned whether it was really the C-class dungeon they were monitoring. Someone double-checked the database and confirmed it. The fastest clear time had been broken. What shocked them even more was that it wasn't done by a party, but by a single individual. It was the first ever solo clear of that dungeon. Tsuyoshi emerged calmly from the gate. The system recognized his completion time, 15 minutes and 33 seconds, beating the previous record of 19 minutes and 54 seconds. He was now the record holder for the fastest clear of the dungeon, and notably, the only person to ever complete it alone. The adventurer group stood frozen, stunned by his return. The girl looked up, speechless. Tsuyoshi approached and held out the wand they had lost, asking if it belonged to them. Without breaking his calm demeanor, he asked if there was any bonus for breaking a dungeon record, as if it had been just another task to complete. As Tsuyoshi stepped away from the dungeon gate, staff members rushed toward him after confirming his identity. They had recognized him as the rookie adventurer, level 18, rank, who had entered the dungeon alone just moments ago. The crowd instinctively made space as the staff moved in to verify his record-breaking performance. The adventurer group from earlier watched in disbelief. Their leader, staring at the returned wand in Tsuyoshi's hand, realized he had actually retrieved it during his fight with the dungeon boss. The group struggled to understand how someone supposedly at such a low level could not only survive the dungeon, but also update its fastest clear time, completely on his own. The young girl in the group, overwhelmed with excitement, suggested that Tsuyoshi should join them on future adventures. But he simply returned the wand calmly, explaining that he noticed it during his battle and brought it back with him. The group leader, shocked by how casually Tsuyoshi mentioned the boss fight, began to question who Tsuyoshi really was. Internally, he couldn't reconcile Tsuyoshi's level and rank with what he had just witnessed. It was clear that Tsuyoshi's combat ability far exceeded that of a typical D-rank adventurer, possibly even rivaling much higher ranks. He began to wonder if such a prodigious rookie had somehow gone unnoticed in their region until now. Just then, more staff members arrived beside the adventurer group. One of them, looking surprised and flustered, asked where they could find Tsuyoshi, the solo adventurer who had just updated the record. Upon realizing who he was, a female staff member nervously asked to verify his identity. Tsuyoshi, mildly confused, agreed to the check and asked that it be done quickly since he had more to do. Once confirmed, the staff were left speechless. The woman had assumed it might be someone else with the same name, but now it was certain. Tsuyoshi was indeed the one who had set the solo record. A male staff member reviewing his records reiterated that he had not only surpassed the previous party record, but had also set a new solo benchmark with a clear time of 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Acknowledging the significance of the achievement, the staff politely invited him to the Adventure Union headquarters to receive a special bonus. However, Tsuyoshi declined the offer, waving them off as he walked toward another dungeon. He explained that he was still in the middle of clearing caves and would handle any bonuses later. The adventure group was left stunned once more. The leader questioned whether Tsuyoshi truly intended to keep exploring without taking time to rest. The young girl also expressed concern, pointing out that Tsuyoshi didn't even have a priest to heal him, and that pushing himself too hard could be dangerous, even fatal. Tsuyoshi, before entering the next gate, simply rubbed his face with one finger and stated that he didn't need recovery. For him, this was still just a warm-up. This statement left the entire group frozen in disbelief. They began to question whether the record-breaking dungeon clear they had just witnessed was merely part of Tsuyoshi's warm-up routine. Inside the second Sirang cave, 20 minutes later the setting shifted to a different dungeon. This one was a ruin-type cave, with dominant elements of earth, mental influence, and wind. The monster levels ranged between 22 and 28. Darkness was present here too, slightly more so than in the previous cave. The environment favored the use of water, ice, and earth-based skills. Tsuyoshi, fully aware of the risks, pressed forward. He wasn't intimidated by the increasing difficulty. He defeated monsters efficiently, often with minimal effort, even casually carrying a monster's severed limb on his shoulder as he walked away. His focus, however, was now on understanding his system better. After its most recent update, the system no longer directly explained new functions. He realized he would need to study it more thoroughly himself, through hands-on experience. Eventually, Tsuyoshi stood in front of the boss room's gate. He took a brief moment to reflect. Ever since acquiring the divine selection system, he hadn't truly rested. Every day had been spent either learning, fighting, or testing the system's capabilities. He opened the boss room gate with confidence and walked in. Inside, he paused briefly. Something about the boss caught his attention. The boss of this cave wasn't what he had expected. It was a humanoid creature, more specifically, a female figure identified as a lady invader type monster. Tsuyoshi found it unusual. He had assumed he would face another darkness-based beast, but this was different. It wasn't entirely composed of dark energy. He rubbed his face again, a habit when mildly puzzled. Humanoid monsters were rare in these dungeons. From what he had read, There were around 360 confirmed species of cave monsters so far, 300 of them being darkness type, and that number continued to grow each year. This one, however, didn't match the usual pattern. It intrigued him. As soon as our protagonist spoke, the lady boss monster calmly extended her arms, addressing him with a seemingly peaceful invitation to rest. But what followed was anything but peaceful. A sudden, intense wave of energy surged from her. Sensing the abnormal wave, our protagonist stood confused for a moment, immediately trying to understand what it was. Right then, a system notification popped up, identifying the nature of the attack. It was a mental assault, a hallucination-based ability that targets the mind, and its strength depended on the level difference between the user and the target. Realizing the danger, our protagonist analyzed the situation further. He recognized the sensation, noting its similarity to magical mental waves from another world. It became clear to him that this boss monster was a mental-type enemy, one that confused adventurers with illusions and then struck them down. The scattered skeletons nearby, likely victims of the same mental attack, other adventurers who had been misled and killed here. Suddenly, the boss summoned additional monsters to her side. Undead creatures began closing in on our protagonist. But right at that moment, another system notification appeared. A passive skill had activated, Divine Eye, Light Defense. It would automatically block low-level, non-physical attacks for 3 hours, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. The boss, expecting her attack to work, was visibly stunned. She couldn't believe her ability had been neutralized. Internally, she considered intensifying the frequency of her mental waves, trying to overpower his resistance. But our protagonist remained calm. He looked toward her, confident now. He understood that one of his newly unlocked passive skills had granted him strong defensive capabilities. Holding his sword, he assessed the situation and determined that she wasn't a real threat to him anymore. This shift in control shocked the boss monster even more. She couldn't understand why her power had no effect. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, staff members monitoring the situation started to take notice. One of them reviewed his performance log and confirmed Tsuyoshi had already updated the records for 2 C-rank caves. And astonishingly, he had entered a third one right after completing the others. The woman on the staff team, speaking urgently on a call, confirmed that Tsuyoshi wasn't part of any party. He was running all of these records solo. Sweat rolled down her face as she apologized, admitting they had overlooked his background. No affiliation with prestigious families or major guilds, just someone from the slums. Elsewhere, a nearby adventurer group had also been watching the dungeon gate. Their leader confirmed that Tsuyoshi had been personally recommended by Chairman Suzuki, and they intended to keep monitoring his progress. The group was shocked he had broken 2 party records in just 1 hour, and he did it alone. They expected him to break the final C-rank cave record too. The leader could only describe him as terrifying. Not long after, near the entrance to the last C-rank cave, a crowd had gathered. Word was spreading fast. Among the murmurs, someone pointed out the obvious. This D-rank adventurer, Tsuyoshi, was now the center of everyone's attention. As the gate opened, Tsuyoshi stepped out of the dungeon. The crowd that had been gathering outside began reacting immediately. A new record had just been confirmed. He had cleared the C-rank cave in 36 minutes and 28 seconds, breaking the previous record of 46 minutes and 54 seconds. More significantly, this was the cave's first ever solo clear, and it had now become the fastest time on record. The atmosphere outside the cave quickly shifted. Adventurers from various factions and guilds began approaching him, offering him a place within their organizations. Representatives from the Sand Guild and the One Eye Association attempted to recruit him, promising favorable treatment and asking him to assist in updating records for other caves. Some even suggested he leave the Adventurer Union to join their elite circles. However, Tsuyoshi remained unfazed. Without hesitation, he politely declined all invitations, expressing his preference to work alone. He made it clear that he wasn't interested in joining any factions and asked the crowd to clear a path, as he was in a hurry. His refusal left many around him shocked. Several adventurers questioned whether he truly intended to continue without rest. Offers for healing poured in. Some offered to call priests. Others introduced themselves as healers, hoping to accompany him inside the next cave. Despite the concern, Tsuyoshi remained focused. He continued walking through the crowd, calmly stating that he was fine and didn't require assistance. Internally, he reflected on his current condition. Thanks to a new passive skill, one that reduced minor fatigue when fighting significantly weaker opponents, he had not yet felt any real exhaustion. Confident in his ability to push forward, he began preparing himself for the next challenge, a higher-level B-rank cave. As he moved toward the next location, another system alert confirmed the passive ability's function. It suppressed energy consumption when there was a large power gap between him and his enemies. Not long after, he entered a D-rank cave and, once again, shattered the existing record. He repeated this process across several caves in rapid succession, each time setting a new solo benchmark. Soon, news of his performance spread further. Staff were stunned. He had completed 2 D-rank caves in just over 10 minutes and 1 minute respectively. One staff member asked whether the results had been reported. Another confirmed they had, and noted with visible tension that Tsuyoshi now seemed to be heading toward the final B-rank cave. Meanwhile, outside the public caves, Chairman Suzuki checked the time and expressed his frustration. Although impressed, he was clearly irritated that Tsuyoshi had given no prior notice. With the public dungeon scheduled to close in just 3 hours, Suzuki mused that, were he an adventurer himself, he would already be inside. As Suzuki was lost in thought, he overheard a group of adventurers discussing something urgent. They were in a hurry. They had just learned that someone was still active inside the cave. Curious, Suzuki approached and introduced himself, asking what had happened. The adventurers explained that a remarkable D-rank adventurer had appeared and broken 5 different cave records, all solo. Rumors were already circulating that this individual might be backed by a powerful organization. They admitted they had come specifically to find out more about this Tsuyoshi. As the crowd moved on, Suzuki was left standing alone. He considered the possibility that Tsuyoshi was indeed a secret recruit trained by an influential force. But then something clicked. The name struck him. With sudden realization, he recalled the exact identity of the adventurer and was visibly stunned. At that moment, near the final cave gate, Tsuyoshi approached once again. A large group of adventurers had already gathered there. Word had spread quickly. This D-rank adventurer, Tsuyoshi, was about to enter the last remaining B-rank cave. Then suddenly, just as Tsuyoshi stepped into the dungeon, a group of new adventurers appeared near the gate. With mocking expressions, they started whispering among themselves. Outside the B-class dungeon, one of them scoffed, Tsuyoshi? That D-rank hunter? Is he for real? He's only level 18, but he's cleared 3 C-class dungeons and 2 D-class ones in a row, breaking records each time. And now he's taking on a B-class dungeon? Is he trying to die or something? Hearing that, another adventurer jumped in with disbelief. He went in alone without forming a party. A D-rank hunter, soloing a B-rank dungeon? If he really had that kind of power, he would have been snatched up by a major guild ages ago. He wouldn't be in a place like this. Then, a bespectacled adventurer joined the conversation with suspicion. Maybe he's secretly working for some powerful faction, sent here to break records. He must be using illegal items or temporary power-boosting drugs. There's no way he could pull this off otherwise. Others nearby laughed mockingly as they looked toward the dungeon gate. One of them saying, "That's right. We D-rank heroes know the difficulty of B-rank dungeons better than anyone." "He's hiding something," another added coldly. "I think he won't make it out alive." But one adventurer, clearly concerned, sweat trickling down his face, tried to speak up. "Don't say such things. I saw him come out of a C-rank dungeon, completely unharmed. Considering the timing, I don't think he's a fluke." That only made another snap back angrily. "Shut up. What do you know? If he was that powerful, he wouldn't still be a D-rank." Then one of the adventurers, holding a bow and smirking, added, "That's right. He must have falsified his level, or he has a powerful backing. For an ordinary hero, even a C-class dungeon is life-threatening. Entering a B-class dungeon alone is insane." The concerned adventurer, now more nervous, stammered out a reply. But the evaluation was done by the system, right? You couldn't do it without considerable skills. Suddenly, all the adventurers turned their heads. Someone was walking confidently toward the dungeon. Their presence sent a shockwave of surprise through the crowd. One of them muttered, "Huh? Ah, is that the Wild Rose party?" Eyes widened as the group appeared, the famed party Wild Rose. Leading them was the Vice Captain Eric, a level 35 C-rank hero. Beside him walked the captain, Roland, a level 38 C-rank hero. The adventurers standing at the gate froze. Whispers broke out again as someone exclaimed in disbelief, "Hey, it's no Bara. They're the strongest C-rank party in this area, right?" The leader is level 38, an incredibly strong female warrior. One of the female adventurers with glasses lit up with excitement as she turned toward the group, clearly impressed. She reminded everyone that the Wild Rose team had once set a new record in a B-rank dungeon, clearing it in just 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Not only that, they did it in a dungeon that was open to the public, which meant their achievement was witnessed and recognized by many. Their rising fame wasn't just rumor. They had already built a strong reputation, and what stood out even more was their independence. Unlike most powerful teams, they weren't tied to any guild or faction. The girls seemed to genuinely admire that about them. Meanwhile, another glasses-wearing adventurer, the same one who previously made a dismissive comment about Tsukishiro, glanced over at the Wild Rose team with visible irritation. His voice was laced with sarcasm as he muttered a complaint about their arrogance, wondering aloud what they were doing here. Just then, the leader of the Wild Rose group raised her hand, signaling everyone to listen. Calmly and confidently, she addressed the crowd, stating she had heard that a D-rank hero named Tsuyoshi was planning to challenge this dungeon all by himself. One of the adventurers quickly confirmed it, explaining that Tsukishiro had already broken records in 3 different C-rank dungeons. It had seemed suspicious, so they decided to look into it more closely. At that point, a member of the Wild Rose team scoffed and voiced their doubts. He pointed out that if Tsukishiro had already achieved that much as a D rank, there was a strong chance that something unnatural was involved. He speculated that the guy could be using forbidden items or illegal herbs to boost his power unnaturally, and maybe even had support from someone influential backing him up. The leader of the Wild Rose team didn't outright deny it, but considered the possibility. She admitted that breaking records solo was definitely suspicious, but if the rumors were true, Tsukishiro might be someone worth paying serious attention to. Still, the idea of someone with such a low rank pulling off all of this was undeniably odd. The other Wild Rose member wasn't convinced. He bluntly claimed Tsukishiro was cheating. In his view, there were only 2 outcomes. Either the guy would die inside the dungeon or suffer long-term consequences from whatever enhancement drugs he might be using. He pointed out how much effort they had all put in to set those B-class records, and now they were supposed to just sit back and watch a D-rank blow past them. That frustration sparked agreement from others nearby. Several adventurers raised their voices, suggesting that Tsukishiro should be tested for drugs the moment he came out. If he was caught cheating, they insisted he should lose his license as a hunter right there. However, one of the adventurers quietly told his friend something that didn't quite fit the narrative. He remembered seeing Tsukishiro walk out of a C-rank dungeon looking calm and composed, not at all like someone relying on shady enhancements. The 2 of them were both D-rank, so his observation carried some weight. That remark didn't sit well with the same arrogant Wild Rose member, who shot back with condescension. He mocked the idea that a low-level adventurer would dare to object to him, scoffing at the idea of a small fry D-rank thinking they could challenge those in the C-class. Still, since he had time to spare, he was willing to entertain the idea and indulge Tsukishiro's challenge. Their leader, however, remained level-headed. She stated that regardless of whether Tsukishiro was cheating or not, entering a B-class dungeon solo was no small feat if he managed to come out of it alive. She admitted she might have to reconsider everything she had assumed about him up to now. Hearing that, the arrogant Wild Rose member turned toward his captain, clearly unsettled. His tone shifted slightly as he asked her cautiously, as if trying to confirm her intent. Was she seriously beginning to believe in Tsukishiro? Inside the dungeon, Tsuyoshi stood alone in the middle of a vast grass-covered plain. The terrain was much larger and more complex than what he had experienced in lower-ranked dungeons. He noted this difference calmly, recognizing that B-class dungeons represented an entirely different level of challenge in both size and difficulty. He reflected on his achievements so far, noting that his current record already qualified him for the rookie tournament. But he wasn't here just to test his limits. He genuinely wanted to experience the intensity of a B-rank environment firsthand. He was ready for a real fight. As he moved deeper into the dungeon, his surroundings were analyzed by an advanced ability he possessed. The results detailed the landscape, approximately 12 square kilometers of open plains, populated by monsters between levels 30 and 35. Nearly half the dungeon was covered in darkness, and elements like wind, thunder, and earth were best suited for combat here. With a quiet confidence, Tsuyoshi noted that even the weaker monsters here were impressive for their level. If the dungeon's boss turned out to be darkness-aligned, all the better. He was curious whether it would resemble the darkness powers he once knew in another world or reveal something new entirely. Moments later, he launched himself forward with powerful momentum. His attack devastated the surrounding grasslands. Soon after, a pack of monsters emerged, swift, agile creatures with wind and dark attributes. They were known for their razor-sharp claws that could shred armor, and their vulnerable spot was located in the abdomen. Lightning or earth-based attacks were ideal for taking them down. Tsuyoshi engaged the monsters immediately. Though he was impressed by their speed, he adjusted quickly, activating a combination of elemental skills to counter. His attacks landed with precision, and the monsters fell quickly under the onslaught. As he observed the aftermath, he noted the toughness of these enemies compared to previous low-tier creatures he had encountered. It was a clear reminder that stronger equipment and weapons would be essential once he returned to the other world. Still, the challenge thrilled him. In time, more monsters appeared, but he dispatched them effortlessly, walking confidently through the battlefield. To him, the enemies here were nothing more than B-rank fodder. Eventually, he came to a halt before the bodies of defeated monsters, holding his weapon firmly in hand. It had been a long time, he thought, since he had felt such genuine exhilaration from combat. But the test wasn't over. A new presence emerged, a much larger, more imposing creature. An elite-class monster, the stone rhinoceros. This beast possessed powerful earth and darkness attributes. Its entire body was coated in a rocky exterior that granted it exceptional defense. Unless someone could truly injure it, its armor wouldn't break. However, it had one clear vulnerability: its eyes. Attacks using lightning, elemental magic, or poison were most effective against it. Recognizing it as an elite monster, he doesn't hesitate. Instead of showing fear, he reacts with enthusiasm and immediately charges forward. He launches his attack using one of his combat skills, Thunder Chain Fork. As the battle progresses, he begins to realize that this enemy isn't going down easily. Despite his skill, the monster withstands his initial assault, which surprises him. He acknowledges to himself that the creature's durability is far beyond normal expectations. In the midst of the encounter, Tsuyoshi positions himself in front of the monster, landing directly in its path. Without a pause, the monster counters aggressively, moving toward him at a speed that defies its massive size. He braces himself and blocks the incoming strike with his sword, noting in the moment how unbelievable it is for such a large creature to move so quickly. The monster continues its relentless advance, and Tsuyoshi quickly maneuvers to avoid the next attack. He makes it clear that he doesn't intend to waste time trading blows. Preparing for a counterstrike, he activates one of his elemental techniques, Law of the Earth, Wind Frost, and aims for a vulnerable spot on the creature. Believing that the monster's eyes may be its weak point, he targets them with precision. His assumption proves correct. With a direct hit to a critical area, the monster's formidable defenses are compromised. Realizing he now has the upper hand, Tsuyoshi prepares for a finishing blow. He calls upon a powerful lightning-based ability and channels it into a final attack. The impact of the strike forces a loud, pained roar from the monster, and moments later, the creature collapses to the ground defeated. Tsuyoshi, breathing heavily, surveys the fallen enemy. He's clearly fatigued. Reflecting on the fight, he notes that battling an elite monster without the support of a system and relying purely on weaponry had pushed his equipment to its limit. The encounter had been draining, both physically and technically. He glances down at his weapon. It's clear to him now his current gear won't be enough for what lies ahead. He admits to himself that unless he upgrades his equipment soon, he'll be at a major disadvantage when facing the dungeon boss. Assessing his situation further, he stores his weapon and turns his gaze toward the deeper parts of the dungeon. The difficulty of this B-rank dungeon forces him to think seriously about the challenges that must exist in even higher-ranked ones. As he wipes blood from his face, he maintains a composed but confident attitude. If the boss of this dungeon turns out to be darkness type, he tells himself, then the upcoming fight could be even more challenging, but also worth his attention. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a crowd of adventurers remains gathered around the gate. Tension is high, and concern is starting to spread. One person voices the obvious. Tsuyoshi has been inside for 20 minutes and hasn't returned. There's speculation that he may already be dead. Others agree, arguing that entering a B-rank dungeon alone as a D-rank adventurer is effectively suicide. Someone suggests that if a group of level 30 monsters had surrounded him, he wouldn't have stood a chance. They expect the dungeon system to confirm his death at any moment. A member of the Wild Rose party cuts into the conversation, boasting about their own achievement. They remind the others that their team had cleared this same dungeon before, dealing with stone rhino-type enemies and a difficult final boss. Their recorded time of 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds has yet to be beaten. That sparks curiosity among the bystanders. One adventurer considers that Tsuyoshi might be able to break their record. The suggestion angers a Wild Rose member, who refuses to believe a D rank could surpass them. He insists that if Tsuyoshi doesn't exit in the next 2 minutes, he's as good as dead. Furthermore, if he survives, they'll demand a full investigation to confirm he isn't using any illegal performance enhancers. Another adventurer with a calculating look chimes in, stating with confidence that even if Tsuyoshi were doping, there's no way he could survive long alone in a B-rank dungeon. The danger level, he says, is simply too high for tricks or temporary boosts to make a difference. In his opinion, Tsuyoshi isn't trying to break records. He's just trying to stay alive. More adventurers join the discussion, emphasizing how different B-rank dungeons are compared to C or D-rank ones. A D-rank hero staying inside for over 20 minutes? To them, that spells certain doom. The leader of the Wild Rose party stands near the gate, reviewing real-time information on the challenger. On the display, it shows that the current challenger is Tsuyoshi. His status is still active, and the elapsed time is now 20 minutes and 17 seconds. She also sees a list of Tsuyoshi's previous records. Multiple solo clears of both C and D-rank dungeons with impressively short times. These stats seem to irritate her. Despite her initial dismissal of him due to his low rank, the fact that he cleared those dungeons solo and quickly forces her to reconsider. In her thoughts, she acknowledges that most D-rank heroes wouldn't have lasted this long. Tsuyoshi's survival alone is noteworthy. From behind her, one of her team members asks what she's looking at. Without turning around, she responds that it's nothing important, but inwardly, she continues thinking about the unusual level of skill Tsuyoshi seems to possess. She begins to wonder if he's still alive and actively progressing through the dungeon even now. Clenching her fist tightly with irritation, she muttered under her breath, "No way. A D-rank hero could actually." Meanwhile, deep inside a B-rank dungeon, surrounded by a marshy lake thick with aquatic plants, Tsuyoshi stood before an old structure half submerged in the murky water. He looked up at it and said, "There it is." He then turned his gaze toward the massive door in front of him, staring intently without moving or speaking. As he stood there, a memory from his childhood surfaced. He remembered sensing that same suffocating presence. He thought to himself, "That's the presence of darkness." With determination, he pushed the door open and said quietly, "Let's go." As he stepped inside and laid eyes on the monster waiting within, sweat trickled down his face. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he muttered. The creature before him was humanoid, holding a blade with a sinister presence. It was a darkness phantom, tall, sharp-eyed, and radiating malice. It turned towards Tsuyoshi and spoke arrogantly. Alone? This is a first. Tsuyoshi observed the monster calmly, analyzing its features. It had a dark aura, intelligent eyes, a solid defense posture, and moved with unnerving agility. He noticed its blade gave off an eerie glow, hinting at psychic and ice-based attacks. He also instinctively figured its weak spot, somewhere near the heart. It was clear that using lightning, light, or fire would give him the edge in battle. The monster laughed and said, "Such a puny hero. You dare face me alone?" Tsuyoshi didn't answer. He just stood there silently, his body trembling slightly. The monster grinned wider. "You're trembling. Are you scared?" "Hiv hiv. You should be. If you're afraid, go ahead and kill yourself. It'll save me the trouble." But Tsuyoshi raised his head, his voice cold and calm. "No, I'm not afraid." The monster paused, surprised. Tsuyoshi smirked and replied, "It's not fear, it's excitement. I can't wait to slay a darkness like you. And besides, I need that weapon of yours. Just so happens I lost mine recently." The monster stood up, clearly provoked. He laughed loudly. Interesting. To think a mere human would have such guts." He placed his sword on his back and said, "I'll commend that bravery. But to claim this weapon." Suddenly, the air around the monster grew cold and heavy. He unleashed his ice domain, filling the room with sharp frost and a suffocating chill. He pointed at Tsuyoshi and shouted, "Let's see if you can." Tsuyoshi, unfazed, laughed with pure excitement. "Very well. For Karina, for my father and mother." Then, without hesitation, he charged straight at the monster, shouting, "I'll kill you all with my own hands." Outside the B-rank dungeon, the captain of the adventurer group sat quietly, sipping tea. Her mind was restless. She thought about the situation. If Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi really managed to break their record, it would mean her party's achievement was surpassed. That wouldn't only hurt their reputation, it could also affect their resources and future opportunities. As she pondered, one of her group members approached and asked if something was on her mind. She acknowledged him and, without hesitation, asked his thoughts on the hero named Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. The man answered seriously, saying he believed Tsuyoshi was strong and that there was a high chance he would break their record. When the captain pressed further, asking why he thought that, the man explained that although he had never personally met Tsuyoshi, he had observed his behavior before entering the dungeon. Even when mocked and ridiculed by those around him, Tsuyoshi didn't react emotionally. He had simply glanced at them once and moved forward. If he had been nothing more than a reckless fool or someone relying on drugs, he wouldn't have carried himself with such composure. Hearing this, the captain quietly repeated the words in her mind, calm and composed. Nearby, some other adventurers were also gathered by the gate, gossiping among themselves. One scoffed, saying that relying on performance-enhancing drugs would only shorten one's life. Even if someone survived a dungeon run while using them, they'd come out broken in body and spirit. He added mockingly that if Tsuyoshi somehow came out alive, he would swallow his staff whole. The captain's subordinate frowned at this, speaking with disappointment. He commented that, in his experience, the quietest beasts were often the most terrifying. The scene then shifted back inside the dungeon. In the boss chamber, an area shrouded in shallow darkness, Tsuyoshi stood with his sword in hand, ready. Across from him, the dungeon boss, a dark phantom warrior, fixed its gaze on him. The creature could sense something unusual about Tsuyoshi's presence. The dungeon boss studied Tsuyoshi closely, unsettled by the strange aura surrounding him. In its thoughts, the creature recognized that this presence did not feel native to this world. It wondered if the hero standing before it had come from some faraway other world. Despite this doubt, the boss admitted to itself that although Tsuyoshi might not be the strongest hero it had ever encountered, he was by far the most surprising. In response, Tsuyoshi activated the power of the Divine King's Hammer. His body became enveloped in electricity, crackling energy covering him completely as he prepared for the clash. With confidence, he signaled that the monster was about to witness something beyond its expectations. The boss, unfazed, launched forward, demanding proof of the hero's words. In an instant, the two collided in a fierce battle. Their weapons clashed, each countering the other's strikes with speed and precision. As the fight escalated, Tsuyoshi's heavenly eye ability analyzed the monster's state. The boss had entered its perfect form, which increased its speed and attack power significantly. Its current combat style combined rapid combos with mental invasion techniques, giving it both physical and psychological pressure. The recommended strategy was clear. Tsuyoshi needed to rely on his mastery of the laws of earth, wind, and frost to keep his speed up and look for an opening to counterattack. Realizing the monster's increased speed, Tsuyoshi thought quickly. Facing it directly would only result in severe injury. He activated the laws of earth, wind, and frost once again, reinforcing his movements to stay alive. Even so, the boss's attack struck him, forcing him back several steps and reducing his health. Instead of being shaken, Tsuyoshi smirked at the challenge, finding it intriguing. The monster attacked again, but this time Tsuyoshi managed to counter, striking back with his sword. The blow landed, wounding the creature slightly and shaving off some of its vitality. The boss laughed, mocking Tsuyoshi, insisting that his weapon was too weak to cause any real harm and daring him to keep fighting. Yet, despite the monster's words, it secretly began to feel unease. Even while bleeding and facing overwhelming odds, Tsuyoshi remained unerringly calm. That composure unsettled the beast far more than the strikes themselves. With a sudden swing, the boss unleashed one of its most dangerous techniques, Dark Moon Ice Prison. A vast wave of freezing energy surged outward, spreading across a wide area. Tsuyoshi's heavenly eye warned that this was a large-scale ice attack combined with mental invasion, capable of freezing opponents for several seconds if caught directly. The best strategy was to escape the affected zone immediately. The attack grazed Tsuyoshi, leaving a cut on his face as he dodged. Evaluating the situation, he noted that the area of effect was dangerously wide, far more difficult to evade than he had anticipated. A massive wave of ice surged towards Tsuyoshi. Bracing himself, he focused all his strength into his abdomen to absorb the impact with maximum defense. Even so, the attack struck hard, tearing away a large portion of his vitality. His body, renowned for its resilience, had already sustained heavy wear. The boss was visibly shocked that Tsuyoshi had managed to survive the blow. Confident that the hero's remaining strength was too little to matter, the monster rushed forward, sword raised high, intent on finishing the fight in a single strike. At that moment, Tsuyoshi released his sword. Instead of panicking, he seized the opening. With calm precision, he prepared to turn the monster's momentum against it. His plan was clear. Use the analysis from the heavenly eye to time his leap perfectly, exploit the enemy's opening, and summon the Divine King's hammer at the decisive moment. The boss, seeing Tsuyoshi readying himself, mocked the attempt, convinced the hero lacked the power to kill it. But Tsuyoshi's confidence came not from recklessness, but from mastery. With the Divine Selection System's upgrades, he could now draw more power from the hammer. Its usable strength had increased significantly. On top of that, he could channel the laws of earth, wind, and frost into the weapon, layering it with attributes of wind and lightning to amplify its destructive force. The surge of energy coursed through the hammer, straining his arms to the breaking point. His body nearly collapsed under the weapon's overwhelming power, but Tsuyoshi endured by concentrating the strongest reinforcement into both hands. The strain was immense, yet his grip held firm. With all preparation complete, Tsuyoshi launched his ultimate strike. The hammer, infused with divine energy and elemental power, crashed down with unstoppable force. The boss's expression shifted to shock as its vitality plummeted faster than it could comprehend. In the next instant, the blow struck true, and the monster's health dropped to 0. The battle ended. Tsuyoshi staggered slightly, his own health diminished from the effort, and landed heavily on the ground. He quickly drank a healing potion to stabilize himself, then picked up the boss's fallen sword. With calm assurance, he recognized his victory. The dungeon acknowledged his achievement. The trial was officially cleared in 45 minutes and 36 seconds, shattering the previous shortest record of over an hour. Not only had he secured the fastest clear time, but he had also achieved the first ever solo completion of a dungeon. As rewards, Tsuyoshi acquired a powerful weapon, the soul-cutting Moonblade, a blade infused with attributes of darkness, mental power, and ice. Alongside the weapon, he gained a significant increase in experience, leveling up from 18 to 20 in a single leap due to the massive difficulty gap and the solo clear bonus. His current status reflected the growth. Now a level 20 warrior, clad in his black armor disguise, set belonging to the Fox Beastmen, wielding the newly obtained soul-cutting moonblade. His arsenal of skills had also expanded, including the Thunder Chain Fork and his mastery of the laws of earth, wind, and frost. With a combat power now reaching 27,600, Tsuyoshi had firmly established himself as a force to be reckoned with. Crowds of adventurers gathered near the gate as a system-wide announcement echoed across the area. It declared that Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi had successfully cleared the B-rank cave in just 45 minutes and 36 seconds, shattering the previous record of 1 hour and 5 minutes, which had been set by the well-known adventurer party, Wild Rose. More importantly, it was revealed to be the first ever solo clear of the dungeon. The crowd was stunned into silence at first, then broke out in disbelief. Many muttered that such a result should have been impossible. Even the captain of a nearby adventurer group, upon seeing the record posted, rose from her seat in shock, struggling to accept what she was witnessing. The staff members of the Adventurer Union, also present outside the cave, were equally shaken. They repeated the result aloud, almost unable to process the data. A D-rank adventurer had not only cleared the cave alone, but had done so in a record time. Their anxious eyes turned toward the gate, waiting for Tsuyoshi to emerge. Moments later, a heavy gust of wind burst from the gate, startling everyone present. As the dust and air settled, Tsuyoshi appeared at the entrance, holding the newly obtained blade in his hand. He walked forward silently, his expression calm. The crowd parted around him, their gazes fixed on his blood-stained armor. Some recognized traces of the boss monster's blood on him, mingled with his own injuries, which only deepened the sense of awe and intimidation. Whispers spread rapidly. His presence radiated a killing intent that weighed heavily on everyone nearby. Despite the attention, Tsuyoshi's thoughts were elsewhere. The overwhelming stares and murmurs were of no importance to him. What mattered was leaving quickly to meet Chairman Suzuki and securing his qualification for the Supernova tournament at the Adventurer Union headquarters. Just as he began to move through the crowd, an adventurer blocked his path. The man, wearing a self-assured and hostile expression, accused Tsuyoshi of doping. He claimed that there was no possible way a D-rank adventurer could have defeated a B-rank boss monster alone. The accusation spread like wildfire. Onlookers, caught between disbelief and envy, began shouting in agreement, demanding Tsuyoshi explain himself. Many echoed the same conclusion. His victory had to be unnatural, achieved through cheating. The crowd closed in tighter around him, their voices growing louder with each passing second. Despite the accusations and shouts, Tsuyoshi did not bother to argue with the surrounding adventurers. With a calm but confident tone, he dismissed the confrontation, making it clear he had no time to waste. His indifference only fueled the anger of the crowd. One adventurer stepped forward, accusing him of running away because he was guilty of using doping. The man loudly declared that if Tsuyoshi's strength was real, then he should prove it in a duel. The challenge was issued publicly: defeat him in a one-on-one fight, and only then would the record be acknowledged. Tsuyoshi met the man's words with a cold, dismissive gaze, finding the idea ridiculous. Yet the challenger twisted this calm reaction, pointing to him and shouting that his refusal proved panic, stirring the crowd into further unrest. The man who stood against him was no ordinary adventurer. He was the vice captain of Wild Rose, a mage at level 35 with a combat power of 18,000. Inside, he was confident that his strength far surpassed Tsuyoshi's. He was already imagining how he would make Tsuyoshi regret his calm defiance. Before the tension could escalate further, the captain of Wild Rose herself stepped in. She addressed Tsuyoshi directly, her tone formal and measured. While she admitted that if his achievement was truly through skill, she would respect it, she explained that the situation had cast doubt on everyone present, herself included. To dispel suspicion, she requested that Tsuyoshi prove his abilities through a duel. For her, this was not only about his reputation, but also about the pride of the adventurers who had worked hard in this dungeon. Tsuyoshi listened in silence before replying coldly, questioning the necessity. Yet as the explanation continued, he finally turned his gaze to the Adventurer Union staff nearby and asked for the current time. They replied nervously. It was exactly 5 p.m. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi weighed his schedule and determined that he could still afford to participate. Standing tall in the middle of the crowd, sword in hand, he announced his decision to accept the duel. The reaction was immediate. Shock and disbelief spread throughout the adventurers. Many could not believe he would agree to fight after just surviving a deadly battle with a dungeon boss. His opponent, the vice-captain mage, stood with a confident smile, already convinced of his victory. In his mind, he judged Tsuyoshi's decision as reckless suicide. The mage had recently mastered a powerful new spell, Elemental Burst. It was an expensive technique acquired at great cost by his party, designed to restrain enemy movement, channel elemental energy, and unleash a massive explosion. He was certain that even if Tsuyoshi was secretly concealing his true level, even if he were C rank, this spell would overwhelm him. At the same level, he believed a mage's destructive magic was invincible. Soon after, the two men stood across from each other in a cleared space before the crowd. A mediator from the Adventurer Union stepped between them, explaining the rule of the duel: no killing. Both fighters were instructed to prepare themselves. The duel began under the Adventurer Union's official rules: no killing. This regulation existed to ensure that matches could be decided without causing permanent harm to the participants. Edric, the vice-captain of Wild Rose, stepped forward first. He formally introduced himself as a C-rank mage, level 35, with a combat power of 18,000. His tone was filled with arrogance. In contrast, Tsuyoshi kept his introduction simple, stating only that he was a warrior at level 20. Internally, however, he reminded himself that his true combat power had already reached 27,600. He deliberately withheld that fact, knowing that revealing it would only create further complications. Edric misinterpreted his silence as weakness. With a mocking grin, he suggested that Tsuyoshi's refusal to state his combat power proved he was hiding something, likely relying on doping. He even remarked on how impressive it was that the supposed drugs seemed to show no severe side effects. Tsuyoshi remained calm, only hinting that if his true combat power were revealed, Edric would be shocked. Amused, Edric took this as empty bravado. Confident that the duel would be over quickly, he prepared to strike, his staff raised to the sky. From the sidelines, the captain of Wild Rose observed quietly. She noted Tsuyoshi's composure. Unlike someone who was reckless or enhanced by drugs, he showed no nervousness, only controlled readiness. Her earlier doubts began to waver. The staff member officiating the duel raised his hand and gave the signal to begin. At once, Edric activated his spell. He unleashed Elemental Burst, a powerful and costly technique his party had acquired through great effort. It restrained the opponent's movements, rotated elemental power, and then detonated in a massive explosion. His plan was to overwhelm Tsuyoshi instantly, robbing him of the ability to continue fighting. From the sidelines, the captain frowned at his decision. She thought to herself that using such a powerful technique right at the start seemed excessive, even unfair. But before the spell could reach him, Tsuyoshi calmly stored away his sword and moved. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood. The onlookers erupted in shock. None could comprehend how someone who had just fought an entire day in a deadly dungeon still possessed such speed and energy. A heartbeat later, Tsuyoshi reappeared directly in front of Edric. The mage froze in disbelief, sweat breaking across his face as he realized he had been caught completely off guard. Tsuyoshi had already concentrated a significant portion of his physical energy into his right hand. With a single decisive strike, he drove his fist into Edric. The impact launched the mage across the ground, his body crashing several meters away. The duel ended instantly. The vice-captain of Wild Rose, a level 35 C-rank mage with 18,000 combat power, had been defeated in a single blow. The captain of Wild Rose stood stunned. She silently questioned what would have happened had she faced that strike herself. Would she have been able to withstand it, or even evade it at all? The answer unsettled her. In the middle of the arena, Tsuyoshi lowered his fist, his expression steady. Surrounded by silence and disbelief, he turned to face the crowd. With unwavering confidence, he asked if anyone else wished to challenge him. After Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi's overwhelming victory, the adventurers around him were shaken. They whispered among themselves, stunned that Edric, with his combat power of 18,000, had been defeated in a single blow, and without Tsuyoshi even using a weapon. The captain of Wild Rose, equally shocked, realized this strength was far beyond ordinary. If Tsuyoshi was truly only level 20 now, then his future potential was unimaginable. One of her subordinates, pale and sweating, reminded her that he had warned about Tsuyoshi's strength, though even he hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. The captain quickly ordered her team to take Edric away for treatment. As they carried him off, she addressed Tsuyoshi directly, formally acknowledging his strength on behalf of her party. Tsuyoshi accepted the recognition with a simple word of thanks. A staff member then raised his hand and announced to everyone present that Tsuyoshi's data had been fully authenticated by the system. His combat power, level, and records were all verified as legitimate. Another staff member reinforced the declaration, stating that no objections to the results would be accepted. The crowd grew restless, murmuring among themselves. Many were still in disbelief, calling him a monster. They acknowledged that a D-rank adventurer clearing a B-rank cave alone and then defeating Edric in one strike placed him at least on par with a C rank, if not higher. Some who had mocked him earlier felt ashamed. The captain of Wild Rose, watching him closely, thought to herself that Tsuyoshi might one day become an S-rank adventurer. The idea of forming a party with him crossed her mind. The scene then shifted outside the public caves, where a car was waiting. Captain Suzuki stood nearby, tears in his eyes as he greeted Tsuyoshi. He praised him for the solo clear of the B-rank cave in just over 45 minutes, proudly declaring that he had been the first to receive the record notification. Suzuki expressed both relief and excitement, saying that not only had Tsuyoshi returned alive, but he had also set a groundbreaking achievement. With the Supernova tournament beginning the next day and the registration deadline approaching, Suzuki urged Tsuyoshi to head with him immediately to the Adventure Union headquarters. Tsuyoshi responded calmly, agreeing without hesitation. They entered the car together and drove off into the night toward the headquarters. At the Adventure Union headquarters, the receptionist checked Tsuyoshi's profile and froze. She was stunned to see that in just one day, he had updated all the public cave records, including the B-rank cave cleared solo in 45 minutes and 35 seconds. Captain Suzuki immediately urged her to confirm the data and proceed with registration, insisting that Tsuyoshi be entered as a substitute for the Supernova tournament. The receptionist quickly complied, verified the results, and officially registered him. She politely informed Tsuyoshi that his participation had been approved and instructed him to arrive at the venue on time the next day. Tsuyoshi, noting her respectful tone, thought to himself that whether in this world or another, strength always spoke loudest. He gave a calm confirmation in reply. Suzuki, unable to contain his excitement, placed a hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder. He reminded him that even substitutes often competed and that the future of their school's adventurer association now rested on him. Tsuyoshi accepted quietly, already thinking ahead. Winning the Supernova tournament would allow him to apply for C-rank qualification, the fastest path forward. Privately, he resolved that reaching C-rank would also give him the chance to bid for the Golden Regeneration Liquid, the only hope of healing his sister Karina's legs. That night, at his apartment, Tsuyoshi gently adjusted the blanket over Karina as she slept. He promised her silently that she would walk again soon. Later in his room, he opened his system panel. When he had leveled up to 20 in the B-rank cave, a new feature had unlocked, but he hadn't checked it until now. The panel displayed the compatibility system bonus. Two options appeared. Bonus 1. Apply a God Selection version upgrade to one of his skills, greatly amplifying its effects. Bonus 2. Upgrade Strongest Body, multiplying his entire body's defense, including internal organs, by 60 times, with control over where to focus its effect. Tsuyoshi smiled. The ability to upgrade skills directly was valuable, but Bonus 2 addressed a weakness that had troubled him most, his physical durability. With it, he could endure serious injuries that would have previously left him incapacitated. Without hesitation, he selected Bonus 2. A yellow light enveloped him as the system confirmed the upgrade. Strongest Body has been enhanced. After examining his newly gained abilities, the protagonist felt satisfied. His defense had increased 60-fold, a change that meant he would no longer suffer injuries each time he unleashed energy. This newfound resilience greatly expanded his combat possibilities. As he continued reviewing his gains, he saw that he had earned another bonus, one that allowed him to upgrade one of his current skills. The only skill available to him was Thunder Chainfall, so he decided to strengthen it while keeping in mind that he still needed to search for more powerful abilities in the future. The system then enhanced his chosen skill, transforming Thunder Chain Fall into Thunderbolt. The upgrade drastically improved its range, extending it from just 3 meters to 300, while also removing its movement restrictions. Additionally, the upgraded skill could now continuously strike a single enemy for 10 seconds within its effective range. Realizing the scale of this improvement, he was astonished. The ability to attack over such a vast distance without limitations meant his offensive capabilities had risen to an entirely new level. He acknowledged that he had once again grown stronger. Later, lying in bed, he reminded himself that the Supernova tournament would begin the next day. Wanting to be prepared, he decided to rest early, as it had been some time since he last had a proper sleep. Before closing his eyes, his thoughts turned briefly to Sakura, who had seemed troubled when they last met. He resolved that once things settled here, he would return to the other world. With the strength he now possessed, he believed he might finally be able to help her. The following morning, in the suburbs, he traveled with Chairman Suzuki by car toward the tournament venue. Along the way, Suzuki explained that the outcome of the Supernova tournament would determine resource distribution, and that competitors should show no mercy since rankings were the highest priority. Many young elites would be fighting, risking their lives. The protagonist, however, was unfazed. Since becoming an adventurer, he had long grown accustomed to battles where lives were on the line. Suzuki glanced at him and noticed a change. The boy seemed more mature, colder, and far more composed than before. With a drop of sweat forming, Suzuki shifted the conversation to the tournament venue. He explained that it was located inside a massive mountain cavern, known as One Strike Mountain. According to legend, a single blow from an S-rank adventurer had once pierced through it, creating the vast hollow space that now served as the arena. The story piqued the protagonist's interest. He wondered aloud about legendary S-rank adventurers and how they compared to ordinary ones, recognizing that even within the highest rank, vast differences in strength existed. Suzuki admitted that the truth was uncertain, as such figures were spoken of only in tales, their continued existence unknown. Soon after, the car came to a stop. They had arrived. Stepping out, the protagonist gazed up at the mountain. A massive opening yawned in its chest, the entrance to the venue. Looking at the imposing landmark, he reflected silently. The sheer power of a legendary S-rank adventurer was something beyond imagination, and even after so much time, its traces still carried a sense of awe. Chairman Suzuki stepped closer to the protagonist, remarking on how vast and spacious the cave appeared from inside. He admitted that the first time he saw it, he had nearly been overwhelmed by its scale. He accompanied the protagonist to the entrance, but reminded him that once inside the matches, he would be on his own and would have to rely solely on his own strength. At the entrance, a staff member confirmed the protagonist's identity as a contestant and permitted him to enter. From behind, Suzuki called out one final warning, urging him to be careful and to return alive no matter what. With calm confidence, the protagonist acknowledged this and stepped into the cavern. The scene shifted to the Supernova tournament's preparation area, where countless adventurers were gathered, preparing for the competition. Observing them, the protagonist quickly noticed the Adventure Union's party present among the crowd. Through his divine eye ability, information appeared before him, analyzing the members of that group. Riai's, a level 36 warrior with strong combat power. Sherry, a level 36 battle priest. And Fabian, a level 36 thief. All of them carried impressive combat power values that reflected their status as elite young adventurers. The protagonist thought to himself that their strength was as expected of representatives from powerful factions. He introduced himself to one of the adventurers, explaining that he was participating as a substitute for the Adventure Union. His words, however, were met with doubt and amusement. They questioned why someone at his low level had been sent, remarking that at least a C rank would be necessary, and that even substitutes should not become dead weight. A red-haired girl added her own comment, assuming that his position was gained through connections, and assured the group that they would work hard enough so the substitute would never need to participate. The protagonist did not argue and simply walked away, wishing them well. Sitting quietly on a bench, he reflected on his true purpose in joining this tournament. His goal was not only to support the party, but also to gain C rank qualification, which would allow him to join auctions. That qualification was vital. He needed it to bid for the golden regeneration liquid, the only hope for his sister Karina to walk again. Firmly resolved, he reminded himself that he could not afford to lose. Suddenly, mocking laughter echoed through the area. A loud voice ridiculed the Adventurer Union for sending what they called a level 20 to rank trash substitute, suggesting that the Union must be in decline to rely on someone so weak. The insult drew the attention of the entire gathering, shifting all eyes toward the source. It was the Hato Group, one of the 5 great factions and long-standing rivals of the Adventurer Union. Their members stepped forward, each radiating confidence and arrogance. Poison Fong, a level 37 thief. Blackblade, a level 37 warrior. Gon, a level 36 warrior serving as their substitute. And Demon Fire, a level 36 magic user. Their combat power values were all higher than those of the Adventurer Union members. The protagonist studied them quietly, acknowledging that their strength explained their arrogance. As the Hato group arrived, the red-haired adventurer from a union turned toward them, noting that the 5 great factions and the 3 great guilds had always stood in opposition to the Adventurer Union. She reflected that while the higher authorities often ignored these rivalries, when true interests were involved, conflict was inevitable. Standing beside her, another Union adventurer smirked at the protagonist, pointing out that he was already the subject of ridicule. The leader of the Hato group, brimming with arrogance, openly mocked the Union for relying on a D-rank substitute, declaring that their team would surely end up in last place. One of the Union members grew visibly irritated at the insult. He reminded the Hato faction that the Adventurer Union was the largest authority in adventurer assessments, and that the day's results had yet to be decided. With an angry expression, he warned them not to get ahead of themselves. A member of the Hato group casually cracked his neck, brushing off the protest. He argued that assessment standards had long been unified across regions, and that results would be no different here. With a smug grin, he stepped forward, suggesting a warm-up sparring match before the tournament officially began. He explained that such bouts were permitted under tournament rules, provided both sides agreed, no weapons were used, and no one was killed. Stopping directly in front of the protagonist, he mocked him further, implying that if the Union was too afraid, they could back down. He sneered that the presence of a D-rank substitute would at least give them an excuse when they inevitably lost during the main competition. Before the insult could go further, one of the Union's C-rank members stepped in front of the protagonist, accepting the challenge on their behalf. He declared that C-rank should fight against C-rank, and told the protagonist that this was not his burden to carry. The Hato member readily agreed, confident in the outcome, and the sparring match was set. The scene shifted to the temporary arena within the preparation area, where a large crowd quickly gathered to watch. Whispers spread through the spectators that the Adventurer Union and the Hato group were about to clash even before the official matches began. On one side stood Fabian, a level 36 thief of the Adventurer Union with combat power measured at 16,000. Opposite him was Gantetsu of the Hato group, a level 36 warrior with an equal combat power of 16,000. The atmosphere grew tense as the two prepared to fight, both sides eager to prove their superiority before the tournament even started. The signal to begin was given, and Fabian immediately rushed forward, aiming at Gantetsu with the speed and precision of a thief. He relied on his hand blade technique, confident that even without weapons, his skills would be sufficient. But Gantetsu evaded the strike with ease, dismissing Fabian's effort as nothing more than a petty trick. Fabian was shocked by the warrior's reaction speed, realizing that his opponent was far faster than he had anticipated. Gantetsu countered, boasting that he was well accustomed to fighting thieves and had no intention of dragging the fight out. With a single, crushing kick, he struck Fabian's leg. The impact fractured Fabian's right leg instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. The Union members shouted Fabian's name in alarm, rushing toward him, but his injury was severe. With his leg broken, his participation in the tournament was no longer possible. Standing over him with arrogance, Gantetsu mocked the Adventurer Union, declaring their members nothing but trash. He prepared to strike again, openly stating he didn't care if it counted as a violation. The Union members rushed in to intervene, shouting for him to stop, but before they could reach Fabian, the protagonist moved. With incredible speed, he bypassed his teammates and appeared between Fabian and Gantetsu, intercepting the attack at the last second. The sudden display of strength shocked Gantetsu, who trembled slightly as he demanded to know who the protagonist was. The protagonist's cold glare silenced the question, making it clear he was not intimidated. His teammates, still recovering from what they had witnessed, were stunned by the sheer speed he had just demonstrated. Turning to the tournament staff, the protagonist requested immediate medical attention for Fabian. The staff complied without hesitation, quickly escorting the injured adventurer away. As Fabian was being taken, he warned the protagonist to be cautious. But the protagonist dismissed the concern, stating firmly that the one who should truly be careful was Fabian himself. With calm determination, the protagonist adjusted his tie, then stepped forward. Announcing his decision to take over the sparring match, he declared that if his opponent was afraid, he should simply back down. Gantetsu stepped forward, laughing at the idea of facing a mere substitute. To him, the fight was already decided. An arrogant Durang brat had no chance against him. With confidence, he charged in at high speed, pulling back his fist for a heavy strike. The union members shouted in anger, realizing Gantetsu's true intent. They accused him of trying to injure their substitute deliberately, knowing that if they lost too many members, they would be disqualified for insufficient numbers. But before anyone could intervene, the protagonist activated the Earth-Wind Law. A surge of power erupted around him, halting Gantetsu's momentum. Shock spread across Gantetsu's face as he realized too late that his opponent's strength was far beyond what he had expected. In the next instant, the protagonist delivered a precise counterattack. A single powerful kick shattered Gantetsu's right leg, making him collapse to the ground with a scream of agony. Not stopping there, the protagonist moved again with overwhelming speed. Grabbing Gantetsu by the head, he forced him down, his expression filled with cold anger. He asked mockingly if the broken leg hurt, then pressed him hard into the ground. The sheer force of the impact instantly knocked Gantetsu unconscious. His combat ability was lost, making him ineligible to continue in the tournament. The arena fell into silence. The Adventure Union members stared in awe, while the Hado group froze in disbelief. Their leader muttered in shock, unable to accept what he had just seen. This was supposed to be a D-rank adventurer. The protagonist calmly dusted off his suit as if nothing had happened, then stated firmly that the situation was now fair. His sharp gaze turned toward the remaining Hado members, and with absolute confidence, he asked whether they still wished to continue. None of them moved. Their bravado melted away, leaving only silence and frustration. The leader of the Hado group eventually broke the silence, glaring with annoyance. He pointed at the protagonist, declaring that he would remember this strength, but his words only highlighted the humiliation of their defeat. Nearby, some adventurers who had witnessed the sparring whispered among themselves in disbelief. They remarked on how incredible it was to see someone break an opponent's leg with a single kick and knock him out in one blow. None of them could reconcile such overwhelming strength with the supposed rank of D. The scene then shifted back to the Adventure Union's preparation area. The red-haired adventurer looked at the protagonist with a tone of respect. She thanked him for avenging Fabian earlier and questioned his true strength, stating plainly that there was no way a D-rank adventurer could display such power. The protagonist, however, downplayed it. He explained that he had only intervened because he couldn't stand by and watch, and reaffirmed that he was indeed still D-rank. The red-haired adventurer then reminded him that with Fabian injured, he would now have to participate directly in the tournament. The protagonist accepted this without hesitation, stating with calm determination that losing was not an option. From behind, the group leader observed quietly, commenting on how enigmatic the newcomer was. Later, the red-haired adventurer handed the protagonist a small device, a communication bracelet specifically for use during the tournament. The leader demonstrated its function, opening the interface to reveal the details of the first event. All participants were instructed to check the rules. The first stage would be an elimination round, a trial designed to cut the number of contestants in half. On activating his device, the protagonist noted the term elimination competition, and the red-haired adventurer explained further. All contestants would be placed in a mock cave, tasked with defeating monsters. They needed to score at least 150 points within 1 hour to pass. However, if more than half the participants surpassed the requirement, then only the top half would proceed, making it essential to earn as many points as possible. The leader then elaborated on the mechanics. Contestants could choose between two modes, normal mode and dark mode. In normal mode, each monster defeated granted 1 point. In dark mode, only darkness monsters appeared, and each one defeated earned 5 points. However, every 30 seconds, the number of monsters would double, making the challenge increasingly dangerous. Finally, the leader warned against being tempted by the higher points of dark mode. He explained that monsters were adjusted to match the contestant's level, so for the protagonist, both normal and darkness monsters will be level 20. But darkness monsters were significantly stronger than their normal counterparts. Many past contestants who attempted dark mode had been overwhelmed before they could even fight back. The red-haired adventurer continued explaining the risks. Even in normal mode, she warned, the challenge was harsh. Monsters doubled every 30 seconds, and though one might start strong, fatigue would set in midway. Endurance and consistency were tested as much as strength. An hour of continuous fighting was grueling, and it was easy to get overwhelmed once surrounded. The protagonist then asked about the highest record ever achieved in this trial. The group leader responded, recalling a remarkable story from years past. A contestant from the Adventurer Union had once chosen dark mode, managing to endure for 45 minutes and defeat 300 darkness monsters in that time, earning 1,500 points. That contestant had since risen to become not only the Union's pride, but also the youngest S-rank adventurer in history. The leader then admitted his own limits, stating plainly that he wouldn't last even 10 minutes in dark mode, let alone defeat more than 20 enemies, since the doubling effect made it a nightmare. The red-haired adventurer agreed, adding that as a battle priest, she would last even less. Darkness monsters were significantly stronger than normal ones, and once their numbers rose, survival was nearly impossible. The protagonist, however, seemed intrigued by the challenge. He silently repeated the record in his mind, 45 minutes, 300 darkness monsters, 1,500 points, and found it interesting. Later, the scene shifted to the tournament venue, where crowds had gathered in front of the competition area. A massive gate loomed ahead, leading into what appeared to be a real cave rather than a simulation. The protagonist noted this detail, and the red-haired adventurer explained that the cave had a unique origin. According to legend, it had been formed by a single strike from an S-rank adventurer. The mysterious energy within it still defied both modern science and the abilities of even current S-rank adventurers. Because of this, it naturally generated mock cave environments, and the tournament organizers used one such space for the trial. At that moment, the protagonist's ring reacted faintly as he approached the gate, causing him to pause and wonder what it was sensing. One by one, participants began entering the cave. Before it was their group's turn, the leader reminded everyone of their strategy, to stick with normal mode as long as possible, avoid reckless risks, and maintain distance when enemy numbers swelled. The red-haired adventurer supported this, pointing out that they had already lost one member, so the rest of them had to give their best effort. The leader then placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, expressing his desire to work together for a strong placement. The protagonist, however, gave no verbal reply. Instead, he glanced again at his trembling ring, puzzled by its unusual reaction. When it was finally his turn to step forward, the selection prompt appeared before him. It asked him to choose between normal mode and dark mode. Remembering the warnings and advice from his companions, he considered that normal mode was the safer path. Yet, with a quiet confidence, he made his choice. Dark mode. A faint smile crossed his face as he thought to himself that his true opponents would indeed be the darkness monsters waiting inside. That's it for today's video. I've already uploaded the next chapter of this manhwa. If you want to keep watching, just check the link in the description or click the video popping up on your left. The scene shifted to the Supernova Tournament venue, Ma Cave, dark mode. Inside the cave, Tsuyoshi looked out at the vast forest in front of him and muttered to himself that he didn't expect it to be this spacious. Just then, a notification appeared showing his current status. The system also explained the rules of dark mode. A monster would appear in 10 seconds, and every 30 seconds, the number of surviving monsters would multiply. Points would be earned by defeating them. Tsuyoshi carefully considered this information. He realized that if he didn't finish the enemies quickly, their numbers would keep doubling, first 2, then 4, then 8, and so on. No wonder dark mode was referred to as a nightmare. Ordinary contestants wouldn't stand a chance here. But instead of being concerned, Tsuyoshi walked forward with a confident smile. Activating his divine king hammer power, he reminded himself, but I'm not an ordinary contestant. Perfect for testing my new skill. The countdown began, slowly ticking away until it reached 0. A portal suddenly appeared ahead, and from it emerged a monster. The system explained its details. It was a darkness creature at level 20 with a combat power of 8,000. It had tough scales that boosted its physical defense, and its attacks also carried mental damage, meaning it was especially dangerous up close. The system even recommended that he should keep his distance to avoid mental damage and focus on eliminating it quickly. Tsuyoshi studied the monster calmly and said, "Level 20 with 8,000 combat power. Much stronger than ordinary adventurers of the same level. Indeed incomparable to normal monsters," but before he could finish, another update appeared. This time it explained the details of his Thunderbolt skill. The attack could continuously strike one enemy for 10 seconds, within a range of 300 meters, and it had no limit on usage. Looking over this information, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, 300-meter range for 10 seconds. He then shifted his gaze toward a mountain nearby, gripping his sword with determination to use the new skill. Not impossible even at this distance, but with only a few dozen meters between us, the opponent will target me and move out of effective range. Let me attack from the edge and test the enemy's reaction. Once again, the system assisted him, confirming that the top of the mountain was 283 meters away from the clearing below and that the terrain there would be suitable for skill use. Tsuyoshi prepared a leap, muttering, 283 meters. There! With that, he activated his power, Earth-Wind Law. Tsuyoshi suddenly jumped toward the mountain. As he moved, the system indicated that 30 seconds had already passed, which meant the number of monsters inside the cave would now double. When he landed in front of the creatures, he confidently declared that there were now 2 monsters and that he would finish them together. Activating his power, he thought to himself about using Earth-Wind Law and Thunderbolt at the same time, determined to take them all at once. From a distance, he launched his attack, shouting for the monster to take his new skill. The skill, Thunderbolt, activated. He noticed that the monsters showed no signs of detecting him. Lightning began gathering in the sky above them, and within moments it struck down on the creatures, killing them instantly. Holding his sword, Tsuyoshi looked at the defeated monsters and pointed out that he was outside their detection range. At that distance, they couldn't sense him, and he was safe. The system then confirmed the outcome of the battle. It explained that his lightning attack had lasted 10 seconds. 2 darkness monsters had been defeated, and 10 points were awarded to him. With confidence, Tsuyoshi held the blue energy swirling in his hand and remarked that by maintaining his distance and adding the power of his law for 10 seconds of continuous attacks, he was capable of defeating darkness monsters of the same level. He smiled, amused, saying that things were starting to get interesting. The scene then shifted to the Supernova Tournament venue, judge area, where several important figures were observing the trial. These were judge representatives from different factions, all A-rank adventurers. They had been selected by lottery to ensure fairness and to give each faction the chance to witness the potential of the younger generation. Among them, a woman stated that the basic trial had begun and all participants had entered the mock caves. As usual, this stage would eliminate half of the contestants. One of the men responded, mentioning that if everything went smoothly, the trial should conclude in about 30 minutes. Checking the current numbers, he noted with surprise that only 18 out of 100 participants had chosen dark mode. A girl then spoke with confidence, saying that such a result was understandable, since rationally assessing one's abilities was also important. If even half of those who chose dark mode managed to clear it, she considered that an excellent outcome. Another man joined in, pointing out that most prideful young people underestimated dark mode. Since the enemies doubled every 30 seconds and were far stronger than ordinary monsters, it was normal for contestants to fail within 10 minutes. At that moment, the display in front of them updated, showing that eliminations had begun. Many participants were instantly marked in red, indicating they were out of the competition. Another girl observed that 10 minutes had passed and that some participants were already appearing with insufficient points. Sitting beside her, a man smiled and noted that at this pace, many more would be eliminated. Suddenly, a long-haired man stood up from his seat with a shocked expression, staring at the screen and exclaiming in disbelief, "This is..." Another man, confused by his reaction, asked if perhaps one of his contestants had been eliminated, telling him to simply send them back for more training. The long-haired man quickly clarified, stammering that it wasn't about an elimination. He told everyone to look at the data of contestant Tsuyoshi, insisting that it had to be some kind of mistake. The screen then displayed Tsuyoshi's profile. It showed that he was affiliated with the Adventurer Union, currently a level 20 rank adventurer, and had chosen Dark Mode as his difficulty. His results were shocking. He had already defeated 98 darkness monsters and earned 490 points. The long-haired man, still staring at the screen in disbelief, shouted that Tsuyoshi had already gained 490 points in just 10 minutes, and in Dark Mode. The entire room was shaken. They all cried out in shock, "What?" Some of the others, still stunned, looked closely at the screen. They muttered to themselves that it was impossible for a D-rank adventurer to achieve such results. They wondered aloud what kind of trick he could have used. One of them pointed at the screen and demanded an explanation from the Adventurer Union representative, asking if Tsuyoshi was some kind of secret weapon. The Adventurer Union judge representative began to sweat as she looked at the data with confusion. She admitted that she had never heard of Tsuyoshi being an official member. Scrolling further, she discovered the truth. He had applied later and was only registered as a substitute member of the Adventurer Union. Her words left the room even more stunned. Everyone exclaimed together in disbelief. A substitute, a D-rank substitute in Dark Mode, earning 490 points in just 10 minutes? They found it impossible to believe. One of the men, panicked as he stared at the data, suggested that Tsuyoshi must have used some special high-grade item. Yet even with that, the results were incredible. As they continued to look at the screen, their shock grew even greater. They questioned if this meant Tsuyoshi was on the path to breaking the record of the youngest S-rank adventurer. Back inside the cave, more monsters emerged from the portal. Tsuyoshi fought them again with his lightning skill, striking them down, but this time he was left breathing heavily, fatigued from the effort. A new notification confirmed his results. He had defeated 12 darkness monsters in one go, earning 60 points. His total now stood at 98 darkness defeated, with 490 points earned. The display also showed that 48 minutes remained. Looking at the information, Tsuyoshi thought to himself that he had managed to cover the third wave in one strike, defeating 32 at a time with Thunderbolt, which was his current limit. But after using the skill 3 times in such quick succession, while also adding the power of his law, his energy was drained, and he could no longer maintain the pace. He needed time to recover. He then took out a recovery potion, drank it, and instantly regained his strength. In a calm voice, he said that during recovery, all he needed to do was wait for the darkness monsters to respawn, so it was still relatively manageable. He reminded himself that the Adventurer Union's youngest S-rank adventurer had once set a record by defeating 300 monsters in 45 minutes, earning 1,500 points. Closing his eyes with determination, Tsuyoshi declared that he would break that record while he was at it. Time passed. 50 minutes into the trial, another contestant, Riai's, emerged from his own portal. He was drenched in sweat, exhausted from the challenge. His results appeared on display. He had chosen normal mode, defeated a total of 560 monsters, and earned 560 points. His trial was marked as completed, with a duration of 50 minutes. Looking at his score, Riai's thought back to his battles inside and muttered with satisfaction that lasting 50 minutes and defeating 500 monsters was quite an accomplishment. Inside his mind, Riai's reflected on his own performance. In the first 30 minutes, he had used his warrior stamina to defeat about 12 monsters per minute. After that, even though his energy dropped, he still managed to bring down around 10 each minute. With those results, he felt certain he would place in the top 5. Smiling to himself, he thought that if he could secure a good placement, the Adventurer Union might treat him well, and perhaps he could even receive direct guidance from an S-rank adventurer. Then his thoughts shifted that he realized Tsuyoshi and Sherry should have returned by now. Looking around, he muttered to himself in concern, wondering where they were. Seeing no sign of them, he noted that nobody else was around. But then, he noticed a crowd had gathered in front of the ranking board. He was puzzled why so many people were there and frustrated that he couldn't see the results. At that moment, he spotted Sherry, the red-haired adventurer. Calling out to her, he greeted her with a smile and asked how she had done. She replied that she lasted 30 minutes and earned 386 points. Riai's told her that her score was impressive for a battle priest, and assured her she should pass without worry. He then proudly mentioned that he himself had earned 500 points in 50 minutes, calling it amazing, before asking how Tsuyoshi had fared. Sherry didn't seem interested in his boasting. Instead, she looked toward the ranking board, sweating nervously, and said that Tsukishiro had chosen dark mode. Riai's expression turned to anger. He cursed, calling Tsuyoshi a fool, and complained that he had told him not to do that. If Tsuyoshi got disqualified, their party would be reduced to just 2 members, which would be a huge disadvantage in the next matches. He demanded to know if Tsuyoshi had been eliminated. Sherry, still tense, clarified that he was still inside, in the middle of the trial. Riai was confused. He asked what she meant by still in the middle. Both of them then looked up at the ranking board. That was when he noticed Tsuyoshi's name displayed at the top of the list. His eyes widened as he read the numbers. 588 darkness defeated, 2,940 points, first place. He muttered in disbelief that it was impossible. Sherry, still staring at the board, said quietly that Tsukishiro had already broken the record once set by the youngest S-rank adventurer. Riai's panic grew as he continued to look at the scoreboard. He said aloud that Tsuyoshi had broken that record, the legendary achievement of 300 darkness defeated in 45 minutes, worth 1,500 points. It had always been the aspiration of young adventurers. In his mind, he reeled at the thought. That record had now been shattered by a level 20 substitute D-rank adventurer. Sherry, without taking her eyes off the board, explained that there were only 7 minutes left. Everyone was gathered here, waiting to see just how far Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi would go. His status still showed as continuing. 7 minutes later, Tsuyoshi finally emerged from a gate. The crowd in front of it gasped in shock as he stepped out. Riai rushed to him, sweating, and shouted his name. Excited and overwhelmed, he told Tsuyoshi that he had broken the highest record and achieved an incredible score. Clapping a hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder, Riai exclaimed with pride that he had earned 3,240 points, a truly magnificent result. Sherry also looked at him with wide eyes and admitted that such a record might never be broken by anyone. Tsuyoshi, however, remained calm. He looked back toward the portal and remarked with confidence that if he had more time, he could have achieved even more. Just then, an announcement echoed through the venue. It declared that the basic trial was complete. 75 participants had been disqualified, leaving 45 remaining. It announced that the highest record holder of the tournament was Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi from the Adventurer Union. In dark mode, he had defeated 648 monsters for a total of 3,240 points, a new all-time record. Everyone turned immediately to look at Tsuyoshi. He stood there, confused by the sudden attention. Sherry stepped closer with an awkward expression and told him that he might be the pride of the Adventurer Union now, but that also meant he had become everyone's greatest enemy. Tsuyoshi simply walked away, replying with confidence that he had expected this, but could handle it himself. Riai, watching him, asked Sherry if Tsuyoshi was some kind of hidden trump card the Adventurer Union had prepared. Sherry shook her head in confusion. She said she didn't know, but admitted that for someone this powerful, it was unbelievable she had never even heard his name before. Suddenly, a new announcement appeared on everyone's bracelets. It declared the next stage, Event 2, Party Cooperation Battle. All participants were required to enter designated caves with their respective parties. If only one member remained in a party, then that individual would form a party alone. Each team had to complete assigned quests, and parties that failed to do so would be disqualified. At the Adventure Union's internal mock training ground, S-rank adventurer Hashimiya Kenji effortlessly destroys a level 60 darkness construct in just 12 seconds, his blade still humming with residual energy. From the shadows, the elder Sesko emerges, praising Kenji's speed and skill and reminding him that the Supernova tournament has begun. Kenji waves it off, uninterested, treating it as the usual rookie event and content to attend only the final award ceremony. Sesko informs him that his previous record for the basic trial has been broken. 3,240 points on dark mode within 60 minutes. Kenji is shocked to learn that the new record was set by a D-rank adventurer, Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, someone he has never heard of. Intriguingly, this D-rank has no direct S-rank instructor and was discovered only as a substitute by Chairman Suzuki of the School Adventurer Association. Despite past concerns of spies infiltrating the Union, Investigations found nothing suspicious about Tsuyoshi. Recognizing his potential, Kenji instructs Sesko to monitor Tsuyoshi closely, noting that if the boy is truly talented, he might be able to open the mysterious door in One Strike Mountain that no one else has been able to unlock. Sesko agrees, committing to keep a close watch on his performance. Kenji reflects on the boy's rise and plans to commend him at the award ceremony, while also wondering how Tsuyoshi might compare to him in strength. Kenji decides he wants to commend Tsukishiro at the award ceremony and is curious how his strength would compare to the boys in the past. At the Supernova tournament venue, the atmosphere is tense as gates to the mock caves open. Teams huddle, strategizing nervously. The announcer informs everyone that the party cooperation battle will begin shortly and instructs parties to enter their designated caves. Protagonist companions emphasize the importance of positioning. Each party will be randomly transported into a cave and given a quest immediately, so a poor position could lead to failure or to disqualification. The protagonist and his companions enter a portal, shifting to a dense jungle with strong darkness presence. The female companion notes the complex terrain and the need to confirm their direction quickly. A notification informs them that they must obtain 6 dark crystals from specific high-level darkness within 3 hours, or face disqualification. The other companion explains the value of these crystals for crafting and trade, while the female companion points out that collecting 6 in such a vast jungle will be difficult. Suddenly, she detects movement. Enemy teams are harvesting immediately, treating the event as a business opportunity. They target small parties and disregard rankings, focusing on profit. Observing from a distance, the male companion remarks that some participants exploit the tournament for gain and that this isn't how adventurers should operate. The protagonist clarifies that the event was designed to make parties fight each other. Shocked, the companions ask for clarification, and he explains that survival, not the quest itself, is the key. The true intent of the party cooperation battle is mutual elimination, a survival competition disguised as a cooperative quest. The companions understand. The quest is secondary to survival. A burst of flame suddenly rained down on the protagonist and his companions. The male companion immediately reacted, scolding the attackers for cowardice. The clearing tightened as the ambushers closed. The enemy captain stepped forward, making it clear they had tracked the Adventurer Union party since entering the dungeon and intended to settle a grudge. They suspected the protagonist had used some illicit item to achieve his record and intended to seize it for a high price. The male companion instantly took a defensive posture and ordered the priest to stay behind him, noting that the thief would likely target the support. He also voiced concern about the protagonist's unknown capabilities and asked if the protagonist could handle a single opponent if needed. The group braced for close-quarters combat. The attackers were built for melee and magic, and their composition suggested a brutal, focused assault. A rival 2-person party, a warrior and a mage who had been tracking the same area, then joined a fray on the attacker's side, turning the engagement into a disadvantageous mismatch. The male companion acknowledged the new allies, and the female companion urged retreat, calculating that with an extra thief and mage they had no chance in a straight fight. The protagonist overrode retreat, ordering the 2 companions to break off and search for dark crystals required by the quest while he held the enemy. His insistence was urgent. There was no time to waste, and they needed to secure the quest objective. The companions reacted with alarm and disbelief at the idea of leaving him alone against 5 opponents, arguing it would be suicide for a level 20 D rank. The captain intercepted any thought of escape, moving to cut off retreat and making a point of the captive's lack of options. The protagonist urged them again to trust him and run, clarifying that he did not possess any secret items. His strength was not due to hidden tools. The attackers, watching the exchange, began to doubt the protagonist's listed rank. Some whispered that his presence and performance did not line up with a mere D rank. With the decision made, the 2 companions fled through thorny paths toward the objective, while the protagonist prepared to hold the clearing. Behind them, the pursuing thief called for a chase, and the captain barked orders to prevent any escape. The protagonist channeled a concentrated verdant power and struck once with a massive, ground-shattering technique. The blow split the earth and sent gale-force winds through the clearing, launching 4 foes into the air and killing the thief outright. The ambushers froze, mages staggered, weapons trembling, and the warriors' hands went numb from the force and speed of the attack. The captain tightened his grip, stunned that a single strike could repel most of his squad and end one of them. As the enemies reeled and argued about whether the man before them could truly be a low-rank D-adventurer, the protagonist reminded them he had given them a chance outside. Their choice to press the attack only saved him the trouble. The captain, unsettled, ordered the assault to continue despite growing doubt. Cut away. The 2 companions who had been sent to fetch crystals pushed through thorny undergrowth. The male companion's conscience troubled him. Leaving the protagonist alone felt like abandoning him to death. But he also recalled the protagonist's earlier claim that the record had been set without secret items. That memory turned worry into a tentative faith. Perhaps the boy's strength came from skill, not equipment. The female companion reached the same conclusion and resolved that, since he was holding the line, they must secure crystals quickly and return. Back in the clearing, the enemy ranks faltered and the captain barked for a renewed, decisive strike. Finished the lone opponent. Surrounded, the protagonist activated his perceptual overlay, which immediately scanned positions, calculated averages of enemy combat power, and recommended a tactical approach. First weaken the group with wide-area techniques, then eliminate them one by one. He assessed the layout and prepared to follow that plan. The protagonist unleashed his thunderbolt, and lightning exploded across the battlefield, chaining violently from one enemy to another. The ground scorched beneath the storm's power as screams echoed through the air. Every strike burned through armor and flesh, leaving the entire enemy team shaken and gasping in disbelief. Their leader, his armor charred and body trembling, realized how devastating the attack was. Panic set in as he ordered his allies to surround the protagonist, believing they had no other choice but to finish it together or die trying. One of the enemy mages quickly activated a defensive spell, manipulating wind and earth to form a barrier, but the protagonist cut straight through it. Another mage attempted to cast an ice spell, yet before he could finish, he was struck down instantly, his body frozen mid-motion. The fight's outcome was decided in moments. Several members of the enemy team were defeated almost instantly, their bodies collapsing under the impact of the attacks. The protagonist's movements were swift and precise. He read every attack before it happened, countering with flawless efficiency. One thief tried a surprise strike from behind, aiming for a fatal blow, but the attack barely scratched him. The thief's blade couldn't pierce his enhanced defense, and his expression twisted in horror just before the protagonist finished him off. As the smoke cleared, only the enemy captain remained. Overwhelmed by fear and disbelief, he dropped to one knee, realizing that the person before him was far beyond anything they could handle. His earlier confidence vanished completely as he begged for mercy, unable to comprehend how someone at such a supposedly low level could possess such immense power. The protagonist remained calm and unbothered, ending the battle with one final strike. The last opponent fell lifeless to the ground, marking the complete annihilation of the enemy team. After finishing the fight, the protagonist gathered the loot, recovery potions, currency bags, black blade sword, and demon fire staff. He stored everything in his spatial ring, thinking it'd be a waste to leave them behind. Sensing someone nearby, he decided to regroup with Riai's and the others. Deep in the jungle, Riai's team fought a crystal darkness beast. Sherry cast a defense buff, managing to cut down a third of its HP, warning Riai's to watch the horn. Riai's noticed the dark crystal in its chest and said they should finish it fast. But the beast used a new attack, sending Riai's flying and breaking his sword. Despite Sherry's buffs, his body ached from the impact, and both started to struggle. The creature's shadows bound their limbs tightly, stopping their movements. Then Poison Fong appeared from the darkness, using shadow manipulation to trap them completely. He revealed himself as part of the Shadow Crowd Guild, assassins who specialized in immobilizing their targets. Once caught, escaping was nearly impossible. The Shadow Crowd Guild ambushed Riai's and Sherry just as they weakened the Crystal Darkness Beast. Poison Fong mocked them. Impressed, they managed to wound something even his group couldn't harm. Together with his allies, they used Shadow Prison to bind the beast, its purple chains glowing as the trap activated. Riai's tried to fight back, but couldn't move, realizing the energy restrained everything around it. As the guild prepared to finish off the monster, the beast suddenly countered with a powerful blast. Still, the assassins survived thanks to their own skill restraining the creature. Poison Fong, growing impatient, ordered his men to kill it and then mocked Riai's and Sherry, declaring he'd kill Riai's first and play with Sherry after. But before he could act, thunderclouds gathered overhead. Bolts of lightning struck the area, and chaos erupted. A deafening boom followed as the protagonist appeared from the shadows, his aura exploding with raw power. His fist glowed like a forged weapon, and the air itself seemed to crack. The enemies froze in disbelief. Poison Fong recognized him instantly, Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, the one who broke the record. Terrified, he tried to use Sherry as leverage, but Tsuyoshi ignored the threat completely. Without hesitation, he summoned his hammer, his body shining with amplified strength. The fight was about to end in a single, decisive strike. Poison Fong was left speechless, frozen in disbelief as he tried to comprehend what he had just witnessed. His shock was evident as he struggled to understand the overwhelming skill the protagonist had displayed. The male companion, observing the battle, realized how far beyond their level the protagonist truly was. The sheer power and fighting spirit radiating from him were incomparable. At that moment, the system analyzed the situation, detecting the enemy's reaction time to be only 0.3 seconds and the distance between them at 9 meters. Understanding this, the protagonist noted that normal attacks wouldn't work. He decided to trust the system's guidance, knowing Sherry's life was at risk. As he prepared his move, he wished his hammer were smaller for easier handling. And to his surprise, the weapon began to shrink in his hand, responding to his will. He quickly realized this must be due to the system's upgrade, granting him control over its size. Poison Fong, in panic and fear, threatened to kill anyone who came closer, but his words were cut short. The protagonist concentrated his energy into his middle finger, the air vibrating with power. In an instant, he unleashed a strike so fast and destructive that Poison Fong was eliminated before he could react. The system confirmed the result. The Shadow Assassin, a level 35 opponent with a combat power of 14,500, had been defeated in a single blow. The male companion could barely believe his eyes, astonished that such immense power could be unleashed so effortlessly. He realized just how far the protagonist's abilities had advanced. After the fight, the protagonist confirmed he'd cleared the earlier enemies and taken their weapons, which compensated for Riai's broken blade. He had just reached level 21 and distributed intermediate recovery capsules while advising the others to recover. With the 2 crystals looted from the assassins, their total rose to 3. 3 more were required to complete the event. Time was limited, roughly 1 hour and 48 minutes remained, so they needed a faster, safer method. They abandoned the slow plan of hunting special darkness monsters. The protagonist proposed a pragmatic change: don the assassins' cloaks, move unseen, and prey on 3-person parties. The objective was not to kill indiscriminately, but to incapacitate opponents, steal any dark crystals, and leave those teams unable to finish the quest before time ran out. Roles were assigned to maximize success. Sherry would use restriction magic to silence enemy mages for about 6 seconds, preventing spells during engagements. Riai's would employ warrior striking techniques to immobilize a single opponent as required. The protagonist would neutralize the remaining threats and secure the crystals. With the plan set, they put on the cloaks, slipped into the jungle shadows, and began the hunt under the ticking clock. A team of adventurers, flushed with victory after an ambush, laughed as they gathered loot from their defeated foes. Their excitement was short-lived. A faint sound cut through the air. Before they could react, silence engulfed them. Confusion erupted, one of them shouting desperately, realizing too late that their voices had vanished under a restriction spell. At that instant, the protagonist commanded Riai's to strike. Riai's leapt forward, cutting through the chaos as their leader slipped in from the shadows, eliminating one target before the enemy could even turn. Panic followed. The surviving members demanded a fair fight, but their words faltered when two of their comrades fell within seconds. One survivor, overwhelmed by fear, turned to flee. Sherry's voice rang out from behind, scolding him for abandoning his allies before a restraining spell froze his legs mid-step. His panic deepened as he realized his body no longer obeyed him. The protagonist closed the distance effortlessly, ending the fight with a single clean blow. When the last opponent fell, the trio quickly began gathering spoils. Among the drops was a precious dark crystal, their first success. The protagonist, satisfied, counted their progress and noted they now had 4 in total, 2 away from completion. They checked the time. 82 minutes remained. Riai's pointed out how long it took to locate opponents, but the protagonist reminded them that as the weaker parties were eliminated, stronger ones with better loot would remain, making each encounter more rewarding. Their hunt continued relentlessly. 20 minutes later, the second party was defeated, though no crystals were found. Another 35 minutes passed before the third target fell. This time, Sherry retrieved a shimmering shard, closing the gap to 1 remaining. With only 35 minutes left on the clock, they brought down a fourth group, but luck didn't favor them. Riai's kicked aside a fallen body in irritation, muttering as they prepared to move again, determined to secure the final crystal before time ran out. After a grueling hour of hunting, the fifth party finally fell, leaving only 20 minutes on the clock. The protagonist scanned frantically, urging his companions to keep searching, desperate for the last dark crystal. Riai's groaned, exhausted. He'd reached his limit. Sherry slumped, admitting they were tense the whole time, recalling how some parties had canceled silent and confronted them head-on, likely Viper Guild operatives. The protagonist reflected calmly, noting that no matter how carefully plans are made, unforeseen challenges always arise, and they have been fortunate so far. He checked in with the others. Both came up empty. Suddenly, Sherry's fingers brushed something solid. Excited, she held it up triumphantly, the last dark crystal. The system confirmed the acquisition, completing the quest. The group erupted in relief, high-fiving and celebrating their success, ready to rest before the next match. Their celebration was abruptly cut short. A burst of energy sliced through Riai's arm. Sherry screamed, and the protagonist shouted in alarm, rushing to check his companion. Riai's howled in pain, clutching the wound, furious and demanding the attacker reveal themselves. From the shadows, the opponent emerged, sneering, accusing them of targeting multiple parties. A system notification confirmed they had lost a dark crystal and that the quest was now incomplete. The enemy mocked them further, questioning the famous D-rank adventurer, Tsuyoshi. Sherry recognized him immediately, CD from Fury Dragon, a formidable and dangerous figure, far beyond an ordinary C-rank adventurer. The protagonist, still in pain, questioned what made him so exceptional. Sherry explained gravely. CD was a second awakener, someone who had awakened a second time after their initial adventure awakening. Such individuals possessed extraordinary abilities and rare talents, drawing the focus of every major organization. CD circled them, curiosity laced with mockery. He revealed that he'd been sent by his boss to test their abilities, admitting he wouldn't normally enter such a mundane tournament, only intrigued by what his boss had seen in them. The group quickly retreated to cover, with the protagonist scanning the shadows, urging Sherry to tend to Riai's immediately. The presence of an anti-reconnaissance item blocked the protagonist's ability to gain information, signaling that this opponent was far different from anyone they had faced before. Riai's, injured and struggling, warned that second awakeners rarely participated in tournaments and were extremely powerful, with most young ones assigned to specialized roles or under the guidance of S-rank adventurers. Sherry analyzed the situation and concluded that even if levels were the same, second awakeners' abilities far surpassed normal adventurers, explaining why S-rank adventurers received intensive training. The protagonist realized just how formidable this enemy truly was. CD, calm and confident, challenged the group, allowing them the choice to fight him one-on-one or all together, making it clear that his companions would not interfere. The protagonist recognized Fury Dragon's involvement, but remained suspicious of their motives and leadership. As the fight began, CD blocked the protagonist's attack with ease, showing both his strength and his appreciation for Tsukishiro's speed. Riai's winced, realizing the full power of CD's weapon, while Sherry grew anxious, knowing the stakes were high. The protagonist instructed his companions to stay back and take no part in the fight, focusing entirely on the clash with CD. Combat erupted with incredible intensity. The protagonist noted that CD was a speed-type fighter but found openings through Divine Eye. CD aggressively pressed attacks, striking with devastating force, while the protagonist countered strategically, reading each movement. Blasts of energy and shockwaves filled the area. The clash continued with immense force until the announcement indicated the event's end was imminent. Despite the pressure, the protagonist managed to seize the stolen dark crystal during the battle, completing the quest while CD was left astonished at how it had been taken mid-combat. The subordinates and companions alike were left impressed by the protagonist's skill and tactical thinking. The protagonist made it clear that their goal was to collect the dark crystals, suggesting any further combat could be settled in the next match. CD's subordinate reported that the combat video had been sent. Sander watched it carefully and ordered CD to return. He belonged to one of the 5 great factions, known as the Fury Dragon, and was called the Dragon Tamer, an S-rank adventurer of immense power. Sander insisted that resources didn't matter, but CD refused to come back, determined to continue fighting in the next solo event. Even after being warned that he couldn't win, CD argued that he still had one final method left, a form capable of fighting upper-level darkness. Reluctantly, Sander allowed him to act as he pleased. His subordinates grew uneasy, asking if they would return after the match, but CD silenced them with a threat. Inside, he knew this was the first time his boss had ever doubted him, and he resolved to go all out in the next round. Meanwhile, Sander mentioned that it might be time to see Tsuyoshi. Don, the chairman of Final Glory, one of the 3 great guilds, reacted with surprise. He speculated that the Adventurer Union might have sent Tsuyoshi to approach the One Strike Mountains restricted area, suggesting they move quickly. However, Sander believed even a union didn't fully grasp Tsuyoshi's true potential and suspected he could open the door within that forbidden zone. After the event, the protagonist noted that 45 people had participated, but only 12 cleared it. His female companion commented that though they survived, she didn't feel happy about it. Among the survivors, only 3 parties cleared with all members intact, 1 with 2 people, and 1 solo participant. They had gathered only the required number of dark crystals, placing them last. The male companion was shocked to learn that the solo participant ranked first, Shankai from the Skull Knight Guild, a name feared among the 3 great guilds. His female companion, unfamiliar with the name, wondered if Shankai was also a second awakener. Skull Knight's members were shrouded in mystery, even their leader's identity unknown. The protagonist thought about how large guilds usually avoided such tournaments, meaning participants like Shankai might have special reasons for joining. As the crowd cheered, the announcer's voice filled the arena, congratulating everyone who cleared the second event and instructing them to prepare for the final round, solo battles to begin in 1 hour. The male companion clenched his fist with determination, ready for the solo battle finale. But the protagonist could tell both his companions had lost their confidence after the last fight, their lives having been at risk. He urged them to withdraw, deciding to represent the Adventurer Union alone. They hesitated at first, unwilling to abandon him, but after hearing his warning about the danger ahead, they reluctantly agreed. Both wished him luck, realizing they might only hold him back. After they left, the protagonist quietly thanked them for their efforts. Sitting alone, he noticed Hashimiya Kenji nearby, an S-rank adventurer affiliated with the Union. Hashimiya spoke up, saying that standing alone required courage. He recognized Tsuyoshi as the Union's representative chosen by Chairman Suzuki, acknowledging how far he'd come. When asked if he was from the Union, Hashimiya confirmed casually, saying he held a high position. He questioned whether Tsuyoshi was a second awakener, to which Tsuyoshi replied that he wasn't and asked if there were any instructions. Hashimiya explained he was only there as a representative for the upcoming awards ceremony, but wanted to meet him personally after hearing about his performance. Finding the man strange, the protagonist decided to keep his distance and politely mentioned wanting to rest before the match. As he prepared to leave, Hashimiya leaned in, asking if he was interested in the One Strike Mountains restricted area. The protagonist looked puzzled when Hashimiya mentioned the restricted area, realizing Chairman Suzuki had never told him about it. Hashimiya explained that even someone of the chairman's level wouldn't know of its existence. He added that there was still time before the next match and offered to take him there, saying he had something to confirm. Curious but cautious, the protagonist asked for an explanation. Hashimiya said he wanted to see if he could open a certain door, one left behind by a mysterious S-rank adventurer who had created One Strike Mountain, a door no one had ever been able to open. The protagonist thought back to his past encounter, wondering if there was a connection between that door and his ring. When he questioned why he was chosen, Hashimiya explained that many S-rank adventurers had tried and failed, and that the door could only be opened by someone with a unique link, not by strength alone. Deciding that the door might reveal the ring's secret, the protagonist agreed to go. They soon arrived at the restricted area, where Hashimiya explained that true adventurers faced battles beyond the ordinary, realms unreachable without S-rank power. He said that the price of truth was too high for normal adventurers, and that the legendary ones were revered not only for strength, but because they had seen beyond that door, where the world's deepest mysteries and disasters might be connected. Before them stood a massive gate guarded by two adventurers. When Hashimiya introduced the protagonist as his assistant and requested entry, the guards refused, explaining that entry was forbidden unless two S-rank adventurers were present. They emphasized that they couldn't break the rules, even for him. The protagonist quietly observed that even S-ranks were being watched closely, perhaps to prevent anyone from monopolizing the door. His curiosity grew stronger as his ring began to tremble faintly in response to the place. Hashimiya insisted he would take responsibility and told them to open it, but the guards held firm, apologizing and repeating that they couldn't disobey orders. His aura flared briefly in irritation, and the guards trembled under the pressure, still refusing to yield. Sensing the overwhelming power, the protagonist noted how completely different it felt compared to anything he had faced before. Just as the tension rose, a voice called out from behind, asking if the Adventurer Union still enjoyed bullying the weak, and remarking that Hashimiya seemed to be enjoying troubling the guards. Two figures arrived, Dawn, chairman of the Final Glory Guild, and Sander, leader of the Fury Dragon faction. Both were S-rank adventurers of immense power. The protagonist was stunned to see two such high-ranking individuals in one place. The guards quickly saluted them as they approached Hashimiya. Sander and Hashimiya faced each other, tension building between them. The protagonist could sense the complex relationship between the 5 great factions and the 3 great guilds. Sander remarked that Hashimiya wasn't strong enough to face him, saying he'd need to be at least at his chairman's level. Hashimiya bristled at the comment, but before things escalated, Dawn calmly stepped in, urging them to keep the peace and offering to help them gain entry. Hashimiya clicked his tongue in annoyance, but accepted, and with 3 S-rank adventurers now present, the guards allowed them inside. As they stepped through the massive gate, the protagonist felt an overwhelming energy radiating from it. His ring reacted violently, glowing with a strange intensity. Hashimiya turned to Dawn, asking why he was there, suspecting he was watching him. Dawn simply laughed, saying they were also interested in Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi and wanted to see if he could open the ancient door that had remained sealed for so long. Hashimiya thought to himself that the 5 factions and 3 guilds clearly shared information about the door, so their presence wasn't surprising. Then Hashimiya called out to Tsuyoshi, noticing something strange. The protagonist stood frozen, expression distant. Dawn warned him not to touch the boy, while Sander calmly stated that Tsuyoshi couldn't see them anymore. Hashimiya asked what they meant, and Dawn explained that it had been a long time since something like this occurred. It seems Tsuyoshi had been called by the gate itself. As he slowly stepped forward, The protagonist felt the same sensation as when he was first called by the hammer in another world. Placing his hand against the gate, a blinding light enveloped everything as the system confirmed his qualification. The perspective shifted to One Strike Mountain, where tremors suddenly shook the entire area. One team member braced himself as the ground rumbled, shouting that the mountain was shaking. Another felt a violent surge of energy and wondered if it was coming from deep inside. Panic spread as a bald man questioned whether the whole mountain was about to collapse, while a hot-tempered woman pointed toward the restricted zone, reminding everyone that only S-rank heroes were allowed beyond that point. Near the massive sealed door, the bodyguard fumbled to contact the supervisor, reporting that the tremors were coming from within the restricted area and pleading for instructions. The system then clarified that the supervisors were S-rank representatives chosen from each major faction, responsible for relaying any information about that door to their leaders. As the sealed structure finally cracked open, Hashimiya stared in shock, unable to believe it had truly opened. The bald elder felt a long-awaited moment arrive, while Sander demanded to know just who the protagonist really was. The group moved to enter, only to be abruptly blocked by a sudden force barrier. Hashimiya tried pressing against it, realizing it allowed only a specific individual through. The bald man confirmed it, and Sander said they would question the protagonist once he emerged. Meanwhile, far beyond their reach, the protagonist was transported through a beam of light and landed somewhere unknown. Confused, he muttered that he'd made it out, but even with his abilities, the system registered the location as undetectable. Heavens, I refused to activate, leaving him disoriented. Then he sensed someone nearby, an overwhelming presence. A mysterious white-haired man with a piercing gaze said he had waited a very long time for him and recognized the protagonist as the new owner of the Boundless Ring. The protagonist trembled inside, feeling those eyes peer straight into his soul. Trying to gather himself, he asked who the man was and where they were. The elder explained that confusion was normal and introduced himself as Dignity, someone who would be considered an S-rank hero by modern standards. He revealed the shocking truth. This place was One Strike Mountain, 300 years in the past. The revelation sent the protagonist reeling. Before he could fully process it, Dignity used telekinesis and sent him flying effortlessly. Apologizing, the protagonist insisted he simply didn't understand what was happening. Yet in Dignity's presence, he felt completely powerless, like a helpless newborn overwhelmed by a force far beyond anything he had ever experienced. Blue and purple aura rose around the white-haired man as he calmly spoke, telling the protagonist that his mind must be overflowing with questions. He explained that this place was where the last of his power had been sealed, a pocket dimension completely separate from the real world. Then he pointed directly at the protagonist and revealed that he was the previous owner of the ring. The protagonist reacted with shock, stuttering out his disbelief. The man didn't seem bothered and asked which world he had been sent to. The protagonist explained that he'd been transported to another world that resembled a fantasy realm filled with beastmen, elves, and humans, admitting that he was full of questions himself. The man responded with mild amusement, saying the protagonist was luckier than he had been, since the world he himself was summoned to had not been particularly welcoming. Floating in the air, the protagonist pieced together the implication. When this man obtained the ring, the world he traveled to had been completely different from the one the protagonist experienced. The old man then noted that the protagonist had already obtained the first treasure and asked how much control he had over it, ordering him to summon it. Light flickered in the protagonist's head as he hesitated, thinking about how summoning the Divine King's hammer would drain his stamina just before an important match. His status and equipment information appeared briefly before the man examined him. The man remarked that the protagonist still had far to go, estimating that at level 21 he could only use around 20% of the hammer's power. Still, since he had reached this place, the man promised to answer all his questions. With a simple motion, he pulled the protagonist toward him and commanded the hammer to appear. The protagonist felt the artifact being summoned straight out of his body, reacting with shock as the familiar shape pushed its way out. The man greeted it like an old companion, naming the Divine King's hammer alongside the sacred sword of the bright moon and the star-shattering staff, wondering aloud when the three great treasures would be reunited. He admitted that he hadn't been able to master all three at once, but wondered if this time would be different. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately understood that the hammer had two counterparts. He explained how, in his own otherworld experience, he had been called by the hammer and reborn, begging the man to explain what the ring, the different worlds, and the three great treasures had to do with him. He needed to understand how everything connected. The white-haired man turned and told him to follow. He promised to tell him everything he knew, and whatever remained unknown, the protagonist would have to uncover on his own. This responsibility, he said, was both his duty and his mission as the ring's previous owner. The scene shifted to a peak floating in a different dimension, high above the sky. As the protagonist followed the white-haired man, he called out to him, addressing him respectfully as Mr. Dignity. He admitted there was too much he wanted to understand and asked what darkness truly was. Mr. Dignity responded calmly, saying it was a good question. The protagonist continued, explaining that he had seen darkness in both the other world and this world. They felt similar yet different, so he wondered if darkness existed in every world as an unknown power that parasitized living beings. Mr. Dignity agreed, calling the word parasitize a clever description. He confirmed it. Darkness was an unknown power, an existence descended from some ancient space unknown to humanity. Hearing terms like ancient space and descended existence, the protagonist echoed them under his breath while Mr. Dignity elaborated. Darkness could only survive by parasitizing creatures. As an example, he explained that creatures from the other world the protagonist had visited would become the darkness that existed in the protagonist's current world once parasitized. The protagonist realized that every corrupted creature he had fought, dark goblins, dark spiders, dark wolves, had originally been normal beings from the other world. They crossed through space after being parasitized. Mr. Dignity confirmed this and explained that these spatial passages were the same as the caves known in the protagonist's world. The protagonist paused, thinking deeply about all of it, before stating that darkness itself wasn't the enemy, but the carriers of a parasitic power, and that these caves were bridges connecting their worlds. Mr. Dignity acknowledged his quick understanding, explaining that darkness was simply the ancient space's power clinging to living things, causing destruction and disaster through the caves. Looking at his ring, the protagonist asked how darkness could be eradicated or the parasitism stopped, and how the ring and the three great treasures were involved. Mr. Dignity answered that the method was hidden within the ring and the three treasures, urging him to follow. Both of them vanished from the sky and appeared before a mountain of ice. The protagonist asked why they had stopped here, and Mr. Dignity replied that if he wanted to know how to counter such terrible darkness, this was the place to learn it. The protagonist agreed, saying he wanted to know everything. Mr. Dignity then told him that the key to controlling that power was located here. Finally, he handed the Divine King's hammer back to the protagonist. After receiving the hammer, the protagonist immediately trembles because the power inside it is too overwhelming. He realizes he can't support the hammer with his normal strength, so he activates the strongest body, concentrating all his power into both arms just to keep holding it. Mr. Dignity senses the change and wants him to understand why the Divine King's hammer is considered one of the three great treasures and why these treasures are the key to controlling darkness. To demonstrate this, Mr. Dignity summons a dense sphere of terrifying energy. The protagonist feels its intensity the moment he gets close, so strong it feels like his body could be torn apart. Mr. Dignity makes him experience this power directly. As the protagonist endures it, he feels his entire body filling with an ocean-like surge of energy. Mr. Dignity explains that he cannot grant him real power. Each owner of the limitless ring must discover their own. But by experiencing this energy, the protagonist now understands how powerful the treasure can become when wielded by someone capable. With this realization, the protagonist finds himself able to handle the hammer as easily as an ordinary weapon. He acknowledges the terrifying nature of its power and wonders why he is being shown this now. Mr. Dignity reminds him that they are in the past 300 years ago, and that the mountain before them is what will one day become One Strike Mountain. He then urges the protagonist to feel the treasure's true power. Energy bursts around him as the protagonist reaches full output, finally understanding that this level of strength is what can counter darkness. He accepts that searching for this power is his responsibility as the owner of the Limitless Ring. After unleashing the attack, the protagonist sees the mountain completely destroyed and realizes that the destructive force was the true power of the treasure. Mr. Dignity confirms that this level of power is the treasure's full potential, strong enough to reshape the land and destroy heaven and earth itself. The protagonist recalls that the Divine King's hammer is only one of the 3 great treasures. Mr. Dignity explains that the other 2 are the Bright Moon Holy Sword and the Star-Crushing Staff, and all 3 appear in the alternate world that the Limitless Ring transports its chosen wielder to. To counter darkness fully, the treasures must be found and fused together, and this fusion grants true power capable of opposing the force behind darkness. The protagonist realizes that his mission from the start was to collect all 3 treasures, fuse them, and gain the power needed to resist darkness. Mr. Dignity tells him that responsibility began the moment he put on the Limitless Ring. He must return to the other world, locate the remaining treasures, fuse them, and obtain the strength to oppose the existence responsible for darkness. Out of curiosity, the protagonist asks why Mr. Dignity didn't fuse the treasures himself. After a pause, Mr. Dignity explains that he is already long dead. The skeleton wearing the ring in the dried well was his real body. What the protagonist is speaking to now is only a consciousness echo left behind 300 years earlier. He explains that even though he collected all 3 treasures, he never discovered how to fuse them and was ultimately defeated by the source behind darkness, which is far more powerful than simple parasitism. It is a deeper origin of calamity that even he, at his peak, could not overcome. However, he believes the protagonist may reach a different outcome. Before disappearing, Mr. Dignity passes on his final gift, the technique associated with the Divine King's hammer, the same one that created One Strike Mountain. The skill allows the protagonist to summon the hammer and perform a world-shattering strike without exhausting his energy and soul each time. The technique will grow stronger as his own power develops, and it was Mr. Dignity's proudest creation. The protagonist expresses his resolve to use the power properly. Mr. Dignity sends him on his way, reminding him that his journey is much longer and more difficult than he currently understands. After leaving the ancient space, the protagonist doesn't get the chance to speak as a sudden light forms inside him and pulls him out of the dimension entirely. Before he disappears, Mr. Dignity leaves him with a final message, reminding him that the mission placed upon him is both a burden and an honor, hinting they may cross paths again. The scene returns to the real world, where he suddenly appears outside the door. The S-rank adventurers surrounding the area immediately rush toward him, curious because none of them were able to open the door themselves. They press him to explain what was inside, especially because many of them have been seeking answers related to darkness. They notice that his presence and gaze feel different, as if something about him changed after returning. They continue demanding information, hoping he discovered clues that could help deal with the ongoing persecution caused by darkness. He keeps his explanation limited, describing darkness not as a standalone enemy, but as beings parasitized by a much higher existence. This shocks everyone, since it implies a source more terrifying and powerful than darkness itself. Some feel hopeless, others believe it's still a valuable clue. Despite their interest, the protagonist internally decides not to reveal anything about the Limitless Ring, recognizing that he currently lacks the strength to protect himself if others try to take it from him. While the conversation continues, the mysterious ancient door collapses behind them, indicating that its purpose has been fulfilled. The S-rank adventurers assume the collapse is related to the protagonist's appearance from within. They eventually disperse once discussions end, since news of the event is spreading and a gathering of high-rank adventurers is expected soon. multiple organizations begin competing to recruit him. Fury Dragon offers to support him fully and help him rise into the strongest S-rank adventurer. The guild known as Final Glory makes the same offer, believing they can provide equal benefits. A third faction, the Adventurer Union, insists they're the strongest overall and decides to recommend him to other high-ranking adventurers after the tournament, so he can choose his own mentor freely. The final stage of the event is about to begin, and he is expected to step onto the stage and prove himself. As the groups depart, he confidently prepares for the final round, determined to aim for first place. The scene shifts to the Supernova tournament venue. The protagonist arrives as the announcer explains that due to withdrawals and disqualifications, the number of participants has dropped from 12 to 10. He notes that with only 10 contestants, the third event should conclude quickly. CD watches him from the sidelines, and the protagonist is able to see CD's status clearly. A member of Fury Dragon, level 37, C-rank second awakener with 25,900 combat power. He realizes his anti-reconnaissance barrier must have stopped working after meeting Mr. Dignity. The system further confirms that Divine I will no longer be blocked by items, though it may fail to read opponents far stronger than him, warning that he must continue leveling up. Another status appears, revealing Sean Kai, Skull Knight Guild, level 38, C-rank second awakener with 27,800 combat power, confirming he's even stronger than CD. The third event is announced as a team tournament where each contestant can designate one or multiple targets from other teams, and being defeated results in elimination. Weapons, kills, and items are allowed, and defeated participants are instantly transported outside. The protagonist is assigned third position, giving him time to observe earlier battles. The first contestant called is Sean Kai. Judges recognize him as a powerful second awakener who entered the tournament alone and has remained undefeated so far, implying he's a key representative of the Skull Knight Guild. The crowd reacts strongly as he challenges the team with the most members first, planning to deal with CD's group later, calling out all three members of the Venom Guild simultaneously. Judges remark that Venom Guild is known for long-range coordinated magic attacks and underhanded tactics, but acknowledge their coordination as three mages is formidable. Members of Venom Guild believe that while they might struggle in a one-on-one fight, attacking together gives them an advantage. The match starts. The Venom Guild mages plan to restrain Sean's power with coordinated magic, but Sean immediately activates Energy Whip, unleashing a powerful attack recognized by the judges as Skull Knight, Guild's exclusive Knight type, finishing skill before advancing directly. The Venom Guild members are shocked by Sean's power, realizing he defeated one of them instantly with overwhelming force. Panic spreads among the remaining two as they try to cast magic, knowing that if Sean closes the distance, they stand no chance due to the massive power gap. Sean continues his assault at full speed, unleashing a rapid series of strikes referred to as Wild Dance. One of the members attempts to surrender out of fear, but Sean kills them without hesitation, expressing disdain for adventurers who beg for mercy. The match concludes with Sean declared the victor. CD watches and becomes more interested in Sean than the protagonist, recognizing Sean as another second awakener. The protagonist also acknowledges Sean's strength. The next team is called into the arena, an armored fighter and a man in red. They decide to target the protagonist, choosing him because they believe a D-rank warrior is easier to defeat than stronger contestants like CD or Sean. Judges agree with this choice, noting that while the protagonist has performed impressively, he is still a rookie, and warriors generally have poor compatibility against thieves like these opponents. The armored fighter tells the protagonist to select one of them to fight, but the protagonist instead tells both to attack him at once. The audience criticizes him, believing he is acting overconfident by mimicking Sean despite being much weaker. They point out that warriors face enemies head-on, while thieves specialize in ambush tactics, making the matchup unfavorable for him. Angered, the opponents decide to finish him quickly. The protagonist draws his sword, determined not to let the Adventurer Union be humiliated. The protagonist confidently tells his opponents to attack, releasing an overwhelming aura that causes both the armored warrior and the red-clad thief to tremble. Despite being a D-rank adventurer, his fighting spirit feels far stronger than expected. But the two enemies reinforce their resolve, planning to attack together and finish the fight quickly before he has time to react or use skills. They execute a coordinated assault from both sides, aiming to trap him between a frontal power strike from the warrior and an afterimage ambush technique from a thief. Spectators worry, recognizing the combination as a deadly strategy where choosing to defend against one attack guarantees being hit by the other. The attacks land, but the protagonist remains completely unharmed, not even moving or exerting effort. The attackers freeze in disbelief, wondering if he's using a hidden artifact, while the crowd panics at the idea that a D-rank adventurer could endure such powerful moves without scratch. His body is revealed to possess overwhelming durability, shocking both spectators and notable figures like Sean and Cede, who begin taking interest in him. After effortlessly tanking the attacks, he counterattacks using Earth-Wind Law, moving so quickly the thief attempts to escape with instant shadow dive, believing his speed guarantees safety. However, the protagonist appears behind him instantly, striking both opponents with overwhelming power and speed. They are defeated with almost no resistance, and while on the ground, the armored fighter realizes that the protagonist possesses terrifying strength, defense, and speed beyond their understanding, forcing him to act immediately rather than accept death passively. The armored fighter removes his armor, revealing a heavily trained body, signaling he intends to use his full strength. The protagonist notices this and prepares himself calmly. The audience recognizes the warrior's spirit, recalling how he fought recklessly in earlier events, gathering crystals even after losing a teammate. They praise his courage and anticipate a brutal, life-or-death clash. The warrior charges with full force, choosing a direct attack. The protagonist accepts the challenge head-on and blocks the strike effortlessly. Realizing the overwhelming gap in strength, the armored fighter immediately surrenders, acknowledging that no matter what he attempted, he had no chance of victory. The audience reacts with disappointment since the fight ended abruptly just as excitement was building, while observers like Cede and Sean watch silently with mixed reactions. The protagonist looks confused, expecting more battles. The announcer explains there should be additional matches, but suggests he rest first. He refuses, stating he's merely finished warming up. Without waiting, he directly challenges Cede, openly provoking him to fight either solo or with his entire team, showing complete confidence. Cede's subordinates want to fight together, but he orders them to stand down and enters the arena alone. Driven by pride and the need to prove himself superior in front of his faction's leader, he prepares to fight the protagonist with the intention to kill, determined to make him regret his arrogance. Darkness in a single strike. Sean Kai, observing closely, acknowledges the strength of the technique. Throughout this build-up, the protagonist remains completely still, watching without any sign of tension. Activating his divine perception, the protagonist analyzes the forming attack and immediately understands its nature, a powerful strike capable of posing a serious threat, requiring full-body reinforcement. Having grasped the danger, he fixes his gaze on his opponent without hesitation. The opponent draws his sword and releases his final form, unleashing a massive wave of condensed energy that surges across the arena. The sheer pressure shocks the crowd as they recognize the terrifying nature of the technique. In response, the protagonist raises his own sword, his expression turning cold and fierce. He channels multiple energies into his body and weapon, layering cold, earth, and lightning power together. He then brings his sword down with full force. The clash shakes the arena violently. The ground stabilizes under the immense pressure, but the collision generates a massive shockwave that hurls nearby spectators and soldiers backward despite their attempts to defend themselves. As dust and debris flood the battlefield, visibility drops to near zero. When the dust finally parts, the protagonist emerges from the cloud with his sword resting over his shoulder. He grips his opponent by the face, holding him effortlessly, making it clear that the battle has ended and the outcome is decided. The scene opens in the fighting arena with the protagonist standing tall and composed, holding his defeated opponent by the neck. With absolute confidence, he releases his grip and throws the unconscious body aside, drawing attention toward the opponent's captain. Soldiers immediately recognize their captain and rush forward, realizing he is still alive. They lift him onto their shoulders and move quickly toward the medical facility, urging haste. During the retreat, one soldier contacts their superior and reports the defeat. The response from the other end is calm but tense, already aware of the situation and ordering them to return and treat CD without delay. The announcer then officially declares the protagonist's victory. He remains standing at the center of the arena, unfazed, calmly facing the crowd. Shock spreads through the spectators as they realize that Fury Dragon's strongest young C-rank second awakener has been defeated directly by a D-rank adventurer. Amid the wreckage, a venue staff member crawls out from beneath shattered debris, shaken by how close he came to death due to the battle's impact. Before the atmosphere can settle, a new opponent steps onto the battlefield. The protagonist immediately locks onto him with a cold gaze. The newcomer, radiating pressure, demands the referee proceed with the next match. The referee, visibly intimidated, hesitates but complies. The crowd grows louder as the victory announcement echoes again. A judge rises and attempts to delay the final match, citing the protagonist's lack of recovery time after such an intense battle. The protagonist dismisses the concern entirely, stating that he wants to finish things quickly. The crowd erupts in disbelief, realizing who his next opponent is. Excitement surges as they recognize the confrontation between a dark horse and a prodigy, rumored to be groomed as a successor by a powerful guild leader. The two fighters step forward and face one another directly. With the signal given, the final match begins. They immediately clash swords, shocking the crowd with how evenly matched they are. Observers note that the speed and precision of both offense and defense far exceed normal C-rank standards, making it even more unbelievable that the protagonist remains officially ranked D-rank. As the exchange intensifies, both fighters unleash their strongest techniques. The repeated collisions place unbearable strain on their weapons, and eventually, both blades shatter under the force. The crowd reacts in disbelief, wondering if the battle will end in a draw. Instead, the opponent's expression shifts as he signals that the real fight is only beginning. He summons a skeletal horse engulfed in blue flames and mounts it, then conjures a weapon through death-based magic, revealing his true combat form. The display leaves the audience stunned. A high-ranking female mage from the adventure union watches closely, realizing that the opponent's power far surpasses what he had shown before. The protagonist, burning with anger, activates his divine perception once again. He immediately senses a sharp increase in his opponent's combat parameters, confirming that this is no longer a standard C-rank battle, but a clash between monsters operating beyond their assigned ranks. The opponent advances toward the protagonist with clear admiration, acknowledging that forcing him to reveal his true power is an achievement. As his killing intent sharpens, he prepares his strongest strike, commanding his skeletal mount to surge forward while channeling overwhelming force. The pressure alone terrifies the spectators, especially when they realize the protagonist is standing unarmed in front of such an attack. As the opponent closes in to deliver the fatal blow, the protagonist calmly gathers power and decides to test the technique he had only just acquired. He summons the hammer and launches a counterattack at the exact moment the opponent's strike descends. The collision shakes the entire stadium. The arena floor caves inward, lower levels of the structure crack apart, and massive debris rains down on the crowd, forcing spectators to raise defenses to survive the shockwave. Stone fragments scatter violently, dust swallowing the battlefield until nothing can be seen. Amid the chaos, the heavily injured opponent regains awareness and, seeing only destruction and silence, assumes victory. However, from within the dust cloud, the protagonist emerges completely unharmed, standing firm and glaring at his opponent. The realization hits instantly. The opponent understands that the incoming force had been perfectly countered and dispersed by an even stronger attack. Turning back, he notices the massive hole torn through the stadium wall and spectator seating behind him, evidence of the protagonist's strike power. Fear overwhelms him as he recognizes that if he had taken that blow directly, death would have been unavoidable. His thoughts spiral as he questions how a mere D-rank adventurer could possess such terrifying strength, and how unimaginable that power would become in the future. Memories surface his lifelong pursuit of absolute strength, his relentless training, and the reason he joined his guild in the first place. He realizes that what he had been seeking all along now stands before him. Meanwhile, the referee struggles free from the rubble and attempts to declare the winner, only to freeze upon seeing both fighters still standing. The opponent then walks forward, leaving the crowd utterly confused by his actions. Instead of attacking, he kneels respectfully before the protagonist, acknowledging his defeat and expressing genuine admiration for that decisive strike. With unwavering resolve, he pledges his loyalty and asks to follow the protagonist as his disciple. The protagonist, caught completely off guard, can only stare back in stunned silence. The scene shifts to One Strike Mountain, outside the waiting area. A man stands near his car, smoking quietly while staring at the sky and reflecting on the aftermath of the supernova tournament. The final results have shaken the entire adventurer world. Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi has emerged as the champion, while the second Awakener Seedy, once regarded as the absolute successor of his guild, was unexpectedly defeated by Shankai, the Dragon Skull Knight. The mountain itself was pierced by a devastating attack, which was initially believed to have been caused by Tsukishiro. As the man waits, Tsukishiro arrives holding the tournament trophy, his expression calm and distant. The man turns in disbelief, immediately recognizing him as Chairman Suzuki. Overcome with emotion, the chairman rushes forward, embracing Tsukishiro and expressing overwhelming gratitude. Tsukishiro's victory has not only saved Suzuki's position, but also opened the path for him to rise into upper management within the Adventurer Union. Tsukishiro, visibly annoyed by the excessive display, pulls back while the chairman regains composure. Suzuki then explains that the Supreme Commander of the Union headquarters has already arrived, and Tsukishiro's performance led to a unanimous decision. His rank will skip C rank entirely and be promoted directly to B rank, making him the youngest adventurer in Union history to leap from D rank to B rank. Tsukishiro accepts the news without excitement, acknowledging Suzuki's support. The chairman reminds him that preparations for the upcoming auction have been completed, and the funds Tsukishiro entrusted to him have been safely secured. With both the required level and money now in place, Tsukishiro reflects internally, realizing that there is finally hope for Karina to regain the use of her legs. At that moment, Shankai suddenly appears and calls out to Tsukishiro, addressing him as his master. The chairman is left stunned by this development. Tsukishiro recalls how Sean had been staring at him intensely during the award ceremony and immediately rejects the idea of being a teacher. Sean, however, has already made his decision and declares that he will follow Tsukishiro regardless of opposition. As Sean leaves to settle matters with his guild, he promises to return and follow Tsukishiro no matter what. Tsukishiro dismisses him with irritation, relieved once Sean is gone. With the tournament finally over, Tsukishiro steals his resolve, vowing to obtain the Golden Rebirth elixir and restore Karina's ability to stand. The scene then transitions to the Adventurer Union headquarters, inside the top-floor meeting room. Inside the chairman's office at the Adventurer Union headquarters, a report on Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi is formally presented. The individual delivering the information is revealed to be Hashimiya Kenji, an S-rank adventurer. After acknowledging the report, the chairman dismisses him. The shadowed figure observing the city from the balcony is revealed as James, the Adventurer Union chairman known as the Absolute Judge, and an S-rank adventurer whose combat power remains unknown. From above the city, he reflects on Tsushiro's abnormal growth, his ability to open a forbidden path despite being D-rank, and a mysterious force powerful enough to affect One Strike Mountain, finding Tsukishiro's hidden potential deeply intriguing. The scene shifts to the city streets, where Tsukishiro walks alone for the first time in a while after declining continued assistance. He reflects on how long it has been since he last slowed down, recalling the relentless cycle of dungeon raids, combat, and growth since becoming an adventurer, as well as the revelation of his true mission from Mr. Dignity. Deciding not to dwell on it, he focuses instead on returning home to his sister. While walking, Tsukishiro senses unfamiliar presences and soon notices Sakura, disguised in a cat-themed outfit while distributing pamphlets. He realizes it is time for their paths to cross again. The scene moves to Tsukishiro's home, where Karina expresses her fragile hope of being able to stand again. Tsukishiro reassures her with quiet certainty, and she breaks down in tears, clinging to him. Overcome with emotion, he comforts her, apologizing for the long wait and assuring her that she will soon live freely like other children. After settling her into bed, he silently watches the night sky from his window, his resolve hardened. As he looks at the ring on his hand, a new path opens, and Tsukishiro is instantly transported away. The scene shifts to the other world, within a vacant house in the beastman territory. Upon waking, Tsukishiro recalls his previous visit there with Sakura and steps outside, searching for her. He soon finds her calmly washing his clothes and hanging them out to dry in the sunlight. Noticing that he has awakened, she turns toward him, and Tsukishiro quietly acknowledges her presence, greeting her after a long separation. Sakura and Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi rest together in an open field beneath a large tree. Sakura brings out a notebook and allows Tsukishiro to examine it closely. Inside are the names of powerful figures, family heads, commanders, and nobles, carefully recorded. Sakura reveals that this notebook contains the identities of those who betrayed her family. She explains that her father was once the strongest candidate to become the next Beast King of the Beast Folk. He was surrounded by loyal and renowned warriors, making him a threat to his greatest rival, whose family now rules. Unable to defeat her father through strength or reputation, that rival resorted to betrayal, bribing, and coercing trusted vassals into defecting. These traitors poisoned her father just before a decisive battle, killing him in front of her. Afterward, they attempted to eliminate Sakura as well to erase any remaining threat. Sakura recorded the names of everyone involved in this rebellion. She survived only because her wet nurse rescued her during the chaos, carrying her away while she was unconscious. From that day onward, they hid their identities, and the wet nurse raised her as a grandmother figure in a remote village. Though the traitors searched for them, the vast beastman territory allowed them to remain hidden, and over time the pursuit faded as Sakura was dismissed as insignificant. Sakura then leads Tsukishiro through the forest to a secluded hut, where a stone grave lies partially buried in the soil. This grave belongs to her grandmother. Sakura reveals that after escaping, she lived her life guarding this secret, never forming close bonds and never revealing her true strength. When her grandmother died, Sakura buried her alone, suppressing all emotion as she had been taught. Still a child, she spent days digging the grave with her bare hands until her body went numb. Afterward, Sakura survived alone in the forest, hiding both from beasts and from society. As a half-beast, she was rejected by pure-blooded beastmen and treated with hostility. However, she inherited her father's natural talent with a sword and grew stronger than others her age. She lived as a lone mercenary, joining temporary parties and hunting monsters until her life stabilized. As she matured and her strength grew, the feeling buried deep within her heart became clear: revenge. Tsukishiro listens silently as she explains that the incident where she was nearly executed occurred because she lost control while secretly infiltrating sacred grounds to confirm the truth behind her past. Sakura continues explaining that she believed her clan's heirloom weapon, the one her father promised her as a child, was taken as spoils of war and passed to the enemy who betrayed and killed him. That weapon should now be in the possession of the current Beast King's lineage. She understands that no matter how hard she trains, defeating the Beast King directly is impossible. When she infiltrated the sanctuary to confirm the weapon's existence, the defenses proved far stricter than expected, and she was discovered before reaching the core. Her identity remained hidden, and she was mistaken for a half-beast thief attempting to steal treasure. As punishment, the authorities chose to execute her publicly under the harshest divine sentence. She planned to escape at the final moment, even knowing the chances were slim, but never expected to be rescued. She returns the notebook to Tsuyoshi, acknowledging its importance to him. Together, they clean her grandmother's grave. Tsukishiro kneels before it in respect, expressing gratitude for the care and protection Sakura received, and silently vows to protect her from now on. Sakura joins him in prayer, feeling a sense of blessing and closure. As they leave, Tsukishiro offers a final silent wish for her grandmother to rest in peace. Sakura then questions their destination, the fortress where her clan once lived. She explains that it is now occupied by a former minister who once served her father, whose name appears on the first page of the notebook. The area is heavily guarded by loyal subordinates, and her identity would be exposed immediately. At her current strength, she cannot confront them. Tsukishiro realizes she has not returned to assess the situation since then. He considers that the weapon her father intended for her may still be hidden within that fortress. He also implies that, together, it may be possible to systematically eliminate the traitors recorded in the notebook. Tsukishiro and Sakura arrive near the fortress and carefully observe its structure and defenses. Tsukishiro assesses the guards positioned at the gate and notes that even the lowest-ranking soldiers stationed outside possess combat levels around the low 30s, indicating a well-defended stronghold. From this, he concludes that the interior defenses are likely even stronger. Sakura silently studies the fortress before explaining the situation in detail. More than 10 armed beastman soldiers are currently stationed inside, along with 6 or 7 former generals who once betrayed her father. Although these generals were later cast aside by the current Beast King and sent to this remote fortress, their strength remains significant, with levels exceeding 50. She explains that while defeating them individually would not be difficult, any prolonged or noisy engagement would allow the generals to coordinate and draw the entire garrison into the fight. In such a scenario, survival, especially for her, would be unlikely. Tsukishiro considers this and asks whether the situation would change if the ordinary soldiers were eliminated immediately before they could react. He proposes that if the troops were removed all at once, the remaining generals could be dealt with directly afterward. Sakura is visibly shaken by this idea. The notion of instantly wiping out all stationed soldiers, followed by confronting multiple high-level generals, seems unrealistic to her. Tsukishiro presses her for a clear assessment, focusing only on feasibility rather than difficulty. While thinking it through, Sakura internally evaluates her current condition. She is still only level 7, while the generals are around level 50 in their normal state, with the added danger of entering a berserk condition once heavily injured. She then seeks clarification on what Tsukishiro means by surviving, wanting to understand how damaged the enemies would be before she is expected to act. Tsukishiro clarifies that he intends for the generals to be left severely weakened, barely holding together, and states that the final blows would be hers to deliver. This leaves Sakura deeply unsettled. Despite Tsukishiro's level being far lower than hers on paper, she realizes that she can no longer accurately gauge his true strength, something that has gradually become impossible for her to read at all. After confirming her resolve, Sakura infiltrates the fortress alone to scout the area and verify guard placements. Even after identifying a possible escape-based skill, she hesitates and suggests retreating, but the protagonist remains firm. Trusting his judgment, Sakura commits fully to the plan. She is instructed to locate a wide, unobstructed space within the fortress and lure every enemy there. Moving through the fortress using her familiarity with the layout from her childhood, Sakura reflects on how the traitorous generals will inevitably target her once they realize she has returned. As the sole surviving blood relative of the man they betrayed, her presence alone is enough to draw their full attention and aggression. From a hilltop outside the fortress, the protagonist watches everything unfold, preparing to unleash his full power to wipe out over 100 beastman soldiers in a single attack and leave the generals barely standing. He communicates with Sakura, reaffirming that he will remove all obstacles standing in the way of her revenge and test the full power he has cultivated. Inside the fortress, Sakura moves carefully through multiple rooms until she reaches the inner training grounds. Recognizing it as the ideal open space, she steps forward, determined to bring everything to an end there. Standing inside the outdoor training grounds, Sakura recalls it as her final childhood memory and the place where the traitors will finally meet their end. The moment she appears, nearby guards notice her presence and quickly identify her as a half-beastman. She uses her power to inform the protagonist that she has found the perfect location, but it becomes clear that she has already been recognized. She openly reveals herself, drawing attention intentionally. The disturbance spreads rapidly throughout the fortress. Guards in the armory, study, and watchtower all sense or hear the commotion and begin reacting. Within moments, an intruder alert is raised, and orders are issued for all forces to gather at the training grounds. Soldiers from across the fortress rush toward the location. As Sakura stands alone in the arena, more guards confront her, questioning her identity and mocking her presence. The training grounds soon become surrounded on all sides. An old beastman, observing from the watchtower, senses something familiar about her and moves closer. Upon seeing her clearly, he recognizes her true identity and is struck by shock and rage, realizing that the child they once betrayed and believed dead has returned. Understanding the danger she represents, the old beastman immediately orders a full assembly. The horn is sounded, and even more soldiers begin flooding toward the training grounds. Newly arriving troops are informed of who Sakura truly is, and they react with visible shock. As the beastman soldiers take their positions across the battlefield, they treat the situation with cruel amusement, convinced of their superiority. Sakura remains calm and unshaken, fully aware that her appearance alone has achieved its purpose. At that moment, the old beastman and his companions leap down from the watchtower and land directly in front of her, signaling that the confrontation has fully begun. The old beastman confronts Sakura, questioning why she returned instead of remaining hidden and warning that no mercy will be shown now that she has revealed herself. Sakura declares that she never hid, explaining that everything she did was to create the chance to return and take revenge on the traitors who betrayed her father. The surrounding beastman soldiers react with confusion, then burst into mocking laughter. They ridicule the idea of revenge, pointing out that she stands alone against 7 generals and over 100 elite troops. Their taunts escalate as they insult her father, calling him foolish and weak. One by one, the traitors reveal the truth of their betrayal. They had urged her father to seize power through force, believing slaughter and conquest were the true nature of beastmen. When he refused and insisted on lawful succession, they branded him naive. Lured by promises of wealth and honor from his rival, they poisoned him and abandoned their loyalty without hesitation. Sakura is deeply shaken but confronts them, condemning their actions and stating that her father acted for the future of the beastmen, while they chose greed. As her anger rises, she declares that her father's only mistake was failing to kill traitors like them when he had the chance. Enraged, the old beastman hurls vicious insults at her heritage, and the soldiers echo his hatred. With fury boiling over, the old beastman orders her execution, and the beastman troops roar in response. At that moment, the sky above the fortress changes. Lightning suddenly forms where moments before the weather had been clear, shocking the beastman leader as the bolts multiply rapidly. The scene shifts to a mountain 30 meters from the fortress, where the protagonist stands. He equips his divine hammer and activates his thunder-based power, directly causing the violent lightning storm above the fortress. Using magic, he contacts Sakura, acknowledges her success, and takes control of the battle, signaling that the rest is now in his hands. Inside the fortress, Sakura briefly recalls the plan the protagonist gave her earlier, where she was instructed to retreat immediately once the lightning appeared. Returning to the present, she recognizes the signal and focuses on escaping. She targets a soldier positioned at the outer edge, swiftly eliminating him from behind to create an opening. The sudden attack alerts the surrounding soldiers, drawing their attention toward her. Before they can properly react, multiple bolts of lightning crash directly into the fortress, instantly killing several soldiers. As confusion spreads, some realize that Sakura is not acting alone. Using the chaos created by the lightning strikes, Sakura moves away from the battlefield, continuing to retreat as planned while remembering the protagonist's instructions to put as much distance as possible between herself and the fortress. At the same time, the protagonist stands outside the fortress, gripping his hammer and sustaining the lightning assault. He treats the thunder strikes as a distraction while gathering all of his remaining power into a single point, pushing his body and abilities to their limits. Channeling every available source of strength, he prepares a decisive attack. As the energy builds, the sky above the fortress distorts, and a massive magical formation opens overhead. From it, overwhelming waves of lightning pour down toward the fortress and the beastman soldiers. The scale of the attack shocks the defenders, forcing some to attempt defense while others panic and flee. A dragon-like lightning manifestation emerges from the sky and repeatedly strikes the fortress and the gathered soldiers with continuous lightning attacks. Witnessing the destruction from a distance, Sakura realizes that this overwhelming power belongs to her master. The assault culminates in a final, massive lightning strike that slams into the fortress, nearly tearing it apart. The lightning strike wipes out almost all of the beastmen instantly, leaving the fortress in ruins. The old beastman survives by shielding himself with magic, though he is badly weakened. As the dust and debris settle, he emerges from the shattered remains, struggling to breathe and realizing that such power could not have come from Sakura alone. As the smoke clears further, Sakura appears in front of him with her sword drawn. Overwhelmed by fear and aware of his condition, the old beastman collapses to his knees and begs for forgiveness, knowing he can no longer defeat her. In desperation, he attempts to shift the blame onto his remaining companions to save himself. Sakura rejects this and advances. Using her technique, Flower Hell, she strikes decisively, severing his hand and bringing judgment upon him and the remaining traitors. With the final blow, she completes a revenge for her father and brings the battle to an end. The scene then shifts to a nearby hilltop where the protagonist sits on the ground, completely exhausted after expending all of his energy in the final attack. Sakura arrives shortly after and moves behind him, embracing him to support his weakened body. He quietly confirms whether everything is over. Sakura reassures him that all of the elites and generals who betrayed her father have been eliminated, showing him her notebook to confirm that no names remain. The protagonist acknowledges her success, praising her effort. Sakura thanks him sincerely and promises never to forget what he has done for her. She stays by his side, asking him to rest now that everything is finally finished after losing consciousness. The protagonist's awareness sinks into a void-like space deep within himself. He realizes that he has entered the depths of his own consciousness. Due to the extreme strain caused by forcibly combining multiple energy types, his life enters a critical state, triggering the system's highest emergency protocol. An automatic body restoration process begins, accompanied by emergency maintenance and a complete system version upgrade based on accumulated combat data. The protagonist becomes aware that the system itself has evolved, and that new mechanisms for energy fusion and weapon compatibility have been established. Additional functions are merged into Divine Eye, granting partial control over the Divine King's hammer and allowing it to be used as a true weapon rather than a limited artifact. The Divine King's hammer manifests before him within the void. Aware that such power comes at a cost, he steps forward and takes hold of it, fully accepting the changes and confirming the system's updates. His current status stabilizes, reflecting his new level, equipment, weapon compatibility, and available skills. Soon after, a bright sphere of light envelopes his consciousness, pulling him back to reality. He awakens to find himself heavily bandaged, safely resting beside Sakura. As awareness returns, he realizes that the system's intervention preserved his life, and that Sakura remained with him throughout his recovery. Sakura reacts in shock when the protagonist regains consciousness and immediately becomes cautious, carefully checking his condition to make sure he has not been injured again. He reassures her that he is fine and expresses genuine relief and gratitude for waking up to find her by his side. Sakura becomes embarrassed by his words and tries to downplay them, explaining that caring for him was only natural after everything he did to help her achieve her revenge. As she leans closer while looking at him, the protagonist suddenly reacts to lingering pain from his injuries, which causes her to pull back in alarm. She apologizes repeatedly, worried that she may have hurt him. He tries to ease the mood despite the pain, teasing her lightly, which only makes her flustered and annoyed. However, every laugh worsens his wounds, forcing her to focus once again on his condition. Later, the scene shifts to a quiet hilltop. The protagonist reflects on the limited time he can remain in the other world and recalls how, within 3 days, he and Sakura systematically hunted down everyone listed in the notebook. All remaining targets were tracked down and eliminated, including those defeated earlier, leaving no survivors. As his level increased, he often defeated enemies before Sakura even had a chance to act. By the end of the third day, the sweep was complete and the remnants were completely wiped out. With Sakura's long-held revenge finally fulfilled, the protagonist asks her what she plans to do next. Sakura explains that her father once intended to leave her a hereditary weapon. While he was unconscious, she returned to the fortress and searched thoroughly, but failed to find it. Eventually, she realized where the weapon truly was. She reveals that the weapon is with her mother, who is human. Sakura explains that her mother was a human princess who was taken back to human territory after giving birth to her. Sakura never met her, and when she asked her father about her mother as a child, he could only respond by holding her silently. To find the weapon, and possibly her mother, she must travel to human territory, even though she is unsure whether they will ever meet. The protagonist responds with certainty, assuring her that she will succeed because he will be with her. Sakura hesitates, pointing out that human territory is extremely far and that he still has obligations involving the Beast King. He gently reassures her, explaining that everything aligns perfectly. He hints that he will soon reveal his own secret to her, and confirms that he already has a plan for what comes next.